Sports Station.
Check out the BetQL Network. Wagertainment for every fan. Get sports betting tips from the best in the game. Available on the Odyssey app and our sister station, 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Oh, yeah.
They've turned things around and hope to be playing deep into October. But tonight, they fall to the Astros 6-0 as Holiday flies out to Myers in center. 9 straight wins on the road for the Astros, with the 24-year-old right-hander Spencer Arrighetti picking up his 6th win of the season.
9 straight on the road. 9 times they've won on the road, the Astros have. That was the Fox team on the call last night. I had no idea that was a nationally televised game last night, that it was going to be. Once I was watching it, I realized.
What time was the start time? I got ambushed.
6.
Yeah.
6. East Coast, Seth.
I know, but it's out of my ordinary routine, Sean.
Yeah.
I can
only control so much. The suits at Fox, I have no sway with them.
Yeah. I got a text just like around the second inning about something that had happened, and I'm like, "Oh, what is this? What are you talking about? Yesterday's stuff?" Amy and
I were out to eat, and the establishment that we were at Eugene's eating last night, and they had the TV over the bar, and it was on Space City. It's like 6:15, and I'm like, I think this game's starting. I don't know why it's on like Astros bases loaded or Rockets fun summer or whatever it is. And then they flipped it over to Fox. I'm like, Thursday night baseball. Okay. We haven't had a Thursday game in a while with the Astros because they've had a little time off on Thursdays. But as you heard, they win last night 6-0. The Mariners didn't play yesterday, which is probably good for them. They were busy firing their manager yesterday.
Who found out about it on social media? Yeah, way to go, Mariners. Class organization right there.
We'll get to that in a second. But because the Astros won, the Mariners didn't play. I ask you, Houston, have you heard the good news? Have you heard the good news? The Astros are now at a season-high 5.5-game lead in the AL West. They're boat racing this thing now, man. They're putting this thing away.
It's almost starting to feel like the old days again.
Dude, they got a manager fired in a pennant race.
Right. Yeah.
That's a nice accomplishment.
This is yet another count. The Mariners as another team that aren't happy about a 162-game season. The Yankees, the Mariners, all these other teams that wilt. They wilt in the August heat.
They wish there was COVID.
Yeah.
So it would only be a 60-game season.
Yeah, they're out there. It's like, can I get a damn variant up in here? What the hell? What the hell's going on?
Man. That was like
super strain my ass.
That was like a bonus win last night almost. Man, Spencer Arrighetti.
Mm-hmm.
I was a little. I'm still a little on edge about a rookie pitching into August and September. But you got Arrighetti, the rookie, going against Corbin Burns, Cy Young winner, and that's almost. I think it's Spillane who tweeted this last night. He's like, man, you get Arrighetti going out there and throwing, 6 or 7 shutout innings, whatever it is he threw, and you knock Corbin Burns out of the game, you win that game. If you're looking at this series going into it, even as much success as the Astros have had on the road of late, they've now won 9 straight on the road, you still look at that game and go, okay, well, we're looking at this series, a 4-game sweep is a lot to ask for. If we're going to lose a game or two, I think you take a split against the Orioles probably, really good baseball team. That's probably one of the ones we lose. Arrighetti versus Burns. And now you win that game. You conserve your bullpen a little bit. Mm-hmm. It was 6-0, so you didn't have to bring in any of the leverage guys.
Right.
And I think it was Spillane who tweeted it last night. I thought it was a great point. It's like, man, this is almost like winning 2 games.
Yeah.
Just because of the dynamics of how it all played out.
Did you worry about a Mariners bump, interim manager bump? With Scott Service gone?
I don't worry about it, but that's obviously the goal. You're worried about it?
I worry that he's just such a miserable old man that maybe there's a lightning of mood or something in the clubhouse and that they take off.
5.5's a lot to make up on a team that's playing as well as the Astros right now. That's a big lead.
Get cocky, Sean. 5.5 ain't much.
It's just math. It's just math. Yeah. Let me go check Fangraphs to see if I'm being cocky or if I'm being a math nerd.
Ben Gavelday yesterday. You know, like we've had various days that have sparked good stretches. Right. Well, Victor Caratini Day, remember they went on a good run after Victor
No. You're thinking of Cesar Salazar.
Cesar Salazar for sure. Yeah. I mean, they went on a run after that, but I think Victor Caratini had I dubbed one day a Victor Caratini Day. I can't remember what the reason was.
I remember we declared one a Cesar Salazar.
Yeah, no, 100%. And then after that, I also declared a Victor Caratini Day, and we went on a run after that, too. So Ben Gabble Day might be it. Went from like, who the hell's Ben Gabble to like, ooh, nice hit, Ben Gabble.
Yeah, way to go, dude. So, yeah, I didn't even know he existed until like 24 hours ago. So the Astros win 6-0 last night. That was good. Get this here. The Orioles have yet to beat them this year. As good as the Orioles are, I mean, the Astros sweat. That was where the season turned around for me. Like, as you do kind of you look back and you go, okay, how do we get here? How do we get from being in the doldrums to being 5.5 games up? To me, the season turned on that first game of the Orioles series back in late June when the Astros went out and scored, I think, like 9 runs in the 6th or 7th inning of that game, and they didn't hit any home runs. You know, up until that point, when the Astros were winning games, because they weren't winning many games back then, they were winning games because they'd hit 3-run bombs or they'd hit a few home runs. They weren't stringing hits together. That to me, like if I'm isolating it to a single point on the schedule, that Orioles game on Friday, because they had just come off that White Sox series where they won a couple games against the White Sox, and it was like, all right, well, now the Orioles come to town, and we'll see they're stepping up in weight class. And I just kept getting push notifications on my phone. I remember double after double after. They hit like 5 or 6 doubles in one inning. And that was to me where I'm like, okay, well, this is the Astros team that we've come to know and love. And they sweep the Orioles, and now the Orioles are still trying to get their first win against the Astros.
When you were miming, checking something off on the box, you reached way out. Was that to get my attention?
I did.
Or was
No.
I was afraid you thought I was lost on a text line or something.
I was
you really
pointing,
stretched for it.
I was pointing at a point in time, in space.
You'd be a fantastic mime.
Mimes are weird, dude.
It's so weird that they ever. I can't imagine they were ever really a thing.
There was a show one time. There was a full-on show on back when we only had 4 channels, kids. Yeah. There was a show called Shields and Yarnell. There was a married couple that were mimes, and the whole show was mime bits.
They were always so annoying. You know what probably killed mimes? These dancers that can make it look like they're floating and everything.
Yeah.
It all started with Michael Jackson. It all started with the moonwalk. Where you're like, well, this doesn't look like something a human can normally do. Right. And now you got these kids that look like they're floating as they're running and everything, like all this stuff. There's no way a mime can keep up with that crap. Like, oh, I'm pulling a rope.
Right. Yeah. Get away from me.
This kid's over here floating on a rope.
Painted
it doesn't
face,
look anything.
Freak. Get away from me. No tips
French
for
weirdo.
You. Stop holding your bucket in front of me with 5 ones in it. I'm not
a particularly French thing.
Mimes?
Yeah,
a little bit. Because they always have berets on, too.
Yeah.
I'm glad we had this conversation.
Thanks. So, Victor Caratini took a couple on the face mask yesterday, too.
Yeah.
It's aggressive play by him.
Mm-hmm.
He's crowding the plate.
Where are you on Alex Bregman possibly playing first base for this baseball
Well, you know what,
team?
honestly?
That got reported by Chandler Rome that he might get some reps at first base.
I was kind of surprised by the immediate and vociferous negativity towards this, like as if it was a clown move or something. Is he your ideal first baseman? No, but who has been at first base this year? Was it Jose Abreu? Is it Yainer Diaz? He of the no split step? No, nobody's been an ideal first baseman. So, okay, Alex Bregman is 5'3" with short, stumpy legs. Is that ideal for first base? No, but he's a really good hitter, and if you got to get him in the lineup while not sucking up the DH spot and keeping it away from other guys who could be there, it's an imperfect solution, but it might be the best solution right now.
Well, yeah, right. Like they've been dealt a very strange hand with the lineup, with Tucker's injury lingering for as long as it has, and this Bregman thing out of nowhere now, and I'll say this, and the Astros winning all these games lately kind of dull the pain of some of the things. Like,
right.
Tucker,
they had to do this, and then there was,
and they were 5.5 back.
Yeah.
Like so Tucker being out for as long as he has, like that's a big deal. He was in the top 5 for the MVP odds when he went out, but they've been winning baseball games, so you don't think about it very much. Alex Bregman not playing third base defensively for this team is a big problem when you get to September and October. That's a huge problem. He he is an elite defensive third baseman.
Yeah.
We take for granted a lot of the things he does over there.
And I think, honestly, that's where – because I heard somebody yesterday say, well, hey, that's not the reason you're going to lose a series in the playoffs or something. And I'm not so sure about that. Especially,
right.
If you talk about Whitcomb versus Bregman at third, that's
one error.
One or two errors there. This stuff adds up, man. It's
Absolutely.
not. That's like saying that your best hitter slumping through the playoffs isn't going to lose you a series. Hell yes, it will.
That's right.
So, I mean, one of the reasons the Astros pitching is so good is because they also have one of the top 3 fielding units in the league.
Yeah,
so
they're worse without Bregman at third base.
Right. But I mean, it is what it is, and you got to accept reality sometimes. If you can't trust him to make throws to first routinely, you got to pull a little bit of a Bagwell on him. He'll be like late stage Bagwell. Bagwell couldn't even throw to second late in his career.
Oh, his shoulder was a mess.
Right,
yeah.
But if what happens is that he agitates his elbow with throwing and you can't figure out when or why, then just reduce the number of throws and the velocity with which he needs to make them.
Yeah.
And I'm not like, and again, if we're going from Hughley at first to all of a sudden Bregman, I'd be like, oh crap. But we're already taking a situation where we haven't had good fielding at first base all year long. There are guys that are like, okay, Yainer might be more suited to it, but he's still, he's the throw the other night from Altuve that was high.
Yeah.
Bregman probably makes that play.
Maybe,
I mean, he's still got the obstacle of height. So he would have caught the ball, but maybe could have gotten his foot down quicker.
Yeah.
It's just, that's, so I look at it as a net, in terms of what you get out of fielding at first base, it's probably a positive. I mean, some of the line drives.
Oh, compared to who the other guys have been.
Odd bounces.
Yeah.
You get those odd bounces at first base.
Yeah.
I think that Bregman. I also think this.
You made me think of Abreu just now.
And
When Abreu would get anything other than a true hop to him.
And he thought he was a hockey goalie all of a sudden. Like,
dude,
just put it down.
Like someone threw a grenade at him or something.
Good stop on that. I think that this is the one thing I think with Bregman. You never know. Because Bregman's a guy who's like always in his head, in a good way because he can do it. But you wonder if maybe the challenge of playing first base would be something that allows him to be a little bit more unconscious at the plate.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
And that just because he's got to focus on that he just gets up at bat and maybe doesn't over. And I'm not accusing him of always overthinking, but he's just sometimes guys that are so meticulous sometimes they get in their head a little bit.
Yeah.
You get these long droughts that he's had.
Yeah.
So maybe you end up getting a ridiculously awesome stretch of hitting out of him.
Man, it's going to be fun to watch this play out. I'd rather you just play third base and be healthy, but it's going to be Joe Espada, man. He's been handed dealt a very strange hand at the poker table.
I think you're exactly right. If they had to do this in week 3 of the season, people would have looked at it like Espada's a clown.
Yeah.
What the hell? Where now he's got enough collateral built up that, all right, I'm cool. I was surprised that I understand other teams saying they're screwed or whatever, but I was surprised that so many Astros fans were down on it.
All right, let's get to Texans practice yesterday. The Rams were in town. What are some of the highlights that we saw yesterday? And Seth Payne had himself almost like a little fantasy camp yesterday, walking around Texans practice. You got to meet up with some old friends.
Yeah.
You got to meet up with some old friends. So we're going to touch on some of the things that you may have.
Okay.
I
don't know why there's something about you calling it a fantasy camp.
Because I got jealous getting the text from you like, oh, he talked to Fred Taylor. He talked to Les Snead.
Yeah.
You talked to a lot of people that regular people would want to talk to.
Yeah, good call. Yeah. Okay, good.
Sometimes you don't realize you have a really cool thing
I forget that I get to do stuff.
Yeah, fantasy camp.
Yeah.
That's next.
The rest of the show is going to be me talking casually about stuff like, what, doesn't everybody get to do this? Oh, you know what everybody does get to do right now? This is where you get to live the fantasy life of Seth Payne. You just walk.
Association of Broadcasters and this station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Really good day. All three phases, we got a lot of work in. We set out to accomplish, working a lot of situational football, and we were able to do that. Thought it was a clean practice on both sides. A lot of competitive juices flowing on both sides as well. So it was really good work. Happy that we were able to get that work in today.
All right, that was DeMeco Ryans' joint practice yesterday with the Rams. That's the thing about a joint practice, man. There's so much stuff to go watch.
Right,
because you got the defense for the Texans going against the Rams offense on this field, and vice versa going on over here.
Yeah.
Which side do you pick more when you go to a practice like that?
Yesterday I ended up watching the offense more, partly because it seemed like the Rams offense wasn't working with the same tempo as the Texans offense. Like there were more plays being reeled off on the offensive side of the ball, it seemed, than on the defense. But it's funny. It's the way it worked out for me. There was a stretch where every time I looked over to the defensive side, Kamari Lassiter was breaking up a pass.
Yeah, he had a big day yesterday.
He was really dialed in and doing a really good job. The young defensive backs for the Texans, who elicited some praise from Sean McVay, will play here in a second. Kalen Bullock showed his ranginess. There was a PBU on a tight end. There was he had an interception where Lassiter had disrupted a 50-50 ball, and there was Kalen Bullock. Like, Kalen Bullock's ranginess is going to be fun. As long as he can be trusted as a rookie, and that he's out there not making that many rookie mistakes so they can put him on the field, I think they're going to want him out there as much as possible because he's a turnover waiting to happen.
Yeah.
I mean, or a big hit waiting to happen. Do not mistake his skinniness for a lack of at least aspirational physicality.
Yeah.
I don't know how hard he can really hit in the NFL, but I know he can arrive on the spot with great velocity, and he's not afraid to lower his shoulder. So there's some potentially really nice collisions coming this year.
It is interesting and we'll hear from McVay here in a second, as Seth pointed out. Actually, let's hear from him right now. Here's Sean McVay, Los Angeles Rams coach, very impressed with the Texans' young defensive backs.
I thought they did a really good job. I've been super impressed with Stingley from when he was coming out, and then you watch the production that he had last year, and I thought Petrie was all over the place. Jimmy Ward is a guy that I've always respected because of the athleticism, the position flex, and what he enables them to be able to do as a safety, or a guy that can drop down and, play coverage on receivers or tight ends. But I thought, Petrie's a guy that you can see he's really good. I felt them today, and, they did a great job. And then obviously having, two special guys coming off the edge makes a major difference.
Okay, couple things. First, I like hearing an opposing coach say good things about Jalen Petrie.
Yeah.
Petrie seems to be one of those guys that even when our eyes tell us one thing, that DeMeco Ryans still stays very positive about him. And that's fine. They're doing that with Dameon Pierce right now. We'll see how that plays out over the next couple of days. Game tomorrow at noon. You can hear it here on Sports Radio 610 with the Rams and the Texans. But the other thing I think of, Seth, is we always talk about the rookie contract with the quarterback and what that allows you to do. Because the difference between what CJ is making now, $9 million versus what he's going to be making in a couple years, $60 million.
Right.
That allows you to do a lot of things. I think there's like micro versions of that around the roster too. And if you look at this secondary, Stingley's probably going to get paid here in the next year or two. But you got Jalen Petrie still with 2 years left on his rookie deal. And now you've got two rookies in Lassiter and Bullock that both look like future starters for you, and you've got them for 4 years on cheapo deals.
And this is a thing too where it
doesn't look too big for them right now.
Well, and it's I like that they were. I was thinking about the Rams themselves as an organization, and forever they had that reputation of screw them picks.
Yeah.
And people thought like, they don't have any picks. They actually had quite a few picks. They just did. They were in the mid rounds, and they didn't have first round picks. They traded away a bunch of those, but they nailed a lot of their mid round picks, in second and third round picks. So that's where the bread and butter. You look at most really good teams in the NFL these days. They've done really well in the second through seventh rounds.
You have to. That's your cheap labor.
Guys,
you
right.
have to.
And Lassiter would be the ultimate in that regard. In that, look, the Texans didn't have a first round pick this year. We've grown quite used to that over these last several years.
They opted to move out of the first round.
But can you nail those second through seventh round picks? Lassiter is a guy that, look, a lot of cornerback is one of those positions where the elite traits are so coveted that the guys that get drafted high tend to tend to be, physical freaks, right?
Stingley.
Yeah, and it's also one of those positions, kind of like edge rusher, where you don't find as many elite guys or really, really good guys outside of the first round. But I think that this is what I would like about Lassiter if he continues to show this promise. It's that it feels like a Ravens draft pick. Like the Ravens take so many guys that don't test well but are just football players. They did it with Kyle Hamilton. They did it back in the day with Terrell Suggs. Terrell Suggs set an NCAA record for sacks. Oh, but he ran a slow 40. So the Ravens get him,
Have you been following this Wiggins kid they drafted from Clemson with the 30th pick?
Yeah.
Is lighting it up at camp.
So,
now.
That's where, draft a football player and get him at a bargain because he runs a 4.6 40.
That's Lassiter.
And yet we're seeing less and less where that 40 time actually matters. And that's what's encouraging to me, and especially if Bullock obviously works out. I mean, I'm still Blake Fisher. He needs to grow and develop. But he's a second round pick, so that's where he gets drafted because people know that he needs some development. But I've liked his growth so far.
Yeah.
I don't feel he's ready for action the way that Bullock and Lassiter are.
Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. There's not one point in camp where I've looked at Kamari Lassiter and said, well, that guy looks slow.
Right.
There
were the first couple days, there were a couple times, and so I was kind of waiting and see, and then and with hindsight, you're looking at it and you're realizing he needed a little bit of time to adjust to NFL route running, I think, because he's got really good anticipation.
His instincts
and
are
so
great.
when that anticipation isn't really dialed in just yet, then you could see where he didn't necessarily have the catch-up speed. But ideally, the guy doesn't have to use his catch-up speed all that often.
All right, I'm going to let you take the offensive line here. As a former defensive lineman, what did you see? I was listening to the drive yesterday, and Clint Stoerner made it sound like CJ is going to get destroyed when week one rolls around.
This is where I think I disagree with some people in how the day went. I think there's some people that thought it was a resounding victory for the Texans. This is how scrimmages go, of course. Usually, I don't know. I don't ever remember a high school scrimmage where we didn't feel like we won the scrimmage.
There's no scoreboard.
Right,
so
yeah.
your
And the other team didn't feel.
Yeah.
The only time was when we went up against this team that was perennial state champs. We had 18 kids on our football team, So we played both ways.
Didn't win that day.
We had 18 kids and only 6 actually good football players. So us 6 played every snap.
Right.
And we lined up in our defense and would go against, it was Fairport, go against their offense, and they would rotate through their platoons of their first team offense, their second team offense, their third team offense, and it was just us on defense, the same guys out there on defense.
How tired were you?
I've never been so tired in my life. I never wanted to quit high school and go back and work on the farm so much. I was like, this is the worst. This is the worst beating I've ever taken. But I think the offense had some really nice plays, but if you factor in the plays that the Rams made in the backfield or would have made in the backfield, I don't think you can. Let me cue this up a little bit, Ben. Let me get a little Bobby Brown in my life.
What?
Yes, because Bobby Brown, the nose tackle for the Rams, potentially multiple sacks on the day. That was his prerogative, Sean. My prerogative, the Texans' offensive line at times was let Bobby Brown get that Whitney Houston in his life.
Dude.
Give him whatever substances they want. Let's do it. You know what the offense... You know what? I blame the Texans' offensive line for getting Whitney Houston hooked on cocaine. That's because they were going...
Way to go, Juice
They
Scruggs.
were propping up Bobby Brown. He was all over the place.
Oh, my God. The lyrics to My Prerogative are very much like someone who is just...
He didn't give a damn.
Having his day in the back. Yeah. Don't give a damn. Going to live my life.
Yeah, that's right.
It's the way that I want to live. I can do just what I feel. Mm-hmm. No one can tell me what to do.
No. That's what
sure as hell ain't Kenyon Green.
Bobby Brown was... I was like, man, I thought Aaron Donald retired. Oh, no, that's Bobby Brown.
That's Bobby Brown.
The third.
You want to know the idiot that you host with right here?
Yeah.
I'm like, you know what? I want to go find out Bobby Brown's background. The football player from yesterday. So I just Google Bobby Brown.
Oh, yeah.
And obviously everything coming up is Bobby Brown, the singer. I'm like, maybe I should have put Rams in or something. Yesterday.
If they put the Texans in the NFC West, he'll be more household names.
That's true.
And,
he'll pass him.
So, Look, This is what happened yesterday, though, too, was Laramie Tunsil played like the first couple team periods, and then he came out.
Yeah.
And they had Sharp in there at left tackle at one point. Yeah. They had Kendrick Green at left guard. Titus Howard didn't go the whole practice. I think that was by design. I think the product was worse than what you'll see in an actual game. But Kenyon Green got beat pretty bad one time. Laramie Tunsil didn't look like Laramie Tunsil got. I mean, Laramie Tunsil's going to get beat here and there, but I think he's still working his way into regular season shape. Yeah. So I'm not panicking about the offensive line, but I'm like, they need to get better. I understand why they might not play on Saturday tomorrow. But there's part of me that's like, no, you guys got to get your crap together, and you need to get out there. These other guys who are starters, like they've shown enough. You guys need to get it together. You need some time. You need some time in this system.
Bobby Brown and Aggie, of course. He's another one.
The singer?
No, that would be something.
Yeah.
Fourth-round pick. Yeah, it's not just like the second and third. Like Kyron Williams was a fifth-round pick. He had 1,300 yards rushing last year. Puka Nacua was a fifth-round pick.
Yeah, that's right.
It was crazy. I saw a video of CJ walking up to Cooper Kupp at practice.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, go find Puka, man. If you're going to start recruiting wide receivers, go get the young guy.
Well, Puka, no, I saw one with him dapping up Puka.
He was?
At some point.
Okay, I didn't see that.
Yeah,
right. Okay.
I thought, unless maybe I dreamed that. But also Sean McVay was walking with CJ chatting.
Oh, yeah, we'll get to that. Yeah, we'll get to that. He was giving a little advice. So you got to talk to some old friends yesterday.
I saw Les Snead, who was a scout, one of the members of the scouting staff that drafted me back in the day. And then I had some more interactions with him in my career. But, it was cool because I talked to him about a few things, but also just like the way the work environment has changed in the NFL. Like, he said the biggest difference is, for one, because I started talking about sleep. I saw he was wearing one of those
the Oura rings.
The Oura rings, yeah. So we were talking about sleep in general, because he was always a guy kind of like Sean McVay that he'd wake up at 3 a.m. and be like, well, might as well go to work, And, now he forces himself to stay in bed. But he said the biggest difference is that guys, there's still an extreme work culture, but in the old days, it used to be a lot of, coaches would get in, and they would sit around. They would waste so much time. Like, he might walk into a position coach's office at some point, and he's playing solitaire on his computer or whatever. They're just sitting around BS and telling old stories. Part of that was because you had to wait for time for the film to get processed.
Oh, okay. Well, now
there was
it's
a lag time. Yeah,
like
you'd have to wait for the film to get all
developed.
They're dubbing this stuff on Betamax. That's literally true. It was beta, not VHS.
Yeah,
better quality. And so there was a lot of wasted time to where now teams are just way more efficient. So they get in, they work their butts off, but they don't have to sit around waiting as much and BS. And it was cool. And he sat and he chatted for a while. I was like, hey man, you got to get back to work.
Did any of our listeners heckle him?
No. Oh, that's right. I had asked any of our listeners if they recognized Les Snead, to give him a hard time about the fact that he took me when I visited Jacksonville before the draft. He took me to a cheap taco place instead of a nice dinner, and I was like,
did you bring that up with him?
Yeah, I was like, my co-host mentioned you probably had like $100 allowance for it, and you just pocketed the rest. He's like, oh yeah.
Oh
yeah,
really?
Yeah.
I love that.
I don't know if he's joking or not, but I was like, yeah.
That's funny.
No, I told him just so in case you get harassed. Oh, you know what? He said he was going to listen to the show today, but I never sent him a link to the. I should send him to YouTube. That'll be easier.
Yeah. Let's get Les Snead on board.
Yeah, and then
Fred Taylor you ran into.
I ran into Fred Taylor. I talked to Fred Taylor a little bit about Dameon Pierce.
What did he say?
Because he hadn't really watched Dameon in the preseason at all yet. But
fellow Florida guy.
Fred Taylor went to Florida. Yeah. Dameon went to Florida. Obviously, Fred Taylor knows Dameon Pierce and likes him a lot. So we kind of. We were talking about just running backs, and sometimes when you get in your head in a game and you're starting to think instead of and Fred was talking about how back when he practiced he was very meticulous and we were talking about how sometimes guys that are really meticulous in practice and you're trying to really refine things, you don't practice nearly as well as when you go to the game and you just let it go. And Fred ended up having to leave to go get their interview with Tank Dell set up. But I think where he was headed with it is, that maybe Damian just needs to really he's got to let go in the games, and he's just got to let the game come to him, because it looks like he's thinking his way through out there. What I wonder is if maybe, especially because he's uncomfortable in the outside zone, that it flows into everything else, so that even when they're running the non-outside zone plays, he's just still in his head. He's thinking everything through.
Yeah. Yeah, it almost sounds like Damian's the opposite of Red Tail.
Right,
He's letting it rip in practice. Yeah.
In a much more simplified offensive system in 2022, I think he was just letting it rip.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
So that's and as I'm watching the Rams, the Rams aren't an outside zone running team anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think they are a much better fit for Dameon Pierce. I just because of that, and because these things happen where guys have time to chat with each other from both teams, and the Texans have had a couple of Rams-related. The one trade for Skoranek. They brought in Cam Akers is a better fit here now, because the Texans are an outside zone team.
Right.
He wasn't a fit with the Rams anymore. I would not be surprised or blown away if all of a sudden there was a Dameon Pierce trade to the Rams, just because of proximity and fit.
Okay, let's get to headlines. Astros, they win last night, 9 straight road wins. We'll get to that. They got somebody fired yesterday as well. We'll get more Texans. And the Thursday night football game last night, super important for the Houston Texans. We'll get to that and a whole lot more in headlines next.
Super important that you take care of your retirement plans. And that's a lot easier said than done. You're like, yes, Seth, thanks for the advice. I know this. Keeps me up at night. Don't be kept up at night. Get your 7-8 hours of sleep by calling Trajan Wealth. Go to Trajan Wealth. They've got
Terms apply.
Payne and Pendergast with today's headlines.
All right, let's get into it. The Astros beat the Orioles last night. Let's get this, Seth.
Do it, Sean. We can do it.
6-0.
Didn't you hear D'Amico yesterday? You're not allowed to complain about the heat, okay? It's like 73 in here right now. It's a little toasty, so we're not going to complain.
68.
We'll talk about it.
Yep.
Yeah.
6-0. The Astros win yesterday. Spencer Arrighetti, so what do you get, 6 or 7 shutout innings? He went into the 7th, I know that.
It was Spencer Arrighetti who is fully come into manhood, I think. Whenever he flipped that switch and started pitching more aggressively and with more emotion, there is more and more like Lance. It's just too easy to make the comparison in your mind to Lance McCullers because of the long hair and everything. And he kind of almost celebrates the same way.
He looks like someone playing Lance McCullers in a biopic about the 2020 Astros.
Yeah. So it's been so much fun to watch his. I would almost call it an evolution through this year, but it's happened too quickly.
Ascension.
He's evolved the way bacteria evolve. You know,
that's exactly what I was thinking.
We're on the 5th generation of Spencer Arrighetti right now.
Yes. So we had Spencer Arrighetti last night. I'm looking it up right now.
It's okay.
Yeah. He had 6 innings on the nose. So he pitched 6 innings, 3 hits. 1 walk, 6 strikeouts. He was super efficient, man. Yeah, it's crazy. As well as Hunter Brown and Spencer. Hunter Brown for a much longer time now, but Spencer Arrighetti lately, he's been nails since the All-Star break. His ERA, he just got under 5 last night. His ERA. These guys were so bad at the beginning of the year.
I like it almost. There's not enough time left in the season for either Hunter Brown or Spencer Arrighetti to get their ERA down to where they've actually pitched for the majority of the season. But I kind of like that because then come playoffs, you get a little bit of that.
Little complacency.
You see the other fans are like, who's this Spencer Arrighetti with his 4.5 ERA? Remember with Christian Javier, it was that way.
Yeah.
Christian Javier, good luck. And meanwhile, he had a 2.1 ERA.
Yep.
He just wasn't. He didn't have it. Javier hadn't had enough innings pitched to be on the leaderboard for everything.
Yep.
So he's one of the best pitchers in the league that year. Just nobody knew who he was.
Yep.
Let's ambush these mofo's.
Well, if you're one of those gamblers that all you're doing when you're gambling at night is just glancing at the ERAs of the starting pitchers, Arrighetti's been destroing you lately. Yeah. He's been killing you lately.
Yeah, we should. There's a lot of fan bases. The Orioles right now are probably. We just got destroyed by a guy with a 5 ERA
and long hair.
Yeah.
What the hell? The Astros are up 5.5 now on the Mariners. They got Scott Service fired yesterday.
Yeah.
Boy,
that's a
lot of joy right there.
They threw right at his head, didn't they?
That's a lot.
They did everything Scott Service likes to believe the Astros are doing to his team. His former team. Sorry.
Right. My favorite Scott Service moment was him bringing in Robbie Ray to pitch to Yordan Alvarez with 2 men on.
A heady move.
Up 2 in Game 1 of the ALDS 2 years ago.
In to try to close it on a Tuesday. Alvarez launches deep right field, and this one is gone, and the Astros walk them off in Game 1. Yordan Alvarez, are you kidding me?
Chills. Ooh, I got chills. Love him so much.
So the Mariners are a team that, as recently as, 6 weeks ago, I was still thinking of them as, man, they're just constantly right there at the cusp. Right there at the cusp of breaking through.
Yeah.
They're going to do it with somebody besides Scott Service.
Some interim dude is going to come in and try to catch the Astros. They're 5.5 back now. Let's get to the Texans. D'Amico Ryans and the Texans practicing against Sean McVay and the Rams yesterday. They'll play an actual preseason football game tomorrow. Festivities get kicked off here on the station at 9 a.m. with me and Seth doing Texans Countdown. Kickoff is at noon. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the biggest benefit of their joint practice that the 2 teams had yesterday.
The biggest benefit of this is we get to go against a different team, right? Different schemes, all 3 phases, and just see different players. We have our matches where we go one-on-ones or whatever it may be, but it's always the same receivers, same corners. So now our guys get the opportunity to get as many reps as possible against a different player, right? And to see, how they run routes, right? To see how they come off the ball as a D-line and how we need to protect. So it was really beneficial in that regard.
It is. Look, it's not great for stoking preseason game excitement because these combined practices are replacing the preseason game. But you just get so many more reps in so many more critical situations. You can do 2-minute. You can do you go into a preseason game and you never know exactly how many what types of plays guys.
You might not get. They're practicing yesterday. 23-21 Rams with a minute and change to go.
Yeah.
And you may never get that situation for your ones in a game, you may never get that.
And what D'Amico's talking about there with when you practice against the same team over and over again, it gets to be almost there's too many stalemates because the other guy's tells and tendencies, and he knows yours, and you just start playing to boring football. When you go against another team like this, especially for as many reps, you get some of your blind spots exposed. So I think both for the evaluators, but then also for the players themselves, you realize okay, this is this move still works. Or oh boy, I got blasted.
I got to work on
because
something.
the guy I work against every day doesn't necessarily have that tool in his toolkit.
That's right.
So it also my one big impression in watching the practices with the Rams is. I like that. I think the Rams have the same kind of vibe in terms of very high energy, lots of enthusiasm and everything. Everything's very crisp. There's you can tell a lot from some of the combined practices about the overall culture of a team. The Rams have a pretty good culture, year in and year out. I'm saying that obviously they have a good culture.
Sure.
I can remember in 2005 when we were going on to be 2-14. I think it was in 2005. We had a combined practice against the Raiders. It was one of those years, and I just remember watching the Raiders walk in and all their assistant coaches looked like they were retired mob bosses.
You said that before.
Fat, bad skin. Al Davis is coming over on his walker in a full black jacket in 98-degree weather and everything. And we weren't so hot ourselves, and I just looked around. I was like, this isn't the NFL. I was out there yesterday. I was like, "This is the NFL. This is what it's supposed to be like."
These are two well-run franchises right now. Yeah.
Tyler Higbee wasn't out there because he's on the PUP. That's what I was curious about Tyler Higbee.
Jimmy Ward didn't get to chase him around.
Jimmy Ward has personally sent him off the field 3 times in his career.
Funny.
So I feel but once I knew Tyler Higbee wasn't going to be out there, I figured, all right, we might be safe here. I feel like that's the one guy that Jimmy Ward might have gone a little loco on. And otherwise, it was pretty clean. When I was there, because we got there a little bit late.
Yep.
I missed 2 things. I missed any potential skirmishes, and I missed J.J. Watt.
Yeah, JJ was there early. Huh?
Yeah,
he wasn't there when we got there.
He said his kid, is in that heat. It gets kind of miserable.
His kid is gigantic. I saw the pictures of him holding Koa. Oh my God!
And you're gigantic.
That's him talking about my head on a Zoom, JJ Watt. But yes, he's Pendergast head size is what Koa is.
Is he going to be the new Knox Bregman? We're gonna get shots of him running the hoop and doing pass rush drills.
What do you think?
Hey, real quick on the YouTube stream, if you guys can see this.
Yeah.
Who the hell is this bobblehead? Is this Tyler?
I think it might be.
Is it Tyler?
It looks like Tyler. It looks like Tyler. He'd definitely be wearing some hipster sunglasses like that. All right, now
it's either Tyler or it's Trevor Bauer.
Yeah, one or the other. Okay.
Do a different motion for that.
Hey, real quick, just because we teased it in headlines, we'll get to it in a little bit more later. Colts Bengals last night. No idea what the final score was, but the only thing that matters, Anthony Richardson, a little shaky.
Yeah.
Pick 6.
Boy, the thing is, he comes out and he looks like, you know what he looks like? He looks like Randy Damn Johnson because he rifles it, but he's got this 3/4 arm. I would almost call it a 5/8 arm delivery consistently, and it's cool because he just throws it. He rifles it with a flick of a wrist. But sometimes he rifles it into defenders for pick sixes.
Yeah.
Sometimes he's rifling it in the wrong to the wrong receiver, like he did in the first preseason game. And I think that he's scary in that I don't think he's ready yet to be a genuine veteran NFL quarterback. But on any given Sunday, he might just eviscerate like a young Michael Vick.
Yeah.
Where before Vick had really figured it out. Well, I mean, he might be awful. But then the next game, it's, oh, great. How do we defend a 78-yard quarterback touchdown run?
It's not a recipe to win a division, but if you're a team in their division, you're nervous that you're going to catch 1 or 2 of those days you're talking about. Which they did last year against him.
It's like you're carrying a finicky hand grenade.
Yep.
You're just not sure exactly where and when it's going to go off.
That's right. Our baseball talk in this segment is presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at t-mobile.com/switch. What are the biggest roster questions heading into tomorrow's game against the Rams? What are we keeping our eye on for all 4 quarters tomorrow? We'll give you the list. You can jot it down and bring it in with you to the game tomorrow. We'll do that coming up next. Prize Picks. I got on Prize Picks last night. Didn't win last night. Last night was not a winning night on Prize Picks, but that's what.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, here was D'Amico Ryans yesterday to welcome you back in, 7 o'clock hour underway. D'Amico Ryans, what are you looking for in the final preseason game on Saturday against the Rams?
This last preseason game, really looking forward to the guys who get the reps, seeing them grow and improve. Right now, it's that kind of like that final exam. Right, we've been going for about a month here in training camp, and all of the coaching points and all the tips we've been giving guys. Like, can you go out and pass this final exam? Like, how much have you grown? How much have you learned? And can you showcase that right on the big stage?
Okay, so that was D'Amico. He kind of joked. I think it was Will Kunkel asked him at the end of practice, "Is CJ going to play?" And even
I didn't turn my mic on. Damn it.
Even D'Amico couldn't fake that.
Oh yeah, we can play that clip in a little bit. It's actually a fun little moment.
Yeah,
his outros are good actually at press conferences. He kind of zooms off the stage sometimes.
Yeah.
No, he said, "What do you think?" What do you think?
Right,
yeah, I don't think CJ is going to play.
No, I don't think so either.
No, unless if they want to see the offensive line get some of their timing, some of their cohesion working, then maybe they would. I could see CJ
do it with Davis Mills.
Well, I could see CJ lobbying to play.
Oh yeah.
And I don't know if they would allow it or not.
Yeah.
They would. That would be an interesting one because if he's going to want to be out there, if the offensive line is going to be out there, he's going to want to be a team player and all of that. I think the offensive line could really use it without even pointing to one individual or anything specifically. They're not moving the way. If you look at a team like the Rams when they're running the ball well, or the 49ers when they're running the ball well, their offensive line are just in lockstep. It looks like choreography, and that's not what the Texans' offensive line is right now.
No.
And that's something that you need time working together, It's like when you and I, when we try to bring a new member into our band, and, we're like, all right.
It's clunky at first.
Like, a
little bit.
Yeah.
Yep, reps.
I remember we kicked Steve Van Sant out because we were like, dude, what the hell?
Whatever happened to that guy?
You can't just walk in here and think that you're, it's a different band.
Whatever happened to him? Here was the exchange that Seth was talking about. It was Will Kunkel who asked D'Amico if CJ was going to play.
Last one, CJ going to play Saturday? Say it again? CJ play Saturday? Whatever you think. What do you think? All right. I'm out.
It was better with the visual because he almost had like a Jimmy Ward type sly smile on his face.
He did. I don't think he plays.
I don't think he plays. Yeah. I don't think any of the starters play.
Okay, so now this is a good segue.
Yeah.
Here's the question. This is the biggest question going into this game.
Yeah.
What happens with Dameon Pierce tomorrow? Because I think the range for Dameon Pierce tomorrow ranges from he does not play, he is a made guy.
Right.
It's the offensive line's fault that he's not getting going, which I don't believe to be true.
Which is that's what D'Amico cited the other day.
Said it 2 days ago that it's just he's not getting the opportunities. There's defenders there when he hits the hole. It's just a lot. There's a lot of stuff going on. So I think the range is that Dameon Pierce is in street clothes and he's ready for week 1 to what it should be, which is Dameon Pierce plays and gets several touches to really get a good read on whether or not he belongs in this system.
I think there's one of two things. One is he plays, and I don't think it's as diagnostic as much at this point as it would be perhaps putting him out there with a very limited game plan and just telling him, hey, just go. Just go. We'll just simplify it as much as possible on a bunch of gap scheme type stuff, powers and pin and pulls or whatever.
Would that be showcasing him?
Yeah. I think that I honestly feel that he's just not he's not grasping right now this system, and I think he would be better in another style system. And because you can't go into the regular season and have a running back where the defense knows like, oh, they've got a limited playbook here with this guy, so we know what we're going to see. His superpower is breaking tackles. Now, this is the other part of it. Other teams are going to look at Dameon Pierce, and they're going to say, okay, we understand that it's a scheme mismatch, but he used to break tackles.
Yeah.
He hasn't broken tackles in 2 years, really. What's going on there? My personal feeling is that he just needs to get back up to his rookie playing weight. I think whatever quickness he gained has not been enough to make him a genuinely quick NFL running back. And yet he's lost that power that he used to have.
Yeah.
He needs to get back up to his rookie playing weight and get in a scheme that he's more comfortable in.
He needs a personal chef who brings junk food to him.
Yeah.
He needs a personal chef, but all they make are quesadillas and cheeseburgers. They bring a sundae bar over there.
Honestly, though, I know you're joking, but I think that there is an avenue by which he could be better than he was in 2022, which is get back up to that weight, but be a more polished version of that body weight,
sure.
like a leaner version of that weight.
Yeah.
But that's just, man, like anybody who's played football out there knows, like just from high school football, there's things, sometimes you gain weight and you can just feel, even if your bench press hasn't gone up all that much or whatever, that extra ballast, that extra junk in your trunk, it just makes you stronger on the football field. It's not just the weight room strength. It's the actual just force equals mass times acceleration. Your body weight makes a big, the mass part of that, it makes a difference. And I think he needs that mass.
Think he plays tomorrow? I think he plays.
I think he plays, and I think they try to get some out. And the other part of this, too, is, like, if the starting offensive line did play, all right, some of these other guys, like British Brooks or Jawar Jordan or whomever else, J.J. Taylor, I feel like they deserve I want to see what they do behind the starting offensive line.
100% with you on this. Yes, yes.
So, because maybe, okay, let's say theoretically, yeah, they've had some nice runs, but it was against second and third stringers where, all right, maybe Damian can do the same thing. Then you got a little bit more of a level playing field. But that's one of the annoying things that comes in when you're talking about Dameon Pierce is, yes, the blocking hasn't been good, but that doesn't mean that I'm excusing the old Dameon Pierce. It doesn't matter that there's an unblocked guy. He would have broken at least one tackle.
Right.
Break one tackle at some point this preseason.
Yep. All right, so I think that to me is the most intriguing storyline for tomorrow is what happens with Dameon Pierce. Does he play? Does he not play? If he plays, what does it look like? That's number one. Number two, how does this wide receiver room shake out? This might be the deepest position group
in all of football.
But the deepest one that I've covered since I've been covering the Texans. This is a really good wide receiver room. Before we get thoughts on it here, here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday. Xavier Hutchinson and Robert Woods both had good days yesterday. Mm-hmm. They are two of the guys that are kind of fighting for their lives right now in this receiver room.
Hutchinson and Rob Woods, they've been making plays all camp. And it's the same today, guys. We've been consistent and made plays all throughout camp. There's two guys you can count on, Hutch and Woods. They've been making plays, so no surprises that they made plays today for us.
I honestly, okay, so I'll look at the 11 guys right now on this. I won't name all of them, but the few guys are definitely going to make the team. I mean, like, who would you not want on the team? Let's look at it through that filter.
Okay.
Who would you not want on the team? Robert Woods, Noah Brown.
Yeah, I like him.
John Mechie.
Yep.
Xavier Hutchinson.
Yeah, he's good.
Steven Sims.
Good return guy, yeah.
Ben Skoranek.
I like Skoranek.
Quintez Cephas.
Cephas has done some things.
Johnny Johnson III.
Johnny Johnson's done a few
things.
He's
flashed. Like those last two, I get like that's, you're not going to shed a tear or anything.
Dude.
Quintez Cephas has had some highlight moments, and it just...
Let's start. Gene made this team back in the day on a good Texans team. You know what I mean? Like in
normal circumstances, if I find out that Johnny Johnson made the team, like, all right, yeah,
as your fifth or sixth wide receiver, in past iterations of the Houston Texans, Johnny Johnson and Quintez Cephas are probably on the team as a fifth or sixth wide receiver.
The hardest thing about trading some of these guys is that the Texans have created like a micro buyer's market. Because the Texans have so many guys that they might think about trading away that teams are like
competing with themselves.
Other teams are like, you can't possibly trade all of them. We're just going to wait and see which one of these guys hit waivers, and we'll pick that guy up.
Yeah.
So I do think I predict there will be at least one transaction amongst the wide receivers where a guy is announced that he's getting cut. And then all of a sudden you find out the old sixth-round swap.
The old T.J. Yates, Akeem Dent
or
trade.
Joe Mixon. Remember, it was announced that Joe Mixon was getting released, and then the Texans.
Carlos Hyde.
Yeah.
Carlos Hyde for Martinez Rankins back in the day.
Oh, that's right.
Remember that?
Yeah, Martinez Rankins.
That was actually a good trade by Bill O'Brien, actually.
Yeah.
They were going to cut Martinez Rankins. They ended up getting a 1,000-yard rusher out of it. So how does the wide receiver room shake out? To me, the biggest question mark is how are they viewing Noah Brown, who hasn't practiced in like 3 weeks, but when he was practicing was viewed as a lock to make the team. So there's that. How do the quarterbacks get used? We kind of touched on that with debating whether or not CJ would play in this game. Does Davis Mills play in the game? Like I could see this being give half to Keenum and half to Boyle, and this is our third string battle going on? Because Nick was pretty adamant that Davis Mills is the backup quarterback. I know about last year, and they put Keenum in the week 15 and whatnot. But Davis Mills is on this team as the backup quarterback.
I think if they stick the starting offensive line out there with the instructions like, just look better. Just figure it out, damn it. Yeah. This is the final dress rehearsal.
That's what you would tell them.
Yeah. It feels like a Broadway show where everything's all a mess, but then everything comes together on opening night.
It's magic.
You know how much you and I are big show tune fans.
Huge.
And they got to figure it out. This is a final dress rehearsal. Yeah. You got to look better than you've been looking, and you haven't all sang the big closing number together yet. We want to see that. I almost feel like if the starters go out there on the offensive line, then just go ahead and put Davis Mills out there.
Yes, I agree.
And, just get the operation flowing for a couple series, hopefully.
Yeah.
But I would, the most likely scenario is that Case Keenum gets the first half and Boyle gets the second half.
That's what I would predict, too.
Yeah.
I would predict that. And there's part of me with the run game. I'm like, okay, if they run the ball well tomorrow afternoon, but it's not with the first string offensive line out there, do I even get excited about this? Mm-hmm. Great, they ran it with a bunch of guys going against the Rams 2s and 3s. It's all a bunch of guys who aren't. All I care about, at this point, is what does the final roster look like, and what does Week 1 against the Colts look like?
I think the thing about Joe Mixon is that it's noticeable the difference when he's out there. There's not another running back in that room that's built and moves the way he does, and some of the blocking, I'm not as distraught over the bad run blocking by the offensive line right this moment, just because Joe Mixon is the guy that does what you should do when you're a good back, is that he can turn nothing into something, and that's so you can have, especially if they're facing light boxes because of all the receiving talent on the field. It's not going to be a decrepit run game to begin with, but my standard for this squad is they have the physical potential to be elite, and if you want to be elite, you got to figure out that little detail of blocking.
Yes.
But so that's why I'm not panicking about the run game. I don't want it to be something that's a work in progress the whole first half of the season.
Yeah. Next question. So we've got, we talked about Pierce, the wide receiver room, quarterbacks, running game. Allie Gay is interesting.
Yeah.
Can Allie Gay Duke Ejiofor his way onto this team?
I think the thing about Allie Gay is he has upside as a pass rusher, and you can see it. There's a little kernel there. He's got these really long arms, and over the last couple of years, he's learned how to use them. When he came out of LSU, he looked almost, in a lot of ways, he was almost like a colt, like a baby horse, Mm-hmm. It's just they're all limbs, but they're not quite coordinated, but they can gallop around and everything.
You go, they're going to be something someday.
Yeah. And I feel like he's kind of grown into his gelding body. Well, no, gelding wouldn't be the right one. He's grown into a full-grown horse. I think they probably like him against the run, and that he's developing as a pass rusher. And I think that he's been getting so many reps just because they want to keep seeing him develop. So I don't know if they would. I don't know if they could expect him to clear waivers.
Right. And maybe this Danico Autry suspension gives you sort of an extra defensive end spot, at least early on, to keep him. He's number 90 if you're going to the game tomorrow. He stands out.
It's hard to miss.
He stands out.
He's tall.
He stands out, and he has been getting a good long look from this coaching staff and front office. He played 33 snaps against the Steelers, and he played a team-high 43 snaps against the Giants.
He almost looks like that's who I keep thinking of when outside. It's almost like Mario Williams in a way, like a skinnier Mario Williams. He's not as athletic as Mario, but he's just
Mario when he arrived at NC State kind of thing.
Probably. He's not as he's just not as bulked up as Mario was. He's not a freak of nature, but he takes up a lot of space, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes
long arms.
There's no accounting for geometry sometimes.
Yeah.
Geometry matters, and sometimes those long guys are just a pain in the ass because they screw up the angles for the offense.
Last one. I'm really curious what this team's plans are, the Texans, in the return game. They've been trotting so many guys out there at practice to return kicks, and it matters for the final composition of the roster because if you list the likely candidates to be the returners, Steven Sims, well, he's a bubble guy at wide receiver. Desmond King returns punts sometimes. He's a bubble guy at cornerback.
Yeah.
Dameon Pierce returns kicks sometimes. Could that be their excuse to keep Dameon Pierce on the team? Is we need him to return kicks. I'm spitballing everything because it feels like they're spitballing everything right now.
Well, I'm glad you brought up the kickoff return with Dameon because then the kickoff return he had in the game last week,
hideous.
It just he looked like he was thinking his way through everything. Yeah, instead of just letting it rip.
Yeah. Yep.
We need to get this kickoff return. I watch these NFL on the NFL YouTube channel. They put out like 10-minute long highlight reels, and they'll throw like every kickoff return in there, and like ones that go to the 31. Like, I see, I get it. It's new. It's not a highlight for me.
They're marketing it to you.
That's a hell of a way to market.
Take a look.
It's like if Bayway was like, yeah, here's
windows blown out.
Here's a car we don't think we'll ever sell.
Fender hanging off. Yeah. We got our first taste of Laramie Tunsil at the podium yesterday. He was pretty brief on most of his answers, but there were some good ones in here. This was interesting. His very first thing he did, he thanked Nick and D'Amico for allowing him to have this plan to come back from his knee surgery.
First and foremost, I want to say thank you to D'Amico and Nick Casario for just taking care of me. Coming off off-season surgery with my knee, got that cleaned up and rolled with the plan that Texas gave me, so I appreciate it so much.
All right. Remember this the next time the tackle market gets reset by somebody and you're putting those side-eye emojis out there looking for your $30 million a year, man.
You know what the Texans did? They gave him a protocol. They did what the Rockets wouldn't do for Royce White. Right. Mostly because Royce White wouldn't help them give them a protocol at all. This is the Royce White situation was, I need a protocol.
Yeah.
And the Rockets would say, well, like, we're trying to give. Right. You won't talk to us.
You're right.
That's the first step in communication is actually communicating.
This is protocol gone well right here.
Yeah, good protocol.
Good
Texans.
job, Nick and D'Amico.
You guys could have beat Steph Curry.
Yeah.
With Royce White as your champion.
How do you think Tunsil looks?
I think he looks like he's still working his way into form.
Okay.
Look, there's just like it is with Joe Mixon, there's a marked difference in how the offense looks when Laramie Tunsil is out there.
Yeah.
And I would include Kenyon Green in that because in this offense, when executed properly, no can defend. But you gotta execute it properly, and it helps to have a veteran next to him. So, Laramie Tunsil he's an incredible pass protector. He's not anything to brag about as a run blocker, but he is integrated into the system and he knows what he's doing and he does a good job of it. He's just super athletic. It makes it easier for a guy like Kenyon Green to know when to pass off his block, to go up, to climb up to a linebacker, etc. when you got a guy like Laramie Tunsil. So there's an additive effect there. He's a force multiplier.
He's a force
Sean.
multiplier? Okay,
yes.
I like that.
Not like a Daniel Jones force multiplier, factor of 0. He actually gives you a positive number at the end of the day.
Got some more Daniel Jones stuff coming up here in a little bit. Payne and Pendergast with you. We got some Anthony Richardson conjecture coming up as well here shortly. A little bit more from Tunsil. Let's play Guess the Answer.
Okay.
He was asked about Blake Fisher. What do you think he thinks about Blake Fisher?
He thinks he's a dog.
Let's hear what he thinks about Blake Fisher.
Dog. He's a dog, man. He's a dog. I like Blake. He works hard. He studies hard, and he gets it done, man. So I like Blake a lot.
Yep, dog.
I think he might actually be a dog, Blake Fisher.
I think he is at heart. Yeah, he's just
not like Justin Britt when Laramie called him a dog.
Hey. Well, I think Justin Britt was a dog. We couldn't find him. He left. Justin Britt's off running down the road with a chain still on, carrying the doghouse behind him. He's that kind of dog. He just he's got a lot of spirit, but we don't know where he is.
Where the hell did he go?
Yeah.
Blake Fisher though, actual dog?
Not yet, but he can be. He's got the potential. Yeah. Laramie calls everybody a dog. He called Davis Mills a dog.
He called David Johnson a dog.
Called David Johnson a dog. It loses its effect after a while.
Credibility. Yeah.
Like when you tell your wife she's pretty, like after a while she's like, yeah, whatever. All right, it's just you say that all the time.
Yeah, but you mean it.
Right, yeah, but it wears over time.
But calling David Johnson and Davis Mills is like calling some hideous chick pretty.
That's true. No, that's what it's like. It's like you telling your wife she's pretty, but then also like ogling.
It's like the Seinfeld episode where that doctor called everybody breathtaking.
Yeah.
Elaine's like, "Ooh, I'm breathtaking," and then he calls the ugly baby breathtaking.
You're like, boy, hey, honey, you're so Randy. Every day I just look at you and I think you're so beautiful. And then we're watching Blossom, and I'm like, oh, Blossom, wow, boy, we should set her up with my nephew.
What the hell? Yeah. Everybody's a dog.
We watch a lot of Blossom.
Do you? One more from Laramie Tunsil. Apparently, this is how you try to get under Laramie's skin. Social media rankings of different positions or position groups.
Yeah.
He wasn't really taking the bait yesterday.
Who is this, PFF? Who was the rankings? PFS? I don't know. I don't want to say too much on that, but it's whatever. We just got to go out there and work hard and get it done.
Yeah, I think I'm guessing whoever asked the question, and I apologize to whoever did. I couldn't tell. I'm guessing it was those rankings that you and I kind of went through the other day by ESPN, where they ranked all the position groups 1 through 32, and the Texans' offensive line was 28th in the league. I'm guessing that's what it was, probably, but it doesn't sound like Laramie's seen it, which I think is good.
Right. Well, I don't know. And those guys see. I think one of the offensive linemen tweeted out a side eye emoji or something on one of those rankings.
About that?
I don't like seeing. This is where I'm a grumpy old man sometimes. I don't like the offensive line being involved in the media at all.
Yeah.
I like the old Denver Broncos. They would get fined if they even did an interview. They were, back when they were in their Super Bowl days, they were just steadfastly like, no.
Sounds like a fun work environment.
Well, it is. You're supposed to be the dirty, down and dirty, blue-collar dudes.
So is it just O-line for you when it comes to that?
Yeah, it's just O-line.
Just O-line.
I want them to be fat, stank, just want to go out and run blocks type of dudes.
That's not this group.
No.
This group's got, like, Gucci handbags.
Yeah.
Closets full of Jordans.
But they're dogs. They're all dogs.
But they're dogs.
Every single one of them
are dogs.
Yeah.
They're dogs, yeah. The side-eye emoji to the rankings. Where are you on players retweeting their own highlights?
I like that's the age we live in. That's what you do. You got to promote the brand, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
Who did it?
Stingley does it sometimes. I think guys do it fairly regularly.
Stingley doesn't run his social media account.
Okay.
Or at least not his Twitter. He's not on Twitter at all. He says he has somebody run that for him because he sees how much negativity there is.
So is it okay if someone's doing it for them on their social media?
100% then, yeah.
Gotcha.
It's okay for any of them to do it. I'm cool with it. It's not... it's just the culture.
Sound like
changed.
it's okay.
I'm not going to criticize it because it's just commonplace.
Yeah.
It's not. I would prefer that they didn't, but it's just that's what the world is now. I don't look at a guy that does it and be like, well, I don't know about that. How's that going to play in the locker room? Yeah,
it plays fine in these locker rooms these days. We're getting some react to Anthony Richardson, talking about him in headlines. Anthony Richardson only does short passes. We're not worried about this bum. I don't know why bum is such a funny word to me. Middle Screen points out, Coach Middle Screen, loyal listener, points out, and you watched all of Anthony Richardson. I didn't get to see Anthony Richardson play last night.
Yeah.
But apparently, in addition to the pick six, there was a strip sack fumble, which the Colts fell on, which if Cincinnati falls on that, then that's maybe a much different narrative today than just, hey, it's a pick six.
Yeah, were people excusing the pick six? Or
No, I'm just saying, like, people like me who didn't see the game.
Yeah.
If I saw, it's a pick six, okay, well, that's one play. What else did he do? If I seen that he also lost a fumble.
I didn't know what the narrative was because I wasn't impressed at all with him. This is the thing. Yeah, on these short passes over the middle where you have Alec Pierce going against undrafted rookie free agents and everything. Yeah, he looked really good. Like this is the beautiful intoxicant that Anthony Richardson is. On his good plays, he looks unbelievable.
Like an alien.
The velocity, the seeming touch on the good plays, it's crazy. And it's hard not to be intoxicated by that. But then on his bad plays, he looks completely inept. And then his arm is so strong that he has some of the worst footwork and fundamentals of any starting quarterback you've ever seen, but he gets away with it a lot of the time until he doesn't, And so it gives me agita because I think about that's the kind of guy that can be on a 6-11 team. Except on any given Sunday, he's when his mistakes don't come to roost, he destroys you.
2 of the 6 are against your team.
He just absolutely destroys you, and especially when you factor in the RPOs. Like when they factor in the run game, if they start off the season running him 15 to 20 times a game or something, I think they're going to be like a lawnmower through their schedule.
They're going to do that in week 1 against the Texans.
He will get hurt though, 100%. He will if they choose to do that.
Yep.
So it's fascinating. I think long-term, I'm not worried about it unless he figures out a way to clean all this stuff up. He's got this sidearm delivery, which it's impressive, but it's not like he's doing it when he needs to do it. It's every down.
Yeah.
So I'm like, it's for him, the changeup is when he has to throw over the top. So I'm fascinated by how's it going to play out over time when he's dealing in compressed pockets and everything. I think it's going to be a train wreck long-term. But just like Vince Young in his rookie year, there's still, until the book is written on him, you don't know exactly how to attack the guy. It could be ugly ugly for opponents in the short term.
Yeah. The strip sack, my point was it would have been like 2 turnovers instead of 1, and he would have lost it 2 different ways. So I'm guessing that would have found its way into more headlines and, kind of gotten into people's brains a little bit.
He's got so many throws, because we saw this last year, where he'll make some really nice throws, and people are like, thought he wasn't accurate.
Right.
It's like, nobody thought he was going to go out and complete 20% of his passes.
Orlovsky did that. I'm like, Dan, you're a smart guy.
No, he's capable of making some immaculate deep ball throws. Yeah. It's how consistently can you do it. Okay. People used to do it with Tebow. Yeah. Because Tebow would throw a nice post or something or a drag, and you're like, thought he couldn't throw. Yep. We're like, no, he can't do that all the time. That's the problem.
Here was Kirk Herbstreit last night on the broadcast. So Amazon had the game last night. So it was Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit. And if you're trying to get a gauge for where Anthony Richardson is right now, and again, this is who the Texans are going against 2 weeks from Sunday. So this is relevant to the Houston Texans. Yeah. Now, I think what Kirk Herbstreit is bringing up doesn't affect week 1. Anthony Richardson, barring injury, will be the starter. But the fact that Anthony Richardson is getting brought up in this conversation you're about to hear, I think is emblematic and indicative of where he is right now as a quarterback, probably. Herbstreit brings up the possibility of a QB controversy with Richardson and Joe Flacco.
Yeah. Let me ask you something here. If you're Shane Steichen, best case scenario, Anthony Richardson, he lives up to what we all hope he can do. Running, throwing, he's healthy. His team has a great year, and he's a superstar, right? What if he struggles? What if he has a good drive or a good game and then a bad game, a good game and a bad game? He's a pick. Everybody's kind of expecting him to be the guy. You got a guy like Joe Flacco with the roster they have. I just wonder how you handle that if it goes down that path. If you're Shane Steichen, because you know what you're going to get in Joe Flacco.
2023
Do we really? Acting like you know what you're going to get with Joe. That was honestly, I feel like that was the least criticized thing. Nobody brought that part up because they're talking about everybody was roasting Herbstreit because of the concept of them benching their high draft pick QB and everything, who is the future, was more, they were roasting him for that. No, you don't know what you have in Joe Flacco. They
watch the playoffs.
Yeah, that was the Joe Flacco I've seen as of late.
Came to know and love.
I think that I don't think Herbstreit should have gotten roasted as hard as he did. I think his problem was in the way he set it up. He said, "Has a good game, has a bad game, has a good game, has a bad." Well, yeah,
they're going to play.
They're going to play through that. Yeah. The scenario you got to ask about is like Bryce Young last year, where he mysteriously sat out a couple of games for a minor injury that might not have even been an injury, where maybe he just needed to clear his head. It would have to be a sustained stretch of ineptitude.
Yes,
and which is in the cards. So I don't think Herbstreit was as off the mark, but I think it was the way he set it up. Like, no, if he has some really good games and some really bad games, he's just going to keep on
playing.
They'll
play through it, and they'll try to go 9-8. Yeah. That's what they'll do.
And more egregiously, no, you don't know what you have with Joe Flacco.
Right,
you just flat out don't know.
Right, yeah. Those 5 games at the end of the year for Flacco got in Herbstreit's head there. The other quarterback that's getting roasted hard this week, Daniel Jones. And I feel like the Texans have a lot to do with this. I feel like you can thank Derek Barnett for forcing that pick 6 to Petrie, and Derek Stingley Jr. for making a great grab on an interception, because those 2 picks against the Texans starters, when Daniel Jones went 2 for 6 for like 18 yards, 2 picks and another should have been pick 6 to Stingley, that set, I don't even call it a narrative. This may be actuality that Daniel Jones just stinks. Sauce Gardner, the Jets and the Giants have been practicing together this week. The pauses that you're going to hear, and I didn't ask you to take the pauses out of this because they're relevant. Sauce Gardner was asked, what do you think of Daniel Jones? And these pauses, like Sauce Gardner is clearly thinking, like, what do I say about this guy who is not very good at football?
What was your opinion or takeaway on Daniel Jones?
He's a good quarterback. You feel me? I thought I was about to pick him off today. I had a little cloud rep. He had looked at the last minute to try to throw the check down to Wan'Dale. I thought I had to pick, but he kept it. Man.
can't figure out what to say.
The competitive periods, it was very competitive, man. It was great. Like, I had fun out there today.
This is really
I don't really know what to say. Like,
He said afterwards that he had just gotten distracted by something.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
That's a good excuse.
I wonder if he got distracted by a funny joke he was going to make about Daniel Jones, and then he put on the brakes a little bit. We go through this sometimes when there's I've got a really good joke I want to make, but I also enjoy not getting canceled.
Well, yeah.
And I kind of
Sauce Gardner's not governed by the FCC.
When I stop mid-sentence and I'm like, I
know exactly what you're talking about.
I think he had a good Daniel Jones roast ready to go.
Use it.
The whole thing
Sauce Gardner getting tamed now?
There are people trying to downplay it. Say he's like, whatever. He didn't actually say anything. You can't assume you knew what he was going to say. But did you watch that Daniel Jones performance? Yeah, Daniel Jones is.
He sucks.
He's not. I don't even know what they're waiting for him to become.
Right.
I don't know what are they trying to reclaim or see, because he hasn't really shown it.
Even the best version of him in 2022 wasn't all that great.
Right.
They paid it like it was.
Yeah.
The team was decent, but even
they were
in that
decent
season,
for a half season.
Right.
They sputtered down the stretch.
They
and then
did.
because they had a nice performance against the Vikings in the playoffs.
Right.
People thought that, this is the real Daniel Jones.
That's where you got to be careful what you wish for. It's a little like Jose Abreu in the September and October that he had last year.
Yeah.
Because if all of a sudden you get duped into thinking that something that is actually bad, if you get duped just by a brief sample that it's good, you can delude yourself. And that's what the Giants did when they gave Daniel Jones $160 million.
Can I briefly remind you that in that 2022 season in which they felt like, there's something here.
Right. They paid him for this.
Guess how many yards he threw for? Not that I don't usually like passing yardage.
I'm gonna say 3,200.
Yeah, it was 3,200. Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, it was 3,200. Yeah.
On the nose?
Yeah, 3,205. Loser.
Dude, that would win both showcases on Price is Right.
15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, 3,200 yards passing. That was
15 touchdowns, 5 interceptions, and 3,200 yards tells me they just didn't use him.
They were awesome in 1993,
right.
Sean. That was like, man, you could go in there and who is this, Boomer Esiason?
I remember back
wow.
I remember when I was a kid watching the Air Coryell teams with Dan Fouts.
Yeah.
When the only two quarterbacks to throw for 4,000 yards in league history were Joe Namath and Dan Fouts.
Sean, that 3,205 yards was his career high watermark.
Of course it was.
My God.
Oh. Dude, Giants fans just have to be. Oh my God, they paid him and they gave him $160 million. You couldn't find somebody to do that?
No.
Instead of Daniel Jones?
Not in 1993, Sean. It was really hard.
It was
really,
hard
really
in
hard to do. No, Sean, you want to win the NFC East in 1993. You're going up against what? Oh, the Giants. Yeah, but
yeah, back then. A lot of people weighing in on what they think is going to happen with the Texans roster. Do you guys think Cam Akers plays tomorrow? Any chance? Okay, now this would be something. Any chance Akers is in street clothes and DP plays?
I don't think that would be that notable. Yeah, Dameon Pierce needs to prove himself.
But Cam Akers being treated like a starter and Pierce playing would be noteworthy.
The other dynamic with Cam Akers is that you got to remember, coming off his second Achilles tendon tear.
Maybe.
So if maybe they've seen enough from him and they're like, all right, let's be sure you're good and ready to go.
It would mean he's made the team, though.
Yeah, I think he's made the team.
You think he's made the team?
I think he is a much better fit. I don't think that. You can't get fooled by the highlight reel stuff with Cam Akers, because there were a lot of times in Minnesota last year when he's a smaller guy. He ran into a brick wall at times, but then he does have flashes of power.
Yeah.
So he hasn't been the same guy since his first Achilles tendon tear in 2021. It's just a matter of I think they probably feel like we can use him in spells.
Yeah.
And we'll see. We'll see how it all turns out. But he provides something for us right now that the other backs on the roster don't.
I'm with you. He'd be on my 53.
Yeah.
But him being in street clothes would be like, wow. Okay,
yeah, it wouldn't be notable to me just because of his injury issues.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And he's already you've got enough with him time in a similar system to feel like what he's got. The other young guys you're still trying to figure things out about.
All right, flag football. We got talking about this the other day. Seth's trying to get Tank Dell onto the flag football team in 2028. I'm here for that. After watching some of these highlights, Tank Dell might be one of the only guys that could go from the NFL to this flag football. You're going to hear some audio from a flag football star. And if you haven't heard this yet, stay tuned. Do you agree with what Hoosh Doucette?
I've got a stark disagreement with the midday guys on this.
You do?
Yeah.
Okay.
All three of them.
Okay, good. Well, we will get to that coming up next. But first...
5.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Damn, Ben, you caught me mid-cracker.
Mid-cracker?
Mid-cracker, there we go.
You've been a full-blown cracker your whole life. Nobody's ever looked at you and been like, is he part Puerto Rican? Is that... Oh my God.
Thanks, Antonio Brown.
You're whistling down. You're walking down the street in a top hat, whistling show tunes.
Oh,
I was cracker-ass cracker.
It's as cracker as it gets. Oh, man. No, I was starving during the break, so I went into Jesse Watt's studio in there and pilfered the rest of her crackers that she had in there.
She's got a lot of crackers.
She's got a lot of crackers.
She's
out. She had surgery, so she's been out for 10 days, so I got a lot of snacks to replace in that studio in there.
How long is she going to be out for?
I don't know.
Okay.
She's getting back pretty soon. Shout out to Jesse Watt. Get well soon.
From your favorite crackers.
From your two favorite crackers, Payne and Pendergast. So this Daryl Doucette, nicknamed Hoosh, he is the face of flag football here in the United States. Flag football's been a topic this week because the story that came out that the NFL is going to try to get some NFL players on this 2028 flag football team that's going to participate in the Olympics.
Right.
In 4 years.
Yeah.
And so I've learned a little bit about flag football over the last few days, about the rules. I guess 5-on-5 is the international
at first
rules.
you thought it was just like the same as 7-on-7.
I did.
And it's just, it's not. Yeah. For one, I mean, the existence of a flag is the big thing. That's my biggest question about it with flag football is obviously the rules are different and everything. But that the two things are, one, body weight doesn't matter at all. So NFL players, there are a lot of really good flag football players who have all the skill set to be an NFL player, except they're just way too small. So those guys exist. They're out there. And it's not just a guarantee that all these NFL all-pro wide receivers are as quick and athletic and as good a wide receiver in flag football. You got a bunch of little speed demons out there at times.
There's literally no physicality allowed.
Right.
Like there's no bump at the line of
even
scrimmage.
7-on-7, it's one-hand touch. There's nothing at all.
You can't jam a guy at the line of scrimmage or anything like that. So this Daryl Doucette is the quarterback. He's the quarterback of the U.S. flag football team. And he did an interview with TMZ. And I'm assuming other flag football guys maybe feel a little disrespected by this assumption that it's going to be NFL guys all playing in this thing in 2028. He said he wants the NFL guys to have to compete for a spot on the team.
I love the fact that they want to play and that they want to come out and compete. But at the end of the day, we want the same process that we've been having to play. We have to try out, and so do they. I don't want to be like they're entitled because of their names to be able to just automatically be on the team. And that's what it sounds like from the flag football world.
Okay. I get that.
Yeah, I get that. I really get that.
Yep.
Especially when, everything we just talked about. It's not the same game. It's like thinking that the best baseball player in the world can go play cricket and be awesome the very first day he plays cricket.
Right.
It's probably, it's different. It's different. You're going to, So how much time would a guy have to devote, even if he's a world-class, one of the best football players who ever lived, to actually
play a different
get good
sport
at flag football on the same level as some of these other guys, many of whom are just as athletic as NFL players, they're just not as big.
A lot smaller, yeah. Now, this is what grabbed the headlines, and this is what probably put Doucette in the crosshairs of people like In the Loop, who had a different take on this than you're about to have here. But Doucette said, I'm better than Patrick Mahomes.
At the end of the day, I feel like I'm better than Patrick Mahomes because of my IQ of the game. I know he's right now the best in the league. I know he's more accurate. I know he has all these intangibles. But when it comes to flag football, I feel like I know more than him.
Okay.
Yeah. I think he does. You've watched him play, right?
Yeah.
This is immediately.
Yeah, he would go to the combine and get laughed off the field because he's got a janky release.
Yeah.
And it's
but the biggest thing, and when you watch his highlights, at least I'm not breaking down film, but the flag element, even the elusiveness is completely different because he's going into deep knee bends and then popping up. It's all about keeping the flag away from the defender. So you're not trying to spin out of contact or anything. It's like you're keeping the flag away from the defender. And then on the defense side, there's a lot of hand-eye coordination and reps that you need to get good at snatching that flag off of ridiculously fast athletes.
What was in the loop treating this guy like he was a joke?
They were acting like, well, maybe it would take Pat Mahomes about a week to be as good as him in flag football. And I just don't, maybe a more realistic comparison would be an MMA fighter versus a boxer. You take a really good boxer and throw him into MMA, and he's not gonna win. I know Conor McGregor wasn't at the height of his power or anything, but you put Conor McGregor against a really good boxer in a boxing match, and it was no contest.
Right.
They extended it out as long as they needed to and did what he did. But it's just they're similar but different enough that I don't think it's so simple that you could just plop down a bunch of NFL players.
So you're Team Hoosh.
I'm Team Hoosh.
Yeah.
I've been Hoosh a long time.
Hoosh.
About 11 hours now going on.
He probably just needed a PR person to get with him before the interview and say, don't say anything. Or maybe he wanted to. He's more people know who this guy is now for him saying I'm better than Mahomes than knew who he was a week ago.
I'm just saying, NFL, if you're interested in demonstrating your supremacy and everything, you might want to sit this one out. It might just might turn into all of a sudden throw the Eastern Europeans a basketball. Oh, they'll have a good time with it. Oh, yeah.
They do. They do.
How awesome are we now, America?
Oh,
Yep. It's funny. I had a friend in college who had been he was in the Peace Corps before for a couple of years, and he was in Eastern Europe, and it was back when they were just discovering basketball in the early 90s, and they loved it. But there was like a hoop in this town, and my friend was like a high school basketball player, not even an all-star basketball player or anything, and he became a legend in that town.
Oh yeah,
because he was just he was making all these circus shots by their estimation.
You mean a reverse layup?
Yeah, or a jump shot.
Yeah.
And they've come a bit of a way since then.
They have. They definitely have. They definitely have. Tank would eat at this flag football thing.
I think he has the potential to, but he'd have to. This is the thing. I think they'd have to devote a lot of serious time to it.
I don't mean day one.
Right, so I don't want him, though. I don't want him working on that. I want him working on being better for the Texans playing American 11-man football.
I agree with you,
Yeah, I honestly think that football people are overestimating the just how dominant they would be in this, which isn't even the same game. This happens, Sean, in militaries all the time. Well, especially back in the day when there was way more nationalistic pride. The Americans thought these Japanese, they think they can fly airplanes, and then they're like, in World War II. Hey, what the hell was that?
Hey, they can fly airplanes.
They were good, actually. Yeah, they were really pretty damn good at it.
I don't know, man. I feel like Tank would get up to speed pretty quick.
But it would take time and energy and effort. Okay, because
I mean 2 days.
Sean, I've seen the same thing in rugby. I've seen the same thing in rugby. Ridiculously good athletes get out there, and they realize very quickly it's a completely different game.
Yeah.
Aside from the strategy and everything else, there's an endurance element to it that is just way more than what they're accustomed to,
and it's not
so simple.
From the 30 minutes that I've watched of flag football in my life, I feel like my expert opinion is Tank would eat.
I think it's arrogance and hubris that Roger Goodell thinks of course, we'll bless them with some of our players. Yes, we'll just go ahead. Here you go. Take some of our finest.
Dude, 5-on-5.
Yeah,
is what it is.
Yeah, so there's an endurance element in that too. There's a lot of space and a lot of ground to cover.
Yeah, man.
In the NFL, that's where the Patriots did this really well versus the Eagles in the Super Bowl. The Eagles came out and played man, and they were going to play man all game long. So the Patriots were like, all right, we're just going to run crossers after crossers after crossers and just make guys cover all over the field.
You're going to be tired.
And by the second half, they tired the defense out.
Yep. All right, let's head into the 8 o'clock hour here. Texans are not for everybody. The Houston Texans are not for everybody. Everybody was asked about this yesterday.
Yeah, there was some dude out there that was
clearly doing a story on how the Texans are not for everybody, but he got some good stuff, especially from D'Amico Ryans, and probably something Seth can relate to, having been a former Houston Texan, as to why it is so difficult to be a Houston Texan. That is next.
Trajan Welt. It's difficult to plan your retirement, or so it seems. That's where sometimes it holds people back, but it doesn't have to.
insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Just looking at, we'll talk about the Astros a little later. I'm looking at an article Ken Rosenthal just retweeted. Orioles ace Corbin Burns aims for World Series and eyes free agency. Probably before last night's game is when he was doing that. The Astros shelled him.
I got to retract my ding.
Seth's having trouble turning his microphone on today.
It's not physically.
No.
I have no problem turning it on. It's remembering to turn it on. That's my issue.
Yeah.
So, Corbin Burns taken to the woodshed by the Astros.
Shellacked.
Right.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Spencer Arrighetti turning into the version that every single one of us knew he could be back in April. We thought, yes, this is all. Don't worry, everybody. These are just the minor little issues here in May.
ERAs flipped on these guys because Arrighetti sure looked like the 3.28 guy last night, and Burns looked like the 4.94. I don't know, man. I don't know.
Arrighetti, man.
Arrighetti should be eyeing free agency 8 years from now or whenever.
Arrighetti's got a firiness to him that's just feeling more and more like a Clemens fire almost.
And the hair flowing, too, helps.
Yeah, well, that's where the Lance McCullers,
mound.
like the best version of Lance McCullers is that when he's on the mound and he looks like he wants to fight everybody.
Yes.
Arrighetti's got a little bit of that.
Yep. So D'Amico Ryans was asked yesterday, as were everybody else who went to the podium. We hear all this talk about the Texans not being for everybody. Will Anderson said it in an interview. Aziz Al-Shire did a piece with DJ Bieneme of ESPN where he went deep on why not everybody is cut out to be a Houston Texan. Here was D'Amico Ryans getting asked about that yesterday. What is it about the Texans that's not for everybody?
For me, it's just a style of play. Right? It's how we play. It's a relentless style of play. It's a swarming mentality from all of our entire team. And it's hard here, right? First, starting with the conditions in which we work in, it's not the same anywhere else, right? We work in different conditions. It's a little tougher. Guys have to be able to handle that. And the biggest thing is not complaining about it. Like, we're going to work hard. We're going to be physical. We're going to play fast. We're going to practice fast. And, guys, you're about that, then you could probably make it here.
And I think I loved hearing D'Amico talk about that because we were joking about it yesterday. Like they're out there in the heat every day, and they likely won't play a game in hot weather this year because they won't. They're in covered stadiums and playing up north most of the time, so they might not play a single hot weather game. So you might think, well, what are they actually really getting ready for with the heat? I think that D'Amico, one of the things I like about him when you start mixing the new age analytics and sports science of recovery and all of that, that's all stuff that on the physical side of things is meant to enhance your recovery. And sometimes I think there's some people that take it to such an extent that it's almost like the guys aren't facing adversity enough and they do get coddled or soft. D'Amico, I think, very much understands, no, you need to face it. You need to face physical adversity, and then we're going to give you as many tools as possible to recover from it quickly so you can face adversity again. And there's, it's obviously it's not the same. There's different types of adversity, but learning to fight through that and him talking about saying you don't complain about it. Like, I think that's very much, it's one of those things that you've got to have a head coach who's the right kind of guy to sell the message right. Because a lot of head coaches who think they're tough guys are actually just whining all the time. They're whining and whining and whining about how things should be. It's like a grumpy old man who won't shut up about how awesome things were back in the day. Like with D'Amico, I think he wants you to face adversity, and then he wants you to recover from it. They'll use the GPS data to be sure they're not pushing it too hard.
Yeah, that's big.
But you want to be sure that when guys are fatigued, and when it's hard when you watch football. Like, sometimes it's hard to appreciate how many mental errors there are in a football game. A lot of times, that's why it's really dicey to blame a specific player, because a lot of times the guy that looks like he got beat is actually covering for somebody else's mistake, and you can't figure out what the coverage is sometimes because somebody's not in the right spot.
Yeah.
So, and like even really smart people, they fall into this trap because they're breaking down film. They're like, well, clearly they're running this, and you find out later, like, no, it's actually supposed to be cover 3.
Right.
But one of the cornerbacks completely screwed up.
Mm-hmm.
So like that part of it, I think D'Amico's that right blend. I've used this before. A.J. Hinch, I think, from a baseball perspective, had that right blend of being a former player who understands the player psychology of things and everything. He was a psychology major in college, but that also did have an appreciation for the advanced stuff. I think D'Amico's right there in that sweet spot.
They got handed a schedule when it comes to the Heat. They play the NFC North and the AFC East.
Yeah.
Like they play the one game down in Jacksonville that's in early December.
Yeah.
You know, you're right. Like the Heat is way more about this being more like a boot camp than it is any sort of practical preparation for week 3 in Miami or something like that.
Well, you know, that's one of the things why that's why I love farm kids so much, like Cade Stover. Like, honestly, there's no replacement for something. Sometimes, like for Cade Stover, there's times where he would have had to get up at 5 a.m. when it was -5 degrees out and you got to get the chores done.
Yeah.
And like you can whine and complain about it all you want. Like who are you complaining to? Mother Nature?
Right.
Like that's what you got to do.
It's the life.
And you kind of, so once guys kind of get indoctrinated into it, especially if you're not allowed to complain about it, that it's just, this is what we do. This is the culture. These are our circumstances. And you still got to go out and play football. I think there is a little bit of a hardening there. Like it's you're hardening people.
Yep.
And it's good.
All right, let's hear from the players. They were asked this same question. I like this because these are some of the team leaders. Laramie Tunsil, C.J. Stroud, Jalen Petrie are the guys that met with the media yesterday. These are 3 of the captains from last year.
Yeah.
Tunsil, Stroud, and Petrie. Here's Tunsil on why are the Texans not for everybody?
Not everybody can play for this system. Under D'Amico, I mean, we come out every day, we work hard, and you're going to get the reps. Tough-nosed football, you know what I mean? If you're not built for that, don't come this way.
Okay.
There you go. If you're not built with that,
Laramie Tunsil.
You need to be a dog. That's why he calls everybody a dog, I guess.
Well, now
because he considers since everybody, if they're out there, then they've got dog status. Problem is, he was also doing that when David Culley was the
2021.
coach.
Yeah. No, now it's actual, but yeah. And Laramie's been working hard out there. I think there's probably people that roll their eyes a little bit at Laramie talking about it.
He is coming off a knee injury.
Yeah, no, I'm taking up for him. Like he's been out there every day working out off to the side. He looks to be in good shape. I don't know that he's in football shape yet. That kind of has played out, but he's in good physical shape.
Okay, so with Laramie, one of the things that's really good about Laramie as a pass protector is he's like a kung fu master with his hands. That's why I'm so intrigued by this matchup with Leatu Letu in week 1. The Colts' first-round draft pick. He's an edge rusher. He's got really good hands, very good technique. So he's facing Mr. Miyagi in his first game of the regular season.
Yeah.
And Laramie he's surgical with his hands. He's just really good at like keeping guys just like with a hand-eye coordination that's kind of freakish, taking guys' hands off of his own body. So it's like a batter in baseball. There's some timing to it. There's some hand-eye coordination. And it takes a little while to get back up to his standards. Mm-hmm. And he can do a lot of – that's the nice thing about practicing against Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter and Derek Barnett and those guys. He'll get his reps doing that during one-on-ones and everything. So, yeah, I don't think he looks like his normal self yet, but he'll be just fine.
By week one? Yeah. Does Latu line up on that side?
He's been lining up on the right side of the defense, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good, man.
Yeah.
That should be
now,
fun.
Letu, I didn't watch him from last night yet. I watched his first preseason game. When I think it's Letu.
I don't know either.
So, but anyway, he in college, he didn't have a physical element to his game. And it was where I was torn of him. He had a really bad neck injury. One doctor told him he couldn't play football again. It sounds like he maybe doctor shopped for a university where the doctor would allow him to play. And he found one at UCLA.
He became a wealthy man.
But he didn't really have a physical element to his game. Mm-hmm. So I was curious about that. In the first preseason game, I thought he showed some physicality.
Okay.
And he did it against Garrett Bowles, who's a good, solid offensive tackle, starting offensive tackle in the NFL. So I think I'm intrigued by him. I'm torn because I hate all things from the state of Indiana and all things
You
Colts.
like him, though?
I want to.
Yeah.
I'd like him a lot better. I'll like him better with his second team.
Okay, yeah, once he leaves in free agency.
Yeah.
Here was C.J. Stroud. Why are the Texans not for everybody?
He was out here today. It's hot. So that's one thing, like adjusting to the weather. On top of that, man, just like how we practice. We don't practice like
Like, at least I've only been on this team, but from my other guys been on other teams, we don't practice everybody else. We practice hard, and that's how I love it. That's how I did in college, and that's what I'm used to. And, you know, I think that's what gives us our edge. And, you know, not everybody wants to be that, you know. So for have guys buy into that has been pretty dope. And, you know, Coach D'Amico has been at the front of that. And, you know, it's up to me and the rest of the leaders to be right behind them and leading the way as well. So, you know, I think it's not meant for everybody, but the guys are here. They're meant to be here, you know.
You know, okay. So when CJ's talking about other teams and what he hears about and what it's like.
A lot of Ohio State guys.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. It's hard to pin anyone down to where it is or anything. But it's true. There's different cultures. We talked about it yesterday, how, and a couple of military people backed me up on this. I was glad I didn't botch it. When you go from one company to another, sometimes there's a vast difference in how things are run. And sometimes it's a matter of, like, they just do different things in one place, but then sometimes it's you go to one company and it's, okay, they are sloppy and they don't pay attention to detail, everything like that. So it's like that with NFL teams. You think they're all pretty similar, hyper-competitive people all put together, but, like, there's different standards at different places. I would call it the disease of professionalism, which is sometimes people feel like, well, I'm a pro and I can kind of, you know, I'm really good at what I do. And you start to let some of the details and maybe some of the paranoia slide a little bit. Or you start thinking like, well, I'm a vet and this is what vets don't have to work that
complacency.
hard. Yeah,
it's flavor of complacency. Yeah.
But it's not actual professionalism, but it's in your mind. You're kind of at a actually, I talked to a special ops guy once. I won't say which group because I don't.
Because it's classified.
No, yeah. And then I'd have to kill everybody.
You don't need to know
right
basis
now.
As to who I talk to.
No. But I think that, and he said that, you know, that does happen sometimes with guys because they're so elite. They go through the training, which is so brutal, and then they kind of like you think, hey, all these guys are super, like, running 9 miles a day, right? Like, no, some of them kind of get a little bit, they put on a little bit of layer. And they just figure, like, I'm highly skilled, and that's my skill set. I don't need to do all the other stuff. It's just, it's a natural human tendency. That's where the leadership comes in.
Absolutely.
And just in running a tight ship. Mm-hmm. And I think that's what D'Amico is always very concerned with.
No doubt. Here's Jalen Petrie on why the Texans, not for everybody.
Yeah, I think it's the first thing I would say is the brutal honesty. A lot of people, you know, lie to themselves, and it can make you feel good. But around here, that's very hard to do because, you know, the truth is pushed here, and the standard is a standard. And the coaches do nothing but uplift the standard. The best players do nothing but uplift the standard, and that does nothing but bring everybody in the room up to the standard. So there's a high standard on the Houston Texans team, and, you know, it's not easy. You know, I wouldn't say that everybody can't play here, but it's not easy. So, I'm glad that I'm a part of the team, and I'm very thankful to be a part of this team.
Yeah, the brutal honesty part is true, and that's another one too, man. Like, you want an environment of brutal honesty, but respectful brutal honesty.
Yeah.
Because there's brutal honesty where you're just trashing people.
Yeah, you ridicule
like
people.
A junior high
the way Tua describes Brian Flores sounds like the wrong kind of honesty.
Yeah. Like, so it's like you need to hear the hard things about yourself that need to be fixed. And honestly, when Jalen Petrie says it, and this isn't, I'm not castigating Lovie Smith or David Culley Lovie Smith, I guess, that, you know, people really blew Jalen Petrie up, like, to an extreme degree after his rookie year. And I was nervous about it because Jalen Petrie did a lot of really promising things as a rookie, but he still very much played like a rookie. And there were things that he needed to clean up. And I don't know if maybe he was actually getting coached on it or being told the brutal truth. And I remember the first time I got excited about Jimmy Ward most when he was on Richard Sherman's podcast. And he was telling a story about, I think maybe Richard asked about Jalen Petrie. And Jimmy said, well, yeah, Jalen Petrie came up to me and he just mentioned that he'd had so many tackles his rookie year. And Jimmy was kind of like, that's not necessarily a good thing, man.
Yeah.
Like, the safety having that many tackles a lot of times is a bad sign. You want your linebackers making the tackles. One of the reasons Jalen had so many tackles was because the front seven was so bad.
Yes.
They were so atrocious. So it's like, that's not that. And Jimmy wasn't saying it in a way of criticizing Jalen Petrie. I think he was more just talking about the situation. But also, it showed that Jalen Petrie had some educating that needed to be done.
Well, and him having that many tackles, there's team culpability in that, as you just pointed out. Like, if he wanted to make it about Jalen, Jimmy Ward, he said, he had a lot of tackles. I'm looking here. You had a lot of missed tackles as well.
Yeah, missed tackles too, right?
Yeah. You make a lot of tackles, but you miss a lot of tackles.
So when Jalen brought up brutal honesty, or however he termed it, I think that's probably, it's one of the things that was a good turnaround for Jalen. It's not like they had to all of a sudden, beat him with a sack of soap or something.
Right.
But they just, being honest with guys about where they need to improve.
Getting people weighing in on the roster for the Texans. Text message. I think Sims is out. Don't think they know enough about the kickoff to keep a return specialist. I would point out they do return punts as well.
They have not changed the punt return rules.
Steven Sims is very good at that. I would point you to the playoff game last year where the Texans scored one touchdown against the Ravens. They tied them.
They had a tie.
They had a tie at 10.
It was close. It was neck and neck.
Neck and neck. They almost had a lead at halftime, but Kaimi missed that field goal.
That's right.
Yeah, and I would point out that Sims is the one who scored that touchdown.
Yeah, so the punt
Ravens.
return is still very much a thing.
Still a thing, yeah.
They're not trying to force that down your throat on the highlight reels.
We expect a lot more punts from the opposition this year if the Texans defense plays the level it did against the Rams yesterday.
That's a good point, Sean.
More punts to return when you're stopping the other team.
That feels all of a sudden that's what triggered my little let's not get cocky here. Somehow you saying, hey, they might face more punts. Like, hold on a second, cowboy. Let's not spend that lottery money all at once, all right?
Someone's asking, is Dylan Horton back? And if so, how does he look? He flashed his rookie year. He's not. And I don't know what to expect. I don't even want to speculate because of the nature of what sidelined him.
So he had cancer, and it was stage. It was
stage 4, I think.
Yeah, stage 4.
Yeah.
So, as we've seen with cancer recoveries, it's everybody's unique and individual.
He's rang the bell.
Yeah. But it's and John Mechie said a couple weeks ago on the midday show was that you ring the bell and you're done, but you're physically not the same.
Yeah, ring the bell doesn't mean I'm ready for football.
Yeah.
And
just the one thing John Mechie said that I didn't realize is he was talking about the way it affects your body afterwards. He said he has allergies now where he never had allergies before.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that's wild.
Yeah.
Because he's lived in the South for his, adult life. Alabama.
Houston's
and
different though too.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I never thought I had bad allergies until I got here. And then remember the one day I was telling you I was speaking to a group of grade school kids about not doing drugs.
Yeah.
And then I walked out of the room and lost my equilibrium and fell down to the floor, slumped up against the wall, looking like I was on lubes
like
or
you were
something.
doing drugs.
Yeah. And it turned out I had a sinus infection, or I had a swell. Basically my sinuses were all screwed up. My inner ear was all screwed up.
Yeah. Oh, that affects your
backed up
balance.
into my inner ear.
Yeah, that'll.
But and I'd never had anything like that until I got to Houston.
And it happened at a talk with some kids
about not doing drugs. After which it was a total Elvis moment for me.
Yeah.
Oh, don't do drugs, Mr. President Nixon. I agree with you. Drugs are bad.
They find Seth.
You holding?
Seth on the toilet. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Oh, would you like to tell the people about injuries, Seth, here? The
yes.
Injury report. Yeah.
We have the injuries listed.
Real quick. I've got them right here. I'll list them, and then you do the tag here.
Okay.
Yeah. I've got Christian Harris, calf injury, Will Anderson, ankle injury, Jeff Okuda hip injury, Noah Brown shoulder injury. These are all frontline guys who will not be playing on Saturday against the L.A. Rams.
And that is your injury report brought to you by Mokaram Law.
There you go. All right, up next, C.J. Stroud got his Cali fanboy on a little bit yesterday. He finally got to meet his hero.
Yeah, and this ties in with something we talked about yesterday. Yeah,
yesterday. Yeah. So C.J. on getting to meet his hero. That's coming up next. West Point Lincoln, Chris Poulos and Ryan O'Kane. They'll be your hero.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Okay, the Texans and the Rams had a spirited practice yesterday. No fights.
Yeah, not spirited in the fisticuffs type
Not
of way.
in the Giants and Lions sense.
Yeah, it was just a good, crisp practice, I thought it was really good work by both sides.
Yep, for sure. I think a lot of respect between DeMeco Ryans and Sean McVay. You know, they faced off against each other for many, many years when DeMeco's the DC for the Niners.
Oh,
McVay's running the show for the Rams.
That was the thing I remember about just the Rams being in town. Like one of the things that stuck out to me about the type of team that came in. I remember when the Texans had a combined practice with the 49ers, and I think it was in DeMeco's first year as an assistant coach.
It was 2018. And that was the Jimmy Ward, DeAndre Hopkins.
So the biggest thing that jumped out at me immediately then was you had Bill O'Brien's staff of coaches, and then there was Kyle Shanahan's staff of coaches, which all looked like these guys were. I couldn't tell who the coaches were and who the players were. Like super fit, high energy, and everything.
God, I hope we don't get into a coach fight.
Yeah.
It's going to be ugly.
DeMeco didn't even stand out amongst the coaches because they all look like fit and trim and everything. And then you got O'Brien's band of idiots.
Oh my
there was
God.
A bunch of sloppy,
Tim Kelly,
inept.
poor Rack.
Yeah. But I do think like the tempo of the practice and kind of like the same attitude. It was like, okay, these are two similar teams.
Yeah, and it's a tempo where if you looked at those two head coaches, you'd be like, oh yeah, this looks like the tempo of a practice. Those two, like fit young guys, you know.
McVay is not. You wouldn't think that he might be an NFL player, but like you could.
He's in really good shape. Yeah, he's in really good shape. So McVay at one point in the practice, this was right after you and I got there, I think. They were kind of in between team sessions, 11-on-11 sessions, and it looked like McVay came up and started chit-chatting with C.J. Stroud. Mm-hmm. And I guess he was giving him some advice, maybe a little bit of teaching going on out there, I guess. Here was C.J. Stroud. He was asked about C.J. Stroud, Cali guy, L.A. kid, talking to the L.A. Rams head coach. What was that like, C.J.?
You know, just I'm a super fan of his, the type of scheme he runs, the way he calls it, you know, the way he uses guys in motion and just a whole bunch of different things. And he just seems like a good guy. And, you know, he just had some tips and pointers, also showed me a lot of love, you know, which I appreciate. But, you know, I appreciate him more than he knows, just watching film, not even knowing him, just like getting better from the stuff that he does in that offense along with Matt and those guys. So, you know, it's definitely just an honor just to know that he knows me, you know, which is dope.
Yeah, I like that part.
CJ's the best.
It ties in with something. I was talking about this with Reginald and John yesterday afternoon. After I got back from practice, I hopped on with them for a little bit. And that's been fun the last couple years because they bring in Will Anderson, they bring in C.J. Stroud, guys who have played at big time programs. And it was always fun to see that they still seemed very wide-eyed and just kind of in awe of the fact that, oh my gosh, I'm actually in the NFL. Remember how excited Will Anderson was to have an actual workplace? Remember, he's like, I've got coworkers.
He was walking down the hallway at the night he got drafted. He's like, I'm not in college anymore. I'm in the American workplace.
Yeah.
We're coworkers.
We're coworkers. Yeah, he was pointing to the camera guy. But the other part that was cool is that when I've met some of the parents of some of these guys from the last couple of years, it's always just refreshing to see that they have that same energy. They're just kind of like, even though their kids have played at big-time schools or what have you, they're just kind of in awe of the fact that this whole thing is happening. So it's kind of cool. They really appreciate it. But like CJ saying, it's cool that Sean McVay knows who I am. Like that's, at some point it'll lose its novelty over time.
Sure.
But it's also, I like that CJ, it still seems very much like he has a certain humility about him. And and he'll mention that like he still has a lot to learn. He doesn't think he's got it all figured out. Where sometimes like with Baker Mayfield, it felt a little bit like he might have thought he had it all figured out early on. And that attitude doesn't age well amongst quarterbacks, like through a career or especially in year 2 or year 3.
It is fun. Like, that happens sometimes, like when you find out, like in this business, you find out certain people listen to your show.
Yeah.
They come up to you like, oh, man, I listened to your show. Like, oh, you're way more famous than me. That's really, really cool.
Yeah.
It's a similar dynamic, I think, probably, I guess.
Who's the one where you've been most?
Eric Bischoff, who used to run WCW. Used to listen. Yeah. He's very famous in the wrestling world. He DM'd me on Twitter one day that he listened to my national show that I used to do across the hall. And he's not even a big sports fan. He's like he's a lifetime Steeler fan, but he liked the way that I talked about the NFL because it was funny. It was self-deprecate. It's like all those things that if you're not into like the super nerdy part of football, you enjoy. He's like, man, you had me watching the draft again and getting back into football. That was mine for me probably.
My the biggest moment I had like that was when I was like in my first couple years of doing radio. And I found out that Jeff Van Gundy was a listener because he stole one of my jokes and used it on a broadcast and got a lot of credit for it. Yeah, and I was like, good. I didn't begrudge him for he didn't steal it. But he had, I can't remember exactly what it was. It was basically like he equated somebody not being able to make free throws like if you had a field goal kicker who just can't make field
Chip
goals
shots.
can't make extra points.
Yeah.
At the time, the Texans kicker was Randy and
Bullock,
and it was going through a rough stretch. But it was I had made some really weird analogy. There's no way like he came up with the same analogy. I was like, oh, he's a listener.
Oh, that's cool.
I didn't like that he was getting so much credit for it on Twitter for being so witty in the moment.
I feel like you probably felt like, okay, it was a good joke. Everybody liked it.
Sean, I'm not a joke writer. I'm Conan O'Brien. I'm not behind the scenes.
No, you're right.
Yeah.
Hey, do you get a little nervous that the LA coach is over there just chit-chatting with our quarterback?
With an aging quarterback of his own.
Yeah.
By the time, there's a very good chance that Matt Stafford will be retired by the time that C.J. Stroud's
time for CJ to Mulligetta agitate for the next big deal.
CJ won the Pro Football Writers.
Mulligagitate.
That's good. CJ won the Pro Football Writers Association Good Guy Award yesterday. We'll get it now before there's any kind of contract dispute, I suppose.
No, man, I don't know.
I don't think. Look, the Texans have already demonstrated that they're fully willing to extend a David Mulligetta client. How would I know that? Oh, yeah, they did it with Deshaun Watson.
Yeah.
6 months before he asked for a trade.
Yeah.
Not even 6 months. They did it in early September.
Early September, yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So, if you're worried about whether Mulligetta can come to an agreement on a high-priced quarterback with the Texans, they've already done it once before.
That's true. All right, so CJ got to meet Sean McVay, who he just said he's a self-proclaimed super fan of.
Mm-hmm.
He also got to meet Matthew Stafford, who is one of his quarterbacking heroes. Here was C.J. Stroud yesterday, asked what impressed him the most about Matthew Stafford.
Him is just his toughness. And he's tough as nails. I remember watching the mic'd up with him. He broke his shoulder or something weird like that. And he finished the drive, and his shoulder was down there falling out of place. And I just respect that, because it's not easy. And just how he manipulates guys with his eyes, his drops, his arm angles. Man, I've been a fan of Matt Stafford for a long time, and I wasn't trying to be like a fanboy today, but I asked him a lot of questions. Just try to just learn, and he was really honest with me and wasn't mean, which I appreciate. So definitely a huge fan of his, one of my favorite quarterbacks of all time, and to share a field with him was dope.
I could clickbait with that. He wasn't mean. Asked to give praise of Matt Stafford. C.J. Stroud said he wasn't mean.
It was funny though.
It was funny.
He was like the kid. He was like one of those kids standing next to the rope expecting an autograph.
Yeah.
I'm I don't know, man. He may say no.
Yell at me or something. Yeah.
He wasn't mean.
That's what I'm telling you, man. He's still he's like a kid who just stepped off the bus.
It's very refreshing. Man.
Yeah,
I like it.
And he probably was a little bit I'm guessing CJ very much thought I don't want to be a nuisance to him. I don't want to be some kid that's tagging along and annoying him while he's trying to practice football.
Yeah,
and Stafford was very complimentary of him as well.
Well, and if you're wondering how much CJ loves Matthew Stafford, this was CJ Stroud on the $1 Million Worth of Game podcast a few months ago, and he was asked basically who's your guy when it comes to other NFL quarterbacks.
He might be up there with Brady and them, bro.
No, come on.
No,
bro.
that's crazy. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's
that
crazy.
was crazy.
Let me go back. Hey, because look, look, dog. Hold on. Before you do all this, I'm a student of the game. Stafford a dog.
He is a dog.
No, you don't understand, bro. You saying that? That's all I watch. I don't watch nobody else. I watch Mahomes at times because Mahomes does some stuff that you can't coach. Stafford, dog. He will beat you with the same thing every time. All that no lick stuff, I got that from bruh. Literally, that's one of my big, I'm a fan of his, If I go to LA, I be trying to find, bro.
But
we got the same trainers. I be trying to, go to where they working out and just watch.
That's all I'm saying.
Elite,
Charles Barkley.
Hold on. If you give Matthew Stafford a chance like Aaron Rodgers, I guarantee he might have had more rings, for sure. I think Matthew Stafford.
Matthew Stafford had more rings than Aaron Rodgers.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he have another ring probably.
I'd say he had 3-4.
He might. It's possible.
Bro.
He good. But what I'm saying is levels of greatness.
Aaron Rodgers only having one ring is almost like it's going to become 20 years from now. It'll be like people not realizing that Benjamin Franklin wasn't a president. It'll be like you have to be like, well, actually, not Alexander Hamilton either. And also, Aaron Rodgers only had one Super Bowl, by the way. Yes,
yeah.
It's one of those weird things.
And yet he's on the $100 bill now.
Yeah.
Because he was talking about running for office.
And I feel bad even saying that, like only one ring. It's impressive.
It's still amazing.
It very much feels like he should have had way more than one ring.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. That was CJ. Now, there's people, Seth, on the text page thinking the exact same thing I was. I thought it yesterday when I was out there watching McVay out there interacting with our quarterback. Yeah, text message. McVay's actually trying to take him from us.
What if he's like, hey, you ever surf? You ever surf, CJ? I know you probably. Oh man, I got to get you out there.
You were on the. You lived in the IE in Southern California, the Inland Empire. Hey, come to the beach sometime. You can afford to live on the beach now.
You ever been to the helicopter show at Catalina or whatever they call it in Step Brothers? What's it called?
I love how we have Sean McVay sounding like Steve-O from Jackass.
He does a little bit.
CJ.
He's got a little bit of a whiny voice.
CJ, you know I did an 8-ball of Coke with Mike Tyson in a bathroom? Huh?
He's just over there trying to turn him on to Coke. Hey, CJ, you drink? No, I don't. I actually don't drink. You ever tried Coke?
That's literally something Steve-O, John Granado and I had Steve-O in studio for an interview back when I was at my old station, and he was late for the interview. So John and I are just kind of killing time. In walks Steve-O. He was performing at the Improv that weekend.
Yeah.
In bursts Steve-O. We were talking about Mike Tyson, John and I were. Steve-O sits down, turns the microphone on, and goes,
"You guys are talking about Mike Tyson? Oh, man, let me tell you about the time I was sitting on the floor of a bathroom with Mike Tyson doing an 8-ball of Coke."
You know, of all the stories, that's when you tell it. Now, Steve-O's cleaned up since then.
He has.
Steve-O's like living on a farm outside of Austin or something, right?
Yeah.
So he's clean and sober now.
So is Tyson.
Right.
Yeah.
But sometimes you have to make a decision about, like, well, should I tell this story? Okay, I'll tell the story, but I'm definitely not going to say who it is.
No, Steve-O.
Steve-O did not. There was nothing in Steve-O's brain where it's like, well, maybe of all the people that I might not want to mention the name, maybe I shouldn't bring Mike Tyson into this.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Mike Tyson might not be cool with this story being out there.
Dude,
you know?
It was funny.
Although Tyson himself would be the last guy on earth right now that would actually punch you for. Well, he did punch that guy on a plane, but that guy had it coming.
That guy did have it coming.
I mean, he would definitely, like, 100%. That's not even, like, by old school. It was all like Tyson. The guy was in his,
And he plans on punching Jake Paul several times in November this year.
If it ever happens.
Yeah,
Jake Paul's too busy trying to kill his dog.
Yeah, that's true. Yes.
Did you see that?
I heard about it.
Yeah, I know. There's all kinds of stuff. I'm not diving into that quagmire.
We'll get back to the Astros at the top of the hour. I thought this was an interesting question that somebody posed on Twitter the other day. Given the Texans, it's a strong roster, but there are areas of need still. If you could bring back a former Texan in their prime for this team, who would it be? They put up a poll on this. I don't know if Seth has seen this. I'm going to have him guess if he hasn't.
I've not seen it, and I will guess.
You will guess
it accurately.
Promise is made. Here we go. We'll have that for you coming up next.
Oh, Mokaram Law, be accurate when you punch in this number. You ready? Brace yourself for it. It's really hard. 281-222-2222. I trust and I believe that you.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you on a Friday. Yes.
Good job, buddy.
Thanks, buddy. I think I've gotten it right all week. Thank you, Seth.
You've been good ever since I pointed it out.
Yeah.
I'm like the Texans, Sean. Not everybody can work in this studio because cruel truths are told.
Yeah.
Not cruel necessarily, but I'm going to tell you the truth. And Sean, you were saying the wrong name of the day quite routinely.
Frequently, yeah.
Which is, it would be excusable, except that I rely on you to be the one who actually gets things right and accurate.
Like the day.
You're my backstop.
I know.
And
It's
all of a
scary.
sudden, if my backstop's got a hole in it, somebody gets brained with a baseball.
I know.
One
and
of our listeners gets smacked upside the head.
I know. And you telling me that it provides clarity, and I've focused on it, and I've tried to get better.
One of the worst things I ever is sometimes I'll say something inaccurately. Or, like this is why I don't look up stats. I try not to look up stats during a segment anymore because I'll read the wrong column or something. And then later I see somebody use it on social media. Like, well, no, I heard Seth Payne say today that
they trust us, man.
That Abreu's actually been the best hitter in the AL
Like
since
something
whatever.
stupid.
So,
Yes.
something really bad. Yeah, and there's nothing I can do about it. Like I got to get on there and correct it on there. But that means there's thousands of people out there that were led astray.
Yep. James Roy is the one who had this question on Twitter. James is.
It's a really good question.
It's a fun question. It's a fun hypothetical. He's at James Roy NFL. He hosted the Bullpen, a Houston Texans podcast. He's a content creator. And he asked this: if you could bring back one of these Texans legends in their prime for this season, who would you choose? The choices are Arian Foster, J.J. Watt, Andre Johnson, or DeMeco Ryans as a player.
Yeah.
So inside linebacker DeMeco Ryans.
This is a little bit cruel, honestly, to throw DeMeco in there because I feel like, you know what, it might be a little bit of a litmus test because DeMeco was a very, very good NFL player, but he wasn't the same caliber as those other three guys.
No, he's not, and yet I feel like they could use DeMeco Ryans on this team.
Well, right this moment. This very moment without Christian Harris, but with,
If Harris is back, then you don't.
No, DeMeco said something the other day, which was like he was being self-deprecating to Kay Adams, but it's a little bit of truth to it. He said, like, I couldn't play in today's league. I'm a big old school slow linebacker. He wasn't slow, but he was right now he looks like an NFL linebacker.
Right.
He's all lean, super lean.
Yeah.
He looks like he's lost a few pounds.
He was a thumper.
Yeah. So so I think honestly, amongst people who actually thought about this as an actual football team, I looked at Arian Foster, J.J. Watt, Andre Johnson, and we'll say DeMeco as a player.
Yeah.
I think if people are looking at this and they're thinking about, okay, what does this team need right now?
Yep.
And what could they most benefit from? It wouldn't make any sense from a team building or salary cap perspective, but because people haven't actually seen Joe Mixon play in the preseason, most people haven't seen him in practice at all. I think most people would have said Arian Foster. Because J.J. Watt was out there at practice yesterday, and I've noticed, especially since free agency, the fervor over J.J. Watt returning has not been as much. It's not been as big, and I think people realize, like, okay, well, we've got two really good edge rushers. Yes, it would be awesome to have J.J. inside, but he is 35 years old, and we don't know exactly, even if he wants to come back and play. So I don't think the fervor for it is there as much as with all the consternation over Dameon Pierce right now and not having seen Joe Mixon, and given the fact that the wide receivers room is just loaded, I think that people said Arian Foster.
38% of the people said Arian Foster.
Is that a simple majority or
However,
yeah.
It's neither. 48.3% said J.J. Watt.
Really?
Yeah, J.J. Watt. So, yeah. Yeah.
Well, I guess, okay, in his prime. Maybe that was a big thing.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like JJ in his prime. Ignored. Like, okay, am I going to turn down?
All right.
No, I'm with you.
I
voted in this. I voted for Arian Foster. You can see right there.
But that's where I think that. But we've actually seen Joe Mixon, and you see how he looks and how the offense looks differently in practice. Doesn't mean as much, but I know him from his film too.
Right. So then you feel like, wow, if we had Arian Foster.
So by committee, and that's the whole thing. Like, okay, how much does two really good running backs really help you these days? Whereas with pass rushers, I think that people were more correct on this one than me. J.J. Watt in his prime.
It's tough to turn down.
Yeah, honestly, if DeMeco could figure out a way to have 17 All-Pro. Like, so D'Amico would go without. He'd be telling Nick, like, can we go without a safety at all? Like, can we play with just defensive line? D'Amico loves him some defensive linemen.
We're playing a 9-2 formation.
Yeah. It's that's where it is. I think when you look at guys like, okay, well, the 49ers have Bosa, and that's one of the keys to why they're so good. They've invested pretty heavily in pass rushers, and just it's a committee deal.
Yeah.
And you look at the defensive line kind of like pitchers on a staff.
Mm-hmm.
Like you can never have too many good pitchers on a baseball team. It especially come playoff time.
Yep.
I think likewise with pass rushers, especially when it comes to, man, you're living in an era where you got to beat Pat Mahomes. Back in the day, it was, okay, how do you beat Tom Brady in a Super Bowl? I don't want to call it a recipe because it's not so easy to do, but the Giants twice just had really good defensive line performances in those games. And it's kind of the one thing that's really, really hard to get. But if you have a fearsome committee pass rush, then that's the elixir. Like that's the cure-all for really good quarterbacks. Your cornerbacks will let you down. Your linebackers at some point, no matter who they are, they'll let you down. If you have a fearsome pass rush, it affects the quarterback.
That's what happened. The one Super Bowl Mahomes has lost. Now, granted, they had offensive line issues. They were missing both their tackles in the Tampa Bay Super Bowl. But that's what it was. I mean, they destroyed it. They beat them like 31-9. They got after them all game long. Yeah. I'm with you. I feel a little silly not voting for JJ. I ignored the in their prime. Like in their prime.
No, in their prime.
JJ Watt might have been the best defensive player of the century.
One of the best. That is
in the history of the game.
ND and I have talked about this before because you watch. Most people don't watch a lot of linemen, like interior linemen, or even the edge rushers. You see the highlights and everything, but your eyes are going where the ball is.
Yeah.
The thing that was so freakish about JJ was how active he was on a play-by-play basis. If you watch the really the best interior defensive lineman, I think a lot of people, if you're not really attuned to it, you come away from it being a little bit underwhelmed because there's large periods where they're not making a play.
Mm-hmm.
Like JJ in that 4-year stretch where he won 3 Defensive Players of the Year, his averages in things like TFLs, quarterback pressures and stuff, a lot of them were higher than any Aaron Donald had ever attained in a single season.
Yeah.
It was crazy how productive he was.
There were some that were higher than entire teams.
Right. Yeah,
that season. It was like JJ Watt, this many TFLs, the Bears, this many TFLs.
Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Okay, so I was trying to look at through. You know what I was doing? I was looking at it through the filter of the fans, and I misgauged what the fans.
A lot of people are saying Arian on the text page.
Yeah. Okay, it's tough. It's between, and now I feel like that's why I hate exercises like this. It feels like we're insulting Andre Johnson. It has nothing to do with Andre Johnson. It's just this current team. It would be like, all right, well, we got to trade one of these guys.
Well, Andre would be the best receiver. Andre in his prime is better than the 3 guys they have right now. That's no disrespect to any of those guys. You just don't need a receiver.
This team wouldn't do as much for this team, this particular team right now, the way it's constructed as J.J. Watt or Arian Foster.
I think the in their prime thing with Arian is an interesting one to me.
Right.
Arian, like peak Arian, is as good a running back as I've watched play in the last 20 years. And I mean that. And a lot of people say Kubiak's system.
Fine.
It's a marriage.
Yeah.
And Arian being a 3-down back who did everything at an elite level, ran at an elite level, caught at an elite level, pass blocked at an elite level. Like peak Arian Foster. If Arian Foster had, as opposed to his seasons getting truncated by injuries and this and that, and he had a short window where he was good, if he had a typical Arian Foster year for 6 years, 7 years, he's a Hall of Famer.
Well, look at what the 49ers are willing to pay Christian McCaffrey.
Right.
Right. And like, okay, nobody batted an eyelash when they paid Christian McCaffrey what they did because he's a different type of running back. Yeah. The receiving threat, like Arian in this offense in this modern NFL would be even more of a receiving threat, or they would have utilized them like even more effectively, I think, in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And that's the whole thing. You might say it's the Kubiak system. Yeah, we're running a version of the Kubiak system. It's the Shanahan modified, Bobby Slowick's own tweak on it, but it all starts with the outside zone. And that's what Arian was so freakishly good at. Yeah, he would be really good in this system.
You know who's getting some love on the text page from like 3 or 4 people? Chris Myers.
Oh, yeah.
Chris Myers. Now, we're talking Hall of Fame level players in this poll. Chris isn't that, but he was a Pro Bowler. And you get Chris at center on an offensive. He's the brains of the offensive line. Is there any sort of force multiplier effect?
I think
there's
something to that. I mean, now Chris was kind of the ultimate outside zone center, too, because he was undersized. But he could do some things. Like, there's an art to being a center on an outside zone run where it really, with all the offensive linemen, but especially the center, sometimes it's okay to get knocked into the backfield a little bit, but you just still got to be quick enough to get in front and swivel your hips on that nose tackle.
Yeah.
And not that many centers have that ability. It's like Jason Kelsey and guys like that. And so, yeah, in this system, I think it might be really good.
Yeah.
But again, it's been tweaked since Kubiak. Like, they're more, and Kubiak tweaked it himself. Like, they're more, it's not, back in Denver, they used to be just inside zone and outside zone. Those were their runs with a few other things sprinkled in. It's a lot more diversified now than it was back in the day.
JJ won the poll on Twitter. Arian is winning the poll on the text page.
Okay.
The informal poll. A lot of people saying Arian. Vontae Leach gets a vote here on the text page.
Now, Vontae Leach is a bit of an old school fullback.
They need
too.
one of those, but it doesn't change your team or anything.
This is the
like
problem:
that.
is that you can use a fullback these days, but he's got to be. Ideally, he's also some kind of a viable receiving threat.
Yeah. That's true.
It's just too easy for defenses if you line up with a bunch of road graders. And teams know that guys can be covered with linebackers, and it's no big deal.
Yeah.
They're kind of like, all right, fine, if we've got any kind of an offense in the modern NFL, we can deal with you guys running on us a little bit, but not spectacularly.
Right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. Let's circle back to the Astros in the next segment here. 5.5 games up now, man. The Astros got a manager fired yesterday. They brought back an old face that had a listener to the Drive asking the Drive to do something that belongs to Payne and Pendergast.
Mm-hmm.
We'll have that audio for you as well coming up next. But I want to tell you about West Point Lincoln and Sugar Land. Ruben Mendoza, the GM, and the team down there. Now, they've got a menu for you right now. If you're looking to drive off the lot in a 2024 Lincoln Navigator, and who wouldn't want to do that? They're beautiful. Pick your APR, man. You don't even have to spin the wheel. Pick whichever one fits you best. 0%, 60 months.
Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, into the 9 o'clock hour we go. Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610. Stros last night, 6-0. They beat the Baltimore Orioles, and they did it getting contributions from the bottom of the lineup. This was one of those games where they didn't need the big 3 or 4 at the top to carry the water. Gamble. Old B. Gamble,
yes.
The new guy, B. Gams.
Yeah, I knew it all along. I knew it was going to be Gamble night. This is going to be just as it was with earlier in the season.
Okay. So that's pointing at me right
now. The name
now.
of the guy that came in and the Astros went on a little bit of a win streak. The Day. I named it The Day.
Oh, Cesar Salazar. Okay,
yeah, all right.
Cesar.
I don't feel any guilt about you not having that at the ready when I said that right now.
Cesar
Salazar
Day.
You
stopped and pointed at me with a blank stare on your face, and I'm supposed to go Cesar Salazar?
Because I was calling it Gamble Day. It's
Well, once you said we named a day after him, I got it, but you said the guy.
Right, yeah.
That's like I'll name that tune in one
I thought you would have
note.
remembered 90 minutes ago when I asked the same question and you had it.
Yes, I didn't. Yeah.
So anyway, it's on a day when we found out that finally Alex Bregman's going to be moving to first base. Finally.
Well, he's taking some reps there.
Yeah, he'll be there. He'll be the fixture, Sean. So we found out yesterday afternoon that they're going to expose him to first base.
Yeah.
It sounded creepy, Chandler Rome.
That was the wording, wasn't it?
Sounded like he was going to expose himself at first base or something. Look, I've been arrested for that. We don't need Alex Bregman getting arrested for that as well.
That time Seth ran out to first base at Minute Maid Park and exposed himself.
Yeah. You haven't seen the clips because MLB doesn't want you to know the truth.
Before social media. Yeah.
That Alex Bregman will be moving. He might see some time at first base. We'll see. But that it was a really good performance against a good pitcher offensively. And a lot to feel good about after a couple days where it felt like,
they lost. Yeah. So and they're doing this against a good team. We'll see, man. Like the Orioles have yet to beat the Astros this year.
Yeah.
Maybe that'll be in.
You got to get over that hump sometimes if you want to win the World Series.
Well, hopefully it doesn't. If they face them in the postseason, that's not. They still got 3 more games this weekend, so we'll see. We'll see what happens. But Spencer Arrighetti, solid again. Ocho texted in earlier and said how Spencer Arrighetti, he was a little wild, but it was a team that likes to chase in the Orioles. But I'm like, I don't know, man. He walked one guy,
Yeah, no, and I think, too, like one of the things that Arrighetti has, when he started to really turn into something else, it was, he had a couple game stretch where he was just nibbling at the strike zone a little too much. And it looked like you didn't know whether he just didn't have the control or he was just trying to be a little too cute.
Yeah.
When he started being more aggressive is really when he started kind of unleashing that angry side of him that I think now he's learned when he can and when he can't. And when he can throw more balls and when he shouldn't. I think he's got a real good feel for that. That's one of the things where I feel like he's become a veteran Major League Baseball pitcher over the course of this season.
Yeah. It is interesting how first base has become this new spot where they park guys to try to keep their bats in the lineup. Like it's become like the quasi DH because you got Yiner over there now, and if they're getting Bregman reps over there at first base, because I said this last week, but I thought we would see, given just how subpar the outfield had been, I thought we'd try to see them doing a lot more lineups where they're keeping Caratini and Yiner's bats in there.
Keeping Yiner and him.
Caratini's a capable bat, which you can't say about some of these outfielders.
And that's another conversation we wouldn't have been having before Yiner got that 2-game break. Whenever this stretch started, it was just like, okay, well, yeah, but if you move Bregman to first, then where do you put Yiner, and do you want him? It's like, do you want him catching that much? And Caratini's been swinging the bat real well too.
Well, you park Yiner DH, but then you go Jordan in left field.
Right,
you're right. Yeah, it's like a whack-a-mole game.
Yeah, I'm saying Yiner is a part of that equation.
Yeah,
there was a time where you'd be like, okay, yeah, well, you sit Yiner that day.
Yiner,
where now you're at a point where you can't sit Yiner, but you also don't want him playing catcher all that much.
Dusty would for sure have sat Yiner.
Yes.
No, you have to have Yiner's bat in the lineup every day. It's non-negotiable. With Tucker out, especially. You've got to have Yiner's bat in the lineup every day.
Maybe Bregman can play outfield. Oh, no, the throwing. That's the whole thing. You don't want him to have to throw the ball that much. I forgot the very reason that we're even having this ridiculous conversation about Bregman going to play first base.
Gremlins in the elbow, man. Gremlins in the elbow.
Told you the Gremlins are nothing to mess with, man.
No.
You get water on that elbow, and all of a sudden he's just tearing your house up.
It's tough. Probably I would say 2 last night. One of the better developments is the fact that they were up 6 runs. means that on the heels of a couple of days where you only got 3 and change from Ronel Blanco, you only got 5 from Verlander, which was kind of planned in close games. You got kind of a blowout, so you could finish up the game with Dubin and Ferguson in there. You didn't have to touch Abreu. You didn't have to touch Hader, whoever else you view as your leverage relievers at this point, because Presley is still out. Those guys got an extra day's rest. They basically had an off day. The Astros have had off days every Thursday for like the last month, it feels like.
Right.
Hader and Abreu got an off day yesterday.
Yeah.
You know?
And Hector Neris is back on the team.
Hector's back. Okay, so let's dive into this a little bit here. Hector Neris is back. He was DFA'd by the Cubs. He was their closer at one point this year. And it started to not go well. His ERA is a little high, 3.89. He had 17 saves. Kind of miscast as a closer, though. Like, a lot of his advanced stats showed that his numbers probably should have been worse than they were.
Yeah.
He was getting hit pretty hard. His FIP, not all that great. But so kind of miscast. So the Cubs cut him loose, and the Astros picked him up off of waivers.
Yeah, and he's the whole thing about Hector Neris is I always looked at him as almost like a subtle pitcher version of George Springer, almost.
Well,
like there's an energy about him.
There was an article about this that Chandler or somebody wrote earlier this year about the leadership that has left the building in the last couple of years. And Neris was brought up. And if this is a role that he plays in this bullpen, like if he's here to be the new Montero where he's just mopping things up, if he plays the role that we've heard about him playing with this team the last couple of years from a leadership standpoint, I think it's a really good signing. He was sort of the liaison for a lot of the Latin American
he was the one that he had those huge dinners for like the new Latin American players in the system.
Yeah.
And would kind of try to be like a godfather to their, not try to be, but like godfather of a guy, like kind of take him under his wing and tell him about the challenges and everything.
You know who he is?
Who?
He's Case Keenum.
Oh,
he's an actual pitcher on the staff who is brought in as much for his leadership and his willingness to dine with younger players. Remember, Case and Davis and the wives take CJ out every Friday.
I wonder, when Hector Neris, as many times as like the Astros have done this, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Like with Montero, where a guy has his career best year with the Astros, and sometimes they go ahead and make him one of the highest paid relievers in the league.
Yeah.
Hector Neris had his career best year in terms of ERA, at least last year. He has a 1.71 ERA with the Astros.
Yeah, he did.
And they let him walk.
Yep. Have you seen, by the way, and we're going to get to this listener of the drive in a second here, Montero is tearing it up at Sugarland right now.
Oh.
He's he as of a couple days ago, he had 4 appearances, 9 strikeouts.
Maybe they figured something. You never know. Guy gets some time, a little space,
they still need him at some point.
No, of course. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I don't know, Sean. I'm not surprised by a single move they make with the pitchers at any point this year after the onslaught of injuries they've had.
It is funny. Like, everybody's wringing their hands over, like, Stanek is leaving and Neris is leaving and Maton is leaving. And they go find these other middle relievers to take over that slot. Not Montero, but like Taylor Scott's been really good for them. Yeah. They've gotten some good innings from some no-name guys. So this was on the drive yesterday. I guess there was a listener of theirs that was seeking acknowledgement because she, female listener, the name escapes me, but it'll be part of this cut.
It's relevant.
That she is seeking acknowledgement for pointing out that the Astros should bring back Hector Neris.
Yeah. From the text line, I text y'all yesterday about Hector Neris before this potential move was even happening.
It was potential, friend.
And
you said it yourself.
And y'all didn't acknowledge it or speak on it in all caps.
We report news.
Acknowledge me. I know sports. Melissa.
Acknowledge me as Payne and Pendergast.
The only female 6'10" listener, Melissa. First off, we thank you so much for listening to us.
Pendergast and Payne.
But shout out to you, Melissa. We know you know sports. I'm not going to acknowledge you. That's a different show. But check them out. I think you should check them out 6 to 10 tomorrow. Payne and Pendergast, and force them to acknowledge you.
Shout out to all our lady listeners. Hello,
by the way,
ladies.
speaking of ladies, happy birthday to the boss lady.
For real this time.
Yes. She texted me yesterday. She said, you retracted it, huh?
Okay, so and happy birthday,
Sarah Frazier's birthday. Yeah.
Birthday. For one, honestly, the first thing that jumped out is is Show not aware of how many women listeners we have? We have a bunch of women listeners.
We have a lot.
A lot. Quite a few. Yeah, and it's not nearly like the majority of our audience or anything, but we have a boatload of them, and they tend to be like the women that tend to listen to our shows tend to be like, oh yeah, this is a cool chick. Oh, yeah, they're paying attention, you know? Like, it's not whatever stereotypes you have or whatever, just leave them at the door. So, I don't feel that Melissa deserves acknowledgement because she wasn't the only person that was talking about Hector Neris. We might not have been talking about it. His name came up at one point.
Yeah.
But it was like, you don't see every text during the show. And multiple other people were talking about, like, mentioning Hector Neris.
I was in a good mood. I was going to give it to her.
I'll give it to her then.
Yeah, I was going to give it to her. Yeah.
Acknowledge me.
There we go, Melissa. Good job.
One more time, Ben. A little louder. Yeah. Just
acknowledge
the people in the back.
I don't want to set a trend of people demanding acknowledgement.
No, it's okay.
Seems a little desperate.
Get out.
Yeah. That's right, Bandy.
Yeah.
He called in to do that.
No, you're right, Seth. Okay. Melissa, this is a one-off, okay?
Yeah.
It's a one-off.
The other thing, too, I used to have an argument with one of our old program directors who is a little bit more, maybe it's some old school trappings to him or whatever. And he would bring up, like, well, women are only such and such percentage of the audience. I'm like, dude, there are a lot of purchasing decisions made and guided by the woman in the household that, especially at the time I was doing ads for a urologist. And the urologist told me, he said, it's about, I think he said like 95% of the appointments are made by the wife.
Yeah.
For the vasectomy.
For the vasectomy.
It's like getting a kid to go get his teeth cleaned.
Yeah.
You can't leave him to his own devices. He's not going to set the schedule he's not going to set the appointment for the dentist. That's how husbands are with vasectomies. They'll agree to it or they'll know that it needs to be done. But when it comes to pulling the trigger on the snippy snip, it tends to be the wife that actually gets it done.
There wasn't a lot of convincing for me.
Yeah.
Went back. I wouldn't say I'm in the 5%. You said 95% set the appointment. I don't think I'm in the 5%, but I think my ex-wife and I both were running to the phone to grab it, to call the place and make the appointment at about the same time.
Yeah.
And this is no disrespect to my kids. It's just a quantity issue. My kids are awesome. They were great kids, but they were kids. Mm. And so we had all three of them within 16 months. And so by the time they were like 3, 3, and 2, it's like we can't add to this.
Right, you're living in modern America. It's not like you're trying to have as many people to help out on the farm as possible.
No.
These are a drain.
There's a tuition. There's a tuition. There's a tuition. No, I don't quantify it that way, but we didn't want any more. Well, we had boy-girl twins. Mm-hmm. And so you're kind of set there. You got one of each, and we're not looking to have 7 kids or anything like that.
Yeah.
And then along came Sammy. It's like, oh, okay. Well, now we got to figure this thing out. So I was happy to go do it. I had mine done the week of March Madness.
Yeah.
The Thursday of March Madness, I had mine done because you are doctor's orders supposed to sit on the couch with nobody bothering you for 3 days.
Yeah.
And it's my favorite 3 days to sit on the couch. At least it was back then. Mm-hmm. The first 4 days of March Madness.
You know what a really effective birth control method is? Just menopause. That's what I would always say. Like, why don't we just wait around for menopause? That'll be fine, right? Like, we'll be good after that. Except, I guess that turns out that's not actually all that effective. Sometimes, sometimes you have a menopause relapse.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It doesn't always
I feel like we're delving into some dangerous territory.
No,
here,
not for
really?
me. I haven't personally. I was just reading about it one day, and it was like, there are women that thought that they were totally in the clear,
really?
And then turns out they were ovulating.
All right, if you're one of the many women that listen to Payne and Pendergast, text in if this phenomenon has happened with you.
Okay, yeah. Did you? And then had it? Well, yeah. And then if you had a child because of it,
yeah.
Having a kid at 55 or something is not in most
sounds
people's
awful.
plan.
I'm not. It sounds terrible.
I'd do it.
Yeah.
I'm 49, and I'd be a deadbeat dad. I'd leave, man. I'd be to Costa Rica so fast with a fake passport.
Here you go, Brandy. Oh, my God.
Seth, do you feel any guilt? Seth, my head. You're talking to Jose here. Shut the hell up.
Seth with a bad Hispanic accent.
I would be in Costa Rica for 7 years and have learned like 10 Spanish words. Yeah. Still, but trying to live on the land.
What did you just hit?
What the hell's this quesadilla?
That's what that would be.
Yeah,
that's what that would be.
I'd be in Ecuador complaining about the lack of hot dogs.
Okay, now we've
6'4".
Oh, he doesn't stick out at all. Hey,
is that Ernest Hemingway?
Yeah.
No, it's just the deadbeat.
When
dad.
are the All in the Family reruns on? Yeah. A text message, I quantify it this way: tuition, cars, clothes, and food.
Food's a big one. I don't know how you guys would like.
I don't either, dude.
Lots of teenagers feed these kids.
I'm being serious. Like, I do not know how you do it these days.
I'd tell them to just go fend for yourself.
Right?
My wife grew up. They had her father was a farmer, and they had 4 kids in 4 years. So they did have a lot of help around the farm, but it sounds like the food situation was like a pack of rats when you throw a piece of cheese out.
Really?
It was she's always, excuse me, she's always still kind of impressed that we have food around the house.
Really?
A pantry full of food.
Because it wasn't always that way.
It was like, no, the food got in the door and then it was gone. There was no like, are there still some crackers in the cupboard?
Yeah,
No, they're gone.
I'm still blown away by this menopause relapse thing you're talking about.
Yeah, I don't know how common it is.
I got to go do some Google
I just know that
research
it's supposed
on
to
this.
be like, don't get cocky.
Yeah.
Don't get cocky if all of a sudden your wife's in menopause that you don't have to worry about it at all anymore. It's not quite as cut and dry as that.
Tanner says, acknowledge me. I demand you acknowledge me for acknowledging that I should not request acknowledgement. That's not going to work, Tanner. Give him a Yeah, thank you. I was going to say, give him a
credit him for the effort.
Yeah. Yeah, you get credit, but that's it.
No ironic acknowledgments here, all right?
Nope, not on this show. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you.
Sacred ground.
Hey, college football, sacred ground. College football starts tomorrow.
What?
This is the wildest college football story I've seen in the age of NIL so far. And one guess as to who the head coach is that's behind it. That is next. Ooh, I get to talk about Liqueur 43 one more time before the week is over. Okay. I feel a little more responsible telling you guys to take a little Liqueur 43 and put it in your coffee at 9:18 than I did it.
21.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I don't know that Deion Sanders has had any notable press conferences since the one last week where he wouldn't answer questions from CBS and was correcting reporters the whole time and asking the beat writer from the Denver Post why he even shows up at these press conferences because he's not a cheerleader for the team.
Yeah, no, and he refused to answer a question from that you had said that the CBS reporter.
CBS,
basically it's something the CBS website said. He wouldn't talk to the local CBS
affiliate. It's like they couldn't be.
She'd clacked out the article or something.
Yeah, like they could not be more unrelated. Apparently now comes this story, and this is from SI.com. A former Colorado assistant coach. And I'm bringing this up because college football starts tomorrow. Man, college football has become a fun soap opera. I didn't know that I would like this world of the portal and the NIL as much as I do, but it's definitely content worthy. Mm-hmm. A former Colorado assistant coach, quote, spent time in the Middle East this past holiday season lobbying Saudi Arabia's PIF, the Public Investment Fund, the fund that is funding the Live Golf Tour.
Yeah.
For NIL funding on behalf of CU football. So Deion Sanders sent one of his coaches, his special teams coordinator, guy by the name of Trevor Riley, and he resigned back on August the 1st. So a couple weeks ago, the guy up and resigns. He went on record about trying to pull in funding for the school's NIL collective. He told Sports Illustrated there were no bad feelings between anyone with the program, but rather he was at odds with a few people in the Colorado administration. Riley said he spent time in the Middle East this past holiday season lobbying the PIF for NIL money on behalf of Colorado. A copy of what Riley says was in his resignation letter to the CU AD and school president was reviewed by Sports Illustrated. Here's what it said. Quote, "You paid me $90,000 a year and let me handle special teams. I did all this work in your name and was told to pursue it." Again, this is to Colorado's administration. "I burned through all my contacts in my Mormon community, which is worth about $3 trillion. Now I can't get these people to answer my calls because I just found out today that none of my endeavors will happen," whatever that means.
Yeah.
"I even went to Saudi Arabia and got a meeting with the Saudis who were interested in pursuing business. I have email receipts to prove it, and you guys let it fall flat on its face." So this guy sounds like he had some stuff cooking. This special teams coordinator had some stuff cooking with possibly the Church of Latter-day Saints, had some stuff cooking in Saudi Arabia, and the CU administration. So his issue is not with Deion.
Right.
His issue is with the AD and the school president, and it sounds like this guy feels like a sales guy who went and got some deals down to the 5-yard line, and he just needed his boss to come in and close the deal, and nothing got closed. And so now he made a trip over to Saudi Arabia during the holidays for no reason.
Yeah.
And he apparently he's burned all his his network of the Mormon community all feel jilted for some reason.
That's the part that I just where something seems amiss a little bit. Like, okay, what part of you reaching out to all of your Mormon contacts resulted in them? Like, exactly what did you present and how to the point where now they won't talk to you? Yeah. Like, that feels like I need to know more about exactly how he was conducting his business, because that's not typically. You reach out to a contact about something, and if it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out, right? Like, so now all of a sudden people aren't returning his calls or something.
Burned to the ground.
Yeah, I don't. I need to know more about just exactly what he was promising and what he was allowed to promise, and if he was even supposed to be in Saudi Arabia. It might very well be that the administration found out that he'd gone off to Saudi Arabia to look for money from the Saudis, and they thought, "Oh, what the hell?"
Well, let's assume for a second it was a directive from the school.
Yeah.
Because this feels like it would be right up Deion Sanders' alley to go find NIL money wherever you can find it.
Yeah. Like maybe he just had a blank check to go find money.
Yeah. How do we? I mean, there's a lot of non-traditional things that have happened in college football.
Yeah.
The Saudis getting involved in it is way out.
That turns it all of a sudden into that's a crossover hit.
Yeah,
that ends up becoming that's something you talk about on the nightly news and everything else like that. People are giving speeches in Congress about it. It's as much as it isn't anymore. It's an American pastime. Like everything, it's been so disheveled or disorganized over the last couple of years that who knows what college football is anymore.
The concept of private money coming into college athletic departments is not a new one. I mean, it is fairly new, but this is not the first time. That's been a big story this offseason is there have been people presenting on possibly, because now it's the curtain's pulled back now. It's a gigantic business where labor has been cheap for all these years, and now this thing is being run way more like a business where kids may happen to go to class.
Yeah.
It's really like a minor league, especially the Power 4 conferences.
Yeah. But it's minor league, but with free agency.
Right.
It's crazy.
Purely from a fiscal standpoint, these schools have talked about getting private equity involved now because they got to pay all these players now,
Yeah, it is. It's as wild a situation, I think, as we've seen in any major sport, isn't it?
Yes.
Because in the pros, there's rules, there's collective bargaining agreements, there's teams do have rights to retain a player, and even though that's dissolving a little bit and fraying at the edges, it's still there's structure where there's just zero structure here. It's anybody's guess. I'm kind of trying to. It's beyond my intellectual capabilities to even understand all the implications of college football having the Saudi trust involved in college football. It's crazy. It's just crazy.
It's not affected the popularity of the sport either. It's now some old school fans. It may have affected the popularity with them. I submit that they all still watch, but begrudgingly. I don't think if you're a college football fan, I don't think you're quitting college football over what the environment's like in there right now. All the ticket sales and all the TV ratings tell us the sport has never been healthier.
Well, I do think that there is still something, like, at the end of the day, you're rooting for the laundry, right? You're cheering for the laundry. Like, people are identified with the
connection,
team and the logo and your time at that school.
Yes.
I don't know what it would be. Like, with college football, what percentage of people in the stands could actually tell you who all the starting offensive linemen are?
Right.
I don't. So there's the diehards. And the diehards, I think, are going to be diehards no matter what. And the guy, if you are a diehard and you've paid attention to recruiting through the years, then you're also going to be paying attention to NIL and everything. But for the people that probably create the bulk of ticket sales, which are alumni that just want to go and tailgate and everything, I don't know if any of this really affects them as much.
Right.
I think it's still rooting for the school, rooting for your alma mater, and all of that.
If anything, the NIL has pushed the athletes to the forefront from a marketing standpoint.
Yeah.
And it's actually probably, I don't know if inadvertence is the right word, but maybe just an unintended consequence of all the NIL is that the average fan you're talking about is actually connecting with the sport better, because I see this guy in Dr. Pepper commercials.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And I see this guy doing this and that, and they're just way more out in the
present.
Yeah. Like, I like this guy. I'm gonna watch some. And I think Deion has actually probably, as bad as they were last year, that burst of popularity at the beginning of the season last year drew a lot of the average people in. And there's so much college football going on. Even just when you get highlights fed to you during a Colorado game, the reaction for some people might be, or they're telling you, hey, coming up after this is so-and-so against so-and-so. Hey, I'll watch that, So Deion's been good for it.
You got a question on the text line about what was it about Alabama?
Oh no, it was on the TV.
Oh, is that what was it on TV?
The question was, what would be considered a success at Alabama this year?
Okay.
And I just laugh at the question because I'm like,
well, I mean,
any Alabama person, it's anything better than 11-1.
Well, realistically, their over/under this year is 9.5.
That's what I would guess. Yeah.
I looked at they had to subtract the bowl games out of this. I think the last time they had just 10 wins, fewer than 10 wins in a season, was 2010.
Yeah.
So they would have won 9 regular season games that year, and then they won the Capital One Bowl.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, if they win 10 games this year, that's a success for
Kirby
Alabama.
Smart and Nick Saban have won 13 of the last 18 national championships. Those two guys.
Bring the Saudis in. We got to break this up.
Yeah, no, you're
this
right.
Is like, I know it's an old trope. I know it's an old trope. Like, bring the Saudis in to fix college football.
Teddy Roosevelt, trust buster.
I just want, you reading that stat just made me feel like, yep, it's time for the Saudis.
Yep. Get over here. Larry's in Stafford. He wants in on a Friday before a football game. Go figure. What's going on, Larry? How you doing?
What's going on, Sean? Seth? Hey, I'm a traditionalist and a capitalist at heart. I mean, I like the Catholics and convicts and watching the U come down and camouflage, getting ready to play or when they play Nebraska, or I like the Texas Longhorns and Aggie tradition back in when I was in high school and just sitting down and watching it. And I also like money. I like being able to do fun things, drive fast cars and things like that. But it's just something real uncomfortable when you start talking about allowing Saudi money to be involved in things, man. And it's weird because I'm a big Deion fan, and I hope their program is successful up there, but it seems like there's just too much going on. And I blame the NCAA for this because they allowed NIL and the portal to all of a sudden just manifest itself. And it has messed up not just the college games in terms of just the purity of it, but it's affected the high school game also because a lot of these kids are not getting opportunities now because of the portal and NIL, because these dudes are going back to school. So it's kind of messed up the tradition on both levels. And I understand that it never was an amateur sport because Big Tex and all them boys was paying everybody under the table. But there was still something pure about just sitting down watching college football on Saturday and watching your favorite team in your Letterman jacket or whatever that you went to, and just really enjoyed the camaraderie of having spent time on them yards, man. So it's a real weird thing for me when I see all these money involvements from different places, but we just got to get used to it. And I guess, like I said, as you get older, man, things just change, and you just got to start accepting it. I want to touch on a couple other things real quick. Bringing Neris back, that was just one of the smartest moves that they done over there. He can help you in your bullpen, so you might as well go get him. The next thing, and y'all was talking about having kids at 50. You might as well find the bridge over the ship channel and jump off of it if your ass is having a kid at 50. Because, look, man, once you get them kids out of the house or whatever, life becomes real good again for you and the old lady, man. So I got a buddy, man, that I really care about, and he was 53 years old. He had already had 4 kids, had a son drafted in Major League Baseball. All of a sudden, he had 2 twins and another child after 56. No, dog, I ain't trying to do nothing like that, man. So it's just weird, man, because once you get to an age, man, where you really want to try to enjoy whatever life you got left, man, that's what it's about. Last thing before I let y'all go, hey, man, what McVay and D'Amico did over there with that training camp practice and everything, that's what the NFL really should be about when you have them joint practices. Them boys was over there doing some real good work from what I'm hearing, man. And the fact that you get to go up against other teams and then play them is getting ready for football time, fellas. Y'all might want to amp up like I'm going to be amped up for the rest of the season, and I'll haul.
We'll see you tomorrow, Larry. We'll see you tomorrow out at NRG Stadium. Yeah, Larry touching on kids after the age of 50 circles back to a conversation Seth and I were having in a previous segment where Seth informed me of the phenomenon of second menopause.
Yeah.
Text message, I'm in my second menopause. Yup, it happened. New baby at 62.
Yeah, that was, and we had a couple others say that it's between the ages of 47 and 55.
Yeah.
Where you might have a little spell where you think you're fully in menopause, but then all of a sudden, those little fallopian tubes engage.
Yeah.
Start squeezing out little potential babies.
Little
half babies.
They wake up, they sit up like the Undertaker.
We got them.
Yeah.
They're talking to each other, and they're like, it's been a couple years. I think they're getting complacent.
All right, Payne and Pendergast with you. All right, let's get you ready for tomorrow and the weekend. Texans-Rams. Biggest questions, the biggest question for me heading into this game on Saturday, and it's something that a year and a half ago, I never thought we would be saying these things, but we'll have that for you coming up next. Taquerias Arandas. If you're looking for a place to watch the game, especially the Astro games,
Livestream.com/free.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
This time tomorrow, Seth and I will be 45 minutes into Texans Countdown prior to the Rams and the Texans, which kicks off at noon.
Oh, my gosh.
9 o'clock? Yeah, 9 o'clock. Be there tomorrow, man.
Less than 24 hours from now. Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
9 o'clock Texans Countdown, noon kickoff, and then Clint Stoerner and I have you for a post-game following the final preseason game before the season gets going. Here's D'Amico Ryans yesterday when he was asked, what are you looking for in the final preseason game?
This last preseason game, really looking forward to the guys who get the reps, seeing them grow and improve. Right now, it's that kind of like that final exam. Right, we've been going for about a month here in training camp, and all of the coaching points and all the tips we've been giving guys. Like, can you go out and pass this final exam? Like, how much have you grown? How much have you learned? And can you showcase that right on the big stage?
All right, so I mean, look, I'm reading into that as the backups doing that. You know, I don't think
This is they're not trying to figure out if most of the guys that they know are starters. They already feel like, okay, we've seen them in NFL games before.
There's like 30 guys who won't dress for this game.
Or like Kamari Lassiter, D'Amico just can't say enough positive things about. They feel good about Kamari Lassiter's consistency. There's just a whole lot of guys that are battling for a roster spot, and usually there's probably at this moment, even though it's tougher than in previous years, there's not that many guys that they have questions about. But there are, every year there's guys that really flash or something clicks for them, and you think, all right, yeah, there's something to this kid. Plus you think, oh, the guy flashes in that last preseason game. All the other teams see that too. And maybe we're thinking about him as a practice squad guy, but like, wow, people are going to like this guy when they see this, so we're just going to keep him on the roster instead of trying to expose him to the practice squad.
What position group or player do you think sits out tomorrow that you would actually like to see play?
Oh, the first string offensive line.
You would like to see 100%. Them play.
I'd love to see them play.
Yeah.
I want to get him as many full speed reps against, if not starters, then at least, full speed competition, just to keep working on getting the timing down, learning some lessons about how things need to be done. It's just they're in any offense. I was about to say in this offense, really in any offense, the offensive line is the position group that works with the most critical cooperation between the members of the line. Like they've got to be like five fingers in a glove. And right now, so far, I really haven't seen that yet. And there's part of me that would be like, no, play them the whole game. They need that time. That would be stupid. But there's a part of me that wants to see that.
Yeah.
And if not even to diagnose or figure out whether Kenyon Green should actually be the starter or anything, just because I think they need the reps.
More reps. Yeah, more reps.
They face a pretty damn good defensive line in Indianapolis in week one.
They do. They absolutely do. I think, to me, the biggest storyline coming into this game is what happens with Dameon Pierce, most popular guy on the team a couple of years ago. Still very popular, just not as productive as he was as a rookie. And the window for Dameon Pierce tomorrow afternoon, Seth, to me, ranges from he's in sweats and hoodies like C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and everybody else is, or he's getting 12 carries in the first half of this game.
I think, and honestly, I don't know if there's anything you can tell by if he's playing or not, because I feel like you think that if he's not playing, it's because they think he's the guy.
Yes.
I think there's a chance if he's not playing that they're trying to trade him and they just don't want him to get injured before a potential trade. I do think that maybe to do right by Dameon, because he's that kind of a player, I think that everybody on the team loves him for good reason. Mm-hmm. And I think Caserio and D'Amico both love him. But it's just increasingly looking more and more like it's just not a fit. And if he's gonna reclaim his 2022 form, it might have to be in a different situation. So they might look at it as, you know what, we want to give him every chance and opportunity to just either maybe have something click, and maybe that looks good for people on film, but we want to give him the opportunity to do it and let him go out there and play.
Do you think if there were like, if I'm a GM of a team that runs the Kubiak-Shanahan system, I'm not touching Dameon Pierce, obviously.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of teams that don't run that system.
Like the Rams, who they were practicing against yesterday.
The Rams and several others. I got to imagine if I'm in their front office, This is just the hubris of a front office, right?
Yeah.
Like, oh, this is how he is over there. We're going to get him in our building and in our system in 2022 all over again.
Yeah, and I think that they very much are thinking that. Like, okay, there's something here. The Texans bring in Cam Akers partly because they've seen the upside of him and they know what he's capable of doing, but the Rams moved away from that system, and it just wasn't a good fit for Cam Akers. So I think that I think that part of it could be that another office thinks, okay, maybe he's better in our system. And I think that a lot of other NFL front offices or coaching staffs are thinking the same thing. A lot of our fans and I myself have been saying since last year, which is he looked a hell of a lot different when he was playing at a different body weight. And some of it might be as simple as A, get him into a scheme in which he's more comfortable, and B, get him back to where he's breaking tackles. Because right now, it's not just the outside zone plays, it's power, it's gap scheme stuff, it's the old school football. He's not breaking tackles and busting through holes the way he did in 2022. And I think a lot of that is tied to the fact that he's just not as physically powerful as he was then.
There's 3 scenarios for Dameon Pierce. He's either, after Saturday, he's either on the team, he gets traded, or he gets cut.
Mm-hmm.
Order of likelihood.
I think it's most likely he gets traded.
Traded is number 1. I think on the team is number 2.
Yeah, I think so.
And then I think cut is the 3rd.
Yeah, I think there's still a part of the Texans that still feel that same way of like, okay, well, there's upside here. We can't just let him, we gotta give it a chance perhaps or trade him.
Yeah.
Like we don't want to just completely let go of a potentially valuable asset.
And they feel like the young guy, like Jawar Jordan and British Brooks, might sneak through waivers and you bring him back on the practice squad. We have somebody asking, Stacy in LaPorte, asking, what's up, guys? Love the show. This is for both of you. What do you see? Where do you see the running backs landing in the 53-man roster cuts, starting backup practice squad traded? We just talked about Pierre. I think Joe Mixon is the starter. I think Dario Gumbawale is going to make the team just based on how they've used him in the preseason. I think I'm with you. I think Cam Akers makes this team.
Yeah.
And then obviously they're going to have a fullback, whoever that is. I think there will be a 4th running back. It's just the question of what happens with if Dameon gets traded, I think Jawar Jordan makes the team. If Dameon doesn't get traded, I think Damien's on the team.
I think that, Jawar Jordan as a receiver, too, has been really
good against the Giants, yeah.
I feel like he's shown enough as a receiver in preseason games that they might not expect him to clear waivers. And because he was a guy that, people, and they're still going to be curious about, okay, he's a smaller guy, just how does he stack up? And he hasn't had a chance to go against starting defenses yet, but people are going to be intrigued by Jawar Jordan, I think, by his preseason performance. So and I'm going to be surprised if Cam Akers isn't on the team.
I am too. The wide receiver room, how that shakes out. I think there truly are probably guys in this wide receiver group where this is like American Idol tomorrow.
I think that right now, if Nick's trying to be as objective as possible about it, I think Nick might be at a spot where he's going to see what the trade offers are. And that might decide.
You talking about for Pierce?
No, for wide. I thought you said wide receiver.
I know I was. I thought you were about to say something about Cam Akers again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
No, for wide receiver. You thought I wasn't listening to you, Sean? So for wide receivers, I think that it might partly be, all right, let's see who gives the juiciest trade offer. And I don't want to act like we've got money to burn or anything, but it's a hard decision to make, and a trade offer from another team might be the thing that's a tiebreaker.
Yeah, for sure. I think the Pierce situation and the back end of the wide receiver room are kind of similar from that standpoint. And there's guys on the team who have value maybe to other teams who just can't make the Houston Texans. And the last one is Ali Gay.
Oh, Ali Gay.
Anxious to see about Ali Gay.
I think
number 90.
for the way the numbers shake out, I think he's on the squad. I don't think they would have. I think they played him a lot because they wanted him to get ready to play NFL football. He's got really long arms, and he's learned how to use them in the run game. I think as a pass rusher, he's improved, and there's potential there. And I think he's played so much in the preseason that I don't think they expect him to clear waivers. There's a lot of film on him out there.
There's a ton of film.
I don't think they would have played him as much as they did if they weren't sure about him. It sounds counterintuitive.
Danico Autry's suspension might have changed the calculus for him, too.
Yeah.
Right? That's when he started really popping up a lot, Ali Gay. So we'll see if he's on the bubble. Can he Lestar Jean or Duke Ejiofor his way onto the football team? No, John Lopez remembers those
I remember
days.
Lestar Jean.
Duke Ejiofor, yeah. And Lestar Jean, man.
Yeah.
I looked up his bio yesterday. He finished his career. Remember, he had like 2 touchdowns in a game in the
Camp
preseason.
Star Jean.
Camp Star Jean, that's right.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. He had 2 touchdowns against the Jets. And it's like, he's got to be on this team. And he was for like 3 years. He was on the team, and he had like 10 catches. It was crazy.
Ali Gay is very interesting to me. Like, from the time camp started, I'm like, that dude sure does look the part.
Yeah.
Like, he cuts a figure. And then I was talking to my buddy over here.
His name is Reginald. He's your co-host.
I was talking to him the other off air, and I was saying, I don't know if we should even talk about him because I don't know if he's gonna make the squad. But man, he plays a lot with the first team.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was last year he was more gangly last year. He had these long limbs, but he didn't necessarily show his man strength. I feel like he got his man strength in last year's, and he learned how to use all that length.
So he's making it?
I think he is.
I feel like he is too, and we haven't mentioned him.
Yeah, I mean, in watching preseason games, right, the extent of what I've gotten a chance to see, I've seen him a few times. I'm like, oh, who's that, right?
Yeah.
Like, and I think that is probably a compliment and a half when you talk about somebody at that level trying to cut the 53.
Yeah, and he's been playing against some starting offensive linemen, and just he's held up. You know, he's a guy that he's not flashy whatsoever. It's more of a size and strength game. But the speed, you can make up for a lot of speed with just taking big steps, and you just got to learn how to do it. You just got to refine everything, and he's made a lot of progress.
A couple of people asking things on the text page here, and we're going to talk to John Lopez and Reginald Atatula here in just a second. They're in the loop. John Harris said British Brooks was taking fullback reps. Is he a viable option? He was taking fullback reps this week. I have no idea if he's a viable option at fullback.
I think Andrew Beck might be like the fullback, but on PUP to start the season. I have no idea exactly what his injury issues, like how bad they are. He just hasn't played much in the preseason.
Yep. When is 53-man roster cut day? The deadline is Tuesday, but you'll start to see guys get cut probably Sunday.
Sunday
and
after
I think
the
with
game.
the Texans, you'll see a lot of the old guys, and it's announced or it's reported that he's going to be cut, and then all of a sudden he's traded.
Yeah. Over under 1.5 of those.
Over.
Yeah,
I think
there's
more
than
than
one.
Two.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I think at least one receiver. I'd take the over on 0.5 for receivers.
For receiver, you think there will be a yes on
I think
receiver?
the Texans in a surprise move are cutting Noah Brown, and then all of a sudden Noah Brown gets traded.
That's how they got Skoranek on this team. Is they were going to cut Skoranek with the Rams, and Texans are on the other end of that.
Yeah.
But here's Skoranek in a 7th for a 6th. I could see that happening for sure. So what's going on, fellas? How we feeling?
Feeling pretty good.
Yeah?
I do want to take a little bit of umbrage. I appreciate you guys always listening, but then also kind of not listening because you came at us, Seth.
I did. I feel like I presented the nuance.
We're talking about flag football?
Yeah, we're talking about flag football.
We played the quarterback, the USA football flag quarterback, who said he thinks he's better than Mahomes.
Yeah.
And I said that you guys were skeptical, but you thought that it would take Pat Mahomes a week of practice to get as good as that guy is at flag football.
I stand by that.
Yeah, that's John. John stands by. I think that it would take longer for sure.
Yeah.
But my point was, I made it very clear. Nobody's hearing your point when you bring up Patrick Mahomes.
Oh, okay. All right. So I didn't present the nuance.
Yeah.
You shouldn't have chosen Pat Mahomes. Well, you know what, though? Okay. This is where I don't think Pat Mahomes would be as good at flag football. Like, that guy runs a lot. And it's like, if you watched it at all, there's a whole
you see how
lot
he does
of
those dipsy-doos and all that stuff? Yeah.
There's moves
You
out
drop,
there
so
specifically
they can't
about
grab your
keeping them
flag.
away from your flag.
Yeah.
Right.
That I don't think it's as simple as for any NFL player to get good at that really quickly, and also including the actual grabbing of the flag.
Yeah.
We saw that in 2018. They had one of those, flag football guys versus pros event. I think Seneca Wallace was the quarterback, and he picked up a team of like NFL guys or former NFL guys. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
In 2018, I know this because one of my friends is like kind of a flag football guy, and so he was really tied into those folks in there. And the flag football guys won, right? You come into their domain, it's going to be difficult. But I just didn't know that if this was the way to go on trying to make your point, going after what is like one of the few things in American society that we all agree on is Patrick Mahomes being the best football player. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, he also brought up football IQ, which I thought was a mistake. That's football IQ.
Well, he conceded that. He said, but for flag football IQ. Again,
it's not what he said.
The analogy I had was it's like a baseball player going to play cricket. Like, it's a different – there's a lot of similarities, but it's a different sport. Like, I don't think Joey Votto in his prime could get in there and stand at the wickets or whatever the hell.
Kyle Brandt had the best dismissive rant about this.
Yeah.
Very measured rant. He's like, look, Hoosh, I'm going to give you a pass here. But, like when they have miniature golf someday in the Olympics, just because you can put it through the clown's mouth and hit it over the fake alligator doesn't mean you're Scotty Scheffler.
I'm feeling I'm going to start taking up. I'm going to do a deep dive on flag football this weekend because I'm going to start taking up.
I'm not saying he was right. I'm just saying it was funny.
Sean, I live in a nation that has a long history of hubris when it comes into conflict in lesser nations where they think like, oh, yeah, we'll just go in and we'll just bomb them.
Are you talking about Vietnam?
Yeah, I'm talking about World War II when people thought like, oh, Japanese can't fly airplanes the way we can. Like, oh, crap.
Yeah. Don't underestimate. Don't ever underestimate.
All right. Well, we look forward to listening to you guys for the next 4 hours so we can tear into you on Monday.
Excellent. I would expect nothing less.
All right, good stuff. All right. Seth, I'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m., my friend.
Whatever.
Antibodies.
Flag football hater.
Do-set hater. All right, we are done. We're out of time. You are listening to KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. John Lopez, Reginald Atatula, Figgy Fig, they're in the loop, and they start now.
We sure do. In the loop. Sports Radio 610, thanks for hanging out with us on this Friday. I also know what day it is, Sean. So I'm glad that that's there. But
having some trouble with names today.
Yeah, names is a little bit difficult. Days is a little bit difficult.
I couldn't remember if it was Reggie I was having that conversation with. So I was like, this guy. Okay. I just made it up.
Sounds good. Excellent. I wouldn't have called you out on it, to be completely honest. But it's a Friday, and technically we are done with training camp here. Only one more thing to do before you get to the regular season, and that's to play this final preseason game. So what's to be looked at and what's to be learned from this final preseason game? Of course, you can always get involved with the program by texting in. Text line 713-572-4610. We're also on YouTube and Twitch. We'll be checking those as well. But, I mean, it feels like there's a few things in particular that we're trying to get a better eye on in this last game. But largely this team, it feels like the hay's in the barn, as Nick Caserio said yesterday.
Yeah, I think this is one of the best feelings you can have going into the final preseason game. I really do, because there's not a lot still to be determined.
Yeah.
Like this squad is set. The only thing to be determined is, are any good players going to be traded? As they were just talking about.
Sure.
Like, are any players that normally would be starters in previous, versions of the Texans, are they going to be I got two things. I think you got the same two things.
I think so.
That's it. That are interesting, or should be, sort of important in terms of roster building, tomorrow. And it's going to be great to go to. I'll be there. Come say hello. If you're tailgating, I'll be out there doing that. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to be sitting with my guys in our usual spots there on, is it the second or third row? Second row of the press box. It's going to be fun, but it's only a couple of things.
Yeah, and I mean, that's kind of the nature of the third preseason game usually anyways, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, the big one, and it feels like it's been the big one for how long, is like, how does this team view Dameon Pierce? And if we do get to see Dameon Pierce, how does he show again? Because, I mean, look, I know that there's been a lot of conversation about opportunities and such. And in theory, preseason game 3 is a place to see a lot of opportunities for various players and put the last bit of tape out there, whether it's for the team that they're currently on or for the 31 others that might be out there looking, right? And Dameon Pierce feels like all 32 of those are in play because he feels like a candidate for if he does not stick here, which, again, we'll figure out how this organization feels about him and really soon. If he does not stick here, he could be a guy who you're trying to shop elsewhere.
And that's one of mine is Dameon Pierce. And I think our listeners, Texans fans, should be paying attention. If he starts, that's a little bit of a sign. If he plays more than a quarter, that's a big sign. In terms of what they're thinking about him.
John Lopez, Texans whisperer. Let me know. All right, so I feel like there's 3 permutations if I'm not missing some, but we'll check this out, right? Dameon Pierce does not play in this game. What does that mean?
That means he's on. He's done. He's on the squad. And he's probably, I think he's at best, as you've heard, the third best running back on this team, but they seem to like him. They say nice things. Maybe it's just being nice. But if he doesn't play, he's on the squad. I don't think they're going to move him. It's possible. I don't know where you fall on that, but I don't think they move him.
Okay. So Dameon Pierce does play.
They're still thinking about it.
Okay.
Because let's be honest. If he does play, that means Cam Akers is not going to play. Right? Because
I can see that for sure.
Right, because you got all these rookies and undrafted players. I'm looking at them right now. You got or new players. J.J. Taylor, obviously Gumbawale. He's probably going to play because he's just one of those dudes, and he does a lot of special team stuff they're going to look at. Jawar Jordan, British Brooks. So there's 4 players right there. There's 4 running backs right there. That if because Joe Mixon's not going to play, if Dameon Pierce plays, that means Cam Akers is not, and Cam Akers is your second team running back. So you got to kind of read between the lines on this whole first team out there. I think because if Dameon Pierce plays, Cam Akers probably won't, and he's the second team running back.
Okay, and then if Dameon Pierce plays for a while,
yes.
Then, I mean, although that would fit with what D'Amico has said about opportunities, is now you give him
it yesterday.
Room to have opportunities, but what is the interpretation there?
If he plays over a quarter, they're still trying to decide if he's even going to be on the squad. So let's just go through it real simple. He doesn't play, he's in. He starts and plays a little bit. That means he's probably, they're thinking about it, but he's probably going to be like the third team running back, and Cam Akers is your number 2 because I don't think Cam Akers is going to play.
But see, I felt like if that was the case, he would have played a little more in this preseason, right? I felt like all preseason they've been treating him like he was a starting running back.
Yeah, but he's taken a downturn. Like he's had the 2 games, he's had 8 carries and 9 yards. So all of a sudden that's got them thinking about it, I think. You know what I mean?
I mean, it seemed like they're not too worried about him, man, because, shoot, I felt like they threw Mechie out there more than Dameon Pierce. Like, he had something to prove, which I agree. I think he did have something to prove, but it seemed like they kind of coming across as no big deal for Dameon Pierce, and it's everybody else's fault.
Right, and also in not playing him a lot, it has not seemed like they've had a lot of consideration towards the idea of trading him. I do wonder if they play him a lot, if that's some ideas of like kind of shopping him a little bit. Although, again,
there is that.
Right. What are you shopping in that case, especially if he gives you another yard per carry performance, right? Like, is that something that ends up being appealing in the marketplace? But, yeah, Dameon Pierce out there would be, I don't know, it's going to be interesting to maybe get a better idea because of what this organization views of Dameon Pierce, because they've said a lot of things that I don't know. I think you can take them at face value, sure, with this organization, but I think we all, especially because of what we can see and what we believe, we all have a little bit of skepticism as to how strongly this organization believes that about Dameon Pierce.
I think the big thing we need to be looking for when they trot out onto the field is Cam Akers going to play? I know he's a veteran and they might sit him anyway, but they wouldn't sit him and play Dameon Pierce unless they knew Cam Akers had a spot on this team. And to me, that's the biggest thing.
From the 713, they say, "Hey, man, it's Lions season still. Don't forget." Yes. So if they don't play him, they're trading him. I could see that as well. Especially Seth was talking about this when we talked with him yesterday. The idea of, hey, man, this joint practice could have been a real great opportunity for the Texans to maybe have a conversation with a team that could very much be in need of the services of Dameon Pierce.
Yeah.
They've made a shift in their running style to more of a gap scheme, which is something that we've seen historically in that rookie year that Dameon Pierce ran a lot better. Maybe him, you pair them together, especially when you look at the relationship that the organizations have, or at least or D'Amico Ryans and Sean McVay have. Maybe you can work something out there, and if they already have maybe some level of hush-hush agreement or something to that effect, maybe you sit him and then so that there's no further risk of injury or anything like that.
But I think Dameon Pierce has proved nothing this preseason and really last year. If not, he doesn't excel in this type of system.
Yeah.
So I think whomever they're trading him to is not going to be a zone blocking system. It's going to be someone else.
And so there is something to be said for having him get out there one more time in an outside zone type situation. Maybe doesn't benefit you at all.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Other things to maybe look for and maybe possibly be learned in this final preseason game against the Rams. How is this wide receiver room going to shake out? There's an abundance of talent in this wide receiver room, and you unfortunately just can't hold on to all of them.
Yeah.
How do they feel about them? And again, this more feels like maybe not how they play, because I think all of the parties involved, we feel like we have the book on. We feel like we have dossiers on who they are. It's more of how are they deployed, and maybe if that gives us a little bit of the tip of the hand of how Caserio and this organization is viewing the way that they're going to play this.
Mechie, Noah Brown, and Robert Woods, right? I think Xavier Hutchinson is probably in there too, but
yeah, Xavier's going to be a guy worth watching.
So maybe those four.
But I mean, they're going to play.
They're going to play. Yeah, they're going to play, and I think it's telling because Robert Woods is a guy that you would have thought wouldn't have played. Veteran.
Yeah.
Veteran guy, has been there, done that, has been on this squad, has been an integral part of this squad. He's kind of in that same boat. I mean, he may not be playing for his NFL life because he's going to play, but he's playing for this uniform. He's playing for, is he going to be a Texan? Same thing maybe with Noah Brown. So it's interesting. I think John Mechie is interesting as well because Mechie had such a good game, last week. He can almost only hurt himself when he plays. He's got to have a good game, like because all of a sudden we'll be sitting here on Monday going, was that a fluke? If he has another kind of nowhere game, he's got to play well, Mechie.
Sure, I think that's fair, especially. Yeah. I think we've taken the kind of hints of, hey, a little bit more special teams and practice and such, and we've turned that into, well, does that mean that he has a solid spot? But I think that's a fair point, is the idea that I know that maybe you could look at the coaching staff looking at him and saying, okay, maybe they're starting to see what they always hoped they could see, especially in what you could consider kind of like, if you viewed it this way, his rookie year after him dealing with a lot of off-the-field things, including, fighting cancer and getting himself back to where he needed to be.
Yeah.
You could view this as, okay, this is a starting point, and if we see the proof of concept in his style, then that's fine, but you want to make sure that proof of concept is fully established also in preseason game 3.
Yeah, I think they're looking,
4, I guess, technically.
I think they're looking for an exclamation point with John Mechie. Validation, verification, if you will. Like we've liked him. He's kind of been in their good graces. Didn't do a whole lot in the first preseason game, first 2 preseason games, but then he kind of showed what he's got. Kind of got his feet under him. They're just looking for that exclamation point. Yes, he's going to be here. He's got that upside.
So a couple of days ago, D'Amico Ryans after practice was basically asked about what he's expecting to see in this 3rd preseason game. This is what he said.
Coming into our last preseason game, it will be a really big opportunity for a lot, I always say young guys, but it's a lot of guys on our team who aren't just solidified ones on our team. So it's an opportunity for those guys, one last week to show the improvements that they made, to show that they belong, to show that they can help our team, be a successful team this year. So it's just one more look for guys. And, I think at this point we've seen what a lot of our guys can do. We've seen how they can help us. And I just want to see those guys, if they can take another jump. Right? Can they take another jump? Can they correct the things that need to be corrected? And can the guys just go out and compete and play fast football for us?
Okay, so I think the guys that we previously talked about, I don't think they fit in that category. But are there any other players on this roster that you feel like do fit into that category?
Like what? Like he's basically saying, not just rookies, everybody on this squad that's not a 1, you got to show us one more time. And the answer is what we were talking about, like not just those back end receivers, but maybe some of these running backs. I think what he's really talking about there, like making some decisions, yes or no, will be here, won't be here, will be maybe move. I think he's looking at players along the offensive and defensive fronts, because keep in mind, obviously. They're gonna have a lot of opportunities on both of those behind the front line guys. Autry is going to be suspended. There's one opportunity right there, for somebody. And then you've got guys like Settle and Davis is probably going to be on the squad, but he's got to show something. Derek Barnett, Jerry Hughes, like those are guys that have been on this squad. I think he's talking about those guys. All right, show us. And then some of these offensive linemen. Our guy Nick Brooker, Figgy, came out of nowhere, started running with the 1s. He's not guaranteed, So Kendrick Green had that little nick that he had. Maybe Jarrett Patterson. So I think he's talking there, not just about the receivers and some of these back end receivers and the back end running backs, but both offensive and defensive lines.
I also wonder if some of this points to like these positions that we view a little bit weaker. Especially on the defense, we talk about cornerback depth, right?
There you go.
Like some of those guys, C.J. Henderson, and then also Jeff Okudah, absolutely, right? Like those are guys who are not rookies, but guys who you need to see another opportunity to see them play at a level that feels sufficient because you have your starting cornerbacks that you feel confident about, but those guys are going to, over the course of a 17-game season, bumps, bruises, substitutions, all sorts of things, they'll factor in various points. Are you going to be able to play at the level that's sufficient for you? And then also you could talk about linebackers as well. Yeah. Christian Harris, again, didn't practice yesterday, right?
How did I not think of linebackers?
Is Christian Harris going to be a dude who possibly ends up with an IR stint as well?
Yes, at this point you have to consider that. But I'm glad you brought up linebackers because Neville Hewitt's going to be on the squad, and then who? Behind that. I think To'o is going to play.
Yeah.
And so he has to. Maybe he falls into that category. He's not going to get cut.
No.
But they're looking for guys that can show him something.
Show him that you're fully grasping and you're full and growing. Actually, To'o might be like chief in this conversation.
Yes.
You hear the way that D'Amico talked about it.
Yeah.
Show us that the improvement that you've already identified yourself and that we've identified as a team for you. That you're not just taking steps with it, but you're also like fully continuing down that path towards a better player.
Jake Hansen played a lot. Is he a lock? I don't know. I don't think so. Delshon Phillips, he's played a lot mostly with the second group. That's a good thing. But is he a lock? I don't know. You got Jamal Hill, rookie. Linebacker. You're absolutely right. Linebacker is going to be one that I think there's going to be some make or break plays on tomorrow.
Yeah. So tomorrow, starting at 9 a.m. here on Sports Radio 610, you'll have Sean and Seth getting you ready for preseason game, game 4 around here after the Hall of Fame 3/4 of a game.
Yeah.
It's such a weird circumstance that you had there. But Sports Radio 610, we got you locked when it comes to Texans. There you go. In the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Thanks for hanging out with us. Again, you can always get involved by texting in on the text line, 713-572-4610. Coming up next, the Astros handle Baltimore and Bregman quickly proving us wrong. We'll talk about it next.
New co-host, same old Lopez.
Has Lopez forced any OG sauce on you?
He sure.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Because it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. Always live.
Love it. Love it.
Always local.
Don't ever underestimate the heart of a champion.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
It's definitely Friday. I hope you have a job and you do have something to do. Let's hang out with us. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Atatula. Hanging out, man. Feeling good.
All right, I'm feeling good now.
Now? What changed?
No.
What shifted? Now, you heard that, right, Fig?
I'm feeling good now. I'm feeling good
Yeah,
now.
what's going on, man?
You
Do you need to vent?
No.
You need to clear out?
No.
You need to give you space?
No. I'll tell you when I need to clear out.
Okay.
No, I just you know how you got your favorite chair at home?
Yeah.
I'm in my favorite chair.
Okay.
You know,
I'm decidedly in my not favorite chair at least. I haven't figured out a favorite chair. I've been here a week, man.
Yeah.
But I haven't figured out my favorite chair. All I figured out is that this one that I'm in right now is not my favorite chair. I don't know if you noticed, Figgy, if I'm behind my computer, cannot see you.
I showed you how to lift that thing.
Well, I tried to. Maybe I'm stupid, right? It's possible. But this chair is just sitting just a little bit lower. You know what I mean? And I like sitting low in the car, but not in this instance. I need to have a little bit of a command.
Use that blue chair.
Yeah, I'll switch it out here.
Blue chair's
shortly.
not comfortable either.
Yeah,
I'll hook you.
Am I have to bring a chair from home?
Yeah, well, maybe. But you know how it is. You just like last night's perfect example. Little tangent here.
Okay.
So I went to go hang out with my son and daughter-in-law and my granddaughter. Had the time of my life. I mean, it's always we eat dinner with them on Thursdays. Playing with the granddaughter. Put her on my shoulders and walked up the street. Just great time. Okay. But when I got home, I'm like, I'm in my chair now. You know, it's like when, you know, so, you know, we do the cross and we're on the other side. And I'm just used to this.
Because we're the nice guys at the station. We make sure the other shows are accommodated.
Expand on that. Because this is a good point. We'll get it.
About to rub them feathers.
No, this is a good point that he made after the show yesterday.
Week 1, and I'm already feeling comfortable enough to take shots.
That means you're comfortable.
No, but you know, when we do the handoff, which is fun, it's a great chance to get to talk to both the morning show, Seth and Sean, and then also the afternoon drive show with Clint and Ron. And in both of those instances, right, the command positions, the ones that are typically sat in order to have a good view of the producer, where Figgy is currently, are the ones that we're currently sitting in.
Yeah.
In both handoffs, we are the ones who put ourselves in the, I guess, more uncomfortable positions.
We compromise ourselves for the sake of the team.
For the sake of the team.
I do the same thing, too. Like, I know y'all don't see it behind here, but I do the same thing. I try to make sure everything is closed out. And I made sure Tyler have enough time to set up and get what he needs for his show.
The story here is sometimes it sucks to be the nice guys. Like Reggie's a really nice guy. I try to be a nice guy. Figgy's the beloved. Clint and Ron are the problem.
Wow, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You know what? I agree.
Yeah, Clint and Ron are the problem. Because this is pulling back the curtain.
They've been very nice to me.
I love both of them, but they are a problem. Because Sean and Seth, it's our duty to be on the other side.
Sure.
They've been doing a show since 6 a.m. for 4 hours. Hey, you guys finish your show, and we'll pop over there.
To be fair to those guys, I'm the one who moved. So they didn't have the opportunity to come in. They were just like, oh, open seat, I guess I'll sit down.
But Clint and Ron, we move over there before they even come in.
But see, I was thinking the opposite, man. Because you guys, y'all moved to that side before, you know, in the last break.
Exactly.
I was thinking, dang, maybe Sean and them need to move to that side.
Ooh, yeah.
That's why I thought y'all was going with it.
All right.
So I guess it could be either or.
Well, either way, when it comes to being a nice guy, and
it's us.
You know, it's us, and apparently it's also Bregman.
Yes.
As first of all, let's talk about the fact that the Astros handled their business. This is what the final call sounded like.
They've turned things around and hope to be playing deep into October. But tonight, they fall to the Astros 6-0 as Holiday flies out to Myers in center. 9 straight wins on the road for the Astros, with the 24-year-old right-hander Spencer Arrighetti picking up his 6th win of the season.
You damn Skippy. That was on Big Fox, and thanks Big Fox for taking that from the Orioles' perspective right there. But no, Astros get another victory, as you heard, 9 straight road wins for this team, and they looked good in this one, man.
And they beat a really good pitcher.
They sure did. Corbin Burns, 29-year-old, really solid pitcher. I think he was the starter for the AL.
Yes, he
was.
In
the All-Star game this year. And he was no match for Spencer Arrighetti, though. 6 innings, good breaking ball, I noticed. And then by far and large, or what's the right word?
By and large.
By and large. There we go.
Yeah.
I can speak English, I promise.
I'm here for you.
More swings and misses than any other pitcher in this game. 12 swings and misses. Like, he was locating well, and his stuff looked good.
Yeah.
He's been pitching well over his last, 5 starts. Sub-3 ERA.
Yeah, at least that. He started the season, I mean, I was calling him Arrighetti and meatballs.
Yeah.
I mean, because he started the season with like a 6 ERA in his first 3 or 4 starts. And now getting it done, just a perfect example of what we've talked about. D'Amico's got his pixie dust. So do Astros pitching coaches, because they are getting it done. And then of course Bregman, he's getting it done. And I have a sneaking suspicion it's not going to affect him at the plate. Obviously, we've already seen that.
Sure.
But I got a sneaking suspicion. Come the offseason, we're going to hear Bregman had elbow surgery, blah, 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 blah. He probably has bone spurs. This is me, Dr. Lopez. He probably has bone spurs or something.
Definitely not a doctor.
Not a real doctor.
Yeah, for sure. We want to make that very clear. But no, you're right. I mean, you mentioned not hurt him at the plate. He had the, furthest hit ball in this game. But we did learn, and just to make it clear, what happened, that it seems like he is going to be picking up that first base glove. We were asking, is that a possibility, as an opportunity to maybe not have him DH exclusively or frequently, because DH is already a spot that you need desperately to kind of move some things around. In fact, do we have Ken Rosenthal here? Because Ken Rosenthal on the broadcast was kind of breaking down the news that we got yesterday about Alex Bregman.
The plan is as soon as tomorrow for Alex Bregman to do something that he has never done in his professional or collegiate career, and that is play first base. Bregman took grounders at first today without throwing. He's going to continue to play third as well, depending upon how he is feeling. The Astros want him in the field as much as possible so that they can DH Yordan Alvarez and not play him in left field.
We were all sitting
there. Shocking.
We were all sitting there going, nah.
Not only nah, but hell nah. He ain't playing no first base.
Yeah.
And immediately, literally as soon as we could hear anything about it, they were like, oh, yeah, he playing first base, right? This is the Rick James. I don't remember grinding my feet in his couch. Yeah, I was grinding my feet in his couch. Alex Bregman is going to play some first base, which honestly, that is one of those moves that happens with a infielder is, if they're maybe bigger or what have you, opportunity to, less strain on the body. It is cool to hear that he will still play some third base. But, as you mentioned, right, the idea that, he's going to play first base to limit the amount of throwing. That sounds like this is not just slept well or slept wrong. That's not just gremlins. This is not just some level of inflammation.
Exactly.
This feels like something that's going to be serious when the time comes where they feel comfortable that they can be really honest.
Yeah, but get to it when you get to it. If you can keep playing and swinging that bat like you're swinging, go ahead and play first base, man.
It looked like the Astros finally got their first baseman.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They got their first baseman.
They could have done this in April.
I know. And we could have cut that promo Patrick Creighton kept doing.
Yeah.
They don't have a first baseman. But you know what? Sometimes it takes these extenuating circumstances for a player to agree to it. Because that was one of the things we were talking about yesterday as well. Is he going to agree to a move to first base? Sometimes these positions are so ingrained as a player's identity. And I'm not going to speak specifically to Alex Bregman that's what is happening. I just wonder if it took this particular circumstance where it's hey, man, we're trying to limit the throwing. And 832 mentions Bregman is maybe 5'11", 6 foot. Most first basemen are taller now because you can get that stretch, and I understand that. But
when if he's really good at first base, though?
Leave his ass there.
Because who was it? Was it Bryce Harper?
Bryce Harper became a first baseman for sure, yeah. And so, it'll be interesting to see. Now you'll have at least some data sets over the remainder of the season, and we'll see what it looks like in the offseason.
I get the size thing. It's more of a reputation than anything. You see this behemoth at first base.
Well, I mean, that stretch matters.
It helps.
Yeah, for sure.
It helps to be able to have, to reach and stretch. And
extra
and all
couple
that
inches of reach can be the difference between out or safe at first.
Absolutely. But let's be honest. I mean, the biggest key, it's like that old saying, what's the key to playing a good right field? Swing that bat. The key to playing a good first base is swing that bat.
Produce runs, and that's something that he can absolutely do. And something that Astros did very well last night.
They did.
How about the Ben Gamel game? Right? Ben Gamel, some dude that you went and got because the Mets were done with him.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden he comes in 2 RBIs on the day, timely ones, in fact. And okay, cool. If you do that, and I mentioned, right, I went and looked at the stats. I went and looked at the splits, because sometimes you look at the season stats, it doesn't look great. But I went and looked at the splits.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, man, since the All-Star break, and now he hadn't gotten any at-bats since the 14th, right?
Yeah.
But, since the All-Star break, the slash line had looked a little bit better. No slugging, right? The power wasn't all that there, but contact hitting and getting on base was there, and you saw that contact hitting, right? A couple singles, some RBIs in there, and that helped score some runs. Plus a little bit of small ball.
A little
from
bit
the Astros in this.
A little bit, but you get that big lead early, which is kind of one of their calling cards, and then just step on their throats. You can do a lot more when you have that advantage, with the big lead early.
Yeah, and the nice thing about that, right? They get up 4-0. They get to 4-0. The train kept moving in the top of the 6th, got to 6-0 with Shea Whitcomb's single. And the nice thing about that is that tried to it effectively alleviated some of the stress that you have on this bullpen, which is vital in this 18-game and 18-day stretch, because especially after you had Yusei Kikuchi not go as deep as you wanted him to. You had Ronel Blanco definitely not go as deep as you want him to, right? Alleviate some of that bullpen work because they don't have any days off. Yeah. And what was nice is Brian Abreu and Josh Hader, neither of them needed to do any work in this one.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, and we'll maybe dig into this a little bit later when we get back to the Astros. Like, as unlucky as they were early in the season, they're pretty fortunate these last couple of weeks. Like, they're getting Verlander back at the perfect time because of what you just mentioned, the 18 games in a row. They get guys with the timely hits. They get guys healthy again. They get Bregman still able to swing the bat and play first base. There's some good things happening for the Astros right now that were the exact opposite earlier in the year.
Fantastic. Hunter Brown on the bump today to hopefully get another win against Baltimore, so secure a series, another series victory, right? Good stuff from the Astros.
Yeah,
Bregman will play first base is what we heard. So there you go. Astros. Doing good things.
Yeah.
And Bregman deciding to prove us wrong.
He may end up just staying at first base. Why would you move him?
Well, some people are like, because he's so good defensively third base.
Oh, he is. But you got guys that have been picking up the slack there. And why waste that arm? If he aggravates it.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, coming up next. Inspired by our conversation we were having earlier before the show. What are you less than legal on? Yeah, we'll explain next.
The Texans closed down the preseason at NRG Stadium.
chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank and a member FDIC.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Oh, yeah. I like the vibes, Fig. Football Friday. We'll get back to some football here, top of the hour as we go around the NFL. But right now, what are you less than legal on?
I love the way we put this.
713-572-4610. And we already got a text from our guy Ocho on the text line that was like, less than legal, Reginald. Is that your nice way of calling someone a criminal?
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, kind of.
What are we? And you got to answer, Figgy and Reggie. You got to answer
for sure.
You got to answer.
This started because we were having a conversation about kind of streaming and such, like the streaming app that I use.
Yeah, what
for
was
my
that term you
TV.
used?
Jailbroken. Yeah,
jailbroke fire stick.
A jailbroken fire stick.
Learn something every day.
Because I do pay for my television. I try as much as possible to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I was mentioning that, and Fig was telling me not to tell your business, but
hey, we're being honest here.
Fig hit me with the couldn't be me because Fig's like I'm not paying for that.
So how it started was,
all right, here we go.
I think Reginald was talking about how I think he still, I guess his system thought you were still in Dallas.
Yeah, man.
You know,
I was watching the Astros game. It was on Fox, but I had the Dallas Fox affiliate, and I was like, why is this happening right now? I don't know. I still haven't figured it out. I will figure it out sometime this weekend or whatever. But I was like, yeah, why is this happening?
Yeah, and I mentioned how it happened to me because whenever I'm using my jailbroken fire stick, sometimes the commercials can be like a car dealership from New York or New Jersey or something where I'm like, what? So pretty much.
So you're less than legal.
I'm way less than legal, man.
We might be dry snitching in this segment. I just noticed that.
That's okay.
Yeah, I do have slings, so I'm somewhat
okay.
legal.
All right, yeah.
But the jailbroken fire stick is a backup plan.
I am less than legal on something that I should be totally paying double for.
Okay.
I worked at the Chronicle for 17 years as a columnist until I came into radio in about 2006. I have a pirated username and password for Chronicle.
Okay.
Somebody passed it along to me a long time ago, and it still works. Like I'm talking like in 2008.
Look at this slime ball.
Right, yeah.
It still works.
I ain't mad at you, though.
Yeah.
I know.
Passwords
we should probably pay for journalism and so on.
I mean, that's $5 a month, baby.
100%. Yeah, but $5 a month?
Or something like that, isn't it? I don't even know
what. $5 a week.
Is that what it is?
Yeah,
I wouldn't know. I don't pay for it.
And that was like $20 a month.
Yeah, so I was like, hey, you know what? We might need to continue that less than legal on the show. I'm similar to Fig, but not all the way around. Like I said, for most of my watching, if possible, I'll try and watch on a means that is paid for. I don't know why, just kind of like a dorky moral thing, I guess, or whatever.
Yeah.
But the one place where those dorky morals do not continue and watch your stuff. All this boxing, all these pay-per-views, you're not getting it out of me. It's not gonna happen.
Word.
I am on them sites.
Yeah.
I am on them sites just dodging viruses is what I'm doing, baby.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, I'm not paying to watch this fight.
There's a lot of them in there.
The only time I'll pay to watch a fight though, is if I'm going to somebody's house and they paid for the fight.
Oh, then
I'll put in because then you're being a jerk, right? If you just coming in, like, I'm not paying for this.
Yeah.
But
and plus, you're watching it on the TV,
right?
So you good.
In my house. Nah,
not gonna
you're
happen.
not paying for that fight. I'm sorry.
Some would argue I was less than legal for probably about 5 or 6 years with my iced coffee every morning. So,
So my goodness, yeah.
So
this dude would buy a small iced coffee and get a big cup.
No. This is what happened. So they always had
You doing the water cup trick?
You know, the 32-ounce styrofoam cup,
sure.
Big, iced tea or whatever, Coke. I would fill that with ice, and they would have a 99-cent fountain drink. They always had it. So I got to know the guy a little bit there, and I said, what if I pour some coffee in there, because I like iced coffee in the morning. That's what I have in here.
Ah, okay.
I'm an iced coffee more after my first cup.
I thought you were on water top with your Stanley.
Eventually, it'll be water.
Okay.
But it was kind of a gentleman's agreement, so it wasn't like stealing.
I don't know about
an
that.
iced coffee from the machine costed like $4, and I would fill a styrofoam cup for 99 cents and get an iced coffee every day. That's an agreement.
With no agreement.
That's
He was just doing it.
That's a gentleman's agreement.
He was just doing it.
Yeah, you just getting over.
Yeah,
I do like though that you have your reasoning, like to try and justify it in your brain, as opposed to I'm just getting it.
I'm getting $3 a day.
He's trying to act like he sat there with the worker and said, "Hey, we gonna agree to this, all right?"
Although to be fair, I imagine for the worker, they don't own the place if they don't own the place.
He gave me my 99-cent cup of iced coffee.
Dude, it did not matter.
So it's something else I do. This is probably a little more on the legal side. So when I go to Kroger, whenever we do our shopping at Kroger, we use the fuel points.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so if you don't know, you get like double or triple the points if you buy a gift card and use the gift card to pay for the groceries.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So, you start stacking up on the fuel points. So what we do whenever it's time to fill up, we take both cars. Fill up on one, and then she pull off, I fill up on mine.
Yeah.
And so that's I don't think we supposed to be doing that.
Hey,
but
man.
That's something I got to do, man.
Okay, all right. I see you there. We got folks chiming in on the text line 713-572-4610, where they're with you, Figgy, on the jailbroken fire stick. They said that is elite, and it's the way to go. Also, the 346. I'm interested in this one from the 409. They say go to the supermarket, get an 18-pack of beer.
That's a lot, man.
Roll one of the beer cans and scan just one can, and it rings up as a 6-pack.
Man, that's a little too
risky.
much, man.
They have videos of everything.
Yes.
You and I have both been stopped by the video police
the
at
video
Kroger.
thing.
But I feel like that one is the one where you're good on the video because you look like you are scanning the can, right? Like that's error in the system. And if they didn't want you to do that, how about y'all hire people? I don't work here. How about you hire someone to check me out? Because I do not work here. Why are you making me work here? But the ones where it gets egregious is when somebody gets like, yeah, I'm gonna get the Wagyu beef and then scan it as a banana. You know what I mean? Like I feel like those are the ones where it's like, oh yeah, you're gonna get caught on the video.
But they got you now, man. Just word of warning, because one time, and you and I were talking about this, Figgy. Like I was scanning something, and I guess I didn't put it in the bag or whatever. And all of a sudden it stops and it shows you a video of you scanning what you just scanned.
Yeah.
And it's like
one time I was holding something. I scanned it and held it, and it stopped the whole computer.
Yeah.
And then it showed the instant.
Hey, are you stealing from us?
No, they went to the booth and went to instant replay.
So they said they threw the flag challenge on the play.
Dog, they zoomed in on my hands.
Yeah.
I'm like, what is going on here?
Yeah. So I would hide the moral of the story is beer guy, more power to you, but they're going to get you.
See, the thing is, I do not want to go to jail over this.
Yes.
Like, if is that worth going to jail over? Mm-hmm. Hell no.
Yeah.
You think they're going to throw you to jail over that?
Hey, I don't want to get embarrassed over that.
Yeah.
All right. This feels less than legal in a way that, I don't know. I don't know if this is the way I kick it. On the YouTube, Happy to Meet You said, they're so cheap they take their dates to Costco on Saturdays for the samples and demos. First of all, I feel like, well, look, if she knows ahead of time that's what y'all doing and y'all doing it, fair play.
Yeah.
I feel like you're setting yourself up for failure. But are you the guys that like do a lap on the samples, where you taking a whole bunch of those?
I never take samples. My wife takes every sample.
Oh, so you're balancing it out. You're doing the man guilt where you're like, I'm sorry, I'm going to try and make this better by not eating the sample because she's going to eat 3 of them.
I'm kind of both ways. Like, if they right there and they say, here you go, I would take it and keep going. Mm-hmm. But I'm not going out my way to try these samples. I'm not looking across the hall or the aisle be like, oh, yeah, let me walk over here and try this.
Dude, this happened. This is the one that's coming to mind. We had like this gallon, you know how they sell stuff in Costco thing of hummus, and she's a big hummus girl. And they were giving out hummus samples. She goes, "Ooh, hummus!" I said, "Look in the cart. We got more hummus than we'll ever eat."
Yeah, but then if you eat theirs here, then there's more that you can eat at the house. You know what I'm saying?
We got a vat of hummus. We've got a big vat of hummus. I'm not a big sample guy.
Yeah, I always find it feels like it's illegal to the social contract, the contract, when folks are just out there like having their meal on a Saturday by getting a whole bunch of samples. But hey, man, I guess get in where you fit in ultimately. Other people are now just sending in like little hacks. There's a Jason's Deli's hack in here from the 832. They said they walk in on the takeout side of Gringo's, go over to the ice cream machine and get a free ice cream and just leave.
Now that's less than legal.
Definitely less than legal.
That's definitely in the category.
All right, now we're going into like a certain cultural touch point. Did y'all ever lie to get into the movies or like into like a buffet or something? And so either say that yourself or your child is not an age that you actually are?
Yes, absolutely. Movies, man. Oh yeah, he's under 12.
Do they even check at the movies? Because I have some friends that'll get like the senior ticket or whatever.
Yeah.
And then just they are not seniors, but they're like, it's fine. They're not gonna check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I never tried that. Damn. They don't even be nobody there checking the tickets.
That's what I'm saying. They're not gonna pull out. Hey, what's your ID? I need to make sure that you're of age.
Have you done it?
I haven't.
Yeah, because that's less than legal.
It definitely is.
I'm not passing judgment.
The one that I have done is the free double play, where you go see a movie and you slide out of that movie into another theater.
What about everybody bring food in the movie theater?
Oh yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah.
That's just the point.
It got
of
so bad to the point, man. I walked in with a Chipotle bag. I ain't even hide it. Ain't nobody said nothing. Bag. Yeah, I'm like, screw
I do that on airplanes, but that's only because they don't feed you anymore.
Yeah.
But that's irritating.
But you're not bringing that from outside. You're like going and buying something.
I'm going to buy it at the airport.
Okay, yeah. I was about to say, like,
but
if you're finding a way to get through that, get that through TSA, that's a whole different level.
Hell no. But they do. A lot of people, and I don't blame them, but I don't care. Like, people look at you kind of funny because, like, let's say you get like something that has a strong, like a Whataburger. Yeah. And that strong smell that bothers a lot of people around you, and I'm like, I don't care. I'm eating my double.
Apparently, at the Astros games, you can do that. Where they said their 3-year-old is a big 2-year-old. Okay, all right. Okay, more power to you. Shout out to all the folks getting over on the system, on the text line, on the Twitch, on the YouTube, and hanging out with us in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL. Where there was football played yesterday and a man in division play. We'll see how we feel about him. Plus, a center. More people getting paid around the NFL this time, a center. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with Stoerner. Let's go around the NFL in the loop style. Here's John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Now, if you want to crown them, then crown their ass.
On Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Football. Preseason football continues. It happened yesterday as well, a couple of games, and one of those involved a division rival of the Texans, the Indianapolis Colts. And so we got another chance to see, for the second time, I believe, in this preseason, Anthony Richardson go. And that's going to matter a lot. The Colts quarterback played just over a quarter, if I remember correctly. He hasn't seen a lot of high-level football just generally. And so he had a kind of an up-and-down game, a little bit of an uneven game after a hot start in a 27-14 victory over the Bengals. Within that, I think he had a really good first drive.
Yeah, was he 6 out of 7 or something?
That's right.
Yeah.
But he also had a pick six and some other, kind of dicey plays.
I think he went 1 for 8 or something.
Yeah, it felt like you got the entirety of the Anthony Richardson experience in one fell swoop in a very quick preseason game feeling. So yeah, he looks like he is getting ready, and that's the first opponent for your Texans. I don't know. Did you watch the game at all? Did you get eyes on it a little bit?
Most of the highlights. I was flipping around a lot. One of those flip arounds I'm going to get to during confessions, which is wild. But
ultimately, he was 8 for 14, 86 yards, a touchdown, and an interception.
Yeah, he might have been 5 for 6 in that early drive, but they scored a touchdown and all that. So I was watching here and there, and then I saw the highlights. And the Anthony Richardson experience, you put it perfectly. That's what you get. That's what you get. It's not exactly discouraging if you're a Texans fan. You guys know I've never really been super high on Anthony Richardson, but boy, he was making me eat my words for 4 games last year. Certainly one against the Texans, but man, I think that's what he's going to be. And I'm like you. I have a ton of confidence in Shane Steichen. I love that dude.
Yeah, he's real good.
I shouldn't, obviously he's a Colts coach, but he's really, really good. If he can't fix Anthony Richardson and get him more consistent, can anyone?
Yeah, that is a quarterback's play caller. He does a great job putting a quarterback in good position. Kirk Herbstreit has questions as to which quarterback he'll be putting in position, though.
What if he struggles? What if he has a good drive or a good game and then a bad game, a good game and a bad game? He's a pick. Everybody's kind of expecting him to be the guy. You got a guy like Joe Flacco with the roster they have. I just wonder how you handle that if it goes down that path if you're Shane Steichen, because you know what you're going to get in Joe Flacco. Again, we're all hoping to see him have a monster year and lead this team to great things, but that's the big thought. I think even if you're a Colts fan, you're hoping to see Anthony Richardson be this guy that can run this offense that Jalen Hurts ran 2 years ago in Philly, and he's running zone read and he's making plays. But if it's inconsistent, how long do you go until you start to maybe have that kind
I
discussion?
like the football noise in the background too, man.
He was on the broadcast.
Yeah, I know.
The Amazon Prime.
Dude, there's a lot there in there.
Yeah, and I immediately was like, oh yeah, definitely. If you forgot, Kirk Herbstreit is moonlighting, or he's doing both, where he's in the NFL, but he's still a college football guy, and he definitely watched Anthony Richardson in Florida. There you go, because I very much heard a dude who had PTSD from watching that man in Florida, knowing this dude is super up and down. I think it's a funny question to ask, though. What happens if he plays poorly? You keep playing him, right? That is why I've frequently referred to Anthony Richardson as the type of dude that gets somebody fired.
Yeah.
That is the kind of player he is. He just has so much upside, the big arm, the athleticism, all of those things. Even, he also seems to be a dude with his head on the shoulders straight.
Yeah.
He seems to have that pretty well. And so all of those things. And so as a decision maker, you got to be we got to give it a shot. But he is so wildly inconsistent, and that you knew what you were getting coming in. So the idea of if he's inconsistent, well, yeah, you knew that coming in. I imagine that you go with it. I would, I imagine there'd be a lot of people around these parts.
I really don't.
You don't?
Dude, we're in the 3rd week of August, and they're talking about starting Joe Flacco.
Well, Herbstreit's talking about
I know, and that's a national broadcast. On a national broadcast after the dude looked so good early and then erratic. Who else was on the broadcast there with Herbstreit?
Al Michaels.
No, but it wasn't Al talk. Maybe it wasn't. I didn't hear it. But he said, we all believe. Look, he goes, look, we all believe he's going to be great. No, we don't. Who's in? You got a frog in your pocket?
That's the fiery part. That is the fiery part.
He goes, look, we all believe he's going to be great. No, we don't.
Yeah, to me, Kurt bringing it up to me show you he don't really trust dude like that because he wouldn't have brung it up.
Right. And, I mean, look, we saw, 4 games last year where you saw, generally the upside. But, again, it's the consistency with him that ends up being the issue. So it'll be interesting to see. And, look, it's kind of – you saw the inconsistency in this game. I imagine that you saw – you also saw an pick six.
Yeah. That was very Daniel Jones-like, by the way.
There you go.
Very Daniel
You're connecting
Jones-like.
dots here.
Yeah.
I think that this is an opportunity for this Texans defense. We're talking about how they could become elite.
Yeah.
That could be a nice jump start on it in week 1 of the season. You got a dude who's inconsistent that might throw it up for you.
Yeah.
You got to go and grab those and maybe have an opportunity to start and establish your season on a high note once you get them September 8th, correct?
Mm-hmm. It's going to be ongoing. Unless he comes out gangbusters, it's going to be ongoing with him. No doubt about it. Absolutely no doubt.
Elsewhere on that broadcast, you made note of this because Al Michaels, he is the broadcaster for Prime Video's Thursday Night Football. He's play-by-play. And one of the things about Al Michaels when he's been doing this Thursday Night Football is, sometimes he doesn't sound like he has the same vigor as you would imagine.
He's not plugged
that he'd
in.
Want, right? And he might be in mid-season form in that way.
Good clean pocket, but it's picked off. Jordan Battle. Right there. Touchdown.
I love Al Michaels.
He sounded a little hype right there.
He did sound hype.
But the guy was already walking back to the bench when he said touchdown. Like he was like, oh. I think Al Michaels and Brent Musburger were at the very, very, very top of their games for a long, long time. So it's not like disrespecting their careers, but he gets bored pretty easily now. He gets bored pretty easily. So, but I'll give him grace on this.
Okay.
Preseason game. I'll give him a little grace since it was a preseason game. Let's see how it plays out in the regular season.
Okay. Yeah. And you know what? I do wonder if this is even a thing where once you have a narrative on it that we know Al Michael ends up sounding a little bit detached from the game at times or what have you.
Yeah.
That now we're looking for it.
Could be
in some ways.
Maybe
it could
I
be
was.
That. But yeah, look. Getting back to that feeling, right? That feeling of regular season football, and we're close, and Al Michaels is there as well. Hopefully he has fun with it.
Yeah.
It doesn't help that Thursday Night Football is frequently some games that are
some of the worst games.
Not great. In part just because of the scheduling, man. You're playing oftentimes at least one of these teams on a 4-day week. That's
But it
tough.
isn't exactly headliners all the time either.
That is also true.
Yeah.
Some other news from around the NFL. Dennis Allen, head coach of the Saints. And look, the Saints fans that listen are probably going to be sick of me by the time the season is over, the way that I talk about the Saints and Dennis Allen in particular. But apparently with the versatile weapon that they have in Taysom Hill, Dennis Allen said that he is considered deploying Taysom Hill on defense.
Come on, man.
He said he'd play him as signed linebacker.
Sure.
Why not?
Sure, why not? You doing everything else.
Because it's defense. That's why not. He's just a man without a country, man.
What does Taysom Hill have on these people?
I don't know. That's a great point. Super athlete, unbelievable college player.
Absolutely.
Has had his moments.
I remember that one time he got Manny Diaz fired at Texas.
He sure did. Yeah. But is he a quarterback? Not really. Is he a receiver? Maybe sometimes. Is he a running back?
Tight end.
No.
Kind of.
Tight end, fullback.
I know. If he's not any of that, let's put him at linebacker. What could possibly go wrong?
He's actually a Swiss Army knife. And, I kind of hate the way that people use the phrase a Swiss Army knife because they use it to mean he can do a lot of things. But one of the things that we forget about the Swiss Army knife is, yes, it does have the little scissors and it has the knife and it has the file and it has – but none of those things are actually good.
No.
Right? All of those things are just poor facsimiles of the real thing that you want, right? If you want to get scissors, you would go get scissors before you would take out your Swiss Army knife and try and cut something.
That's a good point.
It's not a good way of doing it. Taysom Hill is that, right? He does a whole bunch of things. Is he great at them? Nah,
not really. That's exactly. He's legitimately the definition of that. My thing with Swiss Army knives, you got me thinking about it. I don't know why. All these people have these because they come in different versions. Some of them have 17 different things on the Swiss Army knife. Some have 5. And I'm always thinking the same thing. All you ever do is use the little knife. You got all this stuff that you never use.
Or you use it to open a beer or something.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's it. That's my hot Swiss Army knife take right there. But yeah, he couldn't possibly excel on defense.
Also, one thing to remember: Taysom Hill, 33 years of age.
That too.
That's fun.
Good time to learn a new position.
That's right.
Yeah.
I mean, look, always be learning, right? Like, you always want to grow and develop as a human being. So, you know what?
Yeah.
I would like to see Taysom Hill play Sam.
He probably in that locker room. I'm just here to serve. Whatever you want me to do. Just here to serve.
You know, like he is Mormon. Like, his mission trips and those types of things are a part of the ethos of the religion. So maybe that's the way that he views it, for sure.
Yeah.
The Kansas City Chiefs doling out some money as well. As heading up to the season, teams are making sure that their guys are taking care of the Chiefs, or the next iteration of that, as Creed Humphrey, widely regarded as one of the better centers in this league. He becomes the highest paid center in NFL history by agreeing to a 4-year contract extension worth $72 million, $50 million on the guarantees.
Yep.
So, look, congratulations to him. He's earned it for sure. And it's easy to think about the fact that they're able to do things like this in part because they got their quarterback on such an advantageous deal.
Yeah.
I imagine there's got to be people that are just mother bleeping Patrick Mahomes all the damn time for taking that particular contract, including the
That's how you do it, though.
PA.
That's how you become the Chiefs. I say this ad nauseum a lot of times when people start complaining about the cap this and the cap that. You've heard me say it before. There are people in that building, in every building in the NFL, whose entire job, whose only job, is to figure out the cap, make it work. I often believe that the whole salary cap hell that people talk about is vastly overstated, and the Kansas City Chiefs are the perfect example of that. They just paid, on top of everything else, Reggie, they paid a center $50 million in guarantees. And they're the Chiefs with Patrick Mahomes. So anytime
they paid
somebody,
Chris Jones.
Yeah, and Chris Jones, go down the list.
Yeah.
And that's why I always say, whenever someone says, oh, they're going to be in cap hell, I'm like, okay, figure it out. The Chiefs have figured it out. The Patriots have figured it out in the past. Hell, even the Texans have figured it out back in the day. Remember Andre taking those new contracts and all this other stuff, and Schaub taking redoing his contract? I am not a big fan of, oh, they're in cap hell, they can't do anything. To me, that's an excuse. To me, the Buffalo Bills are using excuses.
If you can be creative enough.
Yes.
I mean, and look, you're going to have to take your lumps at times. And with the Kansas City Chiefs example that you just brought up, we can't forget that they've sent
taken
one
them,
of,
but they've cut bait.
Yeah, they sent one of the better, in fact, a lot of people regard them as top 3, top 5 at the very least, and for argument's sake, wide receivers away in order to facilitate continuing.
But they didn't fall off the planet.
They sure did.
And see, that's why they decided to do that. They probably felt like we could still win the Super Bowl without Tyreek Hill. If they felt like they couldn't, they would have found the way.
And they did. It was wildly up and down wide receiver play that they got, but they managed to do that as well. And shout out to the text line, to the 713, who combating a little bit of my Swiss Army knife take. They said they have 4 blades on their Swiss Army knife, and they use them all of the time. They're good tools that they can carry in their pocket. End of sentence. All right, shout out to you.
Shout out to you, but color me skeptical. How much do you use those little tiny scissors? What do you cut with those scissors? Like, or the little Phillips head screwdriver.
Cutting down on my patience is what you're cutting.
The little Phillips, it almost bends when you try to use it. Look, if you figured out the way to do it, power to you. But I'm a little skeptical.
Real quick before we go, when it comes to around the NFL, the Eagles and the Commanders in division linked up on a trade. Commanders sent their 2022 first-round pick, Jahan Dotson.
Yeah.
As well as a fifth-round pick next season to the Eagles, and they got back a third-round pick and 2 seventh-round picks from this upcoming draft, this upcoming draft next season as well. I found that to be interesting because Jahan Dotson is one of those names that I absolutely bring up when I talk about the fact that the Commanders have a nice little wide receiving core, but the Eagles go and add him to their already nice two-headed monster wide receiver-wise of A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. Like, what caught your attention about this trade?
I had a question, and I got a question for you and Figgy. Would you rather have Jahan Dotson, A.J. Brown, and Devontae Smith, or Tank Dell, Nico Collins, and Stephon Diggs? Be objective as possible.
I'm trying to, because I'm like, the profile of players that the Eagles have when you talk about A.J. Brown and like the strength and all those things, Devontae Smith, Jahan Dotson is a nice addition. I think I might still lean towards where the Texans are. But I might, because it feels like you just have three dudes that are really versatile that can do all sorts of different things, and that versatility ends up being useful. And that might be a matter of preference because they're both good trios.
Yeah, I'm going to lean towards the Texans too. And I took my Texans goggles off.
Yeah.
I just think, honestly, I think if the Eagles had those three weapons in Philly, I think they'd be talking about Super Bowl, man. I think they'd be more, on the screens talking about these receivers rather than the ones they got now.
I'm totally with you both, and I think where this takes us is Texans might have the best receiving core in the entire NFL. The entire NFL.
ESPN does
because they've been talking about these three dudes. Oh, does that make them the best? Does that make them the best? A lot of people are like, nah, man. Look what they got down in Houston.
Right,
and I'm with you.
Yeah, because when you look at Nico Collins, he had a great year last year.
Yes,
and he got paid. You bring in Stephon Diggs. Who everybody know what he can do, and then Tank Dell was having a great season last year until he got hurt.
Absolutely,
and people talking about that's the third receiver.
Yeah,
right, exactly.
So the Texans we're in agreement. They have the best receiving core.
All of these guys could be number ones wherever they go.
Yeah,
I agree that this is the best wide receiving duo, or trio rather. When it comes to starters, and like I was mentioning, ESPN does a exercise every year going into season and ranks all the position groups. Wide receiver, Houston Texans come in at number one. So, I mean, this is not something that's wildly out there. There's other folks that agree with that as well. So, there you go.
I'm with you.
Shout out to the Texans wide receiving core, and I guess best of luck to the Eagles in that regard. They've got bigger fish to fry, though. It's not the talent that they had issues with last year. It was play calling and those types of things, and we'll see if they got those things figured out.
Yeah.
You're in the loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Datatula. Coming up next, Nick Caserio was on Pat McAfee yesterday. Was interested in a few things that he said. We'll discuss those next.
Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
I see you, Fig. Friday vibes.
Man, the Friday vibes.
They're immaculate here. Sports Radio 610 In the Loop. John Lopez, Figgy Fig on the ones and twos, making it sound good, and myself, Reginald Atatula, having a good old time on a football Friday. In fact, college football Friday as well.
How about that?
Week 0 is this weekend, and we're looking at the TV, and them fine fellas on the Pat McAfee show were talking to Nick Saban himself, who I had to remember. I was like, Alabama's not playing out there. I was like, oh, yeah, that's right. That has nothing to do with Alabama. He's doing TV work.
Yeah.
But they're getting themselves ready for the football game out there in Dublin.
That's a good place to get ready.
Yeah, they're
they look like they're in the hood too.
Little
They got
pub
some
in
stout
Dublin.
beers.
Yeah.
Woo. Some stout beers out there getting ready for Florida
Ain't
State.
nothing sexy right there.
Yeah, man, they having a good
like
old
they in
time.
the hood.
And look, they had to, because I was thinking about it. We were watching yesterday. That's what we're about to talk about. The Pat McAfee show. They had Nick Caserio on, obviously general manager of your Houston Texans. And they were broadcasting from their studios, what is that, Indianapolis?
They did that overnight,
right?
man.
And so they got to Dublin quick, fast, and in a hurry.
Yeah.
I know that they themselves did not have to go set up, but at least getting there and getting yourself ready to be on air again, that's
they
a
must
quick
hit
turn.
that ESPN private jet.
Man, must be.
They're one of the few that do.
Must be.
That private jet doesn't go to everybody.
Oh, it's going to him.
It's going to him.
No. Pat McAfee is one of the two dudes draining Disney of their money when it comes to ESPN. It's him and Stephen A. Smith getting all that money. But they did see it fit to talk to Nick Caserio yesterday about these Houston Texans, a team of intrigue all the way across the league. So it's not just the excitement here is kind of mirrored by I think the excitement around the nation. In fact, I was just looking on my Twitter timeline, and there was a podcast somewhere that was like, "Are the Texans a playoff lock?" This is a team that has a lot of fascination around there, and so. On the McAfee show, Nick Caserio was on, and they were basically early on really trying to get a feel for how this team has gotten to the place that it is. And they were kind of highlighting the fact that, this team had previously been what could reasonably be viewed as a dumpster fire, and very, very quickly, they were kind of Super Bowl contenders. This was Caserio talking about that switch.
There's never a template for when you show up in a building, here's what's going to happen. So you try to apply your training, some of the things that you learned wherever you were. I had a tremendous experience. We've talked about this in New England, learned a lot of great things, was around a lot of good people, saw what good football looked like. So when you walk in a building, you just got to assess, kind of figure out, all right, where do you start? Get started somewhere, and just have repeated actions over the course of time. And it took work to get to a point, but, with the support of ownership and, multiple people in the building. And I'd say the hiring of D'Amico was, certainly a big part of that as well, because I think when we've talked about this, when you're around him, his mindset, his mentality, what the expectation is from the players, the respect that he garners as soon as he walks into the room. So in the end, it's about the players. Players win games. It's about the coaches putting the players in a position. Quite frankly, my job is to kind of just stay out of the way and just support the head coach and support the people that are in the building and just try to do my part, be a fiduciary, and just be supportive and just be a part of the team effort. So I think that's the mindset that we have here, and that's what we want our players to have. And anybody that comes in the building, that's what we want them to possess.
I want to be a fiduciary.
Yeah, ain't that a financial word of some sort?
Yes.
But I found that to be a very, streamlined way of looking at the way that the Texans have gotten to this place, and it fits from what we can see, man. Like they've empowered D'Amico Ryans to establish culture here, and they've made sure to have good talent around or underneath him to then execute that vision. And as of right now, that's basically been what this is.
No, it is. But you know what I was thinking about when I was listening to that? Like the Texans, by all accounts, are kind of an overnight success. But it's a lot like those comedians. There's a lot of comedians like this, and there's a lot of musicians like this that bust their ass for years and years.
Been
and then
touring, small rooms, all sorts of things.
Dives and either singing or performing or whatever in little, clubs, corner club. And then all of a sudden they get this big break. They get this big, thing happen in their life. And they're like, oh, look, they're an overnight success. Nick Caserio is that comedian or entertainer.
Wait, is he called Figgy? Is Lopez calling the Texans an industry plant? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like.
That's crazy.
Because they look like an overnight success.
Yeah.
But you've already heard me say this, and I've said it for the last couple of years. Nick Caserio was working on this, working those small clubs, so to speak, to use the metaphor, in 2021. He was gutting this roster. He was manipulating he's being way too humble here. Yeah. Like he really is.
Yeah, we had this conversation, I want to say last week, about are the Texans lucky?
Yeah, no.
And
no, they're not.
Look, Nick Caserio was working, man. I seen a tweet talking about the Deshaun Watson trade and the whole fleecing and all that stuff. And all of those picks that, remember, I think they had a total of 6 picks.
Yeah.
And those 6 picks turned to 10 players.
Yeah.
So he was like trading up, trading back, and trading out of the draft and all this other. He was working, man.
So they were working the clubs.
Yeah.
Nick Caserio was working the clubs.
100%.
There's no world in which he would realistically hire as an answer for this organization David Culley nor Lovie Smith. None. But that was part of the plan. That was part of the tearing down to build back up. So, yes, there's some luck involved. Namely C.J. Stroud.
With any success, there's going to be some luck involved. I don't think anybody is successful without a modicum of luck involved.
Yeah, but this has been going on for more than 3 years.
It wasn't just a lucky team.
Yeah.
Just all this stuff fell in their hands.
And, buddy, that'd be a whole bunch of luck to find yourself in this place.
Yeah.
One of those places where it's definitely not luck is D'Amico Ryans, right? Getting a guy who's clearly capable of doing this. And Caserio was talking about how pivotal D'Amico Ryans is as a hire here.
Yeah, he's outstanding. I mean, instant credibility as soon as he walks in the room. And I would just say this. Players want to be coached. They want to be held accountable. They want to be held to a standard. And I think what they're looking for is consistency on a day-to-day basis. So coaching is teaching. So are you providing them the information? Are you giving them the resources that they need to be successful? Are you consistent with your words? Are you consistent with your message? Do you fix problems? Do you find solutions? And I would just say, like, D'Amico was that way as a player. There's a reason that he was a captain when he was a player. And just he's so consistent day to day. And I would say he has a little bit of that old school mentality where, I mean, we're not running a soft program here. So you come here, you work. We're not for everybody. Everybody's not for us, and that's okay. And I'd say part of the team building is you have to have a discipline with the types of players that you identify. And if you say you have a standard, you want to hold yourself to that standard and be consistent. And hopefully the players that we bring in the building reinforce our messaging.
And, buddy, they have, right? When he was saying that, I was like, oh, buddy, that sounds like everything I've heard this week. And obviously yesterday in particular, right, at the joint practice, the media availability afterwards. I don't know. I imagine somebody was probably doing a story because it felt like everybody got a question about the Texans saying not everybody can play in Houston.
Yeah.
And there's various people that talked on. I guess we should probably hear from the quarterback of this team. This is cut 9 from C.J. Stroud Fig. Where, I mean, look, multiple people talked about this standard, and what Nick Caserio was talking about there, giving credit to D'Amico Ryans, is establishing a standard that players want to live by. And if you listen to what we're about to listen to from Stroud and Petrie, like, these guys clearly want this standard, live by this standard, and accept this standard.
We was out here today. It's hot. So that's one thing, like adjusting to the weather. And on top of that, man, just like how we practice. We don't practice like at least I've only been on this team, but from my other guys been on other teams, we don't practice everybody else. We practice hard. And that's how I love it. That's how I did in college, and that's what I'm used to. And, I think that's what gives us our edge. And, not everybody wants to be that, So for have guys buy into that has been pretty dope. And, Coach D'Amico has been at the front of that. And, it's up to me and the rest of the leaders to be right behind them and leading the way as well. So, I think it's not meant for everybody, but the guys are here. They're meant to be here,
Man, variations of that theme are everywhere.
There's that one. Jalen Petrie had a couple of things that he said about this. Here's one of those, talking about the high standard of what they do.
Yeah, I think it's all about balance, and it's all about understanding that it's not personal. You know, we all have a job to do, and we all understand that it does get a little brutal at times, but at the end of the day, it's all about the betterment of the team. Like, is what you're doing helping the team, or is what you're doing, making the team worse? So I think it's that simple, and it's no playing around with that. We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
We don't do that here.
These dudes have not only learned the standard, they've embraced the standard.
Yeah.
And I think that's a credit to, obviously, D'Amico Ryans, but as you're talking about, Nick Caserio as well. Like, these are the things that have helped them make that turnaround.
I think it's embracing. I think it's identifying more with the swarm culture and the D'Amico
swarm.
Culture. Yeah, that has been from literally day one. His introductory press conference, it was all about swarm. You heard it all last year. Now it's turned into not everybody can play here. The reality is, there's a lot of places in the NFL where it's really, really tough like this.
100%.
But they're kind of embracing we're different. Even if it's not true, they're embracing we're different. Not everybody can be here.
And different in a way that leads to greatness.
Yes,
right?
and
That's the mental perspective.
That's what makes them kind of reflective of the culture and makes them more believers, if just to be honest. Like, they believe they're better than everybody else, even though a lot of teams do this.
Sure.
But
I mean, I think that's part of the idea of like, creating an us versus them mentality, creating a mentality that allows a team dynamic to form, and creating a mentality more than anything else that stresses excellence, right? We've talked about this. And Jalen Petrie is an interesting one. I know that Sean and Seth were talking about this earlier about, how when Jimmy Ward came in, or was it Jimmy when he came in and kind of talking to Jalen Petrie, and I
think so.
Yeah, year over year, the ways in which he kind of saw that development and that change in identifying the ways to be great in his own personal play, right? Like, you're seeing that there is that feeling, there's that level of introspection on greatness, and I think that's something that's really incredible that Caserio was really highlighting in the course of this conversation. That was highlighted even further by the ways that guys talked about this system and the way that it works. One more thing I wanted to highlight real quick, just C.J. Stroud, right? C.J. Stroud, the quarterback of this team, he's going to be in the NFL. You're going to go only about as far as your quarterback will take you in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And so Caserio was talking about the idea of year 2 coming up for C.J. Stroud and how it will indeed get a little more difficult for him.
It's going to get harder. Like, anybody that is in the league year 1 that has some success, what you have to realize is what happened that previous year, in the end, doesn't have any bearing on that current year. But I'd say where he's probably improved the most is his just leadership and ownership of the offense, of the team. He wants to be great. And going back to holding the people accountable, establishing a standard, it starts with the quarterback. And then I think the big thing as well is just that position. You touch the ball in 99.9% of the plays. Other than if you get in, the Wildcat or something like that. But you have to be a good fiduciary to the team, take care of the football, make smart decisions, and sometimes do simple great. And I think sometimes it's hard for just quarterbacks in general to understand that concept. But mitigating risk is a part of your job, but also understanding there's a balance. You want to take some shots, you want to move the ball down the field, but you want to make the smart play. But, CJ's a great kid. He works really hard. He cares about winning. He cares about football. And I think his relationships with his teammates, not only on the offensive side of the ball, but the defensive side of the ball as well, has continued to grow. So it's going to take all of us. The quarterback is certainly an important position on a team, but he's just one part of the group here, and everybody just has to go out there and focus on the things that they do well, and then, we'll see where we are at the end of the game each week.
Did he have a word of the day calendar?
I think that he might have just met with his financial accountant or financial manager or something like that. Because that word he definitely loves.
Dropping that fiduciary like willy-nilly. He is.
I'm surprised he didn't say Demore.
Yeah.
But I'm 100%, of what he's saying is it's mostly obvious.
Sure.
But it's hard to get to know that you have a guy that can actually do that, and it's not just lip service. And everything we've seen is C.J. Stroud is that guy.
Sure.
He is a fiduciary.
Right. And a good caretaker of what you're doing here. And so, all of these things, it was interesting to hear that, but because, it's clear that this is not just talk for them. This is the way that they operate. Yeah. And, look, we got people on the text line. They're like, all right, we need to settle down with all this big talk or whatever. But ultimately, This big talk isn't necessarily about results. It's about process. It's about, like, the results are going to have to show themselves regardless, 100%. Yeah. But all of this is more about the process of how they get to it. And it seems like they're so process-oriented about do the details right, be the way that you're supposed to be, handle business how you're supposed to handle, and you should be able to then execute and show the results. And that's what the season's going to be about.
I think it's about legitimate confidence. It's one thing to say, oh, we're a confident team. But all these things that you're hearing, the C.J. Stroud stuff, and not everybody can play here, swarm, the leadership, that's just building a confidence within the four walls that is not just lip service. They legitimately believe this. We're not like everyone else. That's how you get there.
Word to Kendrick Lamar. There you go.
Yeah, not like everyone else.
Nick
Not
Casario
like us.
on Pat McAfee show. It was kind of interesting, and it was good to see him on there. He seemed to be very comfortable, happy to be with those guys.
He likes them.
Threw a little jokes back and forth with them. Talked about golfing with what was it, Butler, Darius Butler as well. So that was fun. But coming up next here in the Loop, we'll get into what's popping, including a way in which college football. There's a particular thing in college football that might restore the feeling again. We'll talk about that next.
Coach D'Amico's setting a
773 Network.
The biggest stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
What's poppin'? In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Datatula. Thanks for hanging out with us. Always get involved with the program. Text in 713-572-4610. Let's start out highlighting again some news that happened yesterday that we had just kind of roundly wiped away as not likely for the Astros. And that's Alex Bregman. We learned that
he ain't gonna play first base.
And then they're putting a first base glove in his hand. He was taking ground balls, and supposedly he's supposed to play first base today. We'll be on the lookout for that lineup card when it comes out. But yeah, this is going to be something to kind of alleviate some of the wear and tear on that throwing elbow, the ones that the Gremlins got. And opportunity to keep him in the lineup, but not in the DH role, so that you could still have a space for Yordan Alvarez to not have to play the field, and maybe like Yainer Diaz to have an off day from catching, things like that.
Yeah, I think he said it could be something that lingers all year long. I mean, Bregman said that.
Yes, he did.
So if that is true, then if this is true, then this must be true. If that is true, then he must be the first baseman by and large the rest of the way. If it is bothering him that much that he thinks it's already going to be kind of a season-long thing, you got to swing that bat, man. I mean, that's what's most important right now. You can figure it out at third base, and it'll give you those other options you just talked about with, Yordan and others at DH.
Yeah, and especially when you talk about the idea, this is the Astros being forthcoming with a injury thing to some degree.
Wait, what?
Which means it means one of two things: they're turning a leaf, or it could be even more
a bigger lie,
a
better lie.
It could be something bigger that we're dealing with here. But yeah, a little bit of first base, or maybe a lot of bit of first base.
Astros being forthcoming with an injury.
I mean, relatively. Because at first it did start with sleeping wrong.
Yeah,
we do need to check with Ron and see if he did figure out a way to sleep in such a way where it messes up his elbow like that.
Yeah.
But there you go. First baseman's glove is going to be handed to Alex Bregman maybe as early as this evening in Baltimore. Some other things. I did tease this. I teased this in the as we were coming into the segment. There's a college football thing that's going to restore the feeling, and that is Texas A&M. And I know that you, for a long time, I'm sure, existed in this place where you were looking forward to Thanksgiving.
Every Thanksgiving.
Those two teams get an opportunity to play again, and then of course Texas A&M Jets for the SEC, and both teams. I'm not gonna pick sides in this instance, but both teams decided to be a little petty.
Yeah.
Couldn't find a way to keep that game going.
Yeah.
With a non-con game or something like that, and so for a while. That Texas rivalry did not exist in the same way. Now Texas joins A&M in the SEC, and so there's an opportunity for this rivalry to come back, and also come back in a similar way. And so Texas and Texas A&M obviously renewing that rivalry this fall, but both ADs expressed interest in playing the game on Black Friday to get back to that. Obviously not exactly Thursday, not that Thanksgiving, but that's because the NFL is taking everybody's corners, right? They're talking about Christmas and Thanksgiving. They have 3 whole slates.
Poor NBA.
Yeah, poor NBA for sure. But Black Friday, that Friday after Thanksgiving, is a space where Texas A&M can play. Are you interested? Are you excited for this this return of that rivalry feel, especially on Thanksgiving?
Beyond excited. I'm actually looking at one of my ticket apps here because last time I checked, for A&M and Texas tickets, upper deck in the corners was about $1,500 a ticket.
Dog it, man.
$1,500 a ticket. So I say that to say they could play anytime, anywhere. All they have to do is kick off, and the rivalry is back.
Sure.
But I think what this is doing, this is going to be one of the most watched football games of any league this year. It's going to have NFL numbers and then some. I mean, I don't think there's any question about that. I'm looking at right now, $780 for upper deck in the corner per ticket. And this has been talked about for, 2011 was their last game, something like that?
Man, has it been that long already?
Yeah. I think it was 2011, so 13 years. No, this is Black Friday is going to make it even more so, but it's already going to be up there with the NFL.
Where they
playoff.
Playing at?
College Station, the first one.
You going?
November 30th.
Well,
this is Saturday.
You got $780.
Hey, come on, man. You the OG. You got that in your pocket right now.
I don't know about that. I'm gonna hit that Notre Dame game, and then we'll see from there.
Yeah, you figure out the rest after that. But yeah, opportunity to not just have it on a Saturday, but move it in closer to that historical space. Black Friday as opposed to
You want some tickets on the 40-yard line on the lower deck?
Yeah, as long as you're paying for it.
$3,575 a ticket.
Man.
Big yikes. All right.
That will be a blast, though.
I will definitely be watching that at home
with those 3 TVs.
on a TV. Yeah, that's right. Some other things that are popping. C.J. Stroud, this is a little one, but C.J. Stroud received the Pro Football Writers Association Good Guy Award yesterday after practice. So just another little thing to appreciate.
Yeah.
A dude who is, I don't know, could you get any luckier with the quarterback when you talk about breakdown, play-wise, capabilities, and then just as a person?
Yeah. Absolutely everything top-notch. He's what people thought Deshaun Watson was.
You're not wrong. I vividly remember like all the stories, and not to say that obviously like he did these things and those things are like still credits to him in some ways, but like taking care of the workers at NRG and those types of things because he had that. Those are the types of things that absolutely we had with Deshaun Watson at that time.
Yeah.
C.J. Stroud has all that same vibe as well.
Yeah, we're just never going to call C.J. Stroud a fraud.
I sure hope not.
Yeah.
Like that would be real frustrating to have to do that again.
Oh man, that would suck.
That would suck.
Right. Why did you put that in my brain now? Like it was all positivity. He's a good guy.
Now we got to sit here and wait for it.
No, it was positive. I said we're never going to call him a fraud.
Hey, now we got to wait till he get his contract.
Yeah,
and then see how he acts.
It's that Lamborghini starts going on talking about playing for the Jets.
Some other things that are popping. I found this to be super interesting. NWSL, the National Women's Soccer League, they just came up with a new collective bargaining agreement with their Players Association, and it's notable because they have a few big changes that are really like pro-labor in a way that is like going to has at least the chance to really push sports labor negotiations forward in American sports. And those things are, they're eliminating the draft and they're banning trades without player consent. So the players have to consent to trades that happen. But I think that's big in its own right. But I think the really huge one is eliminating the draft.
Eliminating the draft is speaking my language, man. I wish the NBA would do it. I think you should start in the NBA. You may be able to do it elsewhere.
I think you could do it in football as well.
Yeah, you may be able to elsewhere as well. But if you eliminate the draft in the NBA, everyone has a chance to be happy. Players, obviously fans, but you got to have some sort of a hard cap or some sort of, if not hard cap, and you and I were talking about this before the show, some sort of restrictions.
Rookie money pool, I think, is one of the things you could do.
So you don't want everybody playing for LA and New York,
Sure.
Or Miami or whatever, some of those destination points. Whereas if you have, let's just use the hard cap as an example and no draft, well, then be wise with your money. It rewards smart general managers. It rewards smart organizations financially, and it keeps every player from going to the same place because Milwaukee or Orlando would have more money to spend in some years than the Lakers or whomever.
Sure.
And you ain't got to worry about tanking.
And you don't have to worry about tanking.
Right, because you no longer is your play tied to, player acquisition. Yeah, man, I feel like the draft is served to, insulate owners from, themselves, as has like salary caps and those types of things. Let's encourage and reward what should be rewarded, which is competence, right? And those types of things. And I understand that like the league operates almost as a cartel where everybody's trying to come up in some ways. I understand that. But, I like that as an opportunity to now then give a little bit of agency to players. Plus, sometimes we infantilize players as if they're only going to go and take the most money or they're only going to go to the places that we typically think about. And that will happen like a decent amount. I'm not trying to say that doesn't exist, right? There's things that are appealing to like playing on the coast or playing
of course
in various
or near
places.
Your home,
right?
Yeah.
But one thing that we will see is like, hey man, players want to play as well. They have agents as well and people that care about them that help them make decisions on more than one factor. And so there will be players that look up and go, hey, that is a place that I can go play. And we see this in recruiting in college, right? I can go play there, and yes, they'll have some money for me, but I can get maybe a little less money and opportunity to play more over here because they're signing that guy who's going to take my spot, right? Like, I think that there's more considerations that I think would absolutely happen.
What's best for me long-term as a player and financially. I'm totally with you.
And 832 makes this point that I think a lot of people speak to, especially the leagues themselves, is that eliminating the draft would be horrible for small markets.
I just explained why it wouldn't.
And I don't think that it inherently has to. You can put some things in place that help buttress it.
I think eliminating the draft helps small markets. Let's just use $100 million as an example, even though it's maybe $500 million on some of these teams, their budget. Let's say the hard cap is $100 million. Well, if you're the Lakers or you're the Knicks and you've got $70 million spent, well, then you got $30 million to spend on the rookie free agents, so you choose wisely. Conversely, let's say you're San Antonio and you only have, again, this is not apples to apples, I'm using it as an example, and you only have $30 million in salary, and then Victor Wembanyama hits becomes a free agent out of
throw the bag at him.
We'll say, you know what, we'll give him the whole 70. So that helps small markets if you're smart with your money, and it kind of balances. Not everyone is going to be in the big markets. They're going to have to be in the small markets because that's a hard cap. Every team has the same hard cap. No, it helps that.
And in theory, you might give more players opportunity to succeed because you will have, in theory, fewer players that end up in a place that's not conducive to a conducive environment for their success. But anyways, that was an interesting thought that came up due to the NWSL, Women's Soccer League, being pretty progressive on the way that they handle their player negotiation or their labor negotiation. Yeah. They're eliminating the draft and banning trades without player consent. So that was cool to see. That's some of what's popping. We didn't even get to the idea of foreign money and NIL.
Oh, you're going to hear it during confessions.
Oh, okay. Excellent. You can look forward to that here in Loop Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we got the final preseason game coming up next, but we are done with training camp when it comes to practices. Where did the Texans make the biggest improvement during this camp and the preseason? We'll talk about that next.
New co-host, same old Lopez. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Adetula.
Noontime, baby, on a football Friday ahead of the final preseason game. It'll be Texans-Rams. Don't anticipate seeing a lot of starters. Don't anticipate seeing very many starters at all.
No.
After the joint practice between those two teams yesterday. But still some important things that I think we can see, a few of them at least, when we talk about maybe how the wide receivers shake out, how the running backs shake out. That's that. That's forward.
We mentioned that.
Yeah, we did mention that, and we might even mention that a little bit more as we have this conversation. But 713-572-4610, where did the Texans make the biggest improvement during this camp? Because technically camp is over, right? There's still this,
it's final
over. Preseason game,
yeah.
And we'll get down the 53-man cut here the start of next week. But camp itself, practices, that type of things, we're done there. And so, in a little bit of a revisiting of what was done, what was improved, what was the goals, and what was achieved during the course of camp. Let us know what you think, or where rather you thought the Texans made the biggest improvements during camp. And John, you had some things that kind of came to mind for you.
I did, because I'm looking at, I actually was speaking yesterday with somebody over in that building, kind of just getting a feel for things as camp is winding up, and it just kind of occurred to me like a light bulb moment, and that's why I wanted to talk about it here today. It's amazing that we got legitimate answers, at least to this point. I mean, who knows how the regular season plays out. We got legitimate answers in 3 areas that I don't think we could have predicted. We would have known before the first regular season game even that we'd have an answer on that. And let's start with the most important one, because I know I was wringing my hands about this offensive line. I was like, ooh, let's see about Tunsil.
Yeah.
Oh, Kenyon, how's he going to come? Remember that, Figgy? We didn't even know what he was going to look like, coming back. Juice Scruggs, well, I mean, you guys know I like Juice Scruggs a lot, but that doesn't mean squat,
right?
Compared to what they think of him. So we didn't know about the offensive line at all going into camp. It was all speculation. It was all, let's see. Dude, we got an answer. Like, I know we can parse a little bit, and I think Seth Payne brought up a really good point. Like, maybe the offensive line isn't run blocking quite as well as we would like to at this point. But what's that analogy he uses? 5 fingers in a glove.
Yeah,
that they haven't done that enough. I always say they haven't played in tandem enough to really get that going. But we've got an answer on the offensive line. We've got 5 dudes that are in the places where they were expected to be playing and playing pretty darn well. We haven't criticized, legitimately anyway, maybe a false start or something here and there. Tunsil, Green, Scruggs, obviously Shaq Mason.
Well, Tunsil, that's because he hadn't played.
Yeah,
very much.
Exactly.
It's like let's be fully transparent on that at least.
We haven't said, oh boy, I don't know about that guy. Like, the offensive line is set.
Yeah, you know what the line is going to be.
Yeah.
What's the level of aptitude that they're capable of reaching, I think, is something that you still want to see. And I don't know, how much concern, let me ask you like this, how much concern do you have with the offensive line pass blocking? Because run blocking is something that both Clint Stoerner and Seth Payne, guys who I would defer to in some ways on this, have said, hey, man, there's still something to be desired when it comes there. And I think that they're absolutely correct in that. I mean, I mentioned how with those guys talking about it, I went and watched the All-22 from Saturday's game against the Giants. And I was like, hey, man, what's happening here, man? Y'all don't have a hat on a hat in these instances. That's kind of what you're trying to do running the football. And I'm not just talking about, an unblocked player on the backside or something like that. Where you're going to the football, having an unblocked player is not what you want. So, like, there are some things there, but some of that is schematic and those types of things.
Yeah.
Pass blocking wise, though, you feel comfortable, though, right?
Yeah, I think pass blocking, you're absolutely comfortable, and even run blocking, as I just mentioned, I think, you can see them getting there from here. So, like, I fully expected to be worried. I'll put it this way. I fully expected to be worried about this offensive line going into the regular season. And I'm not really worried. Are you? Are you worried about this offensive line?
I'm not. The only question I had was Kenyon Green, how he was going to look, and he been fine. And then also Titus Howard. And it's not, if he would play good or not. It's more of if he could stay healthy.
Yeah.
But outside of that, and to me, that's slim pickings.
Yeah. So when you talk about where they made the biggest improvement, that's where I'm starting.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where I'm starting for sure. Also, I mean, we were talking about Jeff Okudah, C.J. Henderson, like who, they drafted this rookie, but boy, he runs a 4.6.
Yeah, who's going to grab that opposite spot from Stingman?
We kind of say, last they're going to play in the slot. We start him off in
draft
the slot.
Night. We talked about that.
He'd be a slot guy.
Yeah, maybe he could be a slot guy.
Yeah.
So talk about the biggest improvement. Number 2, we know our cornerbacks, and are you worried? I'm not worried.
I feel kind of confident about he plays in kind of a heady way. Now, of course, he's still a rookie. You will see rookie stuff pop up during the course of a season. But he plays in a heady way when you talk about, again, the technique and the ways that you can make up for maybe being a half step slower than other folks by making sure you're on your P's and Q's. And more often than not, it does look like he's on his P's and Q's. Hell, we were getting reports from camp
He was on Cooper
yesterday.
Kupp.
On Cooper Kupp, one of the best technicians running
like a cheap suit
running routes. Yeah, and he was going, kind of, play for play with them and making sure to stick with them and making it tough on one of the better wide receivers in this league, right?
Yeah.
If that's not a ringing endorsement of his capability, at least being on the field, right? I'm not even. You don't even have to get into like the aptitude of how good he is as a second cornerback, right? But at least being on the field and being comfortable and looking like he belongs to the point where you do not have him being labeled the mark by the other team, which that means something when you're going to be playing across from a Derek Stingley Jr. who looks like he is ascending in his place as a cornerback. Yeah. And if you have an ascendant cornerback and another cornerback on the other side, that people go, oh, well, yeah, that's fine. We could go against him.
Good.
Then you're going to end up seeing a lot of traffic that way. He's probably still going to see a lot of traffic that way because of that
Only
dynamic.
because of Stingley.
But he looks like he's going to be capable of being up to the challenge, at least in the minimum of
By all rights,
ways.
we should be sitting here. This conversation we're having about, who are they going to keep as the backup wide receivers? We should, by all rights, be having that conversation. Who's going to be the starting cornerback opposite Stingley? We should have had that competition. That's that a little unsure about. Is it going to be Okudah? Is it going to be Henderson? Is it going to be Les? And we're not. Again, back to the question you asked here. Where have they made the biggest improvement? They got themselves 2 cornerbacks.
Yeah,
they got them.
Got them. If you want to go start talking about cornerback depth.
No, you're
fair enough, right? Like we can have those questions, but shout out to Kamari Lassiter, pretty definitively answering that cornerback question for this team over the course of camp. Is there anyone else that comes to mind? Figgy, is anything coming to mind for you?
I was kind of on that same page as Lassiter, but Kalen Bullitt, man,
same thing.
I had questions about the safety position because I didn't know what Jalen Petrie is going to do this year. He had a bad year last year, had a good rookie year. So I'm thinking there's no way they're going to start 2 rookies, let alone 1 rookie. And look, it looked like they finding a way to start this second rookie.
And look, we had how much time going with the scandal of Justin Simmons being out there, and will they sign him and those types of things?
It kind of got to a point where I'm like, who needs Justin Simmons at this point?
Exactly.
We got Kalen Bullitt,
right? And I think that means a lot for the way that he's played and the confidence that he is seeming to give us. Now, that's not to say that he will be Justin Simmons and that, if you had signed Justin Simmons, that you would not get better output.
Yeah.
But then at that point, I think the question becomes, would signing Justin Simmons have been like a development stopper or what have you? And, I mean, that's a whole nother thing. But at least, again, in the same way,
good point.
Same way we were talking about with Kamari Lassiter, right?
Yeah.
Being able to be capable of being a starter, even if he's not the best starter in the league or anything, but being capable, that means a lot for a rookie to step in and feel that level, or field to that level of play, rather, especially considering this is a team with high expectations.
I mean, you could argue that we came into training camp, Figgy, not knowing who would be safety. Any safeties.
Yeah, I kind of penciled. I had Jalen Petrie up there in pencil, but still, I wasn't confident about that, especially from last year.
Ward, we wondered about Jimmy Ward. He's getting up there a little bit, who knows, and all this other stuff.
Now he got an extra year. You got Jalen Petrie playing the nickel.
And Kalen Bullock starting.
Yeah.
So that's a great point. So that's 3 big places right there where we should be having a discussion.
Those are major questions.
Yeah, where we should still be talking, man. Who's going to be at safety? Who's going to be at cornerback? Do you know anything about the offensive line?
Or even just questioning starting a rookie at safety that.
Yeah.
With Laramie Tunsil, though, because we got a text on the text line, rather, from the 979, Tunsil scares me most. Over, under 8 false starts. He's coming in and out of shape. He's going to jump in, and he has to overcome the fact that he is not yet ready. He's in shape, but he's not in game shape.
Do the false start stuff bother you really that much?
Yes. Penalties are always going to be a problem.
False starts bother me, but that's life with Laramie Tunsil. I mean,
that's where I'm at with Laramie.
Gotcha, I see what you mean.
That's Laramie right there. He don't do nothing. Once he start giving up, blocks and CJ start getting hit, that's when I start having an issue.
Like I said, I don't like it, but that's just life with Laramie. And let me just say this. I know a lot of people aren't out there every day, and we're privileged to be able to go out there. He came in great shape.
Tunsil?
Yeah. Now, maybe not the, quote, football shape.
Right.
And he talked about that. Tunsil talked about the football shape. But
In fact, you want to hit that cut? This is actually Tinsel cut 7. Let me know if you have it there, Fig. But yeah, the idea of like feeling him in his game, being ready to go. Tinsel was talking
I feel like I'm getting better every year, man. I'm solid. I'm in a good spot right now, mentally and physically. And some things I always going to improve on, of course. Just revving me back up. I should be ready week 1 for the Colts.
Should be ready for week 1. He was quick in all his answers.
He really.
But
I love cutting up some Laramie Tunsil.
do not take long.
I think his longest answer was 12 seconds.
God bless.
But let me just tell you, people, he came in shape.
Okay.
Like he was that dude is a rock. I mean, he's a big rock, but he's a rock. There's no question about that. Yeah, but the football stuff, he's kind of like Verlander. He knows what it takes to ramp himself up, to be ready on opening day.
Well, he supposedly got a test. We were talking about those ESPN rankings of position groups. Colts defensive line is one of those ones that's going to be tough. So he's got a little bit of a challenge that way because you got to be ramped up to the level of facing one of the best, if not the best, defensive lines that you're going to see all season. So you got to be ready to go, and hopefully he is. Some other folks mentioning on the text line from the 832, one of the biggest improvements is depth all the way around. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely. Outside of linebacker. A linebacker is to be determined.
100%. And it doesn't help that one of the few guys that you're sold on still dealing with an injury to the point we're not certain, is he going to start the year playing with the team?
And really, this ties in with the first question here is where have they shown the most improvement? I would have bet money that we'd be talking about how thin they were at defensive tackle, and we're not.
Sure.
I mean, they've come up with some answers at defensive tackle. Obviously, Fatakasi and and Autry's going to be there eventually. But Mario Edwards came out of nowhere.
Has been good.
He came out of nowhere and
he's been flat out good.
Rio.
I remember they signed him. I was just like, like just a guy.
Yeah.
But no, he's the guy.
Yeah,
it seemed like he's the guy in that locker room. Yeah.
So yeah, man, I'd say like they not only they answered they made some significant improvement and then some during camp, and a lot of these places I didn't expect it.
Yeah, and so look, that's what you would hope to have in camp, is you want to figure some answers out and answer them in the affirmative, and it feels like there's a lot of places where they don't want to be all sunshine and rainbows. There's definitely some places that still need to show improve, but by and large, there's good reasons for a lot of optimism, and it's good to see that you've had a successful camp. I think you would term it as that, right? A successful camp?
Oh, big time. Now, I think you can kind of fall in between the, boy, did they answer those questions, and we still have questions at linebacker, is depth at running back. That's still something, and that ties in with what we mentioned at the very top of the show. Like, what do we have to see, to kind of was the question tomorrow. I think Cam Akers has answered that question, and I think, me personally, I think he's the second back behind Joe Mixon, but we'll see.
I'd have to agree.
But he's got some questions about his health.
Sure.
That has been repeated over the years, so.
Yeah, and just how effective will it be? He looks like he has the vision and the headiness to be able to play the running back position.
Mm-hmm.
But again, as you mentioned very astutely multiple times, he wasn't running with them ones, right? And so what does it look like when he's running with the ones against ones in this league, picking up some of those carries? Is that maybe explosion that sometimes gets stolen from you in Achilles injuries? Is that going to be there in enough of space to be able to get effective runs? Or is Joe Mixon going to be the one guy that you look at and you go, that guy is the one that can really make things happen, especially if the offensive line isn't blocking at the highest level that sometimes we might be concerned about?
No, I think you're absolutely right. And I think the Texans really, if they were being honest with themselves, I don't know if they expected Cam Akers. They were just kicking the tires.
It was a flyer. Dude
they were just kicking the tires,
right.
man.
A dude who is, in this outside zone scheme has found success in the past.
Yeah.
You get him for the low because of the injuries, and you see if you can throw something at the wall, and it definitely did stick.
Yeah, sometimes you kick the tires, and you're like, damn.
Yeah, still runs.
Hey,
yeah, but
we're still good.
We can make this one go A to B.
Yeah.
So there you go. Some of the things that the improvements that we've seen from the Texans during this camp, as it wrapped up yesterday with a joint practice against the Rams. They'll finish out the preseason tomorrow with a preseason game against the Rams. That's 12 p.m. or 12 noon. I always forget. Yeah, that is p.m. A.m. would be midnight, but 12 p.m. is when the game kicks off. 9 a.m. is when you get to hear pregame.
Yes, sir.
With Seth and Sean right here on Sports Radio 610, your home of Houston Texans football. Coming up next, let's do a little bit of lunchtime confessions.
All right, now let's go to the Loken Group.
That's right. Download the Odyssey app now and don't miss a minute of the conversation.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reginald and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions, brought to you by Sagamore Spirit Rye Whiskey.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, let's get to these confessions here. And I'm going to start with one that we were going to talk about during what was poppin', because it was also a confession. So you saw, and you may want to lay it out a little better than I would. So Colorado staffer reportedly went a little rogue and was seeking Saudi money for NIL.
Yeah, so he was a staffer, no longer a staffer,
Yeah.
and he penned a letter, with a little bit of, I guess, ire towards the team. Or the program, rather.
Yeah.
That he felt like he had leveraged some of his, connections to try and bump up and pump up the NIL fund, and he just didn't agree with the way that they were handling it or whatever. And one of those things that he said is he'd even went to Saudi Arabia to try and get that Saudi money in the NIL fund.
Yeah.
And you hear that Saudi money being invested
And
in
it's
football.
like, oh my God, the Saudis.
And that catches people's attention.
Here's my confession.
Okay.
Really wouldn't have a problem with that. I really wouldn't. And let me Let me explain it.
Well, especially after yesterday, you was out here talking about the Russian national anthem. We watched you closely, buddy.
Are you a commie?
The FBI has got our wireless tapped. Actually, the Wi-Fi was down, wasn't it?
The Wi-Fi went down.
The feds are on us, man.
I need to put tape over this
We
camera.
got the feds are on us, buddy.
Let me feed Lopez some cheese.
Yeah, man.
You rat.
Let me explain it, and I think you guys are going to agree. Maybe not these two guys in this room, but the royal you, as they say. So I get. Well, obviously, we all know Saudi Arabia is got their hands in some dirty stuff.
Yeah, man.
They've done some heinous stuff. Some people over there, but you have to realize Saudi money is literally everywhere around us.
It is
Saudi money. What do they call those consortiums of money that they invest in different companies and stuff, whatever. They are in $35 billion has been invested in, I don't know, little outlets like Amazon, Walmart, and Uber. So like, if you're going to, complain about that, and they are, if you buy anything on Amazon, the Saudis have invested in that. If you buy anything at Walmart, the Saudis have money in that. If you've ever taken an Uber, the Saudis have money in that. So I'm not necessarily agreeing with what they have done in a general sense. What I'm saying is that money is already around us. I got no problem with a little Saudi NIL money.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah.
The point is well taken. My problem, actually, funny enough, with this
Public Investment Fund.
Yeah, the Public Investment Fund, the PIF.
Yeah.
More than, in this particular instance, more than the actual Saudi aspect of it, is actually the investment in college football of it that kind of...
Oh, the ethical kind of...
Not even the ethical... Well, yeah, in some ways, but I'm like, it doesn't make sense to me, right? Because if you are going to do venture capitalism or what have you, investment in college football, what's the end goal? Right, because when you are trying to invest, like with one of these companies with these money, right, all this money that they're trying to invest in a company, the idea typically is, right, that private equity, they buy into it, they put some money up front, and hopefully at some point that money is
I don't know what their end game would be.
Right, they're trying to make more money, generate more money, whether it's stripping the company for parts and selling it off, and they want to make money out of this. They're not doing this out of the goodness of their heart to give money away. College football is not it's not an efficient sport for money, and it's usually just a money pit, and what you're getting out of it, mostly these bagmen of old and things like that, and now boosters, they get access, they get pride, they get, like, those are the things that you're getting out of it. How are you going to turn money, or how are you going to turn money put into more money for the whoever is the investors?
First of all, he didn't get it,
and I imagine that's part of it.
That's part of it. But what my point is,
the moral aspect.
If they
of it.
want to invest. Don't stand on this moral high ground when you're buying stuff every day on Amazon, Walmart, and Uber.
Now, the moral high ground that you then get to is, ain't that a state institution? Right? Like,
yeah, but it's a state institution for the NIL already, all these companies that are investing.
Sure, but then now you got a foreign state investing in an American state institution.
That's their problem.
And get into some interesting places.
Watch this.
These are my confessions.
I am so happy with how much the Houston area has, welcomed me and wrapped me back in, especially on this show. But I've got to be completely honest. I got to confess. I'm a little uncomfortable so much, Reginald. Like, I truly love my name. I enjoy it. But I'm very used to everybody just defaulting to Reggie. And I was like, all right, it's cool.
Are we killing Reginald?
I'm not trying
On
to.
the air?
I'm not trying to.
Hold on, this is big.
But what I am saying is, I did not realize that it would hit my ears in this way with so many people calling me Reginald as opposed to like Reggie. Maybe I've just gotten used to people using the more comfortable.
R.I.P. Reginald.
Look, you can still call me Reginald. It is indeed my name.
No, I don't want
like
to.
it. You don't want to?
I don't want to.
Okay.
I prefer Reggie.
I ain't gonna lie, it's a little funny for me calling somebody Reginald because I know a whole bunch of people named Reginald.
Yeah.
But they never go by Reginald. They always. I have a cousin named Reggie.
Yeah.
So
and I never even heard his name called Reginald before.
All right,
It
so
was always Reggie.
I totally respect Reginald, and I told you the story. The reason I put P in my bylines, John P. Lopez,
because your mama called you John P. Lopez.
My mom called me out on the first story I ever sent.
I'm
home
gonna call you John P. Lopez
when I was a freshman at A&M, and so I've always used. So I get that, respecting. That's the name my mama gave me and wants me to use, but. If we're being honest about here, I'm going to walk right over in the next break to Parker's office and say, change all those intros. Let's change them. Start clicking on that little laptop of yours over there, and let's make it Reggie because I'm in on Reggie.
What's a name you don't like people calling you?
Well, out my name first of all.
Yeah, not like that. But have to do with your name because my real name is Edward. I don't mind somebody call me Edward. I don't like Ed. Like, don't call me Ed.
Oh, gotcha.
Every time I hear somebody say Ed, I think of the horse, Mr. Ed.
Yeah.
Don't call me Ed.
I don't know that there's a permutation of my name that it's like, yeah, don't do that. But I guess maybe someone will try and find out.
Man, Reginald didn't last as long as New Coke.
5 days.
Look, I am still Reginald. That's fine. But yeah, you can. Reggie works just fine. I guess I didn't realize how used to being called Reggie that I was.
All right. Well, that's it. That changes my mind.
It's dead.
You're Reggie.
It's gone.
You're Reggie.
That's wild.
Watch this. These are my confessions. Man, I felt so bad for my wife yesterday. So before I left to go to work, she was telling me like, yeah, you know what? I think I'm gonna cook it. I'm gonna make some steak and rice and make some sauce. Da, 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 da. I'm like, all right, cool. Go to work, come home. I had a long day at work, by the way. I got home a little late. But I got through the door, man. The food was smelling so good. And a little backstory: my wife loved to cook. She'd come up with different recipes. Sometimes she look up recipes to try.
Oh, nice.
So I walk in, it's smelling good. I'm ready. I'm about to go right to I'm about to stiff arm her and go right to the kitchen.
That's wild.
Now she was sitting there and she had this like really disgusted face on her. And I'm thinking like, damn, did she hear my confession from yesterday? I'm thinking like, oh man. So I'm like, sweetie, what's wrong? She's like, this tastes awful. Like, we can't eat this. It tastes bad. So apparently whatever recipe she read, they had her add like baking soda to it for some reason. And so the steak had the baking soda taste to it. And she was just like, man, we're going to have to go somewhere. You
know what? I've got her back on this.
Yeah, no.
There's no worse feeling.
I felt so bad.
It's terrible.
And
there is no worse, especially when you have people over.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. You're like, oh, that did not turn out how
Yeah, nah, she felt so.
God bless her. Because that's
so
the
bad
worst.
for her, man.
And
this only happened to her twice. Like, she usually not.
That's the worst part. Like, you got to, now you also have a reputation. You're like, I know I usually come through for you.
Yeah.
Except, I think a few of my friends did like a Friendsgiving, whatever.
Yeah.
A few years back, and I was like, man, I've been wanting to make this like baked mac recipe that I had seen for a long time, and I was like, I was gonna shred the cheese and everything, I was gonna do it up big. I was like, all right, bet. I did it. That thing came out the oven. I was like, that's mid as hell. That's so mediocre. And so everybody's there, and I'm like, look, eat it, don't eat it. You're not hurting my feelings. I know.
But
I know.
But see, this was the crazy part. The food looked good yesterday.
Right.
Like it looked.
And you smelled it and thought it was.
It smelled amazing. But she said it just tastes like
I've been
baking
there.
soda.
We've all been there.
Yeah, she did that one time before. She tried to make a red velvet cake, and for some reason they had her add vinegar to it.
Oh,
Yeah.
So took a bite. It tastes just like vinegar, man.
Tell her this story real quick. I had Leonard Botello from Truth Barbecue. Hell, Aaron Franklin said the same thing on the Bite Meat podcast, my barbecue podcast.
Okay.
They both said they've done that 100 times.
Man.
And these are the legends.
It does happen to the best of us.
Legends.
Got you.
It only got her twice, but man, she felt so bad. We had to go to HEB and get a meal sample.
Those quick meal, yeah.
Yeah, man. But I felt so
Shout
bad
out to HEB.
Yeah, shout out to HEB.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right, I talked about, speaking of cooking, my son loves to cook. He always makes us dinner on Thursdays, and it was outstanding yesterday. But anyway, so we always go play with our granddaughter. That's our Thursday. You know, it's my slower day and all that. So we're eating. I'm playing with my granddaughter, take her outside. She gets tired. We come inside. What is it about Disney movies that their songs stay in your head forever? Like,
Let it go.
dude,
Let it go.
she put on
Can't hold it back
Frozen.
anymore.
I drove home singing it. I went to bed singing it. I woke up this morning. That's what gave me the idea for the confession. I woke up this morning. I'm like, let it go. Let it go. What? And it's Disney more than anybody else.
That's right. Look, Disney got money as an organization. You bet money that they're doing research.
Dude, do they put some sort of like data chip in that thing, or what is it?
I know this song was in the streets for a long time too, man.
Yeah.
They was actually playing this on the radio.
Yeah.
Yes.
So I got tired of this song. I only saw the movie like twice.
It was a good movie.
Oh, it's a great movie.
Yeah.
But I could watch any movie with great music, and I won't think about it again once the movie's over. Man, I woke up. I wook up singing "Let It Go." I was like, "What is it about Disney?"
So is your granddaughter is this like her go-to?
No, her go-to is Encanto.
Encanto is
We
the one
don't
that I
talk
watched.
about Bruno.
Oh,
yeah.
you put on Encanto, it's over. Like this was just like after she got tired and dinner. We only watched like 45 minutes of it. I'm singing that damn song all night and all morning.
What was that movie for you? That go-to as a kid?
As
where
a
you
kid,
just
Dumbo.
Dumbo?
Yeah.
Okay, all
I was
right.
a big Dumbo and Lady and the Tramp. Yeah.
The one that came to mind for me, just when you were talking about the songs, Mulan.
Oh yeah.
Right, Be a Man goes hard, and then
And they're coming out with another one now.
Are they?
I think they are.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good.
And what other one?
What was the other one? Oh, Lion King.
Oh yeah.
Lion King got some
Lion
gems.
King was my go-to, and then the other movie I
wore that tape out.
Yeah, no, the other tape I wore was Home Alone 2. That was
okay.
That was like my
But
go-to.
no songs to worry about there.
Nah.
You didn't have to get that stuck in your head.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. This is kind of a confession, but more of almost like a question for you fellas. Am I going to have to get this friend out of my life? Because I had a friend that texted me and was like basically saying that one of the most overrated team nicknames that's ever been was the Houston Oilers. And I don't know if she just didn't get it, but
I think she didn't get it.
Because I'm like,
wait, what was it?
That the Houston Oilers
was
an overrated
nickname.
Is she from here?
No, funny enough, she's from Cleveland.
Yeah.
But she lives here now. Mm-hmm. And she was like, yeah, okay, we get it. There's oil here. And I'm like, yeah, that's the point.
Yeah.
That's the point.
And
like
they're
it's
called Oilers.
It's a regional specific nickname.
Roughneckers or Oilers or whatever. No, that's... Yeah, get her out of your life.
It's a regionally specific nickname.
She from Cleveland, Texas, or Ohio?
Cleveland, Ohio, which kind of makes sense. Like you look around, what are the regionally specific nicknames that y'all got?
They just got this one, the Guardians, because of the big old Guardian statues on the bridge.
And by the way, if you come from a city whose football name is the Browns.
Yeah, named after a dude named Brown. A white man named Brown is what they're named after.
Yeah, somebody last name. Yeah.
You got no right.
Yeah, Oilers is
There's
cool,
a whole bunch
man.
of Cavaliers in
Oilers is
Cleveland.
way cool.
Yeah.
Now, we were having a discussion off air about a certain AAA team.
Oh, yeah, the Space Cowboys? Okay, this is the actual confession. Now, the actual confession is I liked Skeeters.
I did
better.
too.
Me too.
When he said that, I'm like, I'm with you.
Like I
Skeeters
kind of
is better than Space Cowboys.
I think so.
Yeah.
And like I get it, right? You get a little bit of synergy with the big league club or whatever, but nah, I thought Skeeters was original. And if you want to be sophomoric, which at times I do, kind of funny to say Skeeters. Not gonna lie.
I like Skeeters.
And so Sugar
and
Land
we are
Skeeters.
all about Skeeters.
We good? There we go.
We good.
A little bit of
I
lunchtime
got another confession real quick.
Go for it, buddy.
Watch this.
I'm so happy he's going to go by Reggie now. That's all. I'm going to Parker's office right now.
Hey, can we explain to him why we was like so pressed to call him Reginald?
Because Parker.
What? That's fun. And what's funny is I think
he
Parker got this.
He said
he goes by Reginald. I'm like, what?
I think Parker got this misconstrued. Parker was typing up something, and I was like, I feel like just the first time, can you at least refer me as Reginald? Because I'm still gonna Reginald is my name.
Yeah.
I was like, at least the first time, and I guess that got misconstrued as I need to be called Reginald, which is not the case. But okay,
all right. He's gonna spend all weekend redoing all the.
Yeah, that's crazy. I sorry to all the people that I'm making work more
because you have to redo them.
Big voice guy, sorry about that.
Right?
Apologize that to you.
You have to redo them.
I mean, if John Lopez says, John P. Lopez.
I think it's fine. That's his name, but we should be able to call him Reggie.
Absolutely, 100%. That's what I tried to tell you too.
Yeah,
call me Reggie if you feel like it. There you go. A little bit of lunchtime confessions here, Sports Radio 610. Coming up next in the loop, who's the most underrated Houston athlete going? 713-572-4610. Text in your answer. We'll talk about it next.
The Drive with
dream.
Downy Rinse and Refresh removes 100% of odor in just one wash. Guaranteed.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
You're damn right. You're damn right.
With Reggie.
Reginald Atatula. No, I was playing. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610. Also, always get involved on the text line, 713-572-4610, where someone did from the 832. I was about to express how elitist I thought the name Reginald was. Can you imagine Reginald Jackson? No, you're Reggie, man, but I'm glad you're good with it. Always been good with it. And I appreciate you guys rocking with me in particular, but obviously with the show. Yesterday, before yesterday, but yesterday we talked about it. I was very interested in this piece, MLB.com, about how Yordan Alvarez seemingly kind of underrated still because of just how good he is at making defenders wrong, right? Because of how good he is at the plate, and then also how he also does not get made wrong by pitchers, right? He makes sure to have good swings, put barrel to ball, those types of things. But that got me thinking, right? Who is indeed the most underrated athlete, rather, in Houston sports? Current.
Now we might go there, but
yeah, we can go all time because I know some people are also talking about all time. But I kind of am interested in like the landscape right now.
Yeah, I'm thinking current, and we can expand from there. I think Yordan is absolutely on the list. Like, we at the same time that we say he might be the best hitter in baseball,
he's up there for sure.
Certainly at his best. As much as we're saying that, others don't. Just like in the postseason, he gets, he's gotten tons of love, tons of accolades, all that. But I don't think like people are like Shohei, all the just go down the list, Aaron Judge and all that. And maybe it's the market, but Houston's not a small market.
That's a great point. So I just pulled up the best hitter rankings, and this is BetMGM, right? Just I kind of wanted to see if this tracked. They put top 10 lists together, and there is an Astro on here, but it's not Yordan Alvarez.
Right.
Aaron Judge 1, Juan Soto 2. Crazy that the Yankees have 2 at least. Shohei Ohtani, Kyle Tucker.
Oh, wow.
That's interesting that they gave Kyle Tucker that love. Marcell Ozuna, Mookie Betts, Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt Jr., Bryce Harper, Freddie Freeman, all those fantastic hitters. No Yordan.
Telling you, man.
And on top of that, right, we had a lot of conversation because there was yesterday we learned that Alex Bregman is going to have that first base mitt put in his hands. He's going to be playing some first base. I think even possibly today he'll be playing first base. We talked about the idea of how that's basically to help Yordan play more DH so he's not in left field. But one of the things I was talking about with you was like, hey, man, he's actually been a lot better in left field than maybe sometimes we give him credit for.
And that's part of it. But I think that the reason that he doesn't necessarily play as much as he could in left field is really just injury-based. He's had a lot of weird things happen and injuries that have knocked him out, and you don't want to do that with Yordan, which speaks to how underrated he is as a hitter. Like, for him not to be on any top 10 list, and I'm not talking about slash lines and all the OPS and all that. I'm just saying, like, when you think about the best hitters, literally and just, in trusting your eyes, Yordan is at least in that top 10, if not really top 3 or 4. I think you're
right in that regard. So, okay, Yordan, clearly we can throw him up on the list, but are there any other names around Houston sports? And I like that this person is thinking outside the box on the text line from the 832. Not even close. It's Simone Biles. And fair, touche.
Is she underrated at this point?
No, she is properly rated. It just doesn't happen very often because it's every 4 years. So I get his point. So she's underrated.
Because we always talk about the 3 sports.
Yeah.
So we
the
never
3 majors.
So we never bring her up. But I feel like she's rated just
she
right.
dominated Olympic branding.
I think that maybe you could have possibly said that before Olympics, and you're right. She still dominated Olympics brandings, but what you could have pointed to is the idea that she had not had that many Olympic gold medals because she had her first time through the second Olympics that she was supposed to be involved in. She got the twisties. That stuff happened. She's dominated like the world championships when it comes to gymnastics, but this is her opportunity to return to the Olympic stage and prove once again how dominant she is, and she did exactly that. So maybe you could have said that before, but I don't know that you could definitely call her underrated necessarily.
I feel like for the Rockets and the Texans even, you kind of got to go into the weeds to find someone underrated. Because like most of the frontline players, C.J. Stroud, Stephon Diggs, even Tank Dell at this point, probably even Nico Collins at this point.
Ooh, last year before the season, though, Tank Dell was super underrated.
Yeah,
Nico Collins, super underrated.
So if you go into the weeds, and this is just like nobody even cares outside of the Houston market, someone like Daria Gumbawale, does everything, can play a little running back, backup kicker, won a game as a kicker last year.
Sure did.
But that's in the
my Nigerian brethren.
Yeah, that's deep in
Honestly,
the weeds.
I was gonna say this. I feel like Derek Stingley is a little underrated.
That's a name that came up for sure.
Because look who he was drafted with. He was drafted with Sauce Gardner, who got all the love for the last couple years. I feel like he's a little underrated and underappreciated.
Yeah.
Yeah, and similarly to maybe like what we were talking about last year, this might be his year for him. And some of the reason why he may have kind of fallen back underrated is because Derek Stingley out of LSU, a man, right? A man amongst boys, right? A dog, all those things. And you got here to Houston, and it didn't translate immediately. And like you said, Sauce Gardner, you saw him immediately come in, and put his
going to New York too.
Yeah, in a big media market. That's right.
Yeah.
And so that might adjust in some way. So, okay, I think Derek Stingley is a good one to throw up. Alperen Şengün comes up from the 281.
I like him a lot. I really do.
Alp's in an interesting place, though, because for those that are like in the weeds on basketball, especially with the Rockets, you can maybe look at the time where he was out this past season and they kept on trucking in some ways, and people were like, well, how much does that matter? Yeah. But no, he's absolutely like a very good player. I know that the baby Jokic kind of thing has kind of stuck to him. He's definitely a if you know type guy.
Yeah, I think so. I think if you look outside of Houston, a lot of NBA media people, they always bring up Şengün whenever talking about like an underrated player.
Yeah.
Like, hey, it's this guy in Houston because Houston wasn't good the past couple years, but they always bring him up as this under the radar guy.
Yeah. What about all time?
All time
in Houston
is interesting. I feel like Coutinho Mobley is one of these guys for sure.
You don't like Coutinho Mobley?
Oh, not a Coutinho fan.
Oh man,
what you got against the cat?
He was good. He was good. I thought he was overrated.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, so is there a Rocket, particularly in that era, where you would have said, like, I know someone on the text line mentioned Steve Francis, but I thought Steve Francis was the front-facing guy to the point
he
where
was the front-facing guy. And trust me, I got along with Cat. I mean, with Coutinho Mobley. I was covering the team on a daily basis because I was at the Chronicle. I just thought he did a lot of things that were very average, but because he was streaky, and kind of that cool shooter, I thought he was kind of overrated. That era.
Maybe isn't there not one that
not really one? I'd have to go back a little further. Otis Thorpe was a badass.
Otis Thorpe is a name that came up on the text line. Absolutely, I feel like there's a lot of those bigs in the Houston.
He was good and underrated.
Basketball is so funny because, like, historically, guys can get lost to history even though they were bad men, and you can go to various bigs that came through this place in Houston in particular, because Houston has a great lineage of bigs, and if you asked people, like I guess nationally, which that would be a thing to do, right? Yeah. But they'll give you Yao, they'll give you Hakeem. Are they going to give you Ralph Sampson? Are they going to give you?
Yeah, he wasn't here long enough.
Right, who are they going to give you when it comes to the bigs? Although there's been a legacy of great bigs in Houston as well, so I do think that
Otis Thorpe I'm a big fan.
Yeah, Otis Thorpe is absolutely one of those guys.
Now the Texans, I think there's a right answer.
There's a single right answer all time.
I think there is a single right answer. I thought he was all pro caliber, very consistent, and extremely underrated, and that was Owen Daniels.
Owen as a tight end, yeah.
He was a great tight end. He was an every down tight end, block, catch, clutch, consistent. I mean, I would have to look up his numbers, but no, I thought Owen Daniels was really kind of a heartbeat kind of guy on that offense, but kind of quiet. So that kind of, makes it easier to be underrated if you're not out there a lot.
For sure. Absolutely. Do you agree with this one? All-time Lance Berkman? Lance Berkman, one of the killer bees. I feel like he was
properly rated, I think. I mean, he was a notch below Hall of Fame caliber if you look at his numbers.
Yeah, and I think that's widely how he's regarded. maybe I don't have a great grasp on how he's regarded, but it does feel like that is how he is regarded. Folks bringing up Kaimi Fairbairn. Let's see.
Polarizing, but I think that's fair.
Where he's rated.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Vontae Leach for the Texans.
Vontae Leach was an absolute. He was integral on that same team, but more as a blocker and a pass receiver. He actually caught the ball a lot.
Yeah.
I'm looking at Owen Daniels right now, dude. He was Mr. Consistency. Like 63, 70, these catches, 40, 62, 54, 2 Pro Bowls. 36 touchdowns.
Did what he needed to do.
Dude he was nails.
281 brings up Brian Ching. I just feel like I think he was pretty highly regarded.
He was the face
in MLS.
of the franchise.
Yeah, he absolutely was there, and then he was highly regarded in MLS in his time. Yeah, I think that's another one where it's just kind of maybe lost to history, and then also MLS history is a very particular thing here. You have to. It's really very much a if you know situation. Figgy, is there anyone that came to mind for you when it came to like, oh man, that person doesn't get their due?
I think this person might be rated just right, but one of the people I thought about was J-Jo. Jonathan.
Oh, yeah, that's a great answer.
Like,
that's actually a great answer.
I felt like he was good. I felt like people kind of know about him.
Hell, I might change my answer from Owen Daniels.
He was really good, though, man.
He really was.
He was really good.
He was great. And, I think J-Jo and Owen Daniels off those squads.
And then he's kind of in that weird place where if we say putting him in the Ring of Honor, that might be a little too much.
Yeah.
But, he was really good, though, man.
Yeah.
He was really underappreciated, too.
Some other names that came in, Sam Cassell, Morgan Ensberg, pre-2012 Matt Shaw. We were just talking about Matt Shaw recently, weren't we?
Yeah.
Very good, right? Like, obviously.
That's a good pick.
It was a wild thing to see where they were like, hey, we're going to go take this backup from this other team and make him our starter. But, boy, were they right in that regard. He was able to, his ability to run this. Dante Robinson?
Dante was, now, he kind of faded, but, while he was here, he was an upper-end cornerback in the league. Yeah.
There you go. Yeah. So,
Octavio Dotel, because he had Billy Wagner and Lidge behind him. That's a good one. Yeah.
Funny enough, Brad Lidge also just came up recently for me. I don't know what's happening. Case Keenum at U of H. Okay, all right. Didn't he hold like a whole bunch of national records? No, he was rated pretty properly.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Fun to go through. I guess memory lane at that point where you're just playing name an athlete. But yeah, most underrated Houston athletes. Fun thing to examine here in the loop. Right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, obviously, training camp now over. You're at that period where you need to get to that 53-man cut down, and sometimes some guys aren't going to be on your team but have value. Who is most likely to be traded off this squad? Because CBS Sports has a thought on a guy that might need to go. We'll talk about that next.
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula.
Apparently, it's a funky football Friday here in the Loop.
Oh, you have
Sports
no
Radio
idea.
610. I love this. We're just gonna keep this going
every Friday, man.
You still haven't played my favorite song. You will. You know which one it is.
Which one is it?
So apparently he doesn't know which one it is.
Apparently he doesn't know.
Are we going to have a post-show meeting? And
I'll be in there in a minute. I'll be in there in a minute. Right. I believe it's my Cameo, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. Okay, I got you.
I like what you're doing here. I like where we're going.
Yeah.
But yeah, Funky Football Friday is what we're going to call it here in the loop. John P. Lopez, Figgy Fig, I'm Reginald Datatulu. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Call me Johnny. No, I'm just kidding.
You said don't call you Johnny or do call you? Okay. All right, excellent. Hey, man, who could be and who's most likely to be traded off of this Texans squad? Because CBS Sports had a thought. They put together a list of the 10 NFL players who could be traded next. Obviously, as we are heading to that time period where teams are trying to finalize their rosters, make some final preseason roster moves in order to get themselves perfectly set up for week 1 in the season. And we know with this team, there are some places where you have an abundance and some places where maybe a guy doesn't fit what you're trying to do. And so I know that there's definitely some people that could shift, but CBS Sports put together this list, as I mentioned, and there is 1, a Texan on it, and 2, a person of interest.
Well, I don't know about that second part.
Okay.
I think it's interesting.
Okay, fair enough.
There's a lot of things interesting about this list, and one of the reasons I wanted to kick it around with you. First of all, there's some really obvious ones. 10 players that could be traded: Kenny Pickett, Trey Lance.
Where is Kenny Pickett right now? Because I remember
Taylor Heineke. He's in Philly.
Okay, because I was like, I know they didn't keep him around in Pittsburgh.
Like some of these are no duh. Like Malik Willis,
Brandon Ayuk.
Yeah, well, that's the second part that was funny to me. I was like, no kidding.
Can he be traded? Well, the way that it's been going, I don't know that he can be traded. Funny enough.
Well, that's true. Maybe he's not. Maybe this is going to be. But anyway, I was like, oh, really? Brandon Ayuk might be traded, huh? Okay. But then the third thing comes to the Houston Texans. Because frankly, there's a lot of guys that can get traded.
Yes.
There are a lot. I mean, Dameon Pierce might get traded.
Yeah, and it would make a lot of sense because the thing that we've kept talking about is within this zone running concept, right? He just hasn't seemed to have the eye for it.
Yeah.
Right? And look, you can have the speed, you can have the brawn, even though I think Seth has talked a little bit about how he does not seem to have the same power that he once had. But you can have all those things, but if you are not, and I'm not trying to call him football dumb or whatever, right? That's what but if he does not seem to be applying the vision properly to what's needed here. And so as opposed to hitting the hole or hitting the gap or bouncing or knowing where he's running into the back of, linemen.
Yeah.
That's not going to be effective no matter how fast you're running or how strong you're running. That's not the way this goes. And so he did better in a gap running scheme and a different scheme form. And so it just feels like a change of scenery is one of those things where it might be beneficial for him.
No, he's definitely one that could be traded, and you're not wrong. It just doesn't fit him. Some people are good at math. Some people are good at science. This offense is science. He's good at math. I need to get there as quickly as possible. Shortest distance between 2 points, that kind of thing.
Now you're adding different kind of variables and the calculus shifts.
The science of the outside, cuts and zones and all. He's just not good at it. It's not a condemnation of his abilities
or him as a person, obviously.
But he's not the one that's on the list. And the one that's on the list I think is very interesting. That's Robert Woods. Robert Woods, he's done everything in the league. He's not old. He's a veteran, but he's not old. And I think it's telling, that they have some very obvious names on this list. And I started thinking, Robert Woods might be the most obvious choice at this point. Think about it. Probably get more for Robert Woods than anybody else that might be traded.
Sure.
Right?
Because he can work in a lot of different places, and you know what you can get from him. He's been a pretty stable wide receiver,
and he's been there, done that in every way. He's got the pelts on the wall, pretty good name, so you can get the most out of him. And then the obvious thing is, I'm not sure that he's a fit. Not like Dameon Pierce, where he just doesn't get it, but there's just maybe not a spot for him. Given that the upside of these younger guys is probably going to be a little more tempting for Nick Caserio to stick with than a 32-year-old receiver who's clearly good, who clearly helped this team last year. But I think Robert Woods might be candidate number one for me.
Yeah, and I also don't know that he has like a particular niche. Like when you have so much talent, at that point, I think that's when maybe specialization comes into factor. Like who's the fast guy, who's the route runner guy, what additional value can you add?
Yeah.
And he seems like kind of a jack of all trades type wide receiver where he kind of does all the things that you need sufficiently enough, but I don't know that he's like one of those guys that's does any one thing incredibly. And when you have so much talent in that wide receiver spot, I don't know that there's anything you're looking at where you go, yeah, we need that thing in particular. So yeah, he seems like he is a guy that could be on the outs there, but he's not the only one in that wide receiver room. That's the thing that I find interesting. Like, there's a few other ones that you could point to. You go, maybe he goes. Plus, in addition to the fact that Robert Woods' payroll is probably the highest of any of these other guys on in the wide receiver room.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Noah Brown is on that list.
Yeah,
and he's kind of quickly became a fan favorite last year. Had some really huge games.
Oh yeah, you have some big games.
Yeah, and also he's just a really likable enough guy, tough guy, all that stuff. But he's only 27, and he's got. Speaking of pelts on the wall, he's got 6 years in the league. He's had some, relatively big seasons. I'm looking at value on these wide receivers because nobody doesn't like or want Noah Brown and Robert Woods on this squad.
Right. If you had a unlimited roster space, like I think basically all these dudes.
Yeah.
Because you could even get down to the guys that we're not talking about on the bubble. And that's with no animus to them. Quintez Cephas, seen him make plays,
our
right?
Guy. He looked pretty good,
right?
He did.
Johnny Johnson's made a play or two here or there, right? Like there's dudes that you can go even down the list on, and you can say, hey, you like these guys? They've done things, but unfortunately, you have to cut down to a certain roster size.
Yeah. So Ben Skoranek. Now he won't get the value. I don't think he was going to get cut. And the Texans said, hey, we'll throw you a 7th or whatever it was.
And he's already been out there very recently for teams to go and try and get. So I don't know if there's going to be more clamoring for him.
It'll just be a situation like the Texans got him. Yeah, okay, we'll throw you a 7th because we can kind of use it. Whatever, we have an injury. But if I had to choose, and this is not something I would have thought before training camp started, do you want to keep Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson? Or if it came down to either or, do you want to keep Mechie and Xavier Hutchinson or Noah Brown and Robert Woods? I think I might stay with Mechie and Hutchinson.
Yeah.
Which is weird.
You might err on the side of, where the NFL in general has gone, err on the side of youth. Right?
Yeah, but you're not building. See, that's what's weird about it. I think they can legitimately step in and play those roles. Where, like, if this was a team, hey, man, we fancy ourselves a AFC Championship contender. Generally speaking, you'd probably say, well, we want Noah Brown and Robert Woods.
Yeah, because more known commodities and what have you.
But I'm not there. I think I'd go Hutchinson and Mechie at this point.
And those guys are, Hutchinson especially, like he's somewhat of a known commodity to this team. Like you've seen him make good plays and big plays for you. You just hope that you can get more of those for this team. Mechie is the one that's a little bit more developmental, but or more projecting, I guess is the word that I want to use, not necessarily developmental. But even then, like you've seen some good signs, and I think we talked about it earlier. He's going to be one of those guys that you hope that he's stacking good plays on top of each other because you haven't gotten enough of those necessarily overall. But yeah, those are both guys that are capable. The high water mark is one that you'd be really happy with on both of them. So yeah, I'm with you there.
There might be some guys on the defensive side that you could conceivably.
It's funny we got so locked in on the Dameon Pierce and the wide receivers that it feels like the only thing I look to the defense and think about is like, ooh, the depth on there.
Yeah. Derek Barnett, there might be a spot either here or somewhere else that people. He showed a few things last year. Jerry Hughes.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you're going to get a third round. I'm just saying, like, if you can get something for these guys that may or may not even make, your roster, only because of a numbers game, not because of production. Like, there might be some things out there on the defensive line.
I do want to go. This text comes in from the 832. They said they see Mechie as a backup to Tank, Hutchinson as a backup to Nico, and Woods as Woods and Brown rather are fighting for the last spot as Diggs' backup. And I think that in that point, we're forgetting a player, aren't we? Like, we're forgetting Steven Sims.
Yeah.
And it seems like Steven Sims is pretty solid, if for no other reason than that's the return guy.
I'd be very surprised if he didn't make the squad.
Right.
Not shocked, but he's been the only guy that's consistently ran number one with the kickoffs.
Yeah.
And he's done some punts.
He's still punt guy as well.
And he can receive. I mean, and he can step in. I'd be surprised, shocked you can't be because it's such a deep room. But I'd be surprised if he didn't make this squad. So there's a spot for Steven Sims already. There are basically 4 spots spoken for.
I think so.
Those 3 guys and
special
Sims.
teamers, special teams, Steven Sims. But yeah, back to your defensive point. Which one of the defenders do you feel like is most likely to end up in that potential trade situation? Because, I mean, I don't know that I feel as strongly about any of the defenders maybe being traded as clearly the Dameon Pierce or one of the wide receivers making that, or if you're so fortunate, maybe 2 of those. Maybe you can kind of figure out that wide receiver room just entirely using the trade market to get yourself settled there.
Well, I keep going back to Ali Gay, and most people listening to us are saying, who?
Yeah, number 90 in your program, number 1 of your heart.
Looks the part, has played the part, has gotten some reps with the first team when Will Anderson wasn't in. And from the early part of training camp, I was like writing him off. That's a good looking player right there. He's making some plays, big dude, long, has been around a little bit, but I'm like, nah. He ain't gonna make it because look at the depth at the position, and then they brought in Jerry Hughes and they have Derek Barnett and all that. I would not be surprised at this point if Ali Gay made this team, and so that gives you a little bit more look at Jerry Hughes and Derek Barnett and what they're going to end up doing with those players. So I think anything's on the table at this point at the end position.
Okay, so. Yeah, I think that's a good evaluation of it. And, of course, we've listed a whole bunch of names. Like, there's only so many trades that you're going to be able to make in this instance, right? Other teams are also cutting down, and they often have a lot of players that they like. So the idea that they're going to go and try and grab another player to make this cut down more difficult for them is not often something that's huge. But especially at a place where you have strength, where you talk about wide receiver, or at running back where you have a dude who – could have more value elsewhere. Those ones are clearly positions where.
Where does Desmond King fall in all this?
That's a good one because I don't know what to make of Desmond King. He used to be a return dude option. He's a dude that you looked at as possibly a starter in your defensive backfield, and I don't know that either of those things.
No, like 2 different players got his job.
Yeah, exactly.
So I have no idea where Desmond King is to be.
And again, we're not saying 4th rounder or 3rd rounder. We're just saying in terms of roster and
getting something,
getting a little something back,
That's a great point.
Yeah.
Desmond King has not existed in my brain. That is wild. My apologies to Mr. King himself. But yeah, some potential trade guys. That's definitely going to be something to watch this weekend. And as we move towards Tuesday, the cut down, the 53-man cut down deadline. Yeah, I'm super excited to watch that because you have the game tomorrow. 12 noon here on Sports Radio 610. You'll get pregame at 9 a.m.
Yeah, you will.
With Payne and Pendergast. But after the game, all bets are off. That's when moving and shaking happens.
We're going to start getting reports probably Sunday. It won't be right after the game.
Yeah, Sunday, Monday when we're back on air again. We're going to start seeing the effects of whether cuts or possibly trade scuttlebutt.
And rest assured, we're going to have a few. Oh wow.
Yeah.
That guy.
Yeah.
You think we're going to have oh, no.
Oh, for sure.
They really. Oh, no.
Just on a personal level, there's
he
something.
Didn't make it?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
That's the business, man. Every year, you're going to lose some folks that you liked. But the thing that's nice is when you're losing a whole bunch of dudes that you liked, it means that you have a roster that is put pretty well together and that you have a lot of guys that you're keeping that you like as well. You're in the loop. Sports Radio 610 coming up next. Figgy, what we got in Figgy's mixtape?
Man, I got to put my man Reggie.
Oh, there we go.
To the test.
All right.
When it comes to music, in honor of this R&B artist, pretty much saying somebody then passed the GOAT.
Oh, okay.
All right.
We'll do that next.
Got my interest right now. Let's go to D&M Auto Leasing. Price of new and used.
how much grief Dana Brown got. We're a good team. I believe in this team. We're going to turn it around. He was right.
Yeah. New episodes every week on the free Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is Figgy's Mixtape on Sports Radio 610. Happy Friday, fellas. And look, it's Friday. We know Reggie started on Monday.
Oh, God.
I got to get used to this now.
No, you don't.
Say whatever works, man.
Yeah,
Say whatever works.
So we know we started this new show on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
And honestly, this is probably the first time I never really got to know Reggie as much as I should. I usually ask people their music takes and stuff like that just to kind of get a feel for their personality.
Sure. Okay.
And we never dabbled. I think the one time I asked Reggie anything about music was who won between Kendrick Lamar and Drake.
And if you have an answer other than Kendrick Lamar, You lying to yourself.
You can't be
lying to
trusted.
yourself. Like you can still like old dude, and that's fine. But you're not gonna lie to yourself and say that he won that.
Exactly. So I want to put Reggie to the test right here, and I'm gonna play this clip. So R&B artist Tank was on with Stephen A. Smith, and he said, "Who is better than the GOAT?"
What did you say about Chris Brown compared to Michael Jackson?
Chris Brown is, in fact, better than Michael Jackson.
What? Do you understand what you're saying? Tank, do you understand what you're saying, my man? Chris Brown is special, but better than Michael Jackson, 13-time Grammy Award winner. Michael Jackson, the Thriller, the highest selling album of all time. That Michael Jackson?
Things evolve, my brother.
He said things evolve. I want to get your thoughts.
They haven't evolved.
I just absolutely love that Stephen A. Smith. Like there are people that are like, oh man, he's just doing it on TV. No, that's how he is. Cause that was him on First Take, except not because he was doing the exact same thing. Like I was expecting him to be like, now don't get me wrong, Chris Brown is a dear friend. However, no, but
he's a brother of mine.
Yeah. We have coffee every Thursday. But I cannot believe. No, I'm just playing.
What do you think of that statement, man?
I
from a music standpoint.
I can't get with it. And, like, I also have to be very clear, like, in order to be transparent here, Chris Brown is not, like, I don't love the Chris Brown. Like, he is pretty good at what he does. He's a dance-ass dude, and he does it pretty damn well, right? But Chris Brown isn't my cup of tea necessarily. He is good at what he does. It's just really hard. It's really hard to have him come from Michael Jackson, especially when you consider like the incredible production that Michael Jackson had when you talk about Quincy Jones, and then also like the vocal production that Michael Jackson was doing himself, right? The stories that we have had, and maybe it's just like the myth that we've built over time of like the ways in which he's composing a song, even though he's not a musician necessarily. Like when I talk about instrumentalists, right? He's singing the parts to all the parts because he knows exactly how he wants it to sound, and he gets to that place. Plus, then we get to like the celebrity of it all.
Yeah,
it's just hard to knock down that level of myth, that level of legend with Chris Brown, who has plenty of warts in there as well with his good music and such.
I was thinking, Chris Brown is like flag football guy compared to Patrick Mahomes. That's the comparison to me.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good. You're a flag football guy.
All right.
Hey, Michael Jackson, it's tough to get on Michael's level, man. That's how I always look at it.
The only one who has is Taylor Swift.
It's true. We had this argument so many times. We ain't got to go through this again.
It's true. And I'm the biggest Michael Jackson fan of all time.
I will plead the fifth.
Yeah.
You said get on his level. Taylor Swift.
I'm gonna put both of y'all to the test at this point. I'm gonna do.
It's my first week, man.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want me to do, man. It's my first week.
Yeah. He's biting his tongue. No, the reality. It's hard to accept that reality. It's hard for me to accept that reality. But in terms of pop icon in the top 0.1%, there's Michael Jackson and there's Taylor Swift. They're both in that top 0.1%.
So they're in the same sentence.
Yes. In terms of that characterization. You don't have to like one versus the other.
No, I hear you.
But in terms of where they are, she's at that level.
But see, that's I ain't want to get into this.
Yeah, because we got other things to do.
I'm a fisherman, man.
That's right.
I can reel them in.
The bait is out there.
I can reel them in.
There's absolutely more things to get into. But like one of the tough things about it is also we have to consider, and no pun intended, I just realized that it's going to be the different eras that we're talking about here.
Yes, that's the other thing.
Like Michael Jackson was doing this in an era where like the free flow of information is not nearly at the level of this one.
No, that's fine.
And in some ways you could say that there's also kingmakers that could be made in that way, right? Like there's more of a monoculture. So that I guess you could say that's a benefit in his way. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I'm not here to, deny that she is worldwide and has like a giant scope. It almost feels blasphemous to compare that to Michael Jackson. And maybe that's my issue here.
And by almost, he means it feels blasphemous.
Yeah. So I want to put y'all to the test. You could join too.
I got my answers already marked. All right. I marked up the doc.
All right. Michael Jackson or Prince?
I want to say I'm a Prince guy. I think I might
That's
actually
fair.
be a Michael Jackson guy. I like both of them quite a bit.
Yeah, no, that's totally fair.
Mike Jack was played in my house.
Yeah.
But when I learned about Prince, like when I did my research about Prince, I was like,
he's-
oh, I really rock with this here.
This is the closest argument of all of them. Like Prince is, come on.
Yeah,
But it still is Michael Jackson by a smidge.
Yeah, nah, it's close. Tupac or Biggie?
This is a fun one because I feel like Houston, when we talked about like that West Coast, East Coast time, I feel like Houston got grafted into the West Coast side of this. And maybe I'm talking about Keister. Y'all tell me, but it feels like, and so when I was younger in Houston, I was like, Tupac. As I've gotten older, it's Biggie.
I mean, it kind of makes sense, too, because Scarface had a song with Tupac. He worked with Tupac. So I guess by default, he was rolling with Pac.
Yeah, I just absolutely love, like, Tupac is a lot about how he makes you feel, and that's incredible. Like, Biggie, there's just I think the depth of, like, some of his music making, while he was an incredible, rapper and everything, but you knew what Bad Boy did to like make the persona, but then you heard the depth of what was underneath that.
Yeah.
Like that resonates with me so much more as I've gotten older.
Yeah, I'm Biggie as well.
Biggie. Okay.
I have my marked out. He knows what my answers are.
All right. Swisher House or Screwed Up Click? I don't know. I know you kind of young, but which one you rolling with? What crew?
Swisher House.
Swisher House.
Yeah.
Okay.
3 for 3, man. We're
Okay. Okay. No Limit or Cash Money? We're gonna go to New Orleans.
This one I bounce back and forth on. I'll go with Cash Money.
New Orleans. No Limit.
Yeah.
No Limit. Okay.
We're just trying to match. You're just trying to match us what we're doing here. We're playing match game.
Yeah.
All right. This is the big question right here. Do you still listen to R. Kelly?
I do not. I'm out. Here's my thing with R. Kelly, right? The things that he was doing, he got it into music.
Oh yeah.
See, that's how I feel, man. Because some of the songs on there, I just can't hear it the same anymore, man.
Like,
Especially
he
since
called
I watched
himself the Pied Piper of R&B. Do you know what the Pied Piper is? It was a dude who came through like in a folk story, like came through the town,
right.
played his pipe,
and lured
all the children away.
Yeah, yeah.
How am I supposed to listen to that?
Yeah.
And how am I supposed to happy people?
Yeah.
Like, no, I can't dance to this.
My answer to that is if it's on.
Okay.
If it's on, I ain't putting it on. But I've heard, you walk around, you hear, it's good. Yeah. It's really good. But
for the most part, I don't really listen to him as much. But it is a couple songs. Like he has some songs with Ronald Isley.
Yeah,
that's fire, man. That I still go.
Yeah,
to that one.
yeah. I understand what you mean. I try not to judge people, and I do use the word try there. I try not to judge people who decide because, like, hey, everybody's got to draw their line. I'm still out here listening to Miles Davis, and that was a wild woman beater in his own day, right?
Okay.
I'll still bump some of James Brown, and he had his issues as well. Like, everybody draws their line. That one in particular is just like, I can't.
I can't do that.
All right, so I'll get you out of here on this one. What's your go-to genre of music, not name hip-hop or R&B?
This is a good question, and I think the answer has to be jazz in various fashions. Like, I'll listen to fusion. I'll definitely listen to smooth jazz. There's a lot of different, like acid jazz in particular.
Dang.
I'll get into
You're
a good
jazzy guy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Funny enough, like, I grew up, like, locally there was a jazz station. I used to listen to that, like, doing homework and stuff. But I like a lot of stuff. Like, I did mention, like, yacht rock and stuff.
Yeah.
I'll get into, and, like, some other rock spaces as well. Funk is a big one as well.
You're talking
but
about
yeah,
language.
like we go funk and we go like real rhythm and blues as opposed to kind of like where we've seen R&B tracks to.
Yeah,
I'm in on as well. So like, there's a lot of different things, and yeah, funk and R&B would have been another easy one to throw in there, especially because you can see like the sampling influences, and jazz and funk both have those sampling influences in R&B. So it's an easy kind of alleyway between both of those as well.
Okay. I think I learned a lot about you now.
Oh boy,
man.
there's some people that are mad that I said Swisher House. For me,
that's
personally.
Now, hey, we got some OGs on the text line, man, that grew up on that Screwed Up click, man.
I hear you, and I'm not saying that I don't like Screwed Up click. I just he gave me a one or the other kind of proposition here. Don't hate me is all I'm saying.
All right, Figgy's mixtape. I can't talk. Figgy's mixtape on Sports Radio 610 on a Friday. So, speaking of R&B, Tyrese Gibson, who's an R&B singer / actor, was on the Breakfast Club. Actually gave a really good interview.
Okay.
And I want to know from y'all, did he take it too far with this comment? So, he was on there. He was kind of giving, pretty much dropping some gems. He was pouring his heart out in the interview. and he made this weird comment, and the whole room just lost it. I want to know if he took it too far with this comment.
None of this jewelry on my arm is real. Don't love me because of no diamonds. Take all this. This bracelet right here was $23 on Amazon. Are those earrings real? No. You know why it's not real? Because I've lost so much of this. I just spent $500,000 on the call Jacob the jeweler. I'm good. I don't lose no sleep over trying to win the popularity contest from showing up with all this jewelry that I'm going to leave on a nightstand and have a housekeeper to say, I don't know. I'm sure you don't know. I'm sure you don't know what them $250,000 $250,000 earrings is at. I don't know. We looked everywhere. I'm sure you looked everywhere. That mother tired 2 weeks later.
Did he take it too far with
Only
that?
with the accent.
Yeah, you didn't have to do. But you know what? The one reason why I might kind of, and look, I'm not in position to give him a pass, so I'll acknowledge that up front. Is that didn't sound like a generalization. That sounded like he dealt with a specific person.
Oh, he was very specific.
He gave us specific numbers on the amount. He was just recreating a moment. In fact, he was into that moment because they were asking him a question. And I felt like he was dealing with Vietnam flashbacks in that moment.
I'll tell you what, he had me.
I don't know.
He had me till that. He had me. I was like, you know what? He's making a good point.
He was spitting.
He's making a really good point.
Do it look good?
If you don't have to, if you know how you have a lot of money, you don't have to show that you have a lot of money.
Yeah.
And he was one of those guys. But he lost me
when he said,
yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a real person that was a particular person that he was mad at in that moment.
I don't know.
Nevertheless. Yeah.
All right. So another one, man. So I ran across this clip not too long ago, but you guys like sushi, right?
Oh yeah.
I'll do sushi. Yeah. I haven't fully explored all the boundaries. Like I will stick to the safer waters. Like I'll dip my
California
toe in
roll.
California roll, that type of stuff from tempura. But like I need to. I'm gonna dip further into that space. But I do like sushi, at least in the very low end.
So when y'all go to a sushi restaurant, what kind of music do you expect to hear inside of a sushi restaurant?
I'm trying to think.
Good question.
I think it has varied. I've got 2 sushi places that we go to pretty regular. It almost is like kind of like a radio station, soft rock or something like that. That's about all I can remember.
Okay, so I'm glad you said that because this clip I'm about to play is from the cartoon from the 90s, Doug.
Oh, yeah.
And in this clip, he was at a sushi restaurant for the first time trying sushi. And I want to know, did they take it too far with the music they had playing in this background?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's all I needed. I can name that tune in 2 notes. I can.
So, Doug, now you got your chopsticks.
Yeah.
What kind of sushi are you gonna eat,
That's
huh?
crazy.
Yeah.
I'll have whatever you're having.
Yeah, that's.
That would be the Takanori Walla Walla Bing Bang.
Nah. What?
Come on now.
Fish?
Like fried fish sticks?
That's the animated version of Therese Gibson.
Did they take it too far with that music?
Yes, they did.
I couldn't believe it. It's funny because I used to watch Doug as a kid.
Yeah.
I don't remember that episode.
Yeah.
I'm like, man, why would they do that?
It's amazing how much like we thought we were so enlightened, especially racially, in the 90s. And you look back and you're like, we were wilding. What?
We were racist.
We were wilding out there, man.
If I was over there in Asia and seeing that, I'm like, man, I'm never going to America.
Yeah, but if look, and I'm not saying that it was right again. If they wanted to get mad at when we had bad Asian stereotypes, they'd have stayed mad all the damn time, man. Oh my God,
they would have stayed mad. That's for sure.
We good, Figgy? Got anything else in the mixtape?
One more thing. I'm gonna get out on a lighter mode or a lighter note. Have your parents ever came up to your job just to kind of see you work?
That's a good question. I don't think they have. No.
It's not. I'm kind of not disqualified for that. My dad died by the time I really got going, and my mom was in San Antonio, so I would send her clips occasionally, but never really come to the job.
Yeah, so I ran across this clip from a reporter who was on the street getting ready to do his job, and then his mother decided to drive by in the car to see her baby work.
Is it because of... This is my mom. Hold on.
Hi, baby.
I'm trying to work right now. You over there calling my phone. This is D'Angelo. You can say hi. And don't be holding up traffic because you got cars behind you. Did you record that?
I like that. So, but this is something my mother would do.
That is precious.
I love that. Nah, that's awesome. Well, you know what? I love that when it's not me.
Yeah.
Like that's the thing is when you were the one being embarrassed. But like
that's my boy.
What's hilarious is that
my boy.
I know that I'm not. I don't feel like that person. It's embarrassing for that person if I'm watching their parent. I'm just like, yo, that's cool. You can tell that she's got a lot of love for you.
Yeah.
But if it's my parent, I'm like, yo, calm down.
Get out of here.
Move along.
Yeah. No, I can see my mother 100% doing that.
That's awesome.
I think my mom would play it pretty cool. I'm happy to say that. Although I haven't seen her test it out. We'll see. All moms turn into moms in those moments, don't
Everybody at the senior center in San Antonio knew everything about me.
Yeah, my mother, she'll call once in a while. What radio station you work at again? Where can I listen to it?
Yeah.
I've gotten that question multiple times this week, and I don't think that they've listened yet. I still don't think.
My mom do not listen. My father listens. Shout out to my dad. He listens
almost
every day,
day, right?
Yeah,
All
man.
right, Pops, what's up?
Yeah.
There you go. In the Loop, little Biggie's mixtape here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. One more segment to go before we hand it off to the drive. Coming up next, who did you fanboy over when you had the opportunity to meet him? Obviously, in our business, we get a chance to meet some folks as well. But for you, 713-572-4610, who did you fanboy over? We'll discuss it next.
New co-host, same old Lopez.
As Lopez.
Figgy.com/terms. Subject to change. Mulch offer excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Thank you, Figgy.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Adetula.
Oh, yeah, this is one of the mic jams. Baby Be Mine? Mm-hmm. Incredible. In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, John Lopez, Figgy Fig, and myself, Reginald Adetula, hanging out with you on a Friday, funky football Friday, before we get you ready for Texans-Rams. That'll happen tomorrow noon is when that one kicks. 9 a.m. is when pregame gets started right here, Sports Radio 610. We're about to cross and hand over to the drive here shortly. But before we do that, who did you totally fanboy over when you met him?
Yeah.
713-572-4610.
Well, this is based off of C.J. Stroud, pretty much fanboying with Matthew Stafford.
Yeah, man. He had the great pleasure of meeting a dude that he respects incredibly highly as a player. And especially he respects him in that age where it's easy to kind of idolize somebody. Yeah, man.
He was wide-eyed.
And so
he talked about it yesterday.
And Stafford talked about it a little bit, too, on the other side in his availability, how, gave a lot of respect, a lot of deference to CJ and his abilities. And so, yeah, that was you could tell. He said that he didn't fanboy too much in his, but you could tell that this is a dude that he likes
big time
a lot. And I know the morning show kind of played that audio from the podcast. Where
he was talking about
the
second best or whatever he said he was.
He views Stafford as one of the best quarterbacks that he's had an opportunity to see. Loves the way that he plays, and so it makes sense, right? It makes sense that C.J. Stroud, a student of the game, would have a lot of respect for him.
Yeah.
And so he had an opportunity to meet him, spend a little bit of time, talk with him, and kind of exchange ideas. But yeah, that got you thinking. Who had you in that place?
And I'm interested in you and Figgy too, because most of these, like the fanboy moments, have something to do with your youth. I think that's C.J. Stroud.
That's a good point.
It had something to do with you, because I've been in a position, incredibly lucky, where I've met a bunch of so-called superstars or legitimate superstars and a bunch of big time athletes and stuff. But the three that came immediately to mind were because of my youth. When I met them and interviewed them, I was just like, wow, I'm talking to Paul Newman.
Yeah, man.
I interviewed Paul Newman. It was actually when they had the open wheel F1 race here in Houston back in the day, and he had a team. Paul Newman was a racer.
Got you.
An open wheel racer. And I actually got invited to, I asked to write a column about Paul Newman. I got invited into his camper, so I got to sit down with him like good 45 minutes just talking everything. And the whole time I'm there like, talking to Paul Newman, man. Like this guy was, legendary actor, legendary, everything. Has his own sauce, his own salad dressing.
Right.
And all that stuff. And was into racing big time. So he was one. The other two, I mean, come on. I think it was like 1989. It was the Miami-Florida State game. Like Dion was still there and all that. And I had lunch with Keith Jackson.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And I was just like trying to act cool. You know how you try to
act
like,
like it doesn't matter to me, but it
ain't
does.
no big deal, but I'll have lunch with you. I mean, come on. And I was just the whole time I was like, Keith Jackson, man.
That's dope.
That's pretty badass. And then the other one's more industry related. I was covering my first Masters. I believe it was 90, help me out, golfers, 91 when Ian Woosnam won. And I was sitting on the terrace. This sounds so rich problems,
Yes. Excellent.
I was sitting on the terrace of Butler Cabin.
Indubitably.
And Dan,
he passed the Grey Poupon.
Yeah,
Yes.
exactly. It was exactly that. So I was sitting on the deck of Butler Cabin with Dan Jenkins. And it was so fast. Dan Jenkins, one of the greatest writers in the history of writing.
Yeah.
All these great stories. And the most memorable thing about that is he had been to the Masters so many times. He knew everything going on the course by just the crowd noise he was hearing. He's like, oh, Greg Norman must have birdied number 5. Because he knew where the crowd noise was coming.
Yeah.
And then lo and behold, I checked later. I was like, damn it, Greg Norman birdied number 5.
When someone has that level of command over their craft, it's incredible. And that's what C.J. Stroud, like, he was fanboying not because just like the celebrity, but like because he respected the work so much. And I relate to that as this past year I got to cover the NBA Finals, right?
Okay.
And so being a huge NBA nerd, right, a lot of the people whose work I respect and revere, I got to meet a lot of them over the course. So there was various those, and during the course of the playoff run, one of the ones that I got to meet immediately came to mind for me, and it was I think it was one of these games. I think it was the Mavs were playing the Timberwolves, and I was there. And, you know, sometimes the media gets to sit kind of close to some various visiting scouts or whatever. And so there was this one scout sitting over there, and he was cool, man. He was over there chopping it up. Like some scouts are head down, writing their notes, doing what they got to do. He was cool. He was chopping it up, having a blast. And so during the course, you know, you kind of end up in a conversation and, you know, go to introduce myself. I'm like, you know, Reginald Atatula. And he's like, Mario Elie.
Oh, man, Mario?
Man.
All right.
Right? Like, you know, my mom came here in 88, right?
Yeah.
Like, and she, the legends of, you know, all the Houston sports and Houston, you know, Rockets and all those things because, you know, I love me some basketball. So, like, Mario Elie is somebody that we talked about in my house.
All right.
And so, like, getting a chop. And then what was nice for me is that I didn't have an opportunity to, like, fanboy because, like, I didn't meet him as Mario Elie. I met him as
a scout.
This scout who was cool that we were talking hoops with and was like meeting me on a professional, like even level.
Yeah.
And then all of a sudden I found out like, oh yeah, that's the dude that hit that shot.
I was a big fan.
Yeah. So
big
that was one of the ones that came to mind immediately for me. On the text line from the 832, they said they met Miss Lady Tina Marie. They met Tina Marie. That's awesome. And then a 346, another singer. They met Mary Wilson and Willie Nelson.
All right.
Are a couple of ones that they hit up.
Who'd you fanboy over, Figgy?
Man, honestly, when I first got the Sports Radio 610, you know, if you didn't know, I was like a low-key closet Patriots fan.
Mm-hmm.
And when
I'm sorry about that, by the way.
Yeah.
When I got here, it was the afternoon show. I'm like, is that Ted Johnson that played for the Patriots?
That's him.
Teddy J. I'm like, what? I couldn't believe. I kind of fanboy over that. I was just like, damn, I can't believe that's the same guy that played for the Patriots.
That's him.
And
Teddy
then,
3 rings.
Yeah, and then the other one was still sitting in the studio. I was running this show. I was working weekends, running the Heated Conversations with Booker T.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking like, oh, it's probably some national show or something like that. And then there was a Saturday where he actually came in studio and did the show live.
Yeah.
I was like, Booker, that's really Booker T.
Man.
I'm like, I actually work here with Booker T. The guy that I tried to act like as a kid and do the spinneroni and all that stuff. I'm like, dang, that's really him. And I actually got to work with him a little bit. So
yeah, that was fun.
Yeah, I kind of fan. And one thing I hate that I didn't do, I never got a picture with him.
Oh, come on.
I was just
you should have made that happen.
I was just being too
professional.
Yeah, but I should have got a picture with him, man.
Yeah.
I kind of did that, not necessarily too professional, but when I was younger, I decided like I was at a Sam's Club or whatever with my mom, and from like across the way, she was like, "Is that Calvin Murphy?"
Oh yeah.
And I was like, "Oh, that's Calvin Murphy over there."
Yeah.
She was like, "You should go say something to him." I was like, "Nah, he's shopping. It's cool."
Yeah.
And to this day, I'm like, I should have went and said something to Calvin Murphy, man. I want to go meet that dude.
Who'd you fanboy over early in your career when you met him?
In the career,
or just at any time.
Just, like mine was my career, you know. Just
Met is. I fanboyed over LeBron, but I couldn't even get close enough to meet him. I wasn't ready. I couldn't get over there. I couldn't get over there. What was Christian Okoye?
Yes.
The
Nigerian Nightmare.
He came in. We did like an interview. We did like an interview with him. One of the first ones.
We saw him at the draft. Remember at the bar?
Did we? Oh yeah, we did. Yeah.
We talked to him.
That was a nervous one. Yeah. But that was one of the first ones.
Oh, this is bad. Okay, guys.
Well, he was a comet too, man, in terms of how long his career was. How about you? Did you ever fanboy?
I don't think I have, but not because I wouldn't or I'm above it, because I don't think I've ever met anybody that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever met anybody that like it. For me, it would have to be one of the big ones. I mean, we'd have to be
like
MJ, Tiger.
Well, that's the other one I didn't mention.
Brady.
Like early in my career, they sent me out to San Francisco, and I did a column on Joe Montana.
Yeah,
I was sitting there going, "Freaking Joe Montana."
Yeah, it would have to be one of those because I thought I would because coming up, my dad was a Cowboy fan and my mom was an Oiler fan, so I had a split household, right? And so the Cowboy side I was obviously very aware of Emmett and Troy and all them boys when they were winning Super Bowls, right? Well, when I don't know why, but like when I got there, like there never was that dynamic with Troy or Emmett or any of those guys. So I guess for me it would just have to be one of them big, and I've never had the opportunity. I'd love the opportunity, but I think I would. Brett Favre would be one. I would probably clinch up a bit.
Yeah.
There's probably a list of about 10 folks that I would and then you've got your show stopping females in the
I got this weird obsession with Diana Taurasi, so I would clinch up.
Okay.
I met Beyonce. That was
I would clinch up. Beyonce would have me full clinch.
Yeah, she did.
Yeah, I don't know. Someone would have to tell me I met Beyonce because I guarantee I black out. Guaranteed.
She did.
Like, you met Beyonce, right? What? Tell me about it. That's crazy.
Yeah, that would be.
I'm interested, guys. Where do you fall? Because we were talking about with the NWSL, they have banned or gotten rid of the draft in their league. The idea of like abolishing the draft in any of these sports, is that something that sounds at all feasible for you, or something that you're like, nah, I'm not feeling that?
No, I'm not feeling it at all.
I mean, I would feel it if there was an understandable
hard cap,
way of doing it, and I think there could be, because there is something. I mean, it's the only jobs in terms where you come out and you have no choice at all on where you go.
Yeah, no, I would definitely be in.
And
we
then
talked about it a little bit here.
And then like baseball, you're tied for
7,
8 years.
Yeah, something like that with arbitration.
That's a tad bit unfair.
Depending on when they
Ask Kyle
bring
Tucker
you up.
about that. Ask Kyle Tucker about that.
And then football, like if like CJ was like, no, I'm hell bent on going to free agency, like they could get him 7 years.
Yeah. 5 plus your 2 franchise tags.
Adjust some things, but doing away with, well, that'd be tough for me to. Whatever the alternative would be, I don't know that I'd like it.
Okay.
You know what I mean? It'd be hard for me to. And by the way, it's Reg.
Okay.
By the way,
let's go with that. Let's go with that.
I mean, I can go with Reggie, but I got one dude in my world that's a hard Reggie. Always has been. I don't know why. I've never even had the urge to go Reg, but for whatever reason, I see you and it's a Reg.
Look,
it's immediately Reg.
Look, I tried not to fanboy when I met Clint Stoerner myself, and so I appreciate that he's calling me Reg.
I sensed a little sign. I sensed it. Yeah.
I'm gonna start calling your ass Reginald now. You say stuff like that. Fanboy Clint.
Oh man, look, I appreciate you, fine fellas. Look, man, you guys can get to Fanboy listening to The Drive. You're listening to KALT HD2 in Odyssey Sports Station, and The Drive is live.
Where are you from? Russellville?
Got to be some Arkansas. Got to be some Arkansas in that background. Huh?
Yeah, I got a friend that fanboyed the hell out of Clint when he first saw him. He's from Arkansas.
Yeah,
he's from Jonesboro.
He got a hog tattooed on him.
Yeah,
he's in it now.
Nah, yeah. Listen, I heard that today, and I did. I knew we were going to get into this the Reggie thing, and I felt bad because, like, I want to respect somebody for what they want to be called, but I was certainly going to keep calling him Reg or Reggie until I was told not to, and it was going to be a fight. But like until he told me, or till I found out, like, yo, man, I really want to be Reginald.
Yeah.
All right, but like, I couldn't call him Reginald every day. Yeah, that just wasn't gonna work.
That's a tough one for me. I mean,
that was Reggie or Reg.
There's a handful of names out there for me that just don't flow. For me, not for them. I'm sure it works for them, not for them. It just don't flow for me. Like walking in, like I can't be as cool as I want to be with my man Reg.
What's up, Reginald?
Walking up and be going, hey, what's good, Reginald? Like I'm a lot more smooth with what's up, Reg.
I don't think I've called
Reggie. I see you.
Like
I can work with both of them.
Like I bypassed it. Hell, I mean, I got enough of an issue with his last name. So let alone give me Reg. Give me Reg. That's it, Reg or Reggie. And I don't think I've ever called him Reginald until just now.
Yeah, it's.
And like I said, I feel bad. I feel bad because, like, if that's what that man wanted to be called, but I was going.
You got the last name? You got the last name?
God, I need to look at it.
Is it Atatula?
at a tulip. Byron, you got it? Byron's in for Tyler, by the way. Tyler's, I'm sure, blasted at this point.
No, I don't know his last name.
Damn it.
Well, not knowing it is unacceptable, Byron. Not being able to, being in Ron and I's shoes and just not knowing not being real sure how to say it is another thing. Get it together in there, Byron.
Like it's the finish of it, and I need to listen some more.
I know it's one that if we spend some time on it, we can damn sure come up with a nickname. Oh, we can pull a nickname out of that one. That's for damn sure.
Better than RA?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. we can pull some. There's when your first name's Reg or Reggie though, you don't need. There really is no need for it,
just
being
Reg.
honest.
Yeah, straight Reg. Yeah, like I said, man, Champ Slice did it. Just call that man RA right there.
See, that don't slide.
That sound like the start of a preacher. RA, like that's his first and middle initial, and then his last name. No, but I'm glad. The excitement out of Lopez, and I think Figgy too, but Lopez. Oh, thank God we don't have to call you Reginald no more. That was a struggle. Like I think I would have had to if I were Lopez and Figgy and had to work with him every day. I think we've had to sit down, and I'm not going to say I would try to convince or persuade him to go the route that I would felt most comfortable with, but we'd have to have a conversation about it.
Well, I think he should have pulled their leg a bit. I think he should have went. Guys, not only do I want Reginald, but I want full name. In the Loop with J-Lo, Fig, and Reginald. I want full name,
but
boys.
I don't think he did because Parker helped him. I don't think he meant to, but hell, he did it. I think he was saying, I want it. Like they thought, yeah, he wants to be Reginald. He wants. Like, God, that felt like listening to them. I was listening to that live, and I listened to that, and it felt like they were like, "Oh my God, woo! Thank God Almighty, we don't have to." Woo! I was waiting for you to bring it up. I'm so glad you brought this thing up. My God, oh Reginald, oh Reg, good for him. All right, as we're live on the drive set, Tyler is out, having him a good time on this Friday. Byron is in the building. On the ones and twos, holding it down for us on the drive. Tomorrow, 12 o'clock. I know some people won those tickets, front row tickets in the bullpen. Many of you will be out there for the final preseason game. And listen, we don't know who's going to play. I think we have an idea that maybe the starters won't play, but we don't know. D'Amico was being a little sneaky with that. Hey, we'll see. You see, what do you think? What do you think? We'll see. So I would imagine they won't, but tomorrow is not about the starters. Tomorrow is not about the C.J. Strouds, the Daniil Hunters, the Stephon Diggs, the Laramie Tunzels, tomorrow is about the guys that potentially are playing for their jobs. And I know there are some people out there with thoughts of guys that would mean, but who do you think? And 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch can jump in on this as well. Who do you sense is playing for their job? Who do you sense that are legitimately in your eyes playing for their job?
Well, I think there's a couple of conversations here, Ron. Playing for your job and playing for a roster spot. With some guys, it's two in the same.
Yeah, I was going to say, yeah.
But I think playing for your job, I think it's Dameon Pierce. I mean, at the end of the day, D'Amico Ryans can kind of soften the blow for Dameon all that he wants. But at the end of the day, I think it's blatantly obvious, no matter how few carries he's had, there's been 8 of them this preseason. It's blatantly obvious that the Houston Texans are in a predicament. They've got to make sure you want to talk about doing what's right for the team. Doing what's right for the team, which D'Amico Ryans and Nick Caserio constantly say. The right thing to do is to make sure that the number 2 back on this team, although he's going to get 20% of the carries by design, or in theory, hopefully 20% of the carries, those 20% of the carries, if you're doing right by the team, you got to make sure that the best guy you have available is getting those 20% of the carries. And right now, there is no way on God's green earth that anybody in that organization is convinced that Dameon Pierce is the second back on his team, that Dameon Pierce is the best back to spell Joe Mixon throughout games. There's nobody in the organization that believes if Joe Mixon goes down, Dameon Pierce is ready to tote the rock 75% of the time, to allow this offense to execute at its fullest. if the O-line doesn't pick it up, there's nobody over there in this organization that believes that Dameon Pierce is best suited to make a guy miss and still allow this run game to at least be complimentary at the very least. Dameon Pierce has some work to do. We can only lean into 2022 so many times and for so long before the Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans of the world got to go, hey, man, we got a duty to this team to make sure that we're handing the ball off to the right guys. And I think Dameon Pierce is playing for his job. I think he's playing for his number 2 job.
You think they feel the same way? You think
there's no way they don't.
Here's D'Amico. Here's D'Amico actually talking about Dameon Pierce earlier this week and his struggles and the O-line struggles while he's been in games.
Yeah, Dameon, we got to get him some ops in the game, just get him some more ops running the football. But Dameon's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
I would just say, Clint, a lot of these coaches are they say what they need to say. But I just say, if you go by what you hear there, like that doesn't sound like somebody who is thinking like, "Hey, man, he's in trouble." Like it sounds like somebody who was like, "Yeah, man, these we got to get him.
Yeah.
We got to get him. You can give him a chance, some opportunities, and a chance." I'm not saying you're off because the production would scream, and what we're seeing would scream. As you said last week, everybody who was on the field as a running back found a way to make some extra yardage and make some plays, with the exception of Dameon Pierce. But I think there's an argument, if you hear what D'Amico had to say, it doesn't sound like he's saying this guy's in trouble.
Oh, I don't think it sounds – he knows better to say that. He can't throw his guys under the bus. He's not going to do that. But I'll argue that what he just said was we're fixing to give him a good chunk of carries this Saturday. And we got to find out what this guy can do. We got to find out if this is the route we want to go because look, it's funny because if you'd asked the same question about Cam Akers, you could have said, oh yeah, no, the opportunity, we got to block him, but the opportunities hadn't been there. But he's been able to go make some plays for us to keep drives alive. He's been able to make some plays for us in the pass game. He's been able to make plays when everything's not perfect up front. Can't say that about Dameon Pierce at this point in time. So we're at it. I know it's a small sample size, but it's also a small sample size with Cam Akers. It's also a small sample size for all these other guys, right? And there is no way, Ron, I'm just telling you, there's no way on God's green earth that this coaching staff watches the film and doesn't tell themselves right now we need more out of 31. If he's going to be our backup running back, we need more out of 31. And if we're not going to get more out of 31, then 22, Cam Akers is your guy.
You'd lose your mind if they treated him like a player that doesn't need to play.
Absolutely. I would question what they're watching on. I would question what they are.
Because there's going to be a lot of guys. There's going to be a lot of guys that are ones and twos that I think don't play.
Oh yeah,
tomorrow.
I mean, well, definitely ones. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you can. I mean, you got to play twos.
I wonder if they'll treat it the way they did the first game. If you remember the very first game, there were ones and twos that didn't play.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I'm wondering, are they going to treat it like they treated the Hall of Fame game? And in the Hall of Fame game, they set him. He didn't play.
Yeah, they had 8 DBs.
Yeah, he didn't play. That's why I don't think that's going to be the case. I do think there's got to be a deal of even if you are happy with him or you are not happy with him, but if you want him on the team, I think you at least want to get some something positive out of what he's doing, because he does not have a positive moment in any of these games.
Well, let's just paint this picture that in practice they see a different Dameon Pierce. Let's say in practice it's really convincing that the patience and the vision and the burst and all this.
And I will admit, Clint, he does run. To me, he does run different in practice. He does look more. The times we see, we don't see him as much as they do. Obviously, he is more decisive in practice. It does not translate in the game.
Right. Well, but that's where I'm going with it. Let's say that the actual, when they're sitting in the meeting rooms and they're watching, and there's actual evidence that, hey, in practice he's doing things that are awfully convincing. There still has to be a major concern of can you make the transition to real time? there still has to be, and I'm talking about from Bobby Sloak and DeMeco Ryans, because again, the reality of it is if you can't generate a complementary run game, and I'm talking about a run game where if you walk in a room with Bobby Sloak and you say, Bobby Sloak, you need 3 yards, what play are you calling? And this is it, this is our staple, this is what I know we can do. Right now, I don't think he can answer that question. Until he can answer, if he can't answer that question, Ron, it's going to be a difficult, very difficult run to the playoffs with this schedule, and it's going to be a very difficult run to a potential Super Bowl if they ever make it happen. It just is. It's they've got to. There's got to be more. There's got to be more to it up front. They got to be better.
To me, I would be more. It would make more sense if Cam didn't play.
I agree.
In the game.
Cam's got a resume. All Cam had to do was prove that he could still go with the 2 Achilles that he's popped. I mean, he just had to prove that he's healthy, confident, and can go. I think he's done that. Again, when he wasn't running it, when the rushes weren't there, the catches were. And again, I'll continue to pinpoint. There's something about when Cam Akers is in the ball game, they move the football consistently.
Yeah. Who else is in this picture? Because I know Dameon Pierce is a big name that people are looking at.
Well, I think you've brought this up a couple times, and so I got to give credit where credit's due. I think the Blake Fisher thing is really, really interesting, and it's really interesting with is it Cam Irving?
Cam Irving, who they just brought in.
Brought in another tackle. Charlie Heck is walking around. The practice facility with an injured foot, not practicing.
He'll probably start on IR or something.
Cam Irving was backing up Laramie Tunsil, and I think Blake Fisher was backing up Titus Howard. Blake Fisher ideally would be your swing tackle, and we've heard DeMeco Ryans talk about the ability to do both. But yesterday was not good for anybody up front, not necessarily just him, but for anybody up front. And I think if Blake Fisher's in the game right now, the one guy last week when the ones were in there, the one time that Kayvon Thibodeau got to the quarterback or would have gotten to the quarterback was Blake Fisher whiffed on him on the weak side. It was when the ball got batted down on the 4th down. CJ wouldn't have threw it, he'd have got smoked in the back.
Blake was fighting it yesterday.
Yeah, so I think Blake Fisher is fighting for his job relative to being that either the backup left tackle or even more the swing tackle. I think, I don't know if they were confident, but they ended up being really lucky last year. What was Big Boy's name that's back in Seattle now? The tackle that played well at right tackle?
Oh, George Fant.
George Fant. Yeah, like last year, I don't know how confident they were with George Fant early on, but the more he played, the better he was and the more confident they became. I don't know if you have that this year.
I'm glad you brought that up, man. He's young. And as you know, and I'm sure Seth Payne will attest to this, like O-line and D-line is probably the 2 most difficult, maybe quarterback obviously as well, but most difficult positions to translate from college to the NFL because, I mean, you're facing grown men at this point and not college kids, and you're facing good players, strong players every single week, so it's harder to translate those from those positions. But he's still going to need some development, and I don't think he's ready yet. Like, it is imperative that Tunsil and Titus Howard can stay healthy at least early while he continues to develop. I think, obviously, every day in practice, going up against some of the guys he's going up against, maybe midway through the season, you'd feel a lot better about it. But early on, right now, like number 0, I can't remember who that was for the Rams, but he was killing him. He couldn't do anything. He couldn't do anything with him. I mean, he was tearing him up, and he was struggling in run and pass protection at times. So he just still needs some time to season and to get better and grow. But that's a big thing for them to have. Because right now, Clint, I don't know that that's the direction I would go. I think they probably would because he's been in those roles. But if something were to happen where they needed someone to come in, and I can't believe I'm saying this out loud myself, I'd probably feel more comfortable with Cam Irving right now early on.
I don't know which way I lean. I mean, I think Bobby Slowick would and C.J. Stroud would do a good job of overcoming it. But again, we are all of these conversations with the Texans, the running back conversation, the protection conversation, the what if we have a bunch of injuries. Like last year, it was a lot easier to overcome not having that or let's say you're starting running back who you thought was going to be a bell cow ended up on the sideline eventually because the schedule. And Bobby was able to overcome it a little bit differently. The offensive line being banged up, Bobby was able to overcome. The receivers being banged up, Bobby and CJ were able to overcome. Like the game has changed because then you were playing a weak schedule and you're just trying to put the year one of the rebuild together, right? And now the thought is you got an unbelievably difficult schedule and you're trying to make a run to a Super Bowl, and so. Can you do that while your offensive coordinator is having to make up for one or two tackles that just flat ain't George Fant, right? I'm not talking about Titus and Laramie. They just ain't George Fant, right? Yeah. Can they do that? Can Bobby overcome, if you lose two of your top three receivers the way he did last year with this particular schedule? The conversation has changed drastically, and I think Bobby Slowick's job has changed drastically. And I say all that to say he's got to find a damn run game. It ain't year one. It ain't last year's schedule. He's got to find a run game.
Yep. All right, coming up. Yesterday we were told by Joe Espada wasn't any new news, nothing too new to report about Kyle Tucker. Well, guess what? Dana Brown spoke yesterday. You think he had something different to say? Yep. We'll let you hear what he had to say about Kyle Tucker coming up next.
The Texans close down the preseason at NRG Stadium. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back into The Drive. Clint's in the building. Tyler is out. I think he went and played golf and did a bunch of other.
I know his ass was up about 5 a.m. sending us text messages. And it wasn't on the back end of his night; it was on the front end of his day.
Yeah.
He was already. I don't know that I really understood. Maybe it was on the back end of his night as well, Ron. Because I don't think I really understood what the hell he was texting. To be honest with you, when I saw it,
I know he was. He said he had to get up early to get down
5 o'clock,
to
man,
get there to and get to his tee time.
I believe I'd have left last night if I had an early tee time today in the Hill Country. Easy little 3-hour drive. I believe I'd have gotten that pick, especially Tyler's hours. I'd have gotten that.
Stayed on up.
Look here, I'd have gotten that in that pickup truck about 10 o'clock.
Maybe didn't want to get pay for a room another night.
Oh, money bags?
You're right.
Come on, man. You kidding me?
You're right. Bags, yeah. He had him another good night last night. He had him a good night last night.
Absolutely. Hey, you can't come on these airways and say what Tyler says and then go, yeah, I didn't want to spend that money on a hotel in the Hill Country. I mean, you can ease up there for $100 and a half and get you a nice biscuit to lay in, man.
Wherever he's staying, just could have added another.
Well, no, I wouldn't advise that. I think he's got about 42 of his buddies from
is that what
College Station. That's probably a pretty big house. But you can damn sure ease up there. And I tell you what, $150 and I have to get up and drive at 5 a.m. Yep, I'm in. Count me in. Yeah. And I ain't walking around like my pockets are dragging the grounds either.
Yeah, he's probably lit up right now, man.
He's been on the course for 3 hours.
Yeah, he played 8. Yeah, he's probably lit the hell up. Yeah, go ahead, man. Do your thing. Have a good time.
I think we'll probably get a video with some background music. Probably a video of his brother's golf swing if I know Tyler. It won't be his.
It won't be his.
But then the camera will kick around to him and he'll be talking about the drive.
You think he's had a good day? You think he'll be honest?
No. Getting up and driving at 5 a.m. 3 hours and then teeing off like immediately when you get there.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, with his meds and his bad knee. Yeah, I just got to believe that's not a good recipe for a good solid day on the links.
But I don't know. Maybe them whiskeys.
Yeah,
able to get him through.
Maybe he stopped. Maybe he stopped at that last Buc-ee's and got him a little something.
I wonder what he drinks. I always wondered that. What's he drink when he plays? Because Tyler's not a beer drinker.
Oh, he will drink beer.
I'm not saying
remember that little bitty when he drank at Twin Peaks.
Again, that's what I mean. Like, how many times have you seen Tyler drink beer, and when he does, he drinks a little bitty one?
He's got to drink beer on the course.
He will drink like a Dos Equis.
He's got to, man. Especially after giving up at 5 a.m. and driving. I'm gonna tell you, man. I did. I mean, Bloody Marys in the morning, like if you're playing a 4-man scramble or not a 4-man scramble, or you're playing in like a best ball
that's
tournament.
That's one I think I got to give it a try again.
Bloody Mary?
I just hate tomato juice, and that's
a tough one to get over.
But if you hate again, I've hated coconut since probably 5.
And then come around.
Well, I went over to Davis Street. They had a coconut cake, and my man Ben. And he was our server, and it's funny because he looked just like Uncle Ben. I'm going to see if I can find a picture of him. He looks just like Uncle Ben.
Right.
But he said, I don't like coconut. But this coconut cake here is something else. I tried it, and I'm like, damn, well, maybe I like coconut again.
There you go.
But
man.
I haven't had tomato juice since I was a kid.
When you turn 40, man, things start changing.
I think that is one I might need to try again.
I think you should because, one, you've aged, and you've aged well. You've aged well. But there's a big difference between tomato juice and I prefer that Zing Zang Bloody Mary mix. There's a big difference. Now, it's still obviously tomato based, but there's a big difference. But back to Tyler, he's probably hit a Bloody Mary and then he's got to go to beer. What I do is you hit that Bloody Mary, right, and then that second Bloody, you hit the second Bloody Mary, and you get that thing about halfway down. You get that Bloody Mary about halfway down, Ron. And then you make sure, while this is going on, you make sure you got a 6-pack of them bullets and Coors Lights in the back little ice chest on a golf cart. You crack one of them bullets open, and you make you you pour it in that Bloody Mary.
Really?
Bloody beer at that point in time. And then at some point,
I don't even think I've ever seen it.
And so then you just gradually go. Oh yeah, you can go in and order.
Beer.
You can order a bloody beer and I know what you're talking about at a bar. But they. Then that's your transition into cold beer, right? The only time I ever drank hard liquor, like hard liquor at a golf course consistently, this won't surprise you any, was with John Daly. We go down and do a John Daly. Right. we do a John Daly golf tournament, and it's me and some other Razorbacks. He's a huge Razorback fan. Well, he's got a guy on the loudest side-by-side you could ever imagine being on a golf course. And this guy is following us around, and he's got bottles of Crown Royal. We drank Crown Royal the entire time. I
feel like that's what Tyler.
It was awful. I mean, I was cross-eyed by the time we got done. I damn near hit a hole-in-one.
Maybe
cross-eyed.
Again.
I mean, it was unbelievable. Yeah, if Tyler does that, Ron, he don't have.
I feel like Tyler is drinking whiskey cokes. That's what that.
That's got to be like a deep into the back nine.
But he's.
That's got to be
like
16, 17, 18.
Challenge, man. That early, he's wasted right now. He's got to be.
Golf in the hill country. He's playing Landa Park, by the way.
Is that
which is right next to Schlitterbahn in New Braunfels, right there in that same little area.
Played it, huh?
Way back in the day.
Yeah. All right, I did want to go here because Dana Brown, the general manager, he was on MLB Network and he gave a surprise, an update on Kyle Tucker, which is a surprise because Joe Espada said there's nothing to report. He's staying back in Houston, not making the trip to Baltimore. There is nothing to report on Kyle Tucker. Well, this was Dana Brown.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see Tuck back, sometime early September. He's starting to do more baseball activity on the field. He's actually taking BP and hitting them in the upper deck. It's more the baseball moves with its lower half when he has to sprint or do anything at a quick pace. And so he still feels some soreness there, but ultimately he's making big strides. And, it's been amazing that we played so well without him, but hopefully we'll get him back, sometimes early September, hopefully the first week.
Early September, first week, I'll take it.
So we have dates.
I mean, hell, that's within 10 days. That's inside 10 days, boys. Verlander back 1 week. Then we got a little slow week with no Texans game, no nothing after this week. We got a little slow week this next week, and then boom, we get Texans. We get Tucker back.
Why'd you do this, Dana? Why did you put a date on it? Why did you do this?
I mean, hitting bombs in the upper deck. So he didn't just do it. He teased you on his way to do it.
Then he slid on the under after that and said, still having trouble with the lower half when he has to run, when he has to sprint or decelerate.
Yeah. I mean, hell, Dana's giving us something to talk about. Man, I like it. I appreciate it, Dana.
Why you put a date on it, Dana? Just say, man, he's getting better.
Don't timestamp it, huh?
Yes, don't timestamp it. The way that Alex Bregman timestamped it last Friday.
Be good Monday.
Yes. Think about what happened with Alex. Alex went from Friday last week, feeling all right, just need a couple, just taking the weekend off. It'll be good Monday. He went from that to be good Monday to missing the first two games to playing DH to it being fluid to now taking balls at first base.
Don't forget the Gremlins.
And the Gremlins. Don't timestamp it. Just say he's good better. I'm to the point where surprise me. I just want Tyler to just randomly do that, just throw the lineups in every day, and then holy hell, batting fourth, Kyle Tucker
playing third.
Like, hey man, yeah, he might play third now, so he don't have to move around. Just stop putting dates on that thing, man. Clint more optimistic than anyone I know ever. Laughs my ass off.
Well, I just when we don't know, when it's literally a ish show as it pertains to reporting these things, like I'm not gonna let myself get worked up. I'm gonna choose to expect the best outcome.
I'm telling you right now, Dana, I want everyone else, all the Astros fans, to do this. Don't hold him to that September. Don't do that. Don't get around.
Hell, you gonna do it? Let that first week of September come around, and we don't hear from Bregman.
I've mentioned it, but I'm not.
Tucker.
I'm gonna do it now. I'm doing it now. I'm not going to hold him to that.
The first
he
show.
Just got excited.
The first show after the first. I don't even know what the date is.
He said early September. He said first week of September.
Week. I'm telling you, after that whatever day starts the second week of September, whatever day that is.
I'm not gonna hold him.
Ron's gonna lead with.
I'm not gonna hold him to that. But what I will hold him to, if Kyle Tucker doesn't beat the Texans on the field, if Kyle Tucker doesn't beat the Houston Texans in their Week 1 game on the field, then I'm gonna lose my mind.
Well, that's gonna be
That's the week after. He said the first week of September. The Texans are going to play like September.
They play tomorrow.
10th.
September 7th.
No, I'm talking about the first game of the season. They play like September 10th or 11th or something. If he don't beat them to the field, I'm gonna have a problem. That was our baseball talk, by the way, presented by T-Mobile. Switch to T-Mobile, and you can get tons of benefits and still save on every plan versus AT&T and Verizon. Use their savings calculator to find out how at T-Mobile.com/switch. All right, tomorrow really shouldn't be a big game. I think we know a lot about the frontline guys and a lot about this team and getting ready for the Colts. But I know the starters may not play. I think there are some starters that actually probably should play, but I'm sure won't. We'll discuss that coming up.
The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All the conversations about the added weapons and all the year.
Peak Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as The Drive continues to roll through on this Friday. Hope to see you all out there as the Texans will finish things off against the Rams coming up. We'll see. Not sure if any starters are going to play because D'Amico kind of keeping that close to the vest. I would think this game is much more similar to the Hall of Fame game. I think we'll see something closer to that. Maybe some more players that could play. Like I think Robert Woods didn't play in that game. I think you could maybe see some Bob Woods in this one. Damian Pierce didn't play in that game. I think you may be able to see some Damian Pierce in this game. Listen, I know this probably won't happen, and you probably won't agree with me. But I really don't need to see starters. Except for the 5 dudes up front. I would like to see them get a couple of series. And I mean Tunzel, Kenyon Green, Scruggs, Shaq Mason, Titus Howard. And I understand the concern of getting injured right before the season starts. Hell, I watched the Chiefs last night had an offensive lineman who was their swing tackle, hurt his knee in the first quarter. I understand the concerns of that. But this running game situation, specifically with the offensive line and mistakes, hell, D'Amico has said it himself, mistakes, errors, we watched it yesterday, we've watched it throughout, and they haven't, and to be honest with you, especially with Tunzel, they haven't played all together very much at all. To me, man, it's been so bad. They need to get this right. They need to start because it's not even just. And I've said this to people. I've had conversations with different people out there. We were watching the game, watching practice yesterday. I've had a lot of conversations with people. It is not just about their physicality. It is about they appear to just miss assignments, and the rate that they miss assignments, it almost appears it's confusion. Or they're just not getting something. As D'Amico said earlier, we played it earlier, like we have free rushers. We have guys that come through. We've got to get that cleaned up. To me, I wouldn't mind seeing these guys get a series or two. Just to get, because it's been that bad to me, and that many screw-ups to me, that I think they got to get this right before they get on the field against the Colts.
I agree with your point of they got to get it right. I think it'd be crazy to put them out there this week.
Crazy?
Yep. Personally, yeah. I think it'd be crazy because you just don't like. Well, you've already mentioned, Ryan. You've talked about like the fear of losing a tackle. Hell, if let's just say you lose them for a week, you tweak a hamstring, you tweak a pec, you strain a tricep or a bicep or something, and you miss those guys. We're just too close to it at this point for me. I completely agree with the notion. I completely agree that they've got to get it better. But I mean, I couldn't live with myself if I put one of these guys out there and they didn't get through this.
I get your concern. For me, it's just been that bad.
Mm-hmm.
It's been that bad, and the first game of the season is that important. On the road against a team that you're going to be potentially competing with, and a team that has the guys up front that can give you problems. That front seven with those linebackers who are pissed, by the way. Those linebackers and that front.
Well, that's a good point. You got to.
I just like in practice. It's just it's. I don't know that it's enough, and you're not going hard enough. And I don't want to risk it. I don't. But it's been so poor. Can we get two? I don't even care who the running back is. Can we get two series out there where you guys are blocking it up well?
Look, I would salute D'Amico, and I would admire D'Amico's decision if he made that decision.
I'm curious.
I would fully understand, Ron, what the hell, why he did it if he did. So I'm not. Look, I would love to see it, but I just don't think there's going to be that.
I don't
risk
think
is
they're
going to
going
be taken.
I'm with you. I don't think they're going to do it.
I would love for me. It's less about should they. I would just love for one of them, somebody within the organization, say it just flat ass ain't been good enough. It has not even been remotely close to good enough. You know, all this we're close stuff, and that's exactly how it seems like they've approached the run game, as if they're close, and they don't need the extra emphasis. You don't need the extra work. You don't need the extra sense of urgency. It's just, nah, man, we're close. And then you go watch them backed up on your own 2-yard line. Fullback Olays the defensive end.
They get all of it. Yep.
Then you watch them. You got to run inside the 15-yard line, and you know you got a running back that runs up the guard's ass instead of staying hugging inside where there's a little bit of a crease. And then you got an outside zone blocked up pretty good, and the receiver goes and blocks a safety that's 20 yards deep instead of the corner that ends up making the play, or the corner that the pulling guard has to take, which leaves the linebacker free and the hole has to take. You know, and then the next play you've got an outside zone and the tackle, who's a backup tackle, I'll give you that, but he goes to the second level and a rookie linebacker runs underneath him, and he like literally doesn't even touch the guy. The guy never breaks stride. And so it's one of those, it's just one time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, and then before you know it, you're like, to hell with it. We might as well just let CJ throw it. You know what I mean? We might as well just drop this thing back and let CJ just throw it on first down and spin it around the park. And so it's just anything that signaled, Ron, to your overall point, whether it's playing in a 4th preseason game or just commenting to the media when you're asked about the absence of the run game, anything that signaled, yeah, man, we're concerned. We got to get better. We got a sense of urgency. We've got to get this right. Anything that signaled that, I would greatly appreciate.
Ocho texting in, Ron, I hear you, but how much better are they going to get in one possession in the preseason? No, like I said, 1 or 2 possessions in the preseason. Listen, man, to see them execute what they're supposed to do is a big deal. That's what I'm saying. It's not a mindset thing. It is, can we run you out there for 2 series and you guys execute what you're supposed to? Get a hat on who you're supposed to get a hat on. Pass the tackle to get to the linebacker at the appropriate time. When you pull, who are you supposed to kick out and get? I do think that is a big deal, because if they hadn't been bad yesterday, they weren't bad yesterday in that joint practice against the Rams. All right, I'm with you. They had a good day there. That would make sense to me. God, we got it. We went up. That was basically our tune-up. Man, they were struggling.
Yeah, no doubt.
They were struggling, and like we have watched that first unit play 2 preseason games and now a joint practice, and have them and been in practice, and they have not put together good runs. They have not put together good blocking, executed blocks well. The whole play. They've not done it once.
Yeah.
There's not a play you can point to. We know Damian. Damian's got about 9 carries for 8 yards. Like, they have not done anything, and it is too important. As you said, Bobby Slowick's got to get a damn run game.
Mm-hmm.
If you're gonna run into this Colts game and just like, all right, man, all right, that's the last thing. That last time we faced somebody else, they just kicked our ass.
Ron, he's a month away. Bobby Slowick is a month away. A month of Sundays is what I'm saying, like practicing. I mean regular season games. Bro, he's a month away from like not the run game not being improved with Joe Mixon, which I don't think it's going to happen. I think Joe will improve it, but I mean, you get 3 or 4 games deep into the season and you're still seeing a lot of the same struggles up front. Bobby's going to run out of Dameon Pierce's to blame. You know what I mean? Like at some point, it's got to be about the O-line. It's got to be about the OC. It's got to be about the scheme. It's got to be about what you're doing, because again, this whole notion that Dameon Pierce doesn't fit Bobby Slowick's scheme, guys, they're running they're running every play in a damn offensive playbook you can. You know what I mean? Like it's not a it's Bobby's Slowick's scheme because Bobby is the OC, but they're running power, they're running counter, they're running outside zone, they're running toss zone, they're running split zone. They're running all the plays in a playbook. It's not a scheme that a guy can't execute. It's overall they can't execute any of it.
Yeah. Text line counterpoint: the Chiefs have limped some thrown together lines out there during this run and made it work. Give it a shot. I would urge you to go check and see the production in their run game in this run, though. You don't think of them like the Ravens or anything, and they're not. But go check and see how productive like Isaiah Pacheco has been in the run game when they needed it.
Yeah.
The last couple of years, or Damian Williams before that, or Kareem Hunt before that. Like these guys, I mean, hell, you want to bring the Chiefs in? These guys aren't getting yards.
Yep.
They're not.
And when they do, it's a crazy cutback run,
Yes.
or it's a crazy make you miss run.
It's your second and third string. These guys aren't getting yards. All right, coming up, we got to get into yesterday because I'm telling you, man, Spencer Arrighetti is playing his Kalen Bullock right now. He's gonna make it difficult. In a good way for the Astros. They blank one of the best offenses in baseball. The Orioles will get you on that. And yesterday we got to see the Texans' first opponent in the quarterback. He had kind of an up and down day. We'll talk about that as well. All of that coming up next right here live on the Big Three on the Drive.
How is C.J. Stroud's mindset different coming out of this year's training camp versus last year's?
I remember that I didn't think that I had much confidence after. I knew that I would, have a chance to, start. And, if I did get my opportunity, I was going to make most of it. So I was like, my mindset now is just like, how can we start fast?
Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Tech.
AILT. AILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access. Exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. With the biggest stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
All right, a lot going on here with the Astros and the Texans, and a big weekend series for the Astros kicking off, and obviously the game tomorrow with the Texans. But the Astros got it going in a big way. We said this is going to be a big 4-game set because this is a really, really good baseball team. This is one of the best baseball teams in the league. They have been playing at this level for most of the season, and that lineup, I know that's what you were saying yesterday, and Spencer Arrighetti is one of the guys you wanted to see how he plays against this lineup, which is top 5 everywhere, and he beat the brakes off of them, blanked them, 6-zip yesterday, Clint, and they get themselves 11 games over 500. Big games, and it's not really the big guys, Clint. It was the bottom of the order. The newcomer Ben Gamel comes up with two two-out hits, 2-out singles where he drove in runs, and they win 6-0. It was kind of methodical. Wasn't like a lot of big home runs or big innings like that. Methodical win as they got there. But Spencer Arrighetti, the story: 6 innings, 3 hits, no runs. And this is now becoming a real sample size, Clint, because he's done this. I mean, we're rolling over a month now. He's been pitching like this.
Yeah, the last start I think wasn't ideal. His previous start I think wasn't ideal, but it's hard to hold that against him when he's been so good otherwise of late. So, look, man, if Spencer Arrighetti is dealing, I become really, really confident in this rotation. I feel like I've done this before and it's bit me in the ass, but I feel like Hunter Brown is here to stay. I feel like Hunter Brown is going to be a part of the rotation any way you slice it. I think what we're seeing from him is real. Ronel Blanco, a little concerned about the load managing aspect of it, but I feel like we're there. I feel like we know what we're going to get out of Ronel Blanco. Obviously, Fromber and JV. Any way you slice it, you're comfortable with those two guys. Man, you get down to Spencer Arrighetti and the thought that, man, this is the only guy that I'm worried about. Can he hang on? Is the workload going to be too much? And can he get through a really good lineup 3 times? And what does it look like when the scouting report is out on this guy? And it's not just a flash in the pan scouting report. They've actually got multiple starts throughout a season to scout this guy, and Ron, he just continues to get better. He just continues to go out and give this team a chance to win. And as I said yesterday, my eyes are on Spencer Arrighetti, Hunter Brown, and Kikuchi. Those 3 guys right there against this lineup at this point in the season, August the 23rd, if those guys continue to deal and those guys, they add the Orioles notch to their belt at this point in the season, I think they take a huge step in from a confidence perspective of being a deep 6-man rotation that is as good as any in the league right now.
Yeah, he's been impressive, and he's kind of changed the thing a bit. And I mean, the thing that was impressive about him last night is, we've seen Spencer Arrighetti where he strikes out 13, strikes out 12, and his stuff is consistently nasty. Last night, I mean, he did that, and he was kind of trying to find his control, find his good stuff. He didn't have his good stuff yesterday, and for him to still be able to pitch that way was really, really impressive. Yeah. So big for him and big for the Astros as they get that W. They'll try to go tonight. You talked about Hunter Brown. He's going to get the ball tonight. And by the way, they did that against their ace, Corbin Burnson, who won a Cy Young with the Brewers before and started the All-Star game for the American League this year. And they knocked him out of the game. So he wins that battle against that team's ace, which was impressive. All right, To add to this, yesterday during the game, Ken Rosenthal of Fox had comments about Alex Bregman, who we know, as he said, playing in the field is a fluid situation. Here was what Ken Rosenthal had to say about what he's hearing about the Alex Bregman situation.
Well, it's interesting, Kenny. The plan is as soon as tomorrow for Alex Bregman to do something that he has never done in his professional or collegiate career, and that is play first base. Bregman took grounders at first today without throwing. He's going to continue to play third as well, depending upon how he is feeling. The Astros want him in the field as much as possible so that they can DH Jordan Alvarez and not play him in left field.
All right. So he talked about potentially him playing in the field, potentially him playing first base. He even said third base there. And by the way, we've talked about this. We probably want to listen to reporters and take their reporting a little bit more than what we hear from the Astros.
Absolutely. Are you kidding me?
Chandler Rome, now Ken Rosenthal. It seems like those guys are a little bit closer than what we hear.
Look, when Adam Spollane's talking about, we're in here talking about, well, might get to see him this week. Adam Spolane said, hell, you might. I saw him in the locker room. That limp, he ain't. So the Adam Spollane's, Chandler Rome.
That was like a month ago.
Oh, every bit of a month.
Serious.
Every bit of a month. Yeah, Chandler Rome, and how he saw the Bregman thing working out, played out exactly like he said it was going to play out. And now Ken Rosenthal, I don't care if they're local or they're national, man. I put a lot more stock in what they say than anything that comes out of the Astros organization.
Well, Byron and Clint, the lineup's out.
Mm-hmm.
And Alex Bregman's playing third base tonight.
Playing third. There you go. You know Tyler can relax a bit, man. He's playing third.
Oh, I'm not relaxing.
What do you mean you're not relaxing?
We'll see.
He's going to have a record ground balls hit his way tonight.
Oh, they're going to I would bunt. I would if I were not Gunnar Henderson or any of those Santander, but I would test him.
Yeah.
I would test him. I would bunt. I would test him. Listen, I don't know, man. I hope he's good. We went from sitting for 5 straight days, still swollen, to Gremlins being in there, to, hey, man, he's going to take ground balls at first base. He's been the DH too. Oh, he's ready to play third base again. They said it was a fluid situation, so I hope he's good. I hope he's good there.
I gotta believe that there is something from the doctors, and I mean not just something from the team doc, and I'm sorry, the team trainers. I'm talking team doc. I'm talking second opinion from Bregman. The fact that this is a contract year for him, he'd be crazy if he's not second opinion in this thing to death.
Yes,
I've got to believe that the risk associated with him playing third base is so minimal at this point in time. Could it swell? Sure, but the thought of, is playing third base, is it much more likely that playing third base versus first base puts him in a situation where we lose the glove, obviously, at third, and the bat at the plate, where it's a season-ending injury? I've got to believe, given that he's playing third base today, that report from all of the doctors is, if there's any risk, it's extremely minimal. And what you do risk is the swelling in the elbow that he's already experienced. And even if it does get worse, rest is going to allow him to swing the bat and still be himself at the plate. I got to believe that this is a well-informed decision to put him back at third base.
I hope so. I hope he is good. It's just, as someone just texted in, you think they're trying to screw with people. No, I don't think they're trying to screw with people. I'm just saying, in the course of since last Friday, it's gone from, just need a couple of days off, to, hey, I need 2 more days off, to, we're going to make, he comes out and says it's a fluid situation, and then abruptly he's taking ground balls at first base. And that's potentially where they're going to play him defensively to, third base. So, hope so. Hope he's good. As you said, you want to be able to have him at the plate and have him be able to be on the field, to at least be able to swing the bat in some capacity if he has to be the DH. We'll see. So that is the latest with Alex Bregman. he is back at third base today and will play there in Baltimore against the Orioles.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, last night, Clint, we know that we'd be shocked if CJ played tomorrow, but Anthony Richardson, they had already announced prior to the game yesterday, and that's the opponent for the Texans, that he was going to get some action in their final preseason game. Well, Clint, he played 5 series, went 8 for 14 for 86 yards, threw a touchdown, and had a pick in the game as well, a pick 6. Bad one. Shane Steichen said it was a miscommunication, whatever it was. That's a mistake you can't make, and only rushed for 3 yards. Obviously, they weren't using that as a part of the game plan. But Shane Steichen said Anthony Richardson will be awesome and fun to watch this season. I would agree with that if he's going to play. He'll be interesting and fun to watch. But 8 for 14, 86 yards. It looks like he's going to be ready to go for the Texans in Week 1, and he's going to be. I think he is the real wild card of this entire division.
Hey, there's no doubt. Hell, he's. I mean, you can argue he's the real wild card of the entire league right now. In terms of other than the rookies, obviously, are wild cards all over the place. But guys that have been in the league for a year, guys that it's your turn. The expectations are you're with an organization that expects to win the division, to make a run to the playoffs. They won 10 games last year. Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a real wild card. It was interesting last night on the broadcast. I think it was Kirk Herbstreit actually brought up, which I'm lacking context in why it was brought up, so I reserve judgment on Kirk Herbstreit or anybody involved. But the conversation was had of an Anthony Richardson, if he doesn't play extremely well in the first month of the season. They have Joe Flacco now, and after Joe Flacco did what he did last year in the absence for Cleveland, in the absence of Deshaun Watson, and kind of shored up their quarterback issue as they went through everybody they had on the roster. They bring him in, he plays well. If that could end up being a quarterback controversy, I don't think it ever happens, guys. Like Anthony Richardson would have to be absolutely awful for you to even be able to justify turning to Joe Flacco. So I thought that was interesting at that point in time, this early in the season. Hell, it's preseason to have that conversation. I think Anthony Richardson is going to be fine. I think him and Shane Steichen, Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen. I know it didn't work out really well last year given the injuries, but Anthony Richardson and Shane Steichen are as good a fit.
On the surface, it looks like.
Where I was going was with Cliff Kingsbury and Kyler Murray.
Oh, Kyler.
You know, when like that. Well, that was my point. That was an organization that hired a coach to specifically put with a number 1 draft pick quarterback, and that's was the thought, the method to the madness, if you will. And while it didn't end up working out for the Arizona Cardinals overall, it definitely worked out because they believed they got their guy. They believed they got their quarterback so much they gave him a second contract. So clearly it worked out well for them from that perspective. The Shane Steichen, Anthony Richardson connection there with hiring Shane last year, drafting Anthony Richardson, boy, it sure looks like it's going to be a really, really good fit. The injuries last year kept us from learning whether it will be or not. This year should be fun to watch, with the exception of if they're too damn good, we got to play them twice.
It is one to watch. And if you watch some of that game, and I knew he was going to play a little bit, so you checked in on that. He's like, it's just going to take reps, I would guess, Clint. I mean, he still has times where he just doesn't put the ball. Like, I think you've talked about it. The easy things that CJ is able to do in terms of putting the ball where he wants to put it and where receivers want to get it is so much easier for him than what it is for Anthony. You still see the misses there, where even if balls that are caught are still not put in a spot where he could turn it up and go up and get more yards, they've got to, adjust to catch the ball, and then he just has plain misses sometimes. So I know for the Texans, hopefully that's something that you continue to see to start this up.
Yeah, he continues to, if he kills drives with inaccuracies, or if the inability to give a pass catcher the ability to run after the catch. If you make him stop his feet, throw it behind him, throw it in his body, sometimes obviously that's doing a big favor to the defense. And Anthony's just going to have to play football. He hadn't played a lot of football, guys. I mean, he didn't play a ton of football at Florida, and when he did at Florida, it was as dysfunctional as you could be in college football on the offensive side of the ball for them. And he got injured last year. He has not played a lot of football, and so I think as the game slows down for him mentally, and that will result in the game coming to him a lot easier, the throws being a lot easier, him being able to focus on making the throw versus everything appearing to be in fast forward, if you will. So I think Anthony Richardson will be fine. The question with him is, can he stay healthy?
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, I know you're ready. Tomorrow, 11 o'clock, college football kicks off in Dublin. Florida State, who feels like they may have got screwed last year. Florida State and Georgia Tech get going in Ireland, and that's the big matchup tomorrow. Week 0, is that what they call it? Week 0 tomorrow. Florida State's an interesting team to me because I got to believe them, that coaching staff, they got to be a bit on a mission, as they probably feel like they got hosed last year and not getting into the playoff, even though they went unbeaten and won the ACC. So they're going to be an interesting team. Got a new quarterback. Isn't that where DJU is? DJ Ungalele, is that right? DJU that was at Clemson, went to Oregon State, and now he's at Florida State. Interesting. He's back in the ACC with Clemson. That's going to be a hell of a matchup. But yeah, look, I think with Florida State, the other thing about that matchup too is Haynes King is the one at Georgia Tech. So you've got some Texas ties there. I think he was a Texas high school football kid. I think he was the son of a Texas high school coach, I believe. Went to A&M again in the middle of that dysfunction, ended up at Georgia Tech, and this is a big year for him. And they expected Georgia Tech to be better, I believe. But you look at Florida State, you lost Jordan Travis, who was a big time leader and a really good dual threat quarterback. Wouldn't surprise me if down the road in 3 or 4 years you didn't hear from Jordan Travis surfacing as one of the better quarterbacks to come out of this year's draft. And then you look at the two guys that the Texans just saw in L.A. that were first and second round picks off of the same defensive line. Jared Verse, the defensive end, and Braden Fisk. And they lose their back too. They lost that really talented running back they had. I think he went in the draft.
Yeah, they may have. They lost quite a bit is the point, and so we'll see. We'll see what that looks like. But like you said, Mike Norvell has Florida State as hot as anybody out there, and they feel really good about their team. So we'll see if DJU can turn it around, have his best year at Florida State. Got plenty of motivation. That should be a fun watch. If Florida State starts rattling off some wins and is as good as folks think they should be, the DJU story will take over college football.
Yeah. Trey Benson, thank you, Byron.
There you go.
That's the back.
Absolutely.
Yep, he was a big time.
Who's he running for? I saw him running in the preseason already.
Cardinals.
There you go.
Are you? What the hell's going on with Byron? Are you a real Trey Benson fan or something?
Oh no, he's one like the handcuff players for fantasy this year in case something happens to James Conner. So yeah, I know the name.
My man, he's in my ear. I said, I think Benson. Trey Benson. Cardinals.
I see you.
Are you a Florida State guy? All right. Listen, one of the biggest offseason guys that the Texans were able to bring in is Joe Mixon. I think we heard it from CJ and we heard it from D'Amico, seeing where his impact could really come to pass right here for the Texans coming up on their offense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, if you're selling a home and also obviously buying a home, you're upgrading. Maybe you're upgrading but downsizing. Maybe you're building that dream home. You got a growing family, whatever it may be. If you don't know.
Wherever you get your podcasts.
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive. Byron is in as Tyler is out today. Clint's in the building as someone texted in. Wait, something happened to Bregman's elbow? Yeah. What'd you say?
I wish I was living that life.
Oh, that you just, like, what, just came up? Like, what?
Wait, what? 5 days ago, Bregman, or 6 days ago, 8 days ago, Bregman had an elbow issue? What happened?
You think that person's aware of Tucker being?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, it's been 2 months, man. 2+ months. Yeah.
Well, hey, man, we're heading to 3. It's August 23rd, Jack. We're heading to 3. By the way, if you missed that, Dana Brown said expects to have Kyle Tucker back first week of September.
King Tuck.
He couldn't leave it either. He said early September. First week of September.
Yeah, the early
August
September
31st. I thought he was going to say August 31st. Maybe that's it. All right, but the Texans, they're getting closer and closer after tomorrow. Hopefully they get through that. Everybody's healthy. They got to figure out the cut situation. But then it is then go time. September 8th, they take on the Indianapolis Colts in Indy to kick what many hope and what many believe could be a season we don't forget. And I think one of the big aspects to Joe Mixon's game is obviously not just his ability to run the football, his toughness, as I think you've said it. I heard Seth saying it before. He just looks and feels different than any other back that they have in the fold there. But his ability to catch the ball out of the backfield, Clint, especially as we're looking, as it seems like at the very least right now, this offensive line is, in terms of run blocking, is a work in progress, something that you're hoping improves as a season. His impact may be in the passing game from the running back position, as you've talked about all the space that these guys on the outside may give up in the middle of the field. This could be how he impacts this team the most. And C.J. Stroud, his quarterback, talked about his ability to be a pass catcher as a running back?
First of all, he's a great guy, somebody who loves ball, and he runs the ball really hard. He has crazy cuts and some things that I haven't seen him, in a long time. It's just he runs the ball very hard, and then you have a guy like DP who comes in behind him and does a lot of such things too. But everybody knows how special he is in every aspect. So he's a great player.
All right, that's him talking about Joe Mixon. But as we saw it yesterday, he had a wheel route, Clint, that he called up the sideline. Him in the passing game is going to be something that they're going to have to potentially lean on moving forward. But Clint, that could be how he impacts this offense. At least early, that could be how he impacts this offense.
Oh, look, I would say that is the way in which he impacts this offense that I'm more confident about. I mean, the O-line up front, I do think that Joe Mixon is going to be a better runner regardless of what goes on up front than anybody that we've seen in a Texans uniform in this system, right? I think he has the ability to make people miss. He has the ability and the experience to know how to hug the inside of a crease that's being creative versus run up the backside of an offensive lineman. He's got the ability to do those things. So this offense, regardless of what goes on up front, he's going to make this system better. He's going to make this team better in the run game. But to what degree, I'm not comfortable even discussing it, to be honest with you, at this point in time. When we start talking about him in the pass game, whether it's C.J. Stroud getting through his progression and checking it down to him and then him being that athlete in space, or it's Bobby Slowick actually scheming up and dialing up the throws for the running back. Look, we didn't necessarily see this offense feature a running back last year, but this offense, if you look around the league, this offense features Christian McCaffrey in the run game and the pass game. And in the past, before Christian McCaffrey, had Deebo Samuel in the run game and the pass game. So this offense and Bobby Slowick doesn't lack in any way, shape, or form the ability to go out and feature a running back in the pass game. You look at the way Aaron Jones was in that Green Bay offense, and you move up to Miami, and you look at Raheem Mostert and those guys in Miami, and the old Aggie A-Chain who's coming. I mean, there is no lack in this system that Bobby Slowick's running. It's one of the better systems, I would say, to feature a running back. Not just have him where he's a check down and you got to get through 5 other pass catchers before you get to that wide receiver in the progression. No, I'm talking about where he's either 1 or 2, and sometimes he's even the shot you're trying to take if you get the right look. I'm very, very confident that Joe Mixon will be used in a big way in the pass game. And like I said, I am more confident that he is going to have a big impact in the pass game, or a big impact on this offense by what he does in the pass game. I'm more confident in that than what necessarily this run game is going to look like.
Yeah, and that's why I think his impact may come. And Clint, like, you can give those examples, but the example of what he just came from is exactly, I mean, he's got the receivers on the outside, and Zach Taylor comes from that tree too, but he has the receivers on the outside that created so much. And Joe and CJ are very similar type players. Like it was the same thing, Clint. They'd run those guys off, and you could tell Joe was going to Mixon the entire time to create that matchup that he was looking for the entire time. Once he ran the rest of the defense off with Chase or Higgins or whoever else, so it won't be very different for him. This is exactly a similar type of an offense with similar weapons around him to be able to create the space in the pass game for him.
Yeah, I could look. Ron, I could very easily see 400 or 500 yards on a season. I could very easily see 400 or 500 yards in the mix for him. Is he going to get there just being a check down guy? No, he's not going to get there being a check down guy. But is he going to get there as a featured pass catcher in this offense? Yeah, I think he could put up some big numbers. And we've seen it, as you said, we've seen him do it in the past. There's no reason to think that if the run game isn't hit, look, if the run game's hitting on all cylinders, and again, I don't care what the box score says, I don't care what Joe Mixon's final numbers are at the end of the season, but if it's hitting on all cylinders and it is a complementary to one of the best pass games in the league, then I don't care if he ever catches the ball. But when things get bogged down, the one big difference I think this year between this year and last year is you're going to have a guy that can be featured in the pass game, not just desert the run and his touches go out the window.
Clint, they may have to move to a deal of like, hey, this is an extension of our run game. Something just getting the ball out to him quick, and he's in space or something like
Sure.
The Patriots have absolutely lived in doing that when Tom Brady was there, where not necessarily was handoffs to White, but it was short passes to him. All right, as college football gets near, there's a coach that when you look at his resume, you say hot seat, you're like, what? But should he be on the hot seat? And a little what you're watching, text in what you're watching, 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch as well. But before we get there, guys, I told you about Steel South Loop Hyundai. I told you, me and the wife. continue to get going here. We talked about it earlier, Clint. College football starts tomorrow. And I'm watching this stuff. You know, you get all this stuff before the season starts. And, like, this Ryan Day thing, Ryan Day being on the hot seat, I mean, I understand that sports and college football have changed a bit. But, my goodness, Clint, Ryan Day has been there 5 years. He is 56-8. He's won 11 games he's gone 11-2 the last 3 years. The year before that, he made it to the college football championship game and won a Big Ten title. 13-1 his first year. Isn't it? He's on the hot seat?
Yeah, that's it.
He's on the hot seat. You think that's fair?
Well, fair or foul, it doesn't matter. I mean, that
or real.
I think it's real. Absolutely. I mean, if you can't, that is just a school where if you're at Michigan and you can't beat Ohio State, nothing else matters. If you're at Ohio State and you can't beat Michigan, nothing else matters.
But they gave Jim 9 years.
No. Look, I mean, you're going to be thought of as a guy that could be bounced at any point in time, which is where Ryan Day's at. Whether he is or he isn't is irrelevant at this point in time. Every year until you get over that hump. And I think, hell, I mean, just like literally a tick below winning a national title is beating Michigan.
Yeah.
If you're at Ohio State. So, yeah, I think it's real. I do. I think it's real. I mean, I think there's I don't think it's fair at all. I think he's a good coach, but I think it's real.
I mean, that man, I'm looking at that. I'm like, this guy's won 11 games.
That's gonna be Texas A&M. You let one of those teams.
That's because I'm thinking about that. Those two. I mean, their standards haven't been up to that. Now, I know Tyler will be mad, but I don't think A&M standards should be to that point. But I mean, if you think about what they let Jimbo do before he got on the hot seat.
Jimbo would have been fired 2 years ago if he was playing Texas year and you're out and losing that game.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you think that? So that is what
that's coming.
Elko and what
it's coming,
and what Sark is looking at. If Sark loses and Sark has just gone to the playoff, they are preseason top 4 team.
Yeah.
They lose to A&M the next couple of years, and they don't win a title.
You lose back-to-back years to A&M in the first year. Absolutely, 100%.
Good God.
Yes. Now, the only thing that changes for me in this conversation is
the playoff thing.
Is the expanded playoffs, and so you're still you can consistently lose to one or the other and play really good football outside of that, and you ultimately you're still getting in the college football playoff. But yeah, you get in that college football playoff. Now, even now that it's expanded, you get in that college football playoff and you have an early exit year after year, and then you're 2-3 years you're not beating Texas or vice versa. Texas ain't beating Texas A&M. Absolutely, without a doubt.
That is insane.
Winning 10 or 11 ain't gonna be enough.
I guess that maybe comes from because I'm a fan of a team that, man, just give me the just give me the 7. Sale 7. I was 2 years ago. Give me the 5.
Hey, I just want a bowl game, baby. I want a chance to go party.
I had just gotten to give me a bowl game last year. That is wild to me. I guess the Michigan thing is 5 years, man. That like someone texted in, yeah, they've hired Chip Kelly behind Ryan Day, and he needs to be careful. But if he beats Michigan this year, now he's completely off the hot seat.
You betcha. You betcha. Beat Michigan, you're gonna be in the college football playoff. Definitely with an expanded playoff, you're gonna be in that. You'll be fine.
That's nuts. Like you have the rate that he's been winning. Like the Michigan thing has to come because he has beaten Michigan. I mean, like he has beaten them. His first 2 years, he was owning it. The last 3 years, they've had better teams and they've been able to win. But like the route he's winning 56-8, like we gotta go a decade before we start talking. All right, now we're just bumping our heads up against Michigan. Now you're in the hot seat. Not 5 years.
Well, I mean,
5 years, and same thing as you just talked about with Sark. Like Like, damn, man, y'all the college, and not this new playoff. Y'all made it when it was 4.
Well, you go out there. Here's the thing, though, is again, I don't think it's fair, but I think it is real. You had C.J. Stroud. You had what's my man's Marvin Harrison Jr. You had, and you still couldn't beat him. So yeah, I mean, I just think, man, in this era of college football, man, especially those top 10 schools, man, they ain't gonna let that stuff slide.
I guess Dabo better get better.
That's an interesting one there.
Is it because he's won already and he won there at a place that wasn't? Because Ohio State obviously is a power, and this is absolutely the best or the most known Clemson has ever been during this.
Well, bro, there was a time a couple of years back where you could say Clemson was the most impressive program in all of college football with the Deshaun Watson handing the baton off to Trevor Lawrence and those runs they were making. There was conversations about has Dabo Swinney and Clemson taken over Alabama and Saban as the top program, the standard in college football. Here's the thing with Clemson to me at this point is this is Dabo's last leg. He's on his last leg, and he is really leaning into this whole we're gonna keep this thing. We're gonna recruit. We're gonna develop. We're not gonna do the transfer portal thing. We're not gonna lose guys, and we're not gonna replenish our entire roster with 20 new transfer portal guys and pay them a bunch of money. We're just not gonna do it. If he doesn't win this year, he will be the number one coach on the hot seat. Because if this approach, absolutely, Florida State is transfer portal king. Ole Miss is transfer portal king. The expanded playoffs are happening now, so more teams have a shot. We're watching teams just look at the ACC. They went out and they got Cam Ward. They got one of the top quarterbacks this year. Paid him a boatload of money to do it. If he goes out there and he gets beat by Florida State, who we just mentioned, DJU is at Florida State now, transfer portal kid, and Florida State was they crushed the transfer portal last year. You look up and now Cam Ward's at Miami. If Miami messes around and beats Clemson, like the powers that be in Clemson aren't going to believe in what Dabo Swinney's doing because it's so different than everybody else. And if you don't win, if you don't beat the guys that are doing it differently, that are out there pursuing the hell and embracing the transfer portal, if those teams are now beating you, and your approach doesn't look like it's going to be very promising, I think Dabo Swinney's going to get booted up out of there.
That'd be crazy. I mean, yeah, if Ryan Day is up here on the hot seat like this, and I know Dabo's won multiple championships, but that's the case. Hell, I guess anybody can be right now. Good God Almighty. All right, but college football getting going, and your ass better beat Michigan this year.
Mm-hmm.
I know that much just because he's 11-2, 11-1 going into that game ain't enough. Your ass better beat Michigan. All right. 713-572-4610. Those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you can jump in on this. Text in what you're watching. What shows are you watching? Tonight is a big Dateline night for me, and I'm on Bang Me Out. I think it's new tonight too, as well as that they've been off a little bit. I've been having to watch some of these Datelines that I have already memorized. Been showing these replays. These ones I've already seen before. I need some brand new joints right there, But Bad Monkey.
Bad Monkey.
That's the name of it. Calm down.
I say Good Kikuchi. Huh? What is that? Is Bad Monkey a new picture?
Good one. Vince Vaughn. Vince Vaughn. It's a show. Vince Vaughn on Apple. Hey, I had to check it out. First episode. Pretty strong. I enjoy it. I like Vince Vaughn because he's playing kind of a mix between the funny and serious role, which I think he can slide between. Vince is one of my favorites. Like his facial reactions and stuff that he makes. It's pretty good.
Vince is one of the silly guys, or guys that can be silly that I don't just tolerate. I really like him. Like he's one that I can really get. Like I can.
Yo, you enjoyed the breakup when we made you watch that, and him in that. Yeah,
I can look forward to whether it's a good movie or not. If Vince Vaughn's in it, he's one that gets. I can get good and jacked up about. Like I can get excited about that. And then you put a title on it like Bad Monkey. Yeah, I'm in on that deal.
What's the one you said you started?
Tropo. I finished it. TROPPO.
Tropo.
It's it's interesting. It's a good little. I mean, you know, I wouldn't write home about it. I wouldn't make it a point to watch it. But if you are really hard up for something to kind of get into, and you need something to chew up a few hours in the evening, if you like to decompress with your toes up and watching a show, and always having something there at your fingertips, there's 2 seasons worth, and it's a decent little watch. It's a decent little watch. I thought it was good.
Everybody keeps telling me to start Your Honor. And
you ain't seen Your Honor?
And I think that's after Dateline tonight. I think I'm gonna move to Your Honor.
Boy, if you could. There's
Courtney started and said she had to stop after the first episode. I think she had to chill a little bit. Had to stop after the first episode. She said she didn't start at Your Honor.
Your Honor's a good one, man. That is a. I don't remember all the details. It's been a while, but that was one that
because it was out on Showtime first, I believe, and now it's gotten to Netflix, and now it's like one of the top things people are talking about.
Yeah, whatever it was on before, boy, I binge watched it. Well, you know, it's the old dude from I think Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
He's the dad, or he's the judge. He's the dad. Yeah. So I mean, that's is there 2 seasons of that?
I'm not sure. I heard it was but I've heard
it's good. It's good. That's a good one. That is a good one. Now there's if I remember correctly, there's some parts of the plot that are a little tough to swallow.
You gotta be aggressive.
Yeah. I mean, well, you know, I mean, it's just a little. It's a little shaky at times. You'll know what I'm talking about. It's one of them that you'll.
Brad texted in, got to watch the new Untold Netflix on Steve McNair. I've heard.
I hadn't watched it.
I've heard people said it was terrible. Brandon Scott did a whole podcast on it.
Really?
And said it was terrible.
I saw when you click on it, it shows you a little preview, a little trailer or whatever. It's an interesting watch for me because I don't recall, when I watched the trailer, I don't recall the boyfriend. Like I don't recall the footage of the boyfriend being interrogated so much. So that's new to me.
See, and the thing that people keep telling me is this thing it's as much about the Oilers' move from Houston to Tennessee, and then that's how someone described it. It's about the Oilers' move to Tennessee, and Steve McNair was murdered.
Yeah.
So, because I was intrigued.
Well, that would be a buzzkill if we're watching the Oilers bounce out of town for 3 episodes before we get to what the hell's going on with.
So I do got to see that. I've seen it, but
it's a 1-hour documentary.
It's a I mean, Brandon Scott. He did a full He did a podcast on how bad.
If it's not any good, man, that'll be a buzzkill.
Because that's a story I don't know a lot about.
Yeah.
I remember being like,
I've watched specials on it.
I haven't seen any specials on it.
I've watched specials on it before, but like I said, there was no, because the girl killed herself.
Yeah.
There's no. I haven't seen all the footage of the investigation and the interrogation of the others that could potentially be involved or that may thought to have been involved. I hadn't seen that, so that'd be a whole different side of it for me. So I'm interested in it. But hell, if it's 30 minutes of the Oilers bouncing out of Houston, hell, I don't know that I really want to watch it either. B. Scott, be honest with you.
What you got coming up?
Well, there's a Texans player that is on a short list of potential trade bait, if you will, potential trades out of Houston. And Houston is a good enough team right now, or is a really good football team right now, where most of their tradable players they're not going to trade them because they want them, they need them. But there is one guy out there that could potentially fetch a little something, and it would probably be a solid if the Texans were able to move on from him and move him wherever he wanted to move. I'll tell you who that is. We'll discuss next. But before we do that, I got to tell you about Generators.
Here, an Odyssey sports station. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I like a good time. I like to have a party.
I know you do.
It's Dirty's Daily.
All right, you can join my party, baby. TextingTexans.com. I'm also giving away, some of them Hall of Fame T-shirts, Andre Johnson Hall of Fame T-shirts I bought. Ron, you thought I was crazy when I was doing it? I'm giving it back to the people.
You should.
I'm giving it back to the people, right? My TextingTexans.com, which is allowing me to be the eyes and ears of all the fans out there that subscribe. Basically, I'll text you whatever's pertinent information about the Texans, what's going on, whether it's camp, press conferences, games, pregame, postgame. I'll just shoot you a text. You don't have to be on Twitter. You don't have to be on Instagram. You don't have to be on Facebook. You don't have to be on TikTok. You just all that smoke's out of the way, and I'll hit you right on your hip via text. That's TextingTexans.com, and I'm giving away a couple of free Andre Johnson Hall of Fame T-shirts. Random draw. Everybody's not getting one. It's a random draw. I'll be doing that tonight at 6 o'clock. So go to TextingTexans.com. All you got to do is subscribe. It's free, by the way. It's free. All you got to do is subscribe. Boom, you're in the drawing. We'll talk Texans. We'll do all that good stuff. I'll tell you about them. I got some Labor Day plans that might include the Texas Hill Country. Something you might want to get into there as well. But I'd greatly appreciate that. And all you got to do is subscribe, and you'll have a chance to win one of those one of them T-shirts, one of them Hall of Fame Andre Johnson T-shirts. TextingTexans.com. Ron, there's we've talked a lot about the fifth and sixth receiver for this football team. And to me, it's a very fascinating conversation. Look, I know there's a lot of fans out there that are more interested in the regular season and more interested in exactly game day. But for those that are dialed into preseason, the fifth and sixth wide receiver for this football team is fascinating for one reason. That's because, I'll be honest with you, I don't know who the hell's going to make this team. I don't know how this thing's going to work out. I think there's a really good argument for four different guys that are buried on the depth chart right now to land in that fifth or sixth spot, right? You've got John Mechie, who is cheap, has played well last week, has a higher ceiling than most, has a longer future in the NFL if things pan out than most, who, by the way, is a really, 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 really close friend with C.J. Stroud on the team, and that probably carries a little weight as well.
Doesn't hurt.
Right. You've got Xavier Hutchinson, who just won't go away. The Hall of Fame game, 5 catches, appears to have great chemistry with whatever quarterback you throw out there. Had a great day yesterday in the joint practice. You look up and he's making big-time catches. Now, I think the one that I saw was right in front of me would have been a touchdown, but the ref called him out of bounds. But it was a big-time catch. And he also plays all the special teams. And I don't think he just plays the special teams. I think he actually they're not forcing him on special teams to get more out of him. He's actually a very secure returner for them. If he is in a blocking situation on kickoff return, that he's got a bigger body, so I would imagine he's better at that than some of the other guys, the John Mechies of the world. But Xavier Hutchinson's got a great story. You look down, I think Ben Skoranek, with his resume or his history in this system, his resume and history of being able to do multiple things, including special teams, but multiple things on an offense, the bigger, longer body brings something to the table that really only Nico has on this particular team. And so you get down to that fourth guy, and that fourth guy is Robert Woods. And Robert Woods is, as long as he's being viewed as a third, fourth, or fifth receiver on a team, I'm good with Robert Woods being on the team. I didn't like the thought last year coming into the season of Robert Woods as the big sign before we knew who Nico was, before we knew who Tank was. Robert Woods is the guy you're going to hang your hat on, right? But Robert Woods, long resume, man. I mean, this is a guy that's been in the league for a while. This is a guy that's had a ton of success. He's won a Super Bowl. This is a guy that's been in this system with the Rams before, knows it like the back of his hand. To a certain degree, he is a mentor type of player for some of these youngsters. So there's your four guys that could potentially fill that fifth and sixth wide receiver spot. And I've been trying to figure it out. I've heard a million different conversations about it, and I'll be honest with you, I don't know that any of us know what the hell we're talking about. When it comes down to who do you think's going to make the team, I don't know that any of us. I mean, it is a shot in the dark.
I would not be surprised by any of the outcomes.
Right. I mean, it is literally a shot in the dark, right?
Like if Mechie didn't make it, probably right now, just because of his relationships where he was drafted.
It'd be a surprise.
And he would. It wouldn't be a shock though. His production hasn't been there. Or if they made a move, that would probably be the most surprising. But Hutchinson, Woods, Sims, even all of them that are there, I could see it, understand the case for every single one of the guys that could be the ones that aren't on this team.
Yeah, it's a tight race, and I want to focus on Robert Woods for a minute because there's a report out there. Texans Wire is it's thought that Texans wide receiver Robert Woods is listed as the top trade candidate entering the final week of training camp. Now, I would believe that that's the top trade candidate for the Houston Texans, right? They're not willing to part ways with anybody else. You look at the guys that are on the bubble, and there are some guys that I think would bring back some value, but I think Robert Woods, assuming that he were a guy that they wanted to move on from and wanted to trade, Ron, the Texans would not only save $5 million in that trade in terms of salary cap, but I think you'd be doing Robert Woods a solid because, look, I told you when we first started this segment, I don't like Robert Woods as my 1 or 2. But I do believe that Robert Woods can still go out there and be a complimentary receiver and make plays. In fact, here's DeMeco Ryans. This is DeMeco Ryans on what he's seen from Xavier Hutchinson and Robert Woods. Talking about both of them. But here's DeMeco Ryans on Robert Woods throughout camp this year.
Hutchinson and Rob Woods, they've been making plays all camp. And it's the same today, guys. We've been consistent and made plays all throughout camp. There's 2 guys you can count on, Hutch and Woods. They've been making plays, so no surprises that they made plays today for us.
2 guys that you can count on, Ron. And I'm going to tell you, I didn't think about this really until the conversation took us there yesterday, but Robert Woods being traded is probably the best option for the Texans. I don't think that he is a guy that's going to be in the top 5. And so if you could move him to a team
cheaper
and save that money, it would be huge. This is coming on the heels of, this is another one that made me think of this. Jahad Dotson was traded from the Washington Commanders to the Philadelphia Eagles, and it's clear he's the 3rd option in Philadelphia. Philadelphia made a move for a 3rd receiver, right, just to add another weapon. He's a 5'11", $195, 200 at best wide receiver that's averaged 500-ish yards for the 2 years I think he's been in the league. Now, the Eagles got Jahad Dotson and a 2025 5th, and the Commanders pulled back a 3rd and 2 7-round picks in 2025. I don't think there's any way that Robert Woods could fetch, obviously, that kind of deal. But I do believe the Texans, you find the right team that needs a veteran wide receiver that needs a number 3, that's a contending team that wants a guy they can depend on. Look at San Francisco right now. Heck, you can even look at L.A. right now in terms of they get past their big 2. He would be 3, even though I think they like their 3s. There's a lot of – the point is there's a lot of coaches that are running this system that Robert Woods would probably be a pretty valuable pick for them or a pretty valuable player for them in their system.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is a team that money's fine, but they could probably potentially want to add somebody later on in the year. It'd be nice to have that extra money to be able to do that with. And – like, to me, it just kind of comes down to it. Like, I think Robert has been better than Mechie. I think overall, the entire offseason, I think he's shown to be better than Mechie. But he cost a lot. And we're talking about the back half of your receiver group. And for me, I think there's an argument that Xavier Hutchinson has been better than both of them.
Agreed.
And if you have him there, who is what was he, a fifth or sixth round pick last year, and he's not making very much money either. Like that would make more sense with that just because of the scenario and the situation in terms of his money compared to those other guys.
Yeah.
There'd be a difference if he was giving you even Noah Brown type of level of play. And obviously we haven't seen Noah a lot during training camp, but I think they're basing what they saw during the season last year.
Yeah.
If he was giving you that, then that's a different thing. But to me, if you had to play Xavier Hutchinson and you had to play Robert Woods right now, I don't think there's that big of a difference.
I don't know. I don't think there is on the field either. But the thought is that again, you're bringing a guy like the value of a Robert Woods is he doesn't need work. He knows my system. I can absolutely rely on him. Chemistry is not going to be a problem. Knowing defenses and knowing the offense is not going to be a problem. All I got to do is plug and play this guy, and it's a 1 year roll of the dice. It's an insurance policy, if you will. I do think that there's value there. Whether it's Green Bay, Minnesota, L.A., Cincinnati, Miami, all these teams that run this same system. Boy, if they're in a spot where their number 3 wide receiver is a rookie that can't figure things out, or they just not as smart and can't play all 3 positions, if you will, there is some value there with Robert Woods. I only say all that to say there's a chance that Nick Caserio could move Robert Woods and get a little something back in return. Is it a 6th round pick? Is it a late round pick? Probably. I mean, it's not going to be anything like Jahad Dotson brought in, but you might be able to get a little draft capital from Robert Woods. It wouldn't shock me at all if that happened. Ron, we talked a little bit about the little college football a little earlier, and we ran out of time before I was able to bring this up. But I think I'm ready to put my name on it. I'm officially picking them Texas A&M Aggies as my Cinderella national championship run.
I don't know if it's a good thing that you've done this when Tyler's not here or mean.
I didn't even think about Tyler not being here, to be honest with you. I had a conversation this morning that just kind of spurred me to it. This would have
really jumped his day if he knew you were coming here to say, I don't know.
I actually did a little bit more digging because I had a conversation this morning on a radio station somewhere else. And the A&M pick just is it I already liked it. Now I think I love it.
Love it.
I think I love it. The Notre Dame game is one of the bigger games on their schedule, obviously, number 7 in the country preseason. But it's really irrelevant because it's so early in the season. Whatever happens, you win that game and everybody gets high. You could screw it up a couple of weeks later because there's a lot of football left to be played. You lose that game. Hell, you could probably even lose that game convincingly. And the fact that you're in the SEC and the respect that they get, you could go on and rattle off 7-8 wins and be right back in the catbird seat in terms of getting back in the playoffs. So the Notre Dame game is early enough to where, if we're being honest, it ultimately is irrelevant. We talked about the schedule. No Bama, no Georgia. Don't know how that happened, but no Bama, no Georgia. And this is where I did a little more digging, Ron. Texas A&M's road games this year, they got 4 road games, Ron. Guess who they go to? Florida, Mississippi State, South Carolina, and Auburn. That's their 4 road games this year. Without a doubt, their 4 most difficult games on this schedule, which one of them is Notre Dame, and I told you it really doesn't matter because it's so early in the season. LSU, Missouri, and Texas. You get them all at home. They got their quarterback. I love their quarterback. You look at what Elko did immediately in the ACC at Duke. Even though he doesn't have all of Jimbo's guys, and it's his first year, he's not playing anywhere remotely close to as steep uphill as he was at Duke in the ACC as he is at A&M in the SEC. I'm telling you, man, this has got the more I dig, Ron. If you're picking a Cinderella,
I want to know what you mean by Cinderella. What are you're picking them to do what?
Well, I mean,
get to the college football playoff or win 8
games?
A
Cinderella needs to win it all. But I think to be more realistic for me is like This would be my Cinderella pick to get into the college football playoff.
This is listen. I understand how your mind gets here. Hey, no Bama, no Georgia. Those are the top teams. Well, they have been here in the SEC the last 5-10 years. Notre Dame, hey, that's a top 7 matchup, but it's not a Big Ten or an SEC team. This is a team that's been vulnerable to lose to other teams. They lost at home to Ohio State last year. I get where your thoughts are, and I get this deal here, but man, they still got Notre Dame, LSU, Missouri, and Texas. Those are all top 11, 12 teams. And the biggest thing for me is, I just don't have the confidence enough to know exactly what A&M is yet. There's so much newness. I know the quarterback, and we saw him last year, but I don't know how he's going to look in this system. Yeah. And this is Elko. I saw what he did at Duke, but now he's taking over at A&M with a schedule. He's got 4 to 5 ranked teams. That's before the thing gets started, right? And Texas, this year, I just don't know enough about A&M.
Well, Ron, if you knew everything, they wouldn't be a Cinderella, Chief.
No, they could be. I know a little bit more about Miami. I can see Miami being a Cinderella team.
I think Utah's another one that some folks are picking in the Big 12.
Kansas, I know.
Who?
Kansas, I know.
Let me listen to this guy. If he ain't bringing LeBron into it, he's bringing the Jayhawks
Just
into
go look at that schedule and look at and look. But I'm just saying, more about teams like that. Their coaches who have been there. We know their players. They've been there. Hell, a lot of the team. We talk about Kansas. A lot of the team played in that Liberty Bowl against Arkansas a couple of years ago. A lot of those guys are coming back. So it's just a lot of unknown for A&M. And a brand new thing they got to switch around. If their schedule was a little lighter, I could get there. I still don't know how they got this 20th rank.
I don't either, but I should need to put that on my list. Clearly, the college football minds think more highly of them than I do, because I would not have them in the top 20 here.
To Arizona, yes, that quarterback they got there that's coming back, and they got a really good receiver too. It's just some unknown. Brand new coach, brand new system. Some guys in, some guys out. All right, Dana Brown, he got to talking. I'm gonna tell you right now, if you haven't heard it, he got to talking real confidently about the return of Kyle Tucker. I'm gonna let you hear exactly what he had to say to see if you feel better about this. Are you feeling encouraged after you hear what Dana Brown has to say? That's coming up next.
With Stoerner and Hughley.
All the conversations about the added weapons and all the year 2 in Bobby Slowick's offense. What does it mean? What does it matter?
Sports Radio 610.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, a big one tonight for the Astros as they get ready to take on the Orioles for the second game of this 4-game series in Baltimore. And Kyle Tucker yesterday, wondering about him, said he's not going to make the trip. Is what
hop, little bunny, hop, hop, hop.
Hopefully he's doing some
bunny,
hopping.
hop,
Kyle Tucker wasn't supposed to make the trip, didn't make the trip to Baltimore. That's what Joe Espada said nothing new to report on him. But then, of course, as the Astros do, Dana Brown had something to say somewhere else. And Dana Brown had something to say when it comes to Kyle Tucker. And you guessed it, it's something a little different than, Joe Espada said nothing to report, nothing new. Everything's the same. He was on MLB Network. This is what the general manager, Dana Brown, had to say in his update of Kyle Tucker.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see Tuck back, sometime early September. He's starting to do more baseball activity on the field. He's actually taking BP and hitting them in the upper deck. It's more the baseball moves with its lower half when he has to sprint or do anything at a quick pace. And so he still feels some soreness there. But ultimately, he's making big strides. And, it's been amazing that we played so well without him. But hopefully we'll get him back, sometimes early September, hopefully the first week.
All right, hey, early September, first week. I just, at 713-572-4610, those of you on YouTube and Twitch, you're hearing that. You're hearing that from Dana Brown. It has been since June 3rd since he has last played. It is now August 23rd. Said early September. The hell, he said first week of September is what he did. That's it. You feel confident now. You feel confident about the return. You feel confident about the return of Kyle Tucker now that Dana Brown has stamped it.
Well, no, nobody feels confident in it. Nobody. I mean, look, you're talking out of both sides of their mouth, literally. You got Dana Brown saying one thing and Joe Espada saying another. Really, I mean, hell, three sides of their mouth with Bregman saying something about him. So they're talking all over the place about Tucker and Bregman and all kind of different voices all over the TV and radio. So I don't feel any better about Kyle Tucker or Bregman. I don't feel any better about Kyle Tucker until I hear what Adam Spolane have to say. He's down there damn near every day when they're in town, and he lays eyes on it. But I'm more in tune to what fellas like that cover the team are saying than what the Astros actually say, Ron. I do like what he's saying, though.
Of course.
I mean, how many days are in August? 31?
I don't know.
I mean, that means we're a week away from we're a week away from the first week of September.
I'm trying to say, who is that they play that first week? And there is September 1st. Oh, Sunday. They play the Royals September 1st, and then the day after that, they are in Cincinnati. Make that road trip.
Yeah, look, I mean, September, first week in September is right on the corner, boys. We get Verlander back this week, and he pitches well. Again, knock on wood, we hadn't heard of anything swelling. Nice little down week next week. No Tucker, no Texans. Then that next week, come back, them Texans got a game opening the season, and Tucker will be back with them Stros.
Yeah, man. You
want to poo-poo it?
No, I'm not going to poo-poo it. I just think there's no reason to put a time stamp on it. I just, honest to God, I probably think I would have gone with the – now, I think it helps us as us doing this show today as news, but I think I probably would have stayed with the route that Joe Espada went. Hey, guys, nothing new to report here. Because you don't have to. You don't have to do that. Because clearly this team has run into setbacks, or whatever they want to call them. Luis Garcia, Lance, I don't even know if there's been a setback here with Kyle Tucker. I know they have repeatedly said it is not moving at the direction that they want it to move or that they were hoping it would move. So, yeah, we see that. I just don't know why they time-stamped it. To me, I almost be better if they just surprised us. One day we came in here and we're sitting here and, bam, there's Kyle Tucker in the lineup. There it is.
Well, I think it's going to be a surprise any way you slice it, isn't it?
Well, yeah, because I won't believe it till I see it. But I will say this, though. The stuff we have seen of late looks a lot better than what we saw when he was in Tampa. When he was in Tampa, that didn't look close. Now, we'll see. Maybe we'll see if he has to go run down fly balls, if we're able to get any kind of footage of that. But this was better to see him hopping on one leg and hopping to the other one, doing lateral movement. I don't know why I'm doing it in this chair while I'm doing it, but you're
giving a visual for the people at YouTube and Twitch.
To me, that's what I look at. That's what I'm looking at to see how close he is. But I'm not listening. I just don't know why you put that, because now people are going to be looking at September. First week of September.
I know I am. There ain't no doubt. Look, there's no question. When we come in here September 1 through September 8, it's going to be the first hour of the show. Where you at, Dana? Where you at, King Tuck?
As I said earlier, just beat the Texans. Beat the Texans before they start their regular season. Is he going to be there before the Texans start their regular season? That's he better beat Christian Harris to the field.
I don't know about that one. I don't know if he's going to beat the Texans.
The 8th.
Is that week 1 is the 8th?
First game of the season is the 8th.
Okay.
It's a Sunday. We're going to have a full.
Well, I hope he doesn't, because then that gives us we can come back on the 9th, and you can lead the show with Dana Brown's.
You hope? No, come on, man. You don't hope Kyle Tucker. I want to see Kyle Tucker play.
I do too. I mean, but the Astros are hot, man. I mean, we don't. We don't necessarily. I'd rather see you. I'd rather see you really frustrated with Dana Brown's first week of September. Prediction.
Where's Kyle Tucker at on home run leaders on the team?
3rd.
You think he's at Iowa?
I mean, yeah. All you got is
he's at 19. He had 19 absolutely. When he got hurt.
You got Bregman and big fella Alvarez are ahead of him.
Bregman has more than 19.
I think so. Has he? Has he got to 20 yet?
Let me check and see. Yo, Bregman just passed him.
There you go.
Alvarez has 25. Bregman has 20. Altuve has 16.
He was on a tear, man. God, I mean, he would be in the 40. He would be in the 40 area.
Yeah, you would think potentially he would be. All right, all right, coming up. Listen, I feel like this is going to be unpopular, and I'm not just trying to play devil's advocate. I truly believe this. I think there are only 5 starters that need to play in the game tomorrow. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Live from the Twin Peaks Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we continue rolling live here. Tomorrow, the last of the last preseason game. I'm telling you what, I heard what CJ said yesterday. It's a long camp that has come to an end. And listen, I know many of you are you kind of want to take in a lot of this. What could be a very, very memorable year. In some fashion or another, very memorable year. But I'm sure enough ready to get to the regular season. I'm about
hell yeah.
I'm about ready to get to September 8th.
Them shows gonna be easy, Chief. We get 4 quarters of starters playing football. Oh man, with a team that's expected to win, and at the very least gonna put a good product out there every year. Hell,
but like to watch this. I know there are some guys. Which I feel bad when I say this. I know there are some guys that tomorrow is everything. Tomorrow, hell, some of these guys want to be able to sleep well. Guys that are having a chance to maybe make a spot, make a team, or at least impress for somebody to get themselves on another team. It's just a huge day tomorrow. But man, you go out there and you get it, and we get out there. I wouldn't be surprised, Clint, if we didn't see Davis Mills or C.J. Stroud. I wouldn't be surprised if we did that Hall of Fame game. We saw Davis Mills. I wouldn't be surprised if this thing just goes right to Case Keenum and Tim Boyle, and we just start to see, guys that aren't going to be on this team.
Yeah,
a lot. I'm talking about from the jump, from the first quarter.
Yeah, I think that would probably be an aggressive move for DeMeco. I think you still got some decisions to make. Again, the 4, 5, 6 or 5, 6, possibly 7 receiver on this football team. The running back with Dameon Pierce. You've got some. I think you've got some work to do, at least in the first half of this football game. That is going to impact, or at least the decisions that are made afterwards are going to impact this team potentially in a big way down the stretch if injuries become a problem. So. Yeah, I would be surprised if Davis Mills doesn't get a good chunk of run here.
Really, I could see, I could see him just.
Well, anything could happen. I think it's a really good football team that look, DeMeco feels really confident about, and he should. They have performed really, really well when they've had their opportunities, with the exception, I think, of the joint practice offensive line yesterday. So he should be very confident and shouldn't need to see a whole hell of a lot. But I do think that there's some decisions to be made, and let's be honest. You're fixing to hit a stretch of football where the backup quarterback in Davis Mills can get very limited reps at practice moving forward, and hopefully he doesn't have to play at all season. So this is an opportunity to get him some last chance real reps, real live game action, which I think could prove to be valuable down the stretch.
I'm glad you brought up the offensive line, because as we talk about tomorrow, I know this isn't going to happen. I would be surprised if any of them played. Tunsil, Kenyon Green, Juice Scruggs, Shaq Mason, or Titus Howard. I think you said it the other day. I think we've probably reached a place where, unlike the Hall of Fame game, I don't think Scruggs or Green will probably play in this game. They were the only two that started in that game.
Right.
I don't think they will. But Clint, I would come in here on Monday, and I would celebrate DeMeco Ryans like I've never celebrated him before if he played those 5 players.
The offensive line, starting 5.
I think they need a couple of series, because what they have put forth, and we can talk about the running backs, and yes, just like you talked about with Dameon Pierce. Dameon Pierce, he may get a half. He may get into the third quarter.
Yeah.
He may get a couple of quarters because he needs some work, and I agree with it. John Mechie, he needs some work. He'd be in there right off the bat. There's some guys that need some work. This offensive line, what they have put forth in the run game especially, leading up until week 1, which is September 8th, and this is the last opportunity where it's not just practice and it's going up against teams going to the ground, hitting, all that you don't know exactly what they're going to do. They have struggled with executing. It's not just the physicality. Hell, they can't even get to the physicality because they haven't executed enough. I think to me, this group has not done enough where it's just like, oh man, we're good. Like somebody I saw text in earlier, guys, no starter should play the running game is good. All right, that they haven't been good at all. And their last opportunity, the last time we saw them on the field in a preseason game, like the run game just struggled throughout. Then the next time we got to see him yesterday in a joint practice with the Rams, it was rough again. And that was the first time they were all together. To me, I would applaud him if he brought them out there and said, you know what? We got to get this right. We got to get execution because it seems like every run play, somebody has a missed assignment. And this group from what we've seen is not ready for the Colts in the run game department. And I'd like to just say, hey, man, we'll get there. I think you got to take every opportunity you have, and I think this is an opportunity.
Yeah, look, I don't think it's going to happen, and I wouldn't personally. I would not personally make the move, but I will say this: I would applaud D'Amico Ryans and Bobby Sloak if they decided to. I am ready to applaud anything with the Texans that gives me the vibe that they don't feel like they're all right. Like all last year with the run game, we're close. This year Laramie Tunsil is not practicing until this week, and Titus Howard was injured again, and really with the exception of those middle three guys, there hadn't been a whole lot of emphasis on getting these five guys, in line and in lockstep with each other. Now, on Titus's front, you can't help it because it was an injury, but you get my point. Is like at some point in time, there has to be, from the top down, there has to be guys, this is unacceptable. Because you look at it, the close, and I'm just talking about with the ones. I'm not even getting into anything else. The last football game, you're backed up, and I believe you've got, I can't remember, I think it was a power call. I could be wrong. But
this is off the Stingley pick, right?
Yes. Damian Pierce is 7 yards deep in the backfield. There's a fullback in the game, and the fullback not missed, completely whiffed on Brian Burns, and they were lucky to get that it wasn't a safety. For being honest, that's Brian Burns, one of the best defensive pass rushers in the game. You're lucky, right? And then you've got an outside zone, toss zone, and your receiver goes and blocks a safety 15, 16 yards deep instead of the corner that's mugged him on the line of scrimmage, which puts the guard in a position where he gets out there. There's a linebacker and a corner, which puts you in a position where now you've got a linebacker running free on your running back, right? You've got a running back that it appears that you've got a really good play called up the gut, some kind of G scheme because the guard pulled. I really couldn't tell what it was across the board with the offensive line, but the running back runs up the ass of the right guard instead of either bounce it or stay inside. I would have stayed inside. I would coach him up to stay inside because it was there. But when it's Damian Pierce one time, when it's Hairston one time, when it's Beck one time, I know Brocker was playing out of position 2 games ago, but he scrapes to the second level against Pittsburgh, and that damn rookie linebacker cuts under him, and he don't even touch his jersey. When it's a different guy every single time, you're not close. It's because it's a different guy every single time play side. And it's just, again, I think that would be a strong statement back to your original point of you think all 5 of them, you'd like to see all 5 the starting offensive linemen play this week. I think that's a bit aggressive, but I would love any level of statement of like, nah, man, we are pushing a sense of urgency to get this run game right.
Text line rose through, sorry, Ron, you don't risk them getting hurt, bad take. Listen, I don't want to. I don't want to risk it. But this is a team that is trying to get to a Super Bowl. And they have a giant issue right now. And they got to get it right. And if they lose week 1 on the road in Indy against the Colts, that is an enormous – that changes the entire division right off the bat if they lose that game. When you look at the rest of their schedule and you look at the rest of the Colts schedule. And to me, it has been so bad. It's neat. Like, they've got to do something. They've got and maybe you believe and maybe they believe they'll be able to over the next week and a half be able to put it together in practice. But I know I heard D'Amico talking about we need opportunities and we got to block it better. And I know what and we played this about Andre Ware. But, hey, man, this thing ain't just going to happen if these guys ain't on the field playing with each other. Not going to happen. Not going to happen. Not going to happen if these guys aren't out there. Yep. And I mean, we watched in that joint practice, Dunzo struggle with Kenyon Green struggle. Hell, that's the first time those two have played next to each other in some sort of a game type of setting.
Yeah.
Like, listen, I don't want Laramie to get hurt. I understand the risk. It's not a bad take. Their O-line play is so poor that if they went out there and said that, hey man, okay, I understand it. It's that they ain't got to drop back to throw a pass. Like we need to get out here and see in game level that you know that you can block who you're supposed to block and you're supposed to get to who you're supposed to get to, because it's not just, hey man, these guys don't move people. It's not like when what was my man's name that what'd you say? I've never seen an offensive lineman turn completely sideways to the offense.
Who was that?
Sirens. I used to call him Sirens. My God, he went over to the Bengals and got himself to an AFC Championship game.
Oh,
getting quarterbacks drilled. But that stuff was, man, that guy's just getting his ass kicked. Or that guy just doesn't know any. This is hey man, we completely missed that guy.
Max Sharpie.
Yeah, Max Sharpie. Max Sharpie just getting his ass kicked. That's not this is a assignment thing that happens all the time. And Clint, it happened last year. we would sit up here last year.
Yeah.
It'd be like, who is he passing this tackle off to?
Look, I'm not in panic mode with it. I'm in sense of urgency, and I'd like for my squad to have a sense of urgency and voice that sense of urgency. Because you're right. The best way to explain it is it's more of what we watched last year. I mean, it's just more of what we watched last year. You're gonna have a hard time making a run to the Super Bowl. As good as this receiving core is, and as good as C.J. Stroud is, you're gonna have a hard time making a run to the Super Bowl with what we watched last year in the run game.
Yeah, text line coming in. If they lose to Anthony Richardson week 1, yet your season's over. He's easily the worst quarterback in the league. Please not. And I didn't say your season was over. I said it takes a change. The division takes a major change with the Texans schedule and the Colts schedule if you lose week 1 and you drop a division game. And you're rolling in there and you're running the football the way you are right now. I would think that's something that is a major priority to fix. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire. We'll get you ready for this Astros game. The latest news on Alex Bregman. He's in the lineup today. Guess where? We'll discuss all of that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, the Houston area's premier turnkey custom home builder, y'all. Y'all know who it is. It's Our Vision Homes, man.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work. Luckily for you, Old Dirty, the Dilf, and Byron. Byron is in the building as Tyler is out. Haven't heard from Tyler. He must be having a great time out there. Get a little. I'm sure he's off the course now. Now it's about time to just getting after it. I'm sure of it to party for him. But Byron is in holding it down for us today. I do want to get to the Orioles and the Astros as they play game 2 tonight, as the Astros just dominated them last night 6-0 behind Spencer Arrighetti. And the bottom of the order came through big time. They won 6-0. They look to win game 2 tonight. But it was interesting. Kenny Rosenthal, Fox Sports, one of the better reporters, baseball reporters out there, he had some comments about what he was hearing about the situation with Alex Bregman. If you remember, Alex Bregman missed 5 straight games, swelling in the back of his elbow. Then yesterday it was reported that he was taking balls at first base. Joe Espada said they're going to potentially have him play some first base. You might see him there at first base at some point in the road trip due to the swelling in the elbow. Well, this is what Ken Rosenthal had to say yesterday in the middle of the game as he gave a report on what he heard about Bregman.
Well, it's interesting, Kenny. The plan is as soon as tomorrow for Alex Bregman to do something that he has never done in his professional or collegiate career, and that is play first base. Bregman took grounders at first today without throwing. He's going to continue to play third as well, depending upon how he is feeling. The Astros want him in the field as much as possible so that they can DH Jordan Alvarez and not play him in left field.
All right, so they want him as much as they can get him in the field. First base, third base. Well, guess what? The lineup is out today, Clint, and he is batting second. He is DH'd the last 2 days, but today he is back at third base.
I'm surprised.
I'm confused.
Well, I mean, hell, well, we all are. I mean, to be honest with you, we all are. Anybody that follows it that close, we all are. We're all confused of what the hell's going on. But all I can do, again,
you're surprised. Go back. You said you're surprised, right? That
I'm surprised he's at third base. Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised he's at third base. I think that this is. We've got to just wait to see what they do versus listen to what they say, and I can't help but think that this is something that's not near as significant as we thought it was, given that he missed 5 games and then he came back in DH for 2 or 3 games and now he's playing third base. This has got to be one of those where the team docs, not the trainers, the team docs, any whatever doctors that I'm sure Alex Bregman had second and third opinions, whatever those doctors found and saw when they sat down, it had to be, hey, here's the issues and what's causing the swelling and the uncomfortable feeling that you're having in the elbow. And the reality of it is that there is little to no risk of you playing third base, and it may swell, it may be a little bit sore, but you've proven you can still swing the bat, and you're not going to hurt anything playing the field. Ron, if there is any risk whatsoever, if this is one of those deals where at any point in time he could field a ground ball, throw it across the diamond, his elbow pop, and he can't swing a bat for the next 2 months, next 3 months, if there's any risk even remotely close to that, then the Astros are fools for putting him out there. I've got to believe that this move is they have been advised by the medical professionals and multiple medical professionals that there is little to no risk of him playing in the field and making that throw. Do you want to push it? Probably not. But is there if there's little to no risk and all we're looking at is a little bit of swelling, then that's the only way to make sense of this. What do you got?
Some breaking news here. According to Chandler Rome, Jordan Alvarez has been scratched from the Astros lineup with neck stiffness.
Come on, man.
Alex Bregman will go to DH tonight, and Shea Whitcomb will play third base. Bregman said his elbow is healthy enough to play third base. He threw from 120 feet without issue. But Yordan Alvarez, this is just coming through. Yordan Alvarez has been scratched from the Astros lineup with neck stiffness. Alex Bregman's going to DH today. Jay's going to come back in here and play third base.
The old neck stiffness got us again, boys. I wonder if he slept wrong on it. You got to be kidding.
Don't say it. I'm kidding you. I kidding you. Neck stiffness.
I mean, the only way neck stiffness happens is you sleep on it wrong.
Just don't say it. Just don't say you slept on it.
That's what we're going to hear next.
I just don't give. I don't even want an explanation if it is. I just don't. Just woke up. It was just rough. He's getting it. He's neck stiff. No Yordan.
Well, give me something about he was in the weight room or something.
So I need the lineup. I don't know what the new lineup here is. No, here is the Astros' new lineup. Altuve, Bregman, Diaz is moved up to the 3 spot. Pena in the 4 spot. Myers, Whitcomb at third base in the 6 spot. Dubon, DeCinzo, and McCormick. That's the lineup tonight in Baltimore.
Boy, no Tucker, no Alvarez. That thing's getting slim, ain't it?
Yeah. Well, at least they get to stave off Alex Bregman today for not having to play in the field. They were going to bunt the hell out of him, but man, they are wow.
Well, back to the Bregman deal, Ron. I've got to believe that this is, if they're going to play him at third base on August the 23rd with a 5, or is it still 5 games? 5.5 now. With a 5.5 game lead in the division, if they're going to play him at third base, they have been informed, and Alex Bregman, most importantly, obviously feels good about it, that there is little to no risk. Which to me, as an Astros fan, forget what you've heard him say. That move alone tells me that I can ease my concern a little bit about Bregman and what potentially could happen. Now that he's been scratched from the lineup, I don't know how that impacts that statement, but
I'm just hopeful. Nothing eases me with the injuries in the Astros. I just don't have a lot of confidence with that. Nothing eases me with the Astros and injuries, but hopefully he's fine. It's just a hell of a shift. Something, I don't know. Maybe he slept great last night and it completely changed the wrist there on his elbow. I don't know what. I mean that he's fielding grounders at first yesterday and not throwing. That was a report. Taking grounders at first and not throwing at first. And now he's throwing 120 yards away.
Yeah.
Or feet away, excuse me. Wow. Right. There we go. Yordan out. Again, if you missed it, Yordan out.
Well, that was a tease. Bregman at third, and then Yordan, because Yordan's neck stiff, they
keep his ass at third. Shoot. Keep him at third.
Yeah, why wouldn't you?
He good. Keep him at third.
Why wouldn't you? Then just DH Caratini or something.
That's what it makes sense to me. DH Caratini. Why wouldn't you just put him at? See, let's get to that again. Right, that's the latest with Alex Bregman and now Yordan Alvarez.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, speaking of that tonight, they're going to be without Yordan Alvarez and, as you said, Kyle Tucker, but Hunter Brown is on the mound. And I don't know about you, and I don't know about Astros fans. I am now getting to a point with Hunter Brown where I feel he'll pitch well. He'll pitch well. I don't know if they're going to win, but he'll pitch well. I have pretty good confidence that Hunter Brown is not just going to give you and put you in a position where you have a chance to win, where it's not like 8-0. But I think he'll probably pitch well, and the other starter that he opposes is going to have to pitch a good game for their team to stay with him. I think he is starting his sample size, like we're in months now. I mean, at this point, his sample size is through where he is just, it's like he's in a groove, Clint. He comes out every single 5 days, and bam, bam, bam. And you look up, and it's like 6 innings, ho-hum. He's giving up three runs at the worst, probably none, one. I feel pretty confident when he's on the mound.
I feel very confident he's on the mound. You mentioned sample size, Ron. I'll give you one. Last 13 starts, he's 10-2. He's pitched 79 innings. His ERA is 2.16. His WHIP is 1.18. He struck out 85 and he's walked 25. Hunter Brown has been had a rough start, no doubt about it. But boy, he has been absolute nails his last 13 starts, and I think it's a big enough sample size to where I feel really good about what he's going to do his next outing, which is tonight. What he's going to do the rest of the year, and really, I'm probably overly confident in what he's going to bring to the table in the playoffs. I feel like the Hunter Brown that we've been talking about for 2 years now has arrived.
Yeah, I'm at a point, and it happened quick because he was having a rough go of it to start this thing, but now, man, he is nails. I mean, it's nails, and I think he's even now learning how to pitch, not just get people out with his stuff. That's the next step, right? And he's starting to do that, go longer in the games. We talked about that, where like be a little bit more pitch efficient, like Verlander is able to do, where we see Verlander routinely in the 7th, sometimes the 8th. That's the next thing for him. But Hunter Brown, man, I'm more surprised if it's not a quality start from him. I'm at this point. He has been able to throw the ball that well.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, Clint, as the NFL preseason's coming to an end, the Steelers, they're one of those teams that kind of have a decision to make at quarterback. And right now they've been maintaining that Russell Wilson is the one, but Justin Fields obviously is competing with them. Justin Fields says he believes in himself and believes that he has done enough to be the starter, but defers to Mike Tomlin when making the decision at quarterback. Listen, I'm going to tell you, I've said it. I wish Mike Tomlin would do it for all of us and allow us to just watch this kid and to see what what he can do, because he's a much more entertaining watch to me than what Russell Wilson is bringing to the table. But I completely can understand why you would go with Russell Wilson. I completely can understand that there's probably a trust level that maybe you know a little bit more on what you're going to get out of Russ than you do from Justin Fields. And I can completely see that, especially saying to yourself that we can run the ball and we can play defense like Mike Tomlin probably wants to do. I'd like to have a guy back there that I have a little bit more confidence in knowing more of what I'm going to get, and maybe use Justin Fields in packages. So I can completely see how they get to, and Tomlin gets to, it being Russ. I sure hope the hell it's not. I don't.
Yeah, I'm going to be honest with you, man. The fact that it's even a conversation right now is surprising to me, but I think it's very telling. Like, obviously, I know Russ has missed a good chunk of camp with some injury issues, but the to me, the fact that it's a conversation speaks volumes about Justin Fields and where he's at. He's in a much more stable franchise right now than what Chicago was when he was there. He's got some weapons around him. You know, it's that time in his career where he's been through the storms, and you would think that the game would start to slow down a little bit for him, and he would start playing the quarterback position at a higher level, be more impressive day in, day out. And then you've got the dynamic of the legs, man. And we all know how valuable that is in today's game, and so I don't know, man. Like it would be as if the pressure wasn't already enough for Russell Wilson to go in there, and he was going to play extremely well from jump, or the Boo Birds were going to come out, and I don't know that he could handle that very well. I question that the fit of him in Pittsburgh, just from kind of his approach and his personality, doesn't seem to be a fit there. Boy, now that Justin Fields has played well, and it's even a conversation, seems like an added layer to that potential pressure right there. And I don't know how you don't go with Justin Fields.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
To me, I think they have more confidence in what and what they're going to get from him. I think
he's got to be tired of 500. He's got to be tired of safe. He's got to be tired of, well, I'm going to go with the guy that I don't think is going to turn it over. He's got to be to a point where he's like, to hell with this, man. Let me see if I got a quarterback that can go in here and win games for me. Let me see if this young fella can be my guy for the next handful of years, and we can actually go out and threaten to win this whole thing versus just be safe. He's got to be there, right?
I don't know. I think in his mind, he thinks if I had better quarterback play, like at least more confidence in what I was going to get quarterback play. If I had what Russ did last year, I may have won the division. I could see him. He's a defensive coach as well, and defensive coaches tend to lean, not all of them, but tend to lean towards, like, I got this defense, just don't turn it over. Don't mess it up.
Yeah.
Like, let's not mess it up. I mean, he inherited Ben, so that's a little different thing. All right. We'll see. That's going to be one to watch to see who is starting for the Steelers when the season starts, Russ or Justin Fields. Coming up, we know what tomorrow is about for the Houston Texans. Not about CJ, not about Tank, Stephon Diggs, or Derek Stingley, or Danielle Hunter. Not about those guys. It's about the guys trying to make this team. And the question is, who is playing for their job tomorrow at NRG? Who is playing for their job tomorrow? We'll discuss who coming up.
New co-host, same old Lopez.
Has Lopez forced any OG sauce on you?
He sure has.
First of all, it's not forcing.
He sure has. I mean, I understand what he just said, and the answer is still, he sure has. I have not gotten it yet, though.
It's In the Loop with John Lopez and Reginald Atatula. 10 to 2 every weekday on Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
What's good, y'all? Clint Stoerner here for Ability Tree Experts. Look, let's let this recent severe weather Mother Nature threw our way serve as a reminder. Whether you got caught flat-footed or you got lucky this go-around, know this. The big, beautiful, valuable trees on your property need regular attention to survive. That regular attention, it comes in the form of basic trimming and pruning. Thinning the canopy cuts down on the wind drag, which allows air to safely blow through them. Want to talk about curb appeal? Pruning also allows the sunlight to pass through the canopy and reach the ground, keeping your grass green and healthy. Now's the time, y'all, and Ability Tree
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in to The Drive as Tyler is out. And I'm going to assume, Byron, crack that mic. I'm going to assume, Byron, that Tyler didn't pass along best of the week.
No.
You have to sit down with him, man.
Nah, I think I've had enough sit down.
You have enough one-on-ones.
I think I'm just going to end it.
You gonna end?
I think so.
You just gonna okay? Well, best of, huh? It had a good run.
4 out of 6 weeks.
Really, we've only had 2 in the last 6 weeks. Yeah. Oh my. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of worn off.
Somebody, yeah.
It's kind of worn out its welcome, you know.
Yeah.
Sorry to hear that.
One of my favorite segments. Yeah. So just letting you know, pop the cherry right now for you guys. No best of the week. No best of the week. So
no. This week, obviously, are you talking ever again?
I don't know. I'm
gonna sleep on it.
I'm gonna do some soul searching over the weekend.
Okay. Well, let me know if you need to talk about it, man. I'll be available this weekend.
I hope Tyler's out there having a blast, baby. And enjoying himself, but he'll be back on Monday, and hopefully we have more clarity on who's going to be on this team on Monday.
Yeah,
and I think we'll see and learn some of that clarity coming up tomorrow at the game, 12 o'clock, as they finish this preseason off. And this is going to be about the guys playing for their jobs. This is going to be for the guys playing for jobs at other spots, trying to get on somebody's practice squad or other places. But when we look at this, Clint, it feels like one name has been coming up all week. One name, just like we talked about last week or week before, that, hey, John Mechie's got to do something. John Mechie's got to do something. They can't keep being able to justify John Mechie being on this team if he goes out there and he's just not productive whatsoever. And I think now that has slid over to Dameon Pierce. And it feels like tomorrow Dameon Pierce needs to have a big performance to be able to stay on this team. Because I do think, what do you think? They carry 4 running backs, right? And we're looking at, obviously, Joe Mixon. Right now, Akers probably in the 2 spot. Dare's going to be on this roster with his special teams usage. And then there's another one. There's Gerard Jordan, the JJ, I can't remember his last name.
But, I got
it. But JJ Johnson, I can't remember. I'm not going to try it anymore. But them, and then there's Dameon Pierce. And it seemed like this is who it's pointed to. Tomorrow is a big day for him.
Yeah, tomorrow's a big day for him. Tomorrow's a big day for D'Amico. Tomorrow's a big day for Bobby Slowick. I mean, look, they've got to get this run game going. And while all the starters aren't starting, I think we minimize the importance of the backup running back until that backup running back becomes your starter, like he did last year with Motor. What was Devin Singletary? You minimize that guy, but if you really look at it, I mean, there's going to be let's call it 20% of the carries. If 15% of the carries, that adds up over time. And if you're Bobby Slowick and if you're D'Amico Ryans, the schedule's more difficult. Are you really in a spot where you can afford to go out there and again, 10, 15, 20% of your runs in each game, turn around and hand it to a guy that's shown to be much more of the bad Dameon Pierce that he was in 2023 than the good Dameon Pierce that he was in 2022? Can you afford to do that? Can you afford to continue to overlook what Cam Akers is doing, whether we're talking about catching the ball out of the backfield or we're talking about making something out of nothing with the big cutback last week, the Hall of Fame game, the spin move going into the red zone kind of deal? How long can you continue to be patient with Dameon Pierce. And I think with this team, whether you're talking about Super Bowl aspirations or you're talking about just Bobby Slowick as an offensive coordinator overall, he did great things in the past game, does great things with the receivers and the quarterbacks and overcoming injuries. But the one thing about Bobby Slowick at this point is, I think the knock is, hey, man, he's had a really difficult time, putting together a complementary run game. Anything that you can whatsoever that you can depend on. And, last year, CJ and the receiving core that emerged was enough with that schedule. This year, it's going to be a lot more difficult. So I think it's not just about Dameon Pierce. It's ultimately about Dameon Pierce and whether he shows us something that we haven't seen, obviously, of late. But really, I think it's about all of these guys. It's about, can Bobby Slowick get it done? And to me, it's about, do we ever hear with this staff, do we ever hear like, hey, man, I'm not saying you panic, but do we ever hear, hey, man, there's a sense of urgency. We understand that we got to get better at this.
Sense of urgency. Let's hear from D'Amico, because D'Amico, he's been getting these questions about the run game, right? He's been getting it. He said it earlier in the week. He said, well, I'm going to judge it off about 2 runs. There was one where there was a hole we should have hit, we didn't hit, and then there was one that was unblocked. He was hit with it again yesterday. This is him talking specifically about Dameon Pierce in the run game.
Yeah, Dameon, we got to get him some ops in the game, to get him some more ops running the football. But Dameon's done a great job out here at practice. I don't think everybody's seen that in the game because, when he had his opportunities, we got guys unblocked in the hole, so he doesn't have a chance to really get started. So, we just have to give him more opportunities, but we have to block it better up front so he does have opportunities to make some plays in the running game.
All right, so, it sounds like, I don't know, maybe he's just trying to give him as much confidence as he possibly can and let him know I'm behind you. But it almost sounds like, Clint, that's a man that doesn't believe that Dameon Pierce's job is on the line coming up tomorrow. And I think most people, and I think that's been most of the conversation, is where does he fit on the team? I've heard Sean Pendergast and Seth this morning talk about, hey, this is going to be big. Is he on the team or is he not, or does he get traded? I saw after the game Saturday, Brandon Scott rank all the running backs that he thinks are the best on this team and just didn't have Dameon Pierce in the ranking. I said it, and I still stand by it. I believe that maybe he just needs a change of scenery, and maybe they need to go separate ways. That guy who's the head coach and ultimate decision maker, it sounded like it didn't seem like he felt like he was in as much trouble.
Yeah, I don't know. I think.
Or did you hear something between the lines?
Well, we're not going to hear what we have said, or we're not going to hear what Brandon Scott has said. Obviously, they want this thing to work. They've leaned into how much better he's gotten, start to finish, personally, on the field, all this kind of stuff. What I heard was we've got to get him more opportunities and we got to be better up front, which could all be pointed squarely at Saturday afternoon. We're gonna get him a lot more opportunities, and we've got to be better up front for us to make a decision. That to me, I'm leaning. I've watched the same film, Ron. There is no way, zero chance, that Bobby Slowick and D'Amico Ryans don't watch the same film that we're watching. And we're just watching it through the lens of Dameon Pierce and doesn't say, we have to have more. We have to have more out of our backup running back. And Cam Akers is bringing more to the table in a very small sample size, whether it's catching the ball out of the backfield, drives are continuing and ending points. The 2 runs where he's had some wow runs where it was a spin move in the Hall of Fame game and the cutback in last week's game. Another guy that's had a small sample size, but he's found a way to flash. Now all of a sudden you look at, he's a veteran. He knows this offense. He appears to be healthy with these Achilles situations that he's had in the past. If for an organization that constantly talks about we are always going to do what's best for this football team, what's best for this football team is to get Dameon Pierce a lot of work this week, and if nothing changes, then when comes the regular season, start preparing. It comes the regular season, Cam Akers needs to be your number 2 back.
And I think he should be right now.
I think he is right now. I don't think they're going to say that, but I think he is right now.
I think he is right
I think Dameon Pierce needs to go out there and prove that he's turned the corner, or we're going to find out week 1 that Cam Akers is the guy.
And Clint, we've said here, nobody's a bigger Dameon Pierce fan than me. I have tried to force it with Dameon Pierce. But Clint, I at first I was saying Cam Akers may have a better shot as the number 2 back because he's got skills on third down and hands like that, and he would be a perfect third down back. But I now think that what we've seen, if something were to happen to Joe Mixon, like Joe Mixon's been injured a lot in camp, and if something were to happen, I think Cam Akers is also better to get the ball, to be the everyday back.
Yeah.
Every down back, not just third down back. So that's what their production has shown. So a big day for him tomorrow. All right, coming up next, Alex Bregman. He was supposed to start at third base tonight. That has changed. We will tell you why, and we will tell you the latest as reporters are responding to Dana Brown's thought that Kyle Tucker could be ready by early September. We'll discuss that.
Oh, hell. Let me get you attention.
shows. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in. We appreciate you joining us here as a Friday edition as we were rolling through here on The Drive, getting ready for the Astros as they take on the Orioles tonight. And there has been some movement and some change in this game tonight. Here is from Chandler Rome of The Athletic. Alex Bregman said. From Chandler Rome of The Athletic saying that Yordan Alvarez is not going to start tonight's game due to neck stiffness. So instead, Alex Bregman will move to DH, and Alex Bregman initially was playing third base tonight. He was going to return to the field for the first time since the injury was reported. But he is going to move from third base back to the DH where he's been the last two nights. Shea Whitcomb is going to be the third baseman tonight, and Yordan Alvarez is down with neck stiffness. Do not know how he is down with neck stiffness. They are in a hotel room. I don't know what hotels they're staying at. I don't know if they stay at the same type of ones all the time. But I don't know if the pillows or the beds are giving them some problems at certain hotels. I don't know if they need to switch.
That is happening. Just don't know which one it is.
Yeah, I don't know if they've been going to Four Seasons all around the country and they need to switch it. I don't know. But neck stiffness is keeping Yordan Alvarez out of the lineup today, which now moves Bregman out of third base and back to the DH spot. And I thought that was an interesting comment you made of, hell, what if he's good to go? Why they move him to DH?
Yeah, look,
why not play third base?
I mean, clearly the thought was they needed the DH to rest Yordan Alvarez, which again, I just resting the resting aspect of the whole thing blows my mind. So they needed the DH spot for that. You remove Alvarez from the equation because of the neck, which frees up the way this lineup is right now. Apparently, frees up the DH role. Bregman goes there. You don't have to chance it at third base with him in this elbow. Shea Whitcomb can jump in there. I would have left him at third because assuming I wouldn't think that you would put him out there to rest Yordan to randomly rest Yordan Alvarez if it wasn't a really safe bet anyway. So I would rather have Bregman and Caratini, Bregman at third and Caratini as the DH. But they free up the DH. They move Bregman there, and Whitcomb goes to third base. So now we got Whitcomb and DeCenzo and Chaz and Jake Myers in the lineup tonight.
Having a good time tonight, baby.
Yeah, man. Let's ride.
Here is the lineup, the new lineup tonight. Altuve, Bregman moves up to the 2 spot as the DH. Diaz and Pena in 3 and 4 spots. Myers, Whitcomb, Dubon, DeCenzo, McCormick. That is the lineup tonight as they take on the Baltimore Orioles behind Hunter Brown. So hopefully this is just a one-game thing, Clint, with Yordan Alvarez, and this isn't something that is a long-term thing or anything close to it. You never know with these necks.
Yeah.
Because this is obviously we understand what happened with Christian Javier. He had a neck that kept him on the IL. We obviously know what happened with Justin Verlander. It started with the neck. That was the issue there. Now we're seeing that with Yordan. So hopefully it is quick.
It's the damnedest thing, man. I don't know if I've ever seen so many issues start with necks.
It's these guys. I mean, these guys going to bed is the scariest thing to happen to the Astros right now.
Yeah,
when they go to
they're
sleep.
overnights.
When
they're
they go
road
to sleep.
trips.
When they go, I would think that the Astros are saving on money and sleeping in airports. The way that they're coming up with it. Like if you told me, all right, Alex Bregman slept in an airport for 3 or 4 days, I could see how he could get to a point where maybe he slept on it wrong and his elbow starts rolling. They're in. I mean, it is the damnedest thing, as you had to say. Also, we heard Dana Brown say Kyle Tucker could be back early September, first week of September. This is coming from multiple people. Adam Spillane had said something like this as well. September 1st is 8 days away. Kyle Tucker is still not running full speed, nor has he progressed to running the bases. Both of those things must be achieved before he goes out on a minor league rehab assignment, which will be at least more than 2 to 3 games. So we'll see if he's there in early September.
Yeah, I don't know that. Again, I mean, we're talking the first week of September. We're talking anywhere from 8 days from now to 15 days from now. So you get a week long there.
It could go quick. Him running.
Well, he could be very close to running full speed. And once he gets there, it's not like it's going to take 3 days to decide if you can run full speed. It's just like, all right, are you ready to go? Let's ride. I mean, and so that doesn't set me back in terms of how I feel about Kyle Tucker. We got some hop little bunny going on. We got some lateral skipping going on. We got some upper deck tanks at BP. So we're getting close, folks. We're getting close. I'll take an early September.
Early September.
I'll take an early September return.
Hopefully he can, as we get through, as we said, it's going to the weekend. It's August 23rd. Hopefully he starts running, and he starts running full speed. Hopefully that starts to come close. So we'll see. That's the latest with the Astros. As Jordan out of the lineup today, Kyle Tucker has some things he has to get past before he can get on the mound. Coming up behind us, Texans All Access, so stay tuned for the fellas as they will have it for you coming up right behind us. And we continue to be live and local. Area 45. I see Sean Bijani behind me, Patrick Creighton as well. I think it's pizza night for them fellas.
Is it pizza night?
Generally on Fridays.
I tell you, PC he's a team guy.
He
now.
Brings it in there.
PC brings in the grub now.
He will.
I mean, he invites us to places where they got grand openings so we can eat. You know, he's done that for me a couple times. Man, I'll tell you, PC, he's a real team guy, man.
Team guy.
Yeah,
it's team guy. Well, usually Pizza Friday brings them in. I see him getting off the elevator when I'm heading out with the big. It's a good size box of pizza, too.
You added that two in there.
It is. I'm thinking, well, he gonna need somebody to open up the door.
It's not your average pizza.
No, he
box.
needs somebody to open up the door. Like he got to set it down and open up a door first, and then pick it up to get with it. So those guys will have the post game show live and local till 11 o'clock, and hopefully it's as entertaining as it was last night with the Astros winning 6-0, and the boys will have good things to talk about. All right. D'Amico Ryans had this to say about his new running back. And Clint, I found this interesting because he talked about Joe Mixon and his ability in the passing game, which I think has a chance to be at least early to me, Clint. We'll see how this offensive line gels. But at least early, it may be the way he impacts the team in this offense the most is what he can do in the passing game. This is what his head coach talked about as him being a threat in the passing game.
Yeah, Joe is a receiving running back. That's what sets him apart. Everybody understands the running game, how physical he is, and how he's able to gain yards. Even when it's not blocked well, he can still gain yards. But he has really good hands out of the backfield, and he's a guy that if it's not open down the field, we can take the ball down, and he's a reliable guy who can get us explosives in the passing game as well.
All right, explosive in the passing games, and we saw that in that scrimmage they had with the Rams. He had a big chunk play for a real wheel route, caught that thing over the shoulder like a receiver. You can see he is better than most, an above average receiving running back. And Clint, I think with the combination of CJ, who is unafraid of taking the boring, at least the CJ we have seen without the weapons, he's unafraid to take the boring. And they've got a lot of dudes that are going to put a lot of fun in the face of the defense that's going to force the defense to try to make sure they try to stop that fun. And there's going to be space, as you commented earlier this week with the tight ends and the running backs, and that could be a big thing. He gets a lot of one-on-ones. If he gets some with a two-way go and he's able to get people with CJ. It happened a lot for him with Burrow, where they would get big plays, 8 to 20-yard plays, with just getting the ball to him in the passing game. That may be how he affects this offense early more than just getting handoffs.
Ron, I'm more confident in his in what he's going to do for this team through the air than I am what he's going to do for this team on the ground. I think he's going to be better than what Dameon Pierce has been. I think he's going to have some of the Devin Singletary stuff where he can make something out of nothing. I think he's going to be better, obviously, between the tackles. He's just a bigger-bodied guy that's harder to tackle. He's going to be able to push piles, things of that nature. I think the run game is significantly better, but with what I've seen from this offensive line, I don't expect all of a sudden him to be able to overcome. Until I see more, until I see different, until I see better, I don't think he's a guy that is going to be able to, which I don't think anybody is, by the way, but just to just go in there and make this running game work with a lot of improvement from the offensive line. So I'm a little bit leery, I guess, of what the run game is going to look like at this time. I am fairly confident that when you look at what Nico Collins and Stephon Diggs and Tank Dell and Dalton Schultz and Brevin Jordan and even Cade Stover to this point, what all those guys, Noah Brown, what all those guys bring to the table in the pass game, the ability to then shift gears and have a package for the running backs like